In the year 2030, as the explosive growth of artificial intelligence led to the closure of numerous factories operating around the clock, the global unemployment rate soared to alarming heights. Many educational institutions fell into disarray, prompting a wave of young individuals to turn towards the entertainment industry. Su Wangchuan, though caught in the tumultuous winds of this era, managed to maintain a commendable physique through self-discipline and fitness, ultimately amassing a following of over 5,000 fans during his high school and university years. At precisely 6:30, the shrill sound of the morning bell pierced the air, signaling the start of a new day. Su Wangchuan commenced his live broadcast promptly at 7, ready to engage with his audience. "Greetings, everyone. Let's get to work," he declared. After a brief morning routine, he immersed himself in a rigorous workout, transitioning seamlessly from push-ups to pull-ups and finally, to increasingly adept spacewalking as daily ritual upon awakening. Despite the oppressive atmosphere of the fading era, each apartment was remarkably spacious and luxurious, allowing for the creation of a high-tech gym where various exercises could be performed with ease. That Su Wangchuan was typically reserved, and his fans shared a similar demeanor. After 2 hours of intensive exercise, he concluded the live stream, drenched in sweat, only to discover his earnings amounted to a mere 15.8 yuan. Alas, he sighed. Just enough for a chicken leg. He felt grateful that the government subsidized half of his rent and covered utilities. Otherwise, he could hardly fathom how to navigate life's challenges. With the combination of unemployment benefits and a modest monthly stipend from the platform, he managed to scrape by, yet he still felt the need to seek part-time work, lest he remain single. After a refreshing shower, he donned a crisp outfit of a white shirt and trousers, masking his face with a mask as he stepped outside. Standing at 180 centimeters tall, with the physique of an athlete and a polished appearance, he exuded an air of mystery that undoubtedly enhanced his appeal. After all, he was on the lookout for part-time opportunities. Who knew? He might encounter a wealthy benefactor along the way, perhaps even a true love. As he ventured out, he unexpectedly crossed paths with a neighbor. The striking woman, clad in a sleeveless mini dress, exuded a sense of languor, carrying a bag of what appeared to be breakfast refuse. This was Tao Tao, who had streamed the night before, likely around AC Cup, possessing a striking beauty rated at 85 and boasting over 300,000 followers. Specializing in late-night emotional companionship, upon noticing the handsome young man from next door, her eyes lit up. "Hey, are you heading out? Could you help me with this trash? I'm feeling quite sleepy," she asked. Sure," Su Wangchuan replied, capturing this heartwarming exchange on camera. After all, he needed to dispose of his own trash too. It was no trouble. He could later edit this footage into a charming clip of a lovely neighbor engaging with him, enhancing his allure. The camera recorded her saying, "Thank you, handsome, and you're really kind." That last line could be cleverly edited out and replaced with subtitles, such as, "Would you like to come in for a bit? Or come in and enjoy the air conditioning?" Su Wangchuan smirked, feeling increasingly adept at navigating these interactions. His future as a prominent streamer seemed promising. As he exited the apartment complex, the sun blazed fiercely at 10:30. Those who ventured out at such an hour possessed an undeniable zest for life. Su Wangchuan boarded the city's free electric rail, heading towards a nearby office building. "Good day, sir," greeted the cheerful front desk robot. Su Wangchuan observed the spacious lobby, which housed 12 delightful robot assistants ready to provide service. "Hello, I have an appointment for an interview with the Zhangguo Game Studio." This was the primary reason for his outing. "Welcome, Mr. Su. The elevator to the 75th floor is ready for you. Please follow me." The robot guide ushered Su Wangchuan inside, and he marveled at the increasingly sophisticated landscape of the entertainment industry. To recruit players for gaming tasks with a salary exceeding 10,000 yuan, all while situated in this prime commercial district, was a testament to the wealth of the elite. Accompanied by the robot, Su Wangchuan arrived at the 75th floor, where another assistant awaited him at the entrance. Her name tag read Su Wan. To his surprise, she shared his surname. In her early 20s, she was charming, with fair skin and a hint of freckles that added to her playful and approachable demeanor. "Hello, are you Mr. Su Wangchuan?" she inquired. "I am." He confirmed that "I am the HR representative for the Zhangguo Game Studio, here to conduct your interview. Please follow me." Su Wangchuan was increasingly impressed by the professionalism of this game studio, which even had an HR department. "All right," he replied. Following her lead, as he observed his surroundings, it became apparent that the entire 75th floor was dedicated to this game studio, with numerous vacant workstations indicating a large-scale recruitment effort. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "Ms. Su, may I inquire which popular game we will be involved with, or is there a new title launching soon?" The entire floor, spanning thousands of square meters, and the substantial salaries offered were indicative of a serious investment. Su turned back with a smile. "Mr. Su, we can only disclose detailed information about our company once you successfully pass the interview and sign a confidentiality agreement." Su Wangchuan was taken aback. A confidentiality agreement for playing a game? The level of professionalism among the affluent was indeed rising. By the way, she continued, you may turn off your camera now. She gestured toward his ear-mounted camera. Su Wangchuan hastily removed it, placing it in his pocket. Understood. Upon entering the interview room, he had yet to survey the surroundings when a machine ejected a printed document. Su Wan glanced at it and smiled at Su Wangchuan. Based on our interview assessment, we are very pleased with your gender, age, health status, and work experience. You have passed the interview, and if you have no objections, we can proceed to review the employment contract. Wait, what? Su Wangchuan was stunned. He had passed the interview? Was this what they referred to as merely going through the motions? In the subsequent chapter, as he received the employment contract, Su Wangchuan scrutinized it meticulously, wary of potential exploitation. The contract outlined clear terms, including company verification, comprehensive benefits, a salary of 10,000, and additional bonuses based on gaming performance and overtime. Tasks. This compensation package was so enticing that he felt compelled to analyze every detail. Why had he been afforded such fortune? At this moment, Su Wan solemnly reminded him, upon signing the contract and joining our game studio, you must refrain from disclosing any information related to the game to external parties, whether through communication tools or verbal exchanges. Any breach will automatically terminate the contract, and we reserve the right to pursue legal action to reclaim all profits and damages. Su Wangchuan paused thoughtfully and nodded. His social circle was limited, and he doubted any risk of information leakage. As for his parents, they were only aware of his streaming endeavors. Su1 then introduced a second stipulation. Even if our collaboration ends, you are prohibited from engaging in similar industries for 10 years and must not disclose any information related to the game or your work. How stringent. Yet, for the sake of a 10th annual salary, Su Wangchuan was willing to comply. Lastly, Su Wan continued to advise, we assign you a game character and arrange daily tasks for you. You must exercise strict self-discipline and refrain from engaging in any activities unrelated to the game tasks. Should any irrelevant actions lead to the demise of your game character, our cooperative relationship will be immediately terminated. Upon hearing this, Su Wangchuan displayed a look of confusion. Why? Is it impossible for the game character to be revived? Su Wangchuan found it difficult to comprehend this particular stipulation. Su Wan patiently explained, indeed. The game we are currently venturing into is exceptionally challenging, and acquiring an account is exceedingly difficult. Each account has but one chance at life. Should the game character perish, the account will be promptly deactivated. Therefore, all members of the studio must adhere strictly to these regulations. Realization dawned on Su Wangchuan. He understood. The reason he had passed the interview was likely due to the social media accounts showcasing his live streams, reflecting years of unwavering self-discipline. Without a certain level of self-discipline, one simply could not fulfill this role. Su Wan continued to elaborate on the requirements post-employment. The studio mandates that every employee familiarize themselves with the game content within 7 days and grow to a level where they can generate tangible value. This means that after 7 days, you must commence our asset accumulation plan for the studio. You must ensure that you complete the day's tasks daily. Rest assured, the tasks assigned will only require 6 to 8 hours to complete and will not consume too much of your time. In the game, do not engage in conflict with anyone. After completing tasks, you must log off in a safe zone. Every restriction articulated by Su Wan was firmly etched in Su Wangchuan's mind. After finalizing the employment contract, an official notification arrived. Due to his new employment, he would no longer be eligible to apply for monthly unemployment benefits. Starting this month, and his public housing subsidy would also be temporarily halted. Welcome aboard. Come, I will take you to collect your gaming equipment. Su Wan rose and led Su Wangchuan to a window resembling a blood collection station. Our game employs DNA retinal dynamic binding. The first registration requires binding your DNA and recording your iris data. Subsequently, each login will necessitate an iris scan. You may extend your hand inside. Following the instructions, Su Wangchuan inserted his arm into the window. He felt a slight prick between his fingers, followed by a beam of red light scanning his face and focusing on his eyes. All done. Please hold on. Su Wan soon handed him a box. Inside was a silver alloy gaming helmet, rather retro in style yet lightweight, exuding a strong sense of technology and a comfortable fit. Congratulations on your successful onboarding. This is your gaming device. Once you don it, you will intuitively know how to operate it. However, before you officially log in, I will find you a mentor to prevent any missteps that could jeopardize the account. Su Wan led him back into the elevator, ascending to the 74th floor. The 74th floor resembled a vast gymnasium, equipped with various workout machines, an indoor swimming pool, a small skiing area, a shooting range, and a boxing ring, all extravagantly luxurious. Su Wangchuan was left speechless. Such wealth. He then noticed that on the walls of this space were the logos of the Warring States Game Studio. This indicated that this was not a public gym, but rather the studio's internal training facility. Sister Su, Is this also an asset of our studio? Su Wangchuan whispered cautiously. Yes, Su Wan replied without turning her head. You may come here to exercise at any time, but photography and external access are prohibited. Only internal members are allowed entry. Su Wangchuan gasped, suddenly feeling an urge to settle down here. By the way, Su Wan suddenly added, our company has its own employee apartments in this building. Once your game character stabilizes, you can move out of public housing and apply for the company's employee apartments, which offer far superior conditions. We also have our own cafeteria, free of charge. That Su Wangchuan was rendered speechless by the astonishing news. A thought suddenly sprang to mind. How many floors does my studio occupy in this building? Sister Su, given our company's generous benefits, are we still hiring? I could recommend my classmates to join. Su Wangchuan's mind began to race. No need. Su Wan declined outright. Do not forget, the company has confidentiality protocols. Furthermore, we have our own selection criteria. You need only focus on your own responsibilities. That Su Wan's tone was cold, reminiscent of an HR representative. Suddenly, she seemed less endearing. However, faced with such circumstances, one must acquiesce. Su Wangchuan thought of the 10th annual monthly salary, bonuses, employee apartments, and cafeteria, and his earlier discontent dissipated instantly. Under Su Wan's guidance, they approached a muscular middle-aged man with a bare torso. The man, in his 40s, had a piercing gaze, his hands wrapped in bandages, delivering powerful punches with a solid, resonant sound. Coach Yu, Su Wan addressed him politely. Here is a new employee, please take care of him. The coach paused his training and turned around. Su Wan said to Su Wangchuan, Coach Yu is your superior. He will guide you on game precautions and assign you tasks. You will follow his lead from now on. Hello, Coach Yu. I am Su Wangchuan. Su Wangchuan introduced himself, extending his hand. Coach Yu, with a sharp gaze and a hint of scrutiny, glanced at his hands and, after a slight frown, spoke slowly. Your arms are strong, and your physique is commendable. Have you trained before? Chapter 3. Logging into Lingyu before Yu Jiao. Su Wangchuan felt an immense pressure, akin to standing before a formidable beast exuding a powerful aura with profound eyes. He unconsciously nodded and replied, I have worked as a fitness streamer for 2 years. It was no surprise that Yu Jiao nodded and remarked to Su Wan, your quality is somewhat improved compared to before. I will accept you. All right, I will leave him in your capable hands. Wangchuan, best of luck. Su Wan reverted to her previous charming demeanor akin to a lovely neighbor and turned to depart. Thank you, Supervisor Su. Su Wangchuan watched as Su Wan left. Yu Jiao's voice resonated. Your physical fitness is commendable. You are more than capable of handling this job. Follow me. Carrying the gaming helmet box, Su Wangchuan trailed behind Yu Jiao into the elevator, ascending to the 70th floor. Sensing his bewilderment, Yu Jiao proactively elaborated, this entire building belongs to our studio. Su Wangchuan was taken aback. Such a vast enterprise? What kind of offspring emerges from such a family? Unaware of the peculiar thoughts swirling in Su Wangchuan's mind, Yu Jiao continued his exposition. As long as you perform well and complete your tasks on time each month, your monthly salary and bonuses will amount to no less than 20,000. Our gaming studio comprises 5 departments, where the proficient can earn 70 to 80,000 in a single day, provided they adhere to instructions. Many have ventured to seize more resources in the game, only to be expelled by the company. In a gaming studio, it is not about individual heroism. Rather, it must function as a precise war machine. Each person must shine in their respective roles. When the time is ripe, promotions to other departments will naturally lead to substantial salary increases. Su Wangchuan could not fully grasp Yu Jiao's words at that moment, simplistically categorizing them as mere embellishments. After all, his own monthly salary of 10,000 had yet to be acquired. Discussing daily earnings of 100,000 felt somewhat implausible. Yu Jiao led him into the 70th floor, which was entirely different in structure. It resembled a series of apartments. Yu Jiao casually opened one of the doors and walked inside. The interior featured a grand hall structure, a duplex with a bed, a bathroom, and surveillance cameras. When entering the game, it is crucial to be in a relatively quiet and safe environment. Otherwise, being interrupted mid-game could jeopardize the game character. Su Wan must have already informed you of the many restrictions within the game. Each character has but one life. Should they perish, the account becomes void, and the gaming helmet will self-destruct. Therefore, every gamer must be thoroughly prepared. At this juncture, Yu Jiao pointed to the sofa, stating, put on the helmet, create your character, and upon logging into the game, you will randomly spawn in any village. All you need to do is send me the village name and number, and I will check who from the studio is with you. Understood. Su Wangchuan promptly settled down and donned the gaming helmet. A red light scanned his eyes. A voice resonated in his ears. New user detected. Would you like to create a character immediately? Yes. Before him appeared a lifelike image of himself, as if 3D printed, albeit dressed in tattered, coarse gray fabric and wearing straw sandals. Please name your new character. Wangchuan. Character creation successful. Would you like to enter the game? Yes. Given that this was a new user's first entry into Lingyu, they would be randomly assigned to a novice village. Following the system prompt, Su Wangchuan felt his vision blacken. Then, the sounds of clucking chickens and rhythmic hammering filled his ears. Opening his eyes, he found himself in a village. Surveying his surroundings, he saw dirt and stone walls encircling the area, with several wooden houses positioned harmoniously. Not far off stood a sturdy village gate, flanked by 2 guards wielding long spears. The atmosphere was reminiscent of an ancient settlement. Yet, it felt somewhat strange. What village requires a 2-meter-high earthen wall? What village necessitates designated guards? What dangers lurked outside? Never mind. After all, it was just a game, and it would not be surprising for a village to be adorned with a fearsome dragon. Recalling Yu Jiaodo's instructions, Su Wangchuan summoned his attribute panel. A transparent frame appeared before him. Wangchuan, male, vagrant, hunger level 100, strength, 8, attack, 23, agility, 8, defense, 16, speed, 8, stamina, 8, health, 80, spirit, 8, inactive. Current location, Tiannan Continent, Ningyu Country, Sanhe County, Huishui County, Heisher Village. Heisher Village. Su Wangchuan quickly memorized his current birthplace and chose to exit the game to inform Yu Jiaodo. The latter nodded and said, "Not bad. Recently, new players have mostly been assigned to Huishui County, and we have people in Heisher Village. I will notify them now. You should follow them to familiarize yourself with Heisher Village and the game rules." Alright. Following Yu Jiaodo's guidance, Su Wangchuan re-entered the game. After a brief wait, a man clad in simple clothing emerged from the village, appearing around 25 or 26 years old, and greeted him from a distance. "You must be the new employee from the company?" "Hello, I am Lin Dahai." "Hello, Brother Lin, I am Wangchuan." Su Wangchuan greeted politely. "Haha, no need for such formality among us young folks. Come, Wangchuan. I will take you to find the village chief and help you change your vagrant status to registered resident of Heisher Village. This will make your future comings and goings much more convenient." Okay. As a newcomer to the game, Su Wangchuan naturally followed the guidance of the seasoned employee. New players have a 1-week adaptation period upon entering. Lin Dahai appeared quite amiable as he opened the conversation, stating, "Heisher Village is not large. As long as you remember the rules of the game and refrain from wandering outside the village, you can swiftly join us in mining. Our Heisher Village is close to an iron mine, and we rise with the rooster each day, teaming up to venture into the mountains for mining. At noon, a convoy from the county arrives to collect the ore, purchasing it by weight. Typically, we finish our work by this time, returning to the village to rest and engage in other activities offline. Every 7 days, representatives from the workshop come to collect payments, calculating bonuses based on earnings. That is the basic situation. Do you understand?" Su Wangchuan nodded. "I understand. My daily task will be mining in Heisher Village from now on." "Exactly. The more you work, the more you earn." As they spoke, they arrived at the village chief's courtyard. Lin Dahai advised, "You should enter alone and simply state that you wish to settle in Heisher Village. He will provide you with a household registration certificate. There is no need to elaborate." Chapter 4. Registering in Heisher Village. In Heisher Village, at the village chief's residence, Su Wangchuan stepped into the courtyard and saw an elderly man, whose hair was partly gray, holding a pipe in his mouth as he watered and fertilized the vegetables in his yard. Perhaps hearing the commotion, the old village chief turned around, scrutinizing Su Wangchuan with a puzzled expression. "The village guards mentioned that an unidentified drifter wishes to seek refuge in our village. It must be you. You seem like a familiar face. I hope you can live well here. Working outside in the iron mine can be a bit arduous, but as long as you can endure the solitude, you will find sustenance. Here, take this." The village chief handed him a wooden plaque, saying, "This is your household registration certificate as a resident of Heisher Village. Keep it safe." Ding. System notification. "Congratulations, you have joined Heisher Village and become a villager. The Heisher Village reputation system has been activated. Current reputation, 0, stage. An anonymous dog would bark at you." Su Wangchuan accepted the wooden plaque, feeling its tangible texture. It bore the inscription Heisher Village, Wangchuan. The lines and characters on the plaque were strikingly clear, evoking the sensation of feeling tiles in a game of mahjong. Wow. This game is astonishingly realistic. No wonder some wealthy heirs are willing to invest such substantial capital. If this game doesn't become popular, it would be against the natural order. Yet, it was strange that there was not a whisper of it on Douyin, and no game streamers had even mentioned Lingyu. Su Wangchuan was deeply astonished, only to realize that there was no inventory for items. His household registration certificate could only be tucked into his clothing. He patted his chest, feeling a sense of insecurity. The village chief had already shifted his gaze, issuing a dismissal. "Young man, remember, you can only leave the village during the day, and you must return before sunset. The village guards will not let you back in if you are late. Off you go." Su Wangchuan nodded to indicate he understood and exited the village chief's home. Lin Dehai mysteriously appeared, smiling, excellent. With a legitimate identity, you are now merely a step away from mining, needing just some equipment. I offer you two choices, a fast route to mining or a slower one that may take a few days before you can mine. Su Wangchuan eagerly sought advice. Lin Dehai explained, typically, new arrivals are destitute. To mine, you need a pickaxe and a backpack, and you must also prepare a day's worth of provisions. Su Wangchuan listened attentively. You will need to work in the village to earn money, perhaps assisting Aunt Wang in feeding chickens and catching weasels, or apprenticing with the blacksmith. Working for free to earn the right to mine. As Lin Dehai spoke, a subtle smile graced his lips. For those of us affiliated with the company, it is much easier. You can borrow 150 copper coins from us to purchase a small iron pickaxe and a backpack, with diligent mining for a day. You can repay the loan. However, we cannot lend you money for free. You must work for us for an additional day, returning the earnings you make the following day. Su Wangchuan grasped the situation. Essentially, the other party could achieve short-term profits through this loan arrangement. Mining iron ore for a day could yield 150 copper coins, making the next day a pure profit. However, considering that the other party had been assigned to guide him, it was only fair that they earned that money. Compared to spending days helping villagers earn money, this was a win-win choice. I will follow Brother Lin's advice and borrow money from him, Su Wangchuan decisively concluded. Wise choice. Lin Dehai beamed. There was once a lad who couldn't think straight and insisted on taking up village tasks to support himself. You can guess what became of him, right? He was bitten by a weasel while trying to catch it, sustaining minor injuries, and ended up bedridden for half a month. In the end, he borrowed money for medicine, food, and mining tools, squandering 3 months' worth of wages and bonuses. Su Wangchuan was left astonished. What kind of nonsense is it to be laid up for half a month due to a weasel bite? Noticing Su Wangchuan's incredulity, Lin Dehai smiled mysteriously. Take a look at your attribute panel, specifically the hunger level. Su Wangchuan complied and glanced at it. The hunger level, originally at 100-100, had now plummeted to 89-100. Lin Dehai continued, in Lingyu, everything mirrors the real world. From the moment you log in, your character begins to exist, and every hour, your hunger level decreases by 10 points. When your hunger level reaches 0, you will start to lose health, dropping 1 point every half hour. If you do not eat or drink, you will indeed perish. Su Wangchuan was once again left in awe of the game's realism. Not eating would lead to death. He had leaped from the life of a laborer in the real world into a game where he continued to toil. Now his identity was that of a miner, bearing the burden of hardship. Fortunately, the wages in the real world were sufficiently high. Lin Dehai observed Su Wangchuan's expression, chuckling. Once you become accustomed to the operational rules of this game world, you will realize how correct today's decision was. Here, take this. Lin Dehai retrieved his money pouch and counted out 15 large coins and 5 smaller ones. Su Wangchuan examined them closely. The small coins were light, while the large ones had a palpable weight and substance, each adorned with a cross pattern on both sides. The smaller coins were copper plates, while the larger coins were equivalent to 10 of the smaller ones. Take this to find Sun Tiexiang and request a pickaxe for 130 copper plates. Make sure it's brand new, don't let him deceive you. Then, seek out Wang Daniu to purchase a sturdy backpack for 20 copper plates. Finally, visit Wang Dalong. His sesame cakes are delightful, and you can buy 2 for 5 copper plates. Lin Dehai indicated the direction. Holding the coins, Su Wangchuan decided to visit Wang Daniu first. Although Lin Dehai's information was accurate, Su Wangchuan preferred to secure the backpack first to avoid strain while carrying the pickaxe. The realism of this world was striking. The weight of each added copper coin was distinctly felt. Holding a pickaxe consumed physical strength. Observing Su Wangchuan's route from behind, Lin Dehai smiled. Recognizing that he was not merely a bookish scholar, his suggestion to approach Sun Tiexiang first was a test of the newcomer's independent thinking. As many came to serve without the capacity for original thought, often leading them astray. Clearly, Su Wangchuan was different. Wang Daniu stood outside her chicken coop, feeding the hens with fresh grass. The flock pecked eagerly, each movement and gaze exuding vitality, making one question if this was indeed the real world. Noticing Su Wangchuan's approach, Wang Daniu greeted him. You look unfamiliar. Where are you from? Greetings, Daniu. I am Wangchuan, a newcomer to the village. Here is my residence permit, he replied, presenting the wooden token given by the village head. Another newcomer. Wangchuan, what a lovely name. She beamed sincerely. You're here to mine, right? If you need a backpack, come to me. I weave sturdy ones for 20 copper plates, but seeing your charm, I can let it go for 18. Oh, Su Wangchuan was momentarily taken aback. Is bargaining possible? This game is quite intriguing. Since Wang Daniu had offered a discounted price, Su Wangchuan readily produced the coins and handed over 2 copper plates, expressing his support. Wang Daniu accepted with a cheerful smile and retrieved a large, unwieldy backpack from her home, handing it to him and counting out 2 copper plates. Remembering Lin Dehai's advice, Su Wangchuan inspected the bamboo-woven backpack, noting its robust construction. Backpack. Durability, 100-100. Suitable for carrying heavy items. Wang Daniu then pulled out a small, patterned cloth pouch from her pocket, saying, Wangchuan, this is a gift for you to keep your coins safe. Don't lose it. Thank you, Daniu, he replied gratefully, as he truly needed it. No need for thanks. It's just a scrap I stitched together, hardly worth anything, she said with a kind smile before returning to feeding the chickens. Su Wangchuan placed all his coins in the pouch, securing it against his chest, feeling a sense of relief. After bidding farewell to Wang Daniu, he followed the sounds to find Sun Tiexiang's workshop. Sun Tiexiang was at the entrance, hammering away at a pickaxe with sparks flying, entirely engrossed in his work. The workshop displayed numerous finished pickaxes and other items, such as spears and swords, neatly arranged on the walls. Uncle, I'm Wangchuan, a newcomer to the village, and I wish to purchase a pickaxe, he stated, recalling his previous experience as he presented his wooden token. 130 copper plates, Sun Tiexiang replied, without hesitation. Su Wangchuan felt a twinge of disappointment. There was no discount this time. He had hoped for a slight reduction to save some coins. Could you lower the price a bit? He inquired, clutching the cloth pouch. Sun Tiexiang initially intended to refuse, but after seeing the pouch, he reconsidered, rubbing his nose and stating, I can give you a maximum discount of 5 copper plates. That's as low as I can go. Thank you, uncle. I'll take it. Su Wangchuan's eyes brightened as he quickly counted out the copper plates. His pouch immediately felt much lighter, containing only 1 copper coin and 2 copper plates. He selected a brand new, hefty pickaxe from the workshop. Pickaxe, durability 100-100, attack 11, suitable for mining. This was his first piece of equipment with attributes acquired in the game, lifting his spirits. Placing the pickaxe in the backpack, the tangible pull against his back enhanced his feeling that this game was extraordinary. With the pickaxe in hand, he did not rush to leave but instead surveyed the workshop, examining other equipment crafted by Sun Tiexiang. Coarsely made spear, durability 100-100, attack 23, subpar equipment. Coarsely made sword, durability 100-100, attack 23, subpar equipment. Coarsely made wooden shield, durability 100-100, defense 12, subpar equipment. At the back, he noticed some dull blades and swords. Su Wangchuan curiously asked, Uncle, how much are these weapons? The swords cost 1,500 copper plates each, the spears are 1,400 copper plates. And the shields are cheaper at 500 copper plates, Sun Tiexiang replied. When venturing outside, having a weapon for self-defense is essential, as the mines can be perilous. Su Wangchuan was momentarily taken aback. The mines are unsafe? Are there monsters? Although not overly concerned, he figured that since the company had been mining there for some time, they should have ample experience to ensure safety. Besides, he had Lin Dehai and several companions with him. All right, once I earn some money, I will take care of the uncle's business. Su Wangchuan tightened his backpack and was about to leave. Sun Taixian revealed a meaningful expression and called out to him from behind. Wait a moment. Su Wangchuan halted, bewildered. What is it? Would you like to earn some extra money? Su Wangchuan was taken aback. Sun Taixian set down his hammer and scrutinized him from head to toe. I see you have strong arms and steady feet. How about coming over to be my apprentice and practice blacksmithing? Blacksmithing? Su Wangchuan hesitated. You mine during the day and after you deliver the goods. If you don't mind the trouble, bring back some iron ore and I can teach you the craft. For the iron tools you produce, I will pay you a wage. Sun Taixian seemed well aware of the mining situation outside and explained, it might be a bit harder than what others do, but if you can persevere, saving up for a house and a wife is not an unworthy path. Consider it. He was not in a hurry for Su Wangchuan to make an immediate decision. Su Wangchuan nodded, indicating he would think about it, and then turned to leave. Sun Tiexian's invitation left him somewhat hesitant. He was uncertain whether this matter would trigger a main quest, affect his company's tasks, or conflict with his schedule. Everything would be addressed once he was on track. After all, a monthly salary of over 10,000 was the primary goal. Exiting the blacksmith shop, he arrived at the village entrance and caught a whiff of scallion pancakes. The pancake shop. The flag at the village entrance fluttered in the wind. Wang Dalong, a short man in his 30s, was in front, wearing a soiled apron, with 2 large baskets of aromatic pancakes before him. 2 villagers were counting copper coins, 5 copper coins for 2 pancakes. I'll take 2. I'll take 4. So I don't go hungry later. One villager's words made Su Wangchuan glance over again. Coming up at midnight. Could this person be a player? Their gazes met, both sensitive to the exchange, and they looked over. A newcomer? Another one. Su Wangchuan's new backpack and iron pickaxe were unmistakably fresh, easily discerned by the observant. Hey, off you go. The 2 bought pancakes and left, appearing unfriendly. Su Wangchuan thought little of it. Wang Dalong greeted him with a smile. New here, I saw you before. I didn't expect you to get a backpack so quickly. Come, the pancakes are freshly baked and warm. They will give you strength. Would you like one? They are 12 copper coins. Su Wangchuan emptied his coins. Wang Dalong was quite accommodating. All right, I'll give you 5. He swiftly wrapped 5 pancakes in lotus leaves for him. Pancakes, edible, can fill your stomach. Quite tasty. Thank you. I'll return if they are delicious. Wang Dalong was pleased to complete a good sale. All right. Su Wangchuan, in high spirits, bid farewell to Wang Dalong when Lin Dehai suddenly appeared, looking astonished at the thick stack of pancakes in his hands. I remember only giving you 155 copper coins. Did you find some money? Lin Dehai was quite surprised. Haha. Brother Lin, enjoy. As Su Wangchuan shared 2 pancakes with Lin Dehai, he recounted the entire bargaining process, including Sun Taixian's proposal for him to become an apprentice. Lin Dehai, holding a pancake, was bewildered. I've indeed heard of some people having good fortune and triggering storylines, but among our 5 in the company, we haven't encountered any. Wangchuan, your luck is truly remarkable. Glancing at the pancakes in his hand, he found Wangchuan increasingly likable and added, Sun Taixian's apprentice task is a profitable opportunity, and since it's in the village, it's not considered dangerous. The higher-ups won't have any objections. Chapter 6. Leaving the village, entering the mine, Lin Dehai tucked the pancakes away and glanced at the sky, saying to Wangchuan, I see you learn quickly and are cautious. Let us speed up today and take you out of the village for a tour around the iron mine to familiarize yourself. Sounds good. Su Wangchuan's eyes brightened. Those 2 pancakes were indeed a good investment. According to Lin Dehai's previous plan, it would be difficult to mine today, and the remaining time should be spent familiarizing himself with the village, gathering the team to commence their daily tasks at dawn. But who wouldn't want to engage in lucrative tasks more swiftly? Who wouldn't want to earn more money? Lin Dehai led Su Wangchuan out of the village. At the village entrance stood 2 guards, tall and robust, their gazes sharp, clearly seasoned fighters. Lin Dehai lowered his voice to caution. These 2 are hunters trained in the village, possessing strength close to that of a martial artist. Close to a martial artist? This means they have trained in martial arts, and any one of them could easily handle 7 or 8 adults. Lin Dehai's words stirred Su Wangchuan's excitement. Having trained for years, his core strength was considerable, making him quite strong among young men. Wait, why was he having such peculiar thoughts? Su Wangchuan found it perplexing. This was merely a game world. Just moments ago, he had inexplicably merged his real self into this setting. Brother Lin, what exactly is this world like? Su Wangchuan inquired. I'm not quite sure. Lin Dehai frowned and sighed. Though I've been in the game for over a month, I've never left Haishi village. The company requires mining, and I spend most of my time in the mining area. When I return, the village is cut off from news, and I dare not go out at night. Don't overthink it. We are here to earn money, not to play games. I understand. It just feels like this game is too realistic. It will surely become a phenomenal hit. Exactly. The 2 continued their conversation as they left the village. Soon discovered that Lin Dehai was not carrying a beiluo, and upon inquiry, he learned that Lin had temporarily returned, leaving with his companions in the mountains. The iron mine was not far from Haishi village, merely 7 or 8 li away. A swift walker could return in just over 10 minutes. However, transporting goods would take more than an hour. Lin Dehai informed Su Wangchuan that it was noon, precisely 12 o'clock, and in 2 hours, the mineral collection convoy from the county would arrive at the mining area. If they hurried, they still had a chance to unearth some iron ore and earn a few coins. Su Wangchuan felt a surge of excitement. He was eager to engage in this lucrative job. As the 2 men left the village along the village path, they were flanked by endless rice fields. The fragrant aroma of the rice paddies once again evoked in Su Wangchuan a sense of surrealism, as if he were traversing the realm of reality. After walking several li, their steps grew heavy. Su Wangchuan adjusted his breathing and employed a unique respiratory technique he had devised during his fitness runs, which indeed alleviated his fatigue. The astonishment in Su Wangchuan's heart deepened. Lin Dehai chuckled beside him, advising, be particularly cautious when you pass through here, as sometimes there are yellow weasels, wild rabbits, and pheasants lurking within. If you encounter a yellow weasel, ignore it. However, if you see a wild rabbit or pheasant and possess the ability, capture them to sell for money. Wang Dalong over there buys them at 50 copper coins, and the village hunters might find them useful for drinking. Su Wangchuan nodded with a smile. Surely there are no other wild beasts in the rice fields? Not that I have encountered, Lin Dehai replied, shaking his head and adding. Typically, company personnel travel in pairs, so they aren't overly concerned about danger, yet one must remain vigilant. The beasts in this world can be ferocious, and improper handling could lead to fatal consequences. A shiver ran through Su Wangchuan. He glanced at the rice fields on either side of the road, now imbued with a heightened sense of caution. Beyond the rice paddies lay a modest orchard, and behind it stood a small hill. According to Lin Dehai, once they crested this hill, they would find the iron mine. Lin Dehai specifically cautioned Wangchuan. The iron mine is situated within the mountains, away from the village and paths, and all manner of beasts could be encountered, so it is best not to venture alone. Shortly, I will introduce you to the company personnel. We will work together in mining, sharing meals and lodging, and facing dangers collectively. Understood. Su Wangchuan quickly followed Lin Dehai over the small hill and into a dense forest. Within the forest, a designated path had been cleared, the ground paved with crushed stones, leading to a much dimmer mine entrance. The mine was over 2 meters high, and the sounds of pickaxes striking stone resonated, mingled with the voices of men, creating a lively atmosphere. Today's progress is a bit slow. It's quite laborious. In an hour, the mineral convoy should arrive. It's tough without Old Lin around. We lack his strength. Old Lin has it easy. He earns money effortlessly. Hearing this, Lin Dehai's face flushed with embarrassment as he shouted back into the mine. What are you talking about? Who said I earn money effortlessly? You, hypey. If you think it's so easy, how about you take the newcomers next time? Old Lin, what brings you back? This newcomer is sharp and sensible. Oh, and he is quite the handsome lad. Welcome, welcome. Inside the mine, where the light was already dim, several miners, grimy from hours of work, were barely distinguishable. Su Wangchuan, having entered with an innate radiance due to his cleanliness, caught attention. Lin Dehai succinctly introduced Wangchuan. This foul-mouthed fellow is called Hype, and his partner is Lao Li, the first elder of Haishi village. Over there, the tall one is Zhang Kai, and the hefty one is Wei Zhe. Let me introduce the new arrival, Wangchuan, who will temporarily work with me. Su Wangchuan promptly greeted each one. As a newcomer, he understood the importance of humility. Haha, welcome, Wangchuan. What a splendid name. It showcases a cultured essence. The mine erupted in a flurry of chatter, although some miners merely glanced at him before returning to their work. Su Wangchuan felt the atmosphere shift. Wangchuan, we'll be stationed here. Today, I'll let you try your hand and get accustomed to it. Indeed, on your first day, it's crucial to adapt. This wretched game world is just as real as the actual world, and mining can lead you to question your very existence. The foul-mouthed Hype was not particularly endearing. Following Lin Dehai, Su Wangchuan approached the side of the tunnel. Lin Dehai had already dragged over hefted his pickaxe, and raised it high before striking the mine wall with force. The sound echoed, and sparks flew from the wall. After several strikes, he had created numerous holes. Wangchuan, observe closely. The darker pieces are iron ore, while the lighter ones are the regular soil layer. Our task is to extract these iron ore pieces one by one and place them into the. Typically, we must first clear the surrounding softer soil to focus our efforts on breaking the iron ore. After observing for a moment, Wangchuan quickly grasped the technique. Yet, upon trying it himself, he realized the immense difficulty involved. Chapter 7. Unusually realistic. The pickaxe struck heavily into the rocky soil, sending vibrations through his hands. Su Wangchuan felt a chill. This was no game. This was genuine mining. The layered texture of the rocky soil and the impact of sparks striking his face allowed him to vividly experience the hardness of the rock. Su Wangchuan was bewildered. A game so achingly real? What sort of company could create such a tangible world? Was it truly advanced national technology aimed at providing employment for the unemployed? Wangchuan fell into a deep silence. Lin Dehai, Hype, and 3 other seasoned miners continued to excavate iron ore at their original pace while observing their surroundings. They empathized with Wangchuan's feelings and the profound impact of his first mining task. When he struck the ground with his pickaxe for the first time, he was as bewildered as they had been during their initial experience. They patiently awaited Wangchuan's adaptation to this new endeavor. Wangchuan did not disappoint. He swiftly raised his pickaxe for a second swing. Bang! This time, the pickaxe struck a particularly dark vein of iron ore, producing a sharper sound. And sparks illuminated the cavern, reflecting in Wangchuan's eyes. Lin Dehai noted the brilliance in Wangchuan's gaze. The rebound was more intense, and the grip on the pickaxe stung his hands. Be cautious, don't injure yourself. Clear the surrounding rock and soil layers first. It will be easier to break through the iron ore layer later, Lin Dehai advised, imparting mining techniques to Wangchuan. Wangchuan nodded, grasping that this game mirrored a world of complete realism. Mastering and utilizing techniques would enable him to conserve energy and enhance mining efficiency. Conversely, neglecting these strategies would lead to inefficiency. This game required intellect. With this realization, Wangchuan adjusted his breathing. As a fitness enthusiast for many years, he not only possessed a strong core, but also had insights into the application of strength. Viewing the extraction of ore as a form of weightlifting was entirely feasible. It was a repetitive, strenuous mechanical exercise. Wangchuan steadied his stance, focused his gaze, assessed the height of the rock and soil layers, calculated the trajectory of his swing, twisted his waist, and exerted force. Bang! His movements differed slightly from those of the seasoned miners, but in the dimly lit cavern, such nuances went unnoticed. With each swing of the pickaxe, he subtly adjusted his footing and the trajectory of his strikes. To an observant eye, it would appear that he was merely swinging in place to clear the soil, while in reality, he was making slight adjustments with each motion, executing them smoothly and powerfully. The pickaxe penetrated the rock layers deeply. Before long, he cleared a section of rock, revealing the iron ore beneath. Wangchuan struck down hard. The first piece of iron ore developed a crack. Clang, clang. The first piece splintered, teetering precariously. Yes, just like that. Wangchuan, you're quite adept. Indeed. Extracting the first piece of iron ore so swiftly suggests your strength attribute must be quite impressive, perhaps reaching a full value of 5 points? 5 points. Wangchuan was taken aback. He recalled that when he summoned his attribute panel, all 4 attributes were at 8 points. What did a full value of 5 points signify? Previously engaged in fitness, he estimated his strength could reach 6 or 7 points. Linda Hai remarked. That is excellent. With just 1 additional point of strength, mining will be significantly easier. Over the course of a day, your yield can exceed that of an average adult by more than 10%. Wow, I'm envious. The seasoned miners exclaimed, expressing their admiration for Wangchuan. He realized that in this game, not everyone started with the same attributes. They were projected based on real-world physical capabilities. No wonder he found controlling this body so effortless. Secretly, he was astonished by the implications of Lingyu. Reflecting on his years of disciplined fitness, which afforded him an advantage of 3 points in strength, agility, stamina, and spirit, he chose to conceal this information. A slight edge might elicit admiration from peers, yet excessive advantages could breed jealousy and distance. As a newcomer, he aimed to integrate with the seasoned players and quickly acclimate to the game in order to survive, with the paramount goal of retaining this job. Linda Gu, how much do you think this piece of iron ore could sell for? Iron ore is sold by weight, about 5 pounds for a copper coin. This piece weighs over 5 pounds, so you might earn a copper coin from it. Linda Hai replied, a hint of envy in his tone. Wangchuan, however, was taken aback, wide-eyed. What? Only 1 copper coin? Is it really that cheap? He found it hard to believe. Hype chimed in. Those ordinary stones are truly worthless. Even 1,000 pounds wouldn't fetch a decent price. Besides, the real profits from iron ore will not land in our hands. The convoy, craftspeople, weapon merchants, and officials take the lion's share. Wangchuan fell silent, at a loss for words. Oldly chuckled. If you mine a few more pieces of iron ore, you could trade them for a flatbread. Clear out a section of iron ore, and you can at least exchange it for 2 flatbreads. Think of it that way, and you'll find the motivation. Surprisingly, this perspective lifted his spirits. Wangchuan immediately intensified his efforts, striking down iron ore with vigor and placing each piece into his backpack. He gathered approximately 30 pounds, which could be exchanged for 6 copper coins. Checking the time, he noted that around 10 minutes had passed. At this pace, he could extract iron ore worth 20 to 30 copper coins in an hour. Over a morning and afternoon of 6 to 8 hours, he could potentially mine over 150 copper coins. However, this labor was undeniably exhausting. After just 10 minutes, Wangchuan felt as though he had engaged in half an hour of intense exercise. Fortunately, his daily routine of exercising for over 3 hours had equipped him with sufficient endurance and resilience. Onward, let us get to work. After laboring for more than half an hour, he felt the fatigue set in, his hands slightly blistered from the strain. Hype and Lao Li, along with a few others, took a break midway. Someone retrieved a xiao bing to eat. Wangchuan summoned his attribute panel and glanced at it. His hunger level had already reached 70,100. Indeed, engaging in strenuous labor accelerated hunger. Linda Hai remarked to Wangchuan, consuming 1 xiao bing can alleviate 60 points of hunger. It is best to eat again only when your hunger level drops below 40. Wangchuan promptly abandoned the idea of eating and continued to toil diligently. An hour passed, and his hunger level swiftly fell below 40. His stomach emitted a rumbling sound. At his feet, it was half filled with iron ore, estimated to weigh at least 200 jin. The mining progress was quite satisfactory. At that moment, the sound of bells echoed from outside. The group perked up their ears. A voice resonated from within the mine. The convoy has arrived. Prepare to head out. Chapter 8. The mining convoy. Has the convoy arrived already? Wangchuan glanced at the beneath him, still not full, feeling a tinge of regret. Linda Hai had already begun to issue orders. According to the rules, those of us near the cave entrance will transport the iron ore first. Everyone, halt your work and move outside. I will team up with Wangchuan as the first group. Hype and Lao Li will form the second group, while Zhang Kai and Wei Jia, you will temporarily stay behind to guard the iron ore. Understood. Linda Hai's also contained nearly 200 jin of iron ore. Hype and Lao Li approached with 2 thick ropes, quickly securing the to Wangchuan and Linda Hai. You haven't mined much iron ore. 1 trip will suffice. After unloading, return to assist us. Come on. Linda Hai, with the help of the 2, hoisted the 200 jin and stepped outside. It was Wangchuan's turn. He then realized the significance of the. Wangchuan hastily assumed a horse stance, and with the aid of Hype and Lao Li, lifted the iron ore he had mined. Feeling as though he could scarcely breathe under the weight. The convoy was not far from the cave entrance. Just bear with it, pay attention to your footing, and go slow. There's no rush, don't fall. Lin Dehai cautioned from the front. Wangchuan gritted his teeth and followed closely behind, taking one step at a time. 200 jin was quite heavy. It truly tested one's core strength. Fortunately, Wangchuan's stamina and strength were sufficient, allowing him to adapt swiftly and keep pace with Lin Dehai. Then he heard Hype and Lao Li's voices from behind. Wangchuan, you have a solid foundation. You adapt remarkably quickly. I wonder if I can still make it back in time for my workout. Hype was indeed quite the chatterbox, even in such moments. Wangchuan dared not slacken his pace, following Lin Dehai for approximately 30 meters, emerging from the gravel path to find sturdy wooden mule carts parked by the roadside. Nearby stood a merchant and 7 or 8 robust young men, each equipped with iron weapons at their waists. Dehai, you're here? Oh, a new face. The merchant, tall and slender with narrow eyes and a mustache, clearly exuded shrewdness. Upon noticing Wangchuan trailing behind Lin Dehai, he couldn't help but inquire. Lin Dehai placed the onto the cart and assisted Wangchuan in unloading, stating, "Please present your residency proof." "Oh, certainly." Wangchuan quickly produced the wooden plaque. The merchant glanced at it and returned it, saying, "Since you are from the village, we will offer you the village rate. 5 jin for 1 copper coin. Your two total 200 jin, so each of you will receive 40 copper coins." The merchant counted out 8 large copper coins and handed them to Lin Dehai and Wangchuan. Wangchuan promptly secured the coins and returned with Lin Dehai to assist in the mine. Lin Dehai still had one of iron ore. Hype and the other 4 had mined iron ore throughout the day, earning approximately 180 copper coins. The group, exhausted, rested by the roadside to eat xiaobing. Wangchuan's hunger level had decreased to 30 points, and the food was delectable. While eating, he observed other players transporting ore. There were still dozens of people within the mine, including solo players and groups that resembled gaming studios like Zhanghua. The ore transportation continued for over an hour before concluding. Everyone received their respective wages. "Let us go." Lin Dehai rose and declared, "Since there is still time, let us mine for another hour before heading back." Everyone had already eaten and rested for over an hour, recovering sufficiently, and they all stood up. Wangchuan naturally hoped to earn a bit more. Returning to their original positions, they cleared the surrounding rocks in the mine, transporting them outside to create space for further excavation. As they mined, Wangchuan learned from Lin Dehai and others that the iron ore could be sold to the village chief, but due to the long journey involving a mountainous path, they could not carry too much. They agreed to mine for only 1 hour. After everyone had finished resting, they gradually entered to continue mining. An hour passed. Around 4:30 in the afternoon, they synchronously began clearing rock debris, then carried a small half-load of iron ore outside. Less than 100 jin of iron ore felt significantly lighter than before, yet the journey was far more arduous. A total of over 40 people resembled a small migrating caravan, heading towards Haishi village against the setting sun. Along the way, Wangchuan felt hungry again and consumed another xiaobing. They trudged along, stopping intermittently for over an hour as twilight descended. At last, before the sun completely set, everyone returned to Haishi village. The 2 guards at the entrance had been eagerly awaiting their return, swiftly shutting the village gates, as if terrifying entities would emerge after nightfall. Wangchuan also noticed that, apart from the 2 guards, the village's earthen walls were patrolled by vigilant and well-equipped hunters, creating an atmosphere of palpable seriousness. Lin Dehai took the initiative to explain, "As night falls, the village becomes exceedingly perilous. In addition to wild beasts, vagrants, and bandits, there seem to be some peculiar and bizarre entities roaming outside. When night descends, do not linger outside the village. Wangchuan, return to your dwelling to rest, and do not venture out unnecessarily." Hype nudged Wangchuan with a playful expression, saying, "Sometimes, the village itself may not be entirely safe." It was said by Old Li that a month ago, the population of Haishi village was actually greater than it is now. Wangchuan was perplexed by Hype's words. The villagers had gradually assembled at the entrance of the village chief's courtyard. The village chief was purchasing iron ore at the rate of 5 jin for a copper coin. Most villagers managed to obtain 20 copper coins. A day's typical earnings could reach 200 copper coins, and after deducting expenses for meals, which included 4 flatbreads, one could still retain 190 copper coins. Wangchuan silently calculated. Lin Dehai turned his head and lowered his voice. "The iron ore purchased by the village chief ultimately ends up in the blacksmith shop. Wangchuan, since Master Sun wishes to take you as an apprentice, why not take the iron ore over and see if you can negotiate a better price?" Wangchuan's eyes brightened, and he left the group to seek out the blacksmith shop. Master Sun was still forging at the entrance. Upon seeing Wangchuan approach with a heavy load on his back, he grinned. "Have you made up your mind?" "Master, I wish to learn blacksmithing from you." "Good, good." Master Sun appeared quite pleased. "Just in time. If you delay any longer, the iron ore from the village chief will arrive, and you can assist me in learning how to smelt iron ore. The iron ore sold to me by the village chief is priced at 4 jin for a copper coin. Since you are now my disciple, I shall also purchase it from you at that price, but this offer is limited to you alone. The village chief would not be pleased otherwise. Master Sun specifically cautioned. Wangchuan smiled. Thank you, master. Indeed, it is easier to negotiate with one's own kind. He managed to earn 25 copper coins from 100 jin of iron ore at Master Sun's establishment, which allowed him to buy 2 additional flatbreads. Wangchuan, be sure to buy more flatbreads from Wang Dalong's shop before it closes, for there will be much to do tonight, Master Sun instructed. Chapter 9. The blacksmith's task. Wangchuan set out as instructed and encountered Lin Dehai waiting at the entrance. Haik Pi and the others were nowhere to be seen. They had logged off to rest. Lin Dehai inquired with concern. How are you? Have you become an apprentice? Wangchuan's face displayed gratitude. Thanks to Brother Lin's guidance, I have successfully become an apprentice. My master has sent me to buy flatbreads, as I will likely continue working tonight. Lin Dehai had been a guiding presence for him in the game, making his journey significantly smoother. It's good that you have work to do. More tasks mean more income. It seems you will be the first among the 6 of us to earn over 20,000 this month. Lin Dehai gave him a thumbs up and said, work hard, but do not overexert yourself. Tomorrow at 6 in the morning, we will gather in front of Wang Dalong's shop. Before departing, he pointed to a wooden house nearby. When you log off, try to find a room. It is considerably safer. That is where we log off. Additionally, the characters in the game also require adequate rest. Otherwise, they will be fatigued the next day and may encounter issues. Understood. Thank you, Brother Lin. After finishing his instructions, Lin Dehai logged off the game. Wangchuan, with 65 copper coins in hand, arrived at the flatbread shop and purchased 10 flatbreads from Wang Dalong, leaving him with 40 copper coins. He returned to the blacksmith's shop, where the village chief was also present. A group of miners had just transferred all the iron ore they sold into the courtyard behind the blacksmith's shop. Master Sun pointed to Wangchuan and addressed the village chief. Wangchuan is now my apprentice. Wangchuan, come forward and greet the village chief. Wangchuan complied, stepping forward to salute. The village chief nodded with a smile. The young man is quite spirited. It is good to have you assisting your master, as you can help alleviate some of his workload. Yes, indeed. After the village chief concluded his remarks, he took his leave. Master Sun beckoned Wangchuan to follow him and led him to a nearly 2-meter-high clay furnace at the back of the courtyard, beside which stood a stone ladder. Below were a blower and a slag outlet. The backyard was piled high with several thousand jin of iron ore. There were also heavy stone vessels and hefty stone hammers nearby. On the other side lay a mountain of firewood and coal balls. 2 other young players were already busy in the backyard. They wielded heavy hammers, vigorously smashing the iron ore. Tonight, your task is to crush all the iron ore into fine fragments, with each of you responsible for 1,000 jin. Once finished, you may rest, Master Sun announced. Wangchuan received a system notification. Do you accept the task assigned by Master Sun? Smash 1,000 jin of iron ore for a reward of 50 copper coins. Wangchuan took a deep breath. Indeed, it was yet another labor-intensive task. Having come this far, he decided to proceed. Accept. Wangchuan retrieved a heavy hammer from the corner, weighing approximately 50 jin. It was made of high-density refined steel, capable of easily breaking apart the iron ore. The courtyard was filled with various stone vessels, with the bases even forged from iron. The other 2 individuals were evidently Master Sun's apprentices and had been working here for some time. One had short hair and a square face, looking quite spirited, while the other had dark skin and bright eyes. Wangchuan observed their movements. Both began by using the large hammer to break the ore apart with maximum force, then slightly reduced their strength, striking 7 or 8 times to shatter the smaller pieces into even finer fragments, shaking the handle to pour out the crushed ore. They would then reload the iron ore and repeat the process. The task of swinging a 50-pound hammer is far from trivial. However, with Wangchuan possessing 8 points of strength, his bench press capability reaches an impressive 200 kilograms, rendering the challenge quite manageable. Upon taking his place at the workstation, Wangchuan positioned the iron ore. With a deep breath, he swung the heavy hammer, unleashing a powerful strike. The sound of impact echoed as the 20-pound iron ore shattered, crumbling into numerous smaller pieces. His 2 senior brothers glanced over simultaneously, their eyes reflecting surprise. It was remarkable that he could achieve such a clean break on his first attempt. His strength and precision were commendable, indicating that the new junior brother had honed his core skills quite well. Impressive, quite powerful. Junior brother, you are Wangchuan? They inquired. Wangchuan paused to acknowledge them with a nod. Greetings, senior brothers. What are your names? The man with the square face introduced himself as CHNF, while the dark-skinned man flashed a broad smile, revealing a row of white teeth. Everyone calls me HITN, CH and Go. HI Go, Wangchuan responded. I just started playing this game today and have much to learn. I would appreciate your guidance. Your luck is remarkable, junior brother. We toiled for quite some time in HISHC Inn before we triggered the apprentice task for the blacksmith shop, they replied, sharing a knowing look and a wry smile. Looks like you've encountered a stroke of fortune. How long does this task typically take? Wangchuan shifted the topic. CHNF casually responded. For a task requiring 1,000 pounds, it may be quite challenging at first, potentially taking 3 to 4 hours. Yet, once you become familiar with it, you could finish in about 2 hours. I experienced that as well, HITN added. After completing the work a few days ago, my arms were sore and numb the following day, taking several days to recover. Wangchuan nodded. Reflecting inwardly, this was a common occurrence at the gym. It was a classic case of delayed onset muscle soreness, caused by excessive exercise leading to micro tears in muscle fibers and subsequent localized inflammation, resulting in discomfort. In severe cases, it could even lead to capillary rupture and impaired local circulation, often requiring rest for 3 to 5 days for gradual recovery. If one could protect themselves during exercise or apply ice promptly afterward, the symptoms could be significantly alleviated. For those who frequently engage in similar activities, the body could easily adapt. Wangchuan had already devised a plan in his mind. He engaged in several hours of exercise daily, allowing his arms to develop strong endurance. However, such intense physical exertion would still elicit discomfort the following day. It would be wise to extend the duration of work, alternating between periods of labor and rest to provide the muscles with adequate relaxation, thus preventing such symptoms from arising the next day. Suddenly, Wangchuan's expression shifted to one of surprise. Why would excessive fatigue in the game also lead to delayed onset muscle soreness the following day? Was this reasonable? He shared his perplexity with CHNF and HITN, who exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. We are uncertain. Perhaps our physical bodies in reality synchronize with the game world, causing us to feel fatigued. Indeed, not only do our game characters experience fatigue, but our real bodies also feel tired and may exhibit mild symptoms, they affirmed. Wangchuan, incredulous, exclaimed, how is that possible? If the experience of the game characters is directly linked to our nervous systems and physiological functions, then if we were to be killed in the game, wouldn't that pose a life-threatening risk? A shadow passed over his mind as he recalled the game's rule that upon the death of a character, the account would be immediately deleted. Chapter 10. The ox and horse are ready. Ha ha ha, how could that be? Junior brother, you are overthinking it. CHNF reassured him. However, the penalty for character death in this game is indeed severe. One loses everything and faces account deletion. We have been cautioned repeatedly not to engage in perilous tasks or environments. As CHNF and HITN resumed their work, Wangchuan, though skeptical about the game's ability to pose a threat to his reality, could not shake the lingering unease from his mind. Well, tomorrow morning will reveal whether the experiences in the game truly affect our physiological functions in the real world. He remained somewhat skeptical of his senior brother's claims. Concentration was essential for their labor, especially with the first strike requiring both strength and precision. The three soon immersed themselves in their tasks, their focus intensifying and conversation dwindling. The blacksmith shop resounded solely with the sounds of hammers striking iron ore. Wangchuan learned quickly, yet every 20 minutes or so, he would take a break under the pretense of hydrating, stepping outside to stretch his muscles and allow them to relax. After approximately 10 minutes, he returned to continue his work. 2 hours passed. Wangchuan, keep it up. Junior brother, we are finished for the day. CHNF and HITN declared after successfully smashing the 1,000 pounds of iron ore into fragments and dust, completing their task. Wangchuan still had about 400 pounds remaining, requiring just over an hour more. See you tomorrow, brothers. See you tomorrow. They departed, leaving Wangchuan alone in the blacksmith shop. The village had grown quiet, with only the monotonous sounds remaining, as if everyone had slipped into slumber. Wangchuan maintained his rhythm, stepping outside during breaks to glance at the surroundings. The number of guards in the village had not diminished. They seemed more vigilant and serious, patrolling the earthen walls with their spears and bows ever at the ready. Finally, after an hour and a half, Wangchuan completed his task. Though slower than anticipated, he had finished. All right, go take a break, Sun Tijing remarked without imposing excessive criticism. He handed Wangchuan 5 large copper coins and gestured for him to find a room in the village to rest. In the village, numerous vacant houses awaited, their doors open, inviting weary souls to rest. Su Wangchuan stepped into Lin Dehai's wooden cabin, devoid of beds, and settled on the ground against the wall. Prior to logging off, he had consumed 2 baked pancakes, quelling his hunger, and checked his chest pocket for coins and the remaining 8 pancakes before opting to exit the game. Would you like to leave the game? Yes. Upon emerging from the game, the world outside was aglow with vibrant neon lights. It was 10:30 in the evening, quite late indeed. Su Wangchuan removed the gaming helmet. Finding himself alone in the room, as Yu Jiaodo had long since vanished. A note lay nearby. Lin Dehai mentioned you adapted well in the game, so I have left. You may freely use the game studio's facilities. Access to the building is via facial recognition, and your information is already recorded. You can utilize the 7075 floor of this building normally. In the future, you may either work here or return to your own apartment. Remember to log in by 6 in the morning and take good care of your gaming helmet. Su Wangchuan folded the note, caressing the helmet as he approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window reflecting the city's dazzling neon panorama. He gazed down at the cityscape, overwhelmed with emotions. Today, he had not only become an employee of a mysterious gaming studio, but had also stepped into a towering edifice he once deemed beyond his reach. He had spent an entire day immersed in an astonishingly realistic game. He recognized that he now faced a pivotal choice, to completely overturn his past life and relocate to Zhonghua Building. Regardless, the days of waking up at 7 every morning to live stream might soon be a thing of the past. He could no longer afford to squander his existence for a meager income of 15 yuan and 8 jiao daily. He must seize this opportunity. After much contemplation, Su Wangchuan resolved to return to his apartment, endure this month, and then decide whether to move. As he departed Zhonghua Building, clutching the gaming helmet, he caught sight of Su Wan behind one of the windows on the 75th floor. Her freckled face bore an incongruous air of aloofness and brilliance. The newly hired employee Su Wangchuan had already secured a second job within the game on his very first day. Indeed, a fortunate soul. With diligent nurturing and guidance, we should see more newcomers assigned to Haishi Village, which may become our new focal point for wealth creation. Upon returning to his apartment, Su Wangchuan passed by the neighboring room and unexpectedly encountered the door opening. The alluring strap of a top slipped slightly, revealing a glimpse of a deep neckline. "Oh, you're back so late, handsome," Tao Tao exclaimed with a surprised smile. "Yes, did you just step out to take out the trash?" Su Wangchuan replied politely. "Indeed," she said with a shy smile, before magically producing a piece of bread. "Could you do me a favor? Please accept this." Initially inclined to refuse, his eyes fell upon the bread, and his stomach betrayed him with a growl. It suddenly dawned on him that he hadn't eaten in 2 meals and seemed to lack provisions at home. "All right," he said, smiling as he accepted the bread and garbage bag, turning toward the elevator. Tao Tao stood there, wide-eyed. "Did you fail to find a job and not even have a meal? How pitiful." With a decisive slam, she shut the door, adding, "Tao Tao, you must work harder today. You absolutely cannot starve like the handsome neighbor." Su Wangchuan descended to discard the trash and seized the opportunity to purchase 2 breads and some dry rations for himself. As he consumed the bread, he couldn't help but reminisce about the pancakes sold by Wang Dalong in the game, their fragrant aroma lingering in his mind. The boundary between game and reality nearly blurred. Resisting the urge to explore further, he returned home and collapsed into bed. At around 5 in the morning, the alarm buzzed. Su Wangchuan posted a pause notification on his Douyin account, marking a definitive severance from his previous career. He prepared a bowl of instant noodles and logged on just as the clock struck 6, joining Lin Dehai and the others. Cluck, cluck, the rooster crowed. Wang Dalong had already set up his stall at the village entrance. Over 30 miners, backpacks secured, gathered at the village gate, queuing for pancakes. This scene struck Su Wangchuan as amusing, as the game world's laborers were all set. He devoured 2 freshly baked pancakes, dispelling his hunger, and followed the crowd out of the village. Among the throng, he spotted his senior brothers, Chen Feng and He Tan, who were in another gaming studio's line, exchanging knowing glances but not approaching. Su Wangchuan nodded in acknowledgement. Wangchuan, how's the reward for the blacksmith shop task?" chattered He Pai, the loquacious one. "What the heck? Is it that arduous? Over 3 hours to hammer 1,000 pounds of iron, or for just 40 copper coins? What's the point of earning such meager pay? Isn't it better to cuddle with a girlfriend at night?" He Pai's incessant chatter transformed from envy to disdain upon learning the details of the blacksmith apprenticeship task. He began to lecture Su Wangchuan with exaggerated expressions. "At least we are a high-income group earning over 10,000 a month, so we ought to learn to enjoy life. What can you do after working from 6 in the morning until 10:30 at night? Sleep alone? Lying in a cold bed? Is that the meaning of your life? Listen to me, find a girlfriend. If not, then get 2. We certainly have the means." He Pai's half-joking remarks lightened the otherwise dreary journey, infusing it with laughter. Once He Pai lost interest in Su Wangchuan, Lin Dehai turned to him. "How's your body? Any soreness or discomfort? If so, that's normal. You'll adapt in a few days. I'm not in a hurry to pay you back." "Brother Lin, I'm fine," Su Wangchuan replied with a smile. Lin Dehai chuckled. "Wait until you enter the mine, then you won't be so defiant." He mistakenly believed that Wangchuan was merely putting on a brave front. A group of individuals entered the mine, each returning to their respective mining sections. The Zhonghua studio remained stationed not far from the entrance, conserving both time and energy. Hei Pai set down his backpack, spat into his hands, rubbed them vigorously, seized a pickaxe, and commenced mining. Lin Dehai and Lao Li observed Wangchuan intently. Noticing how effortlessly Wangchuan fell into his rhythm, they exchanged incredulous glances. The youth recovers so rapidly? Truly commendable for a fitness enthusiast. Within the cavern, everyone diligently toiled at their workstations, entering a productive state. The rhythmic clang of pickaxes striking the ore resonated throughout, creating a lively atmosphere. In merely 2 hours, Wangchuan completed his first load. The remainder had to be temporarily set aside. As the sun rose high in the sky, everyone began to snack on baked flatbreads. Wangchuan, your speed is impressive. You've piled more than I have, remarked Hei Pai, only then realizing that the iron ore at Wangchuan's feet exceeded his own. High-strength attributes indeed confer advantages. Are you at level 6 or 7? Haha, level 6, Wangchuan feigned ignorance. Many feared that their brother would suffer, yet also worried if he were to drive a luxury vehicle. It was imperative to maintain harmony among brothers. After a brief respite, they continued laboring for several more hours in the monotonous process of excavation until the ore transport vehicles arrived. At the sound of the bell, everyone sprang into action. This time, Wangchuan transported 200 pounds of iron ore, making 5 trips to complete the task, earning a total of 200 copper coins. Lin Dehai and the others were slightly bewildered. While everyone else earned 160 copper coins, Wangchuan, as a newcomer, had managed to secure 200 coins in one go. He must treat us. Wangchuan, you absolutely must. Wangchuan, seizing the moment, expressed his gratitude to Lin Dehai. Brother Lin, it is all thanks to your excellent guidance. He then handed over 155 copper coins, saying, this is for the pickaxe and backpack. All mining earnings for tomorrow will belong to Brother Lin. The group's attention swiftly shifted to Lin Dehai, filled with admiration. Lin Dehai beamed. All right, since Wangchuan is so gracious, I cannot be outdone. Tonight, everyone will enjoy 2 flatbreads on me. Excellent. Brother Hai, you are generous. Each mined 100 pounds of iron ore and returned to Haishi village, where Lin Dehai distributed 2 flatbreads to everyone, including Wangchuan. Everyone logged off cheerfully. Lin Dehai smiled and imparted a few words of wisdom to Wangchuan before exiting the game. Wangchuan then took the iron ore to the blacksmith shop to accept the task. Chen Feng, Hei Tan, and Wangchuan stood before Master Sun the blacksmith. Today, Master Sun assigned them a new task. The crushed iron ore has all been pushed into the clay kiln, and after a day of high-temperature roasting, it is nearly ready to yield molten iron. Your task is to forge the molten iron into refined steel. Will you accept the task of forging refined steel? Each block of molten iron must be folded and forged 100 times, totaling 50 blocks, with a reward of 200 copper coins. The 3 accepted the task. Chun Feng and Hei Tan wore expressions of grim resignation. Wangchuan, curious, inquired, Brother Feng, Brother Hei, this task offers a substantial reward. Why do you both seem so displeased? Is there some hidden truth? The task of forging refined steel is not only arduous but also has the longest cycle, and if the forging is inadequate, the reward will be deducted, resulting in a much lower payout than yesterday's task. Hei Tan explained with a furrowed brow. Chun Feng painfully echoed. Each block of molten iron requires at least 100 strikes, followed by folding. In essence, completing one piece of refined steel demands 10,000 strikes. Just consider the difficulty involved. The last time we attempted to forge refined steel, we intended to complete 50 times and submit the task, but our master noticed, resulting in a deduction of over half the 200 copper coins. Not only did we fail to earn any money, but we also wasted 7 or 8 days. Every half month, there is a chance to undertake the refined steel task. Failure to complete it means we cannot progress to the next round. Thus, we cut corners and submitted the task anyway, so we could at least access the next round and earn some money, Hei Tan elucidated. Wangchuan could no longer conceal his astonishment. One piece of refined steel requires 10,000 strikes, and forging 50 pieces equates to 500,000 strikes. Why not use a stamping machine? Are we to be treated as mere machines? However, despite their grievances, wishing to retain their profitable positions and avoid expulsion from the blacksmith shop, the 3 hastily prepared for the task. The forging table and furnace were set up. Master Sun personally handled the sealing and preparation of the molten iron, delivering rectangular blocks of molten iron to their forging stations, then guided Wangchuan. Wangchuan, I will demonstrate once. Pay close attention to each of my movements and remember every word I say, then replicate it. Master Sun deliberately slowed his motions, placing the scalding red molten iron from the furnace onto the forging table and instructing, when the molten iron is entirely liquid, do not touch it. It may splatter and cause injury. Wait a few breaths, then begin like this. With a small hammer in one hand, he struck the square molten iron forcefully, sparks flying. Ding, ding, ding. Master Sun was completely unconcerned by the sparks, his strikes rapid and rhythmical, completing 100 strikes in just a minute. He then plunged the oddly shaped, nearly solidified iron block into a nearby bucket of water for quick cooling, and finally cast it into the high-temperature furnace for roasting. Declaring emphatically, the heated iron block must be folded, striking it front and back 100 times, then submerged in water to solidify, swiftly releasing impurities, followed by further roasting. The glowing iron block transitions swiftly from malleability to solidification. You must achieve 100 strikes within the briefest of moments, lest you squander time and render your efforts futile. Chen Feng and He Ten executed each movement with meticulous precision before Sun Taixian. The clang of hammer against iron resonated, and soon both men were drenched in sweat, their skin flushed, and their muscles trembling under the intensity of the heat and force. Chapter 12. Is the left hand also capable? Sun Taixian demonstrated the folding of the red-hot iron 3 times in seamless succession. Wangchuan confirmed his understanding of every detail and took up the hammer and tongs to begin practical application. Sun Taixian assigned the task to his 3 apprentices and moved aside to manage the bellows. Initially, Wangchuan struggled with the unfamiliarity of the task, but as he acclimated to the weight and force of the hammer, his left hand's manipulation of the tongs became increasingly adept, the actions flowing together with greater speed. The rhythmic strikes echoed, clang, clang, clang. After several minutes of effort, Wangchuan finally found his rhythm. Although he could not yet match the proficiency of Chen Feng and He Tan, he was able to complete 100 strikes before the red-hot iron solidified. As time progressed, Wangchuan felt himself slipping into a state of focus. The speed of his hammering quickened, quenching, forging, switching to a second piece. In front of Wangchuan lay a furnace containing 3 pieces of wrought iron, ensuring a supply for the forging process. After hammering continuously for several minutes, his right arm began to tire, prompting him to switch to his left hand. The sound changed, drawing the astonished gazes of Chen Feng and He Tan. Swinging the hammer with his left hand? Could it possess such strength? However, they soon realized that after a brief period of practice, Wangchuan's left-hand strikes were swift and powerful, matching the rhythm of his right hand with remarkable proficiency. Unbeknownst to them, Wangchuan had spent the past few years honing his core strength, while also developing the dexterity of his left hand to the point where it rivaled his right. By alternating between hands, Wangchuan allowed his right hand to rest. Half an hour passed, and while Chen Feng and He Tan were drenched in sweat, Wangchuan remained fully immersed in the forging of exquisite steel. An hour passed, then 2. The movements of Chen Feng and He Tan began to falter, compelling them to pause for sustenance. Wangchuan, drenched in sweat, showed no inclination to leave the forge or the fire, maintaining his high-intensity forging actions. His movements became increasingly swift, fluid, and seamless. Finally, after 3 hours, the sound of completion rang out. Clang. A piece of exquisite steel was forged. Task progress, 150. Clang. Another piece of exquisite steel was completed. Task progress, 250. Clang. Yet another completion. Task progress, 350. Wangchuan had lost count of the number of strikes he had delivered, but the system's confirmation indicated he had met the required number. In 3 hours, he had forged 3 pieces. Wangchuan tossed the finished steel blocks into a nearby vessel, prompting Sun Taixian to approach and inspect them with a smile and a nod of approval. Not bad. In contrast, Chen Feng and He Tan had yet to finish a single piece. Startled, they hurriedly presented their repeatedly forged steel to their master for inspection. Sun Taixian's expression darkened. Not suitable. Continue forging. The two lamented. Junior brother, are you some sort of monster? You can produce qualified exquisite steel with your left hand? What strength do you possess? They were disheartened, realizing that their master had used Wangchuan as a benchmark. Failure to complete this task would likely preclude them from advancing to the next round. But 50,000 strikes. It was madness. Chen Feng and He Tan were beside themselves. After 3 hours, they had been unable to forge a single piece of qualified exquisite steel, even if they exerted themselves to produce a satisfactory piece. It would take them half a month to complete the task, earning merely 200 copper coins over half a month. It was an endeavor for the insane. Exhausted, Chen Feng and He Tan toiled until midnight, finally pushing their progress to 350, feeling as though they had emerged from the depths of water. They set aside their progress and logged off to rest. Wangchuan, alternating his efforts between both hands, found the task less burdensome and remained invigorated. Glancing at the progress bar reading 650, he too decided to log off for rest, aware that neglecting his recovery would hinder tomorrow's tasks. The following morning, upon logging in, Wangchuan found Chen Feng and He Tan standing at the village entrance, their faces marked by fatigue and despair. What is it, senior brother? Wangchuan inquired. The task of forging exquisite steel cannot be completed ahead of schedule. We may not be able to remain at the blacksmith shop, Chen Feng replied. Wangchuan was taken aback. He Tan sighed. It will take us at least half a month to fulfill the exquisite steel task. And today I can feel the strain in my right arm. It may affect our daily mining efforts. After discussing it with Chen Feng, we've decided to withdraw from the blacksmith shop to avoid compromising our efforts on both fronts. The two were earnest. The exquisite steel task was scarcely profitable, and if it were to negatively impact their mining progress during the day, it would be a fruitless endeavor. Wangchuan was surprised by their decision, feeling a pang of guilt that perhaps he had influenced their choice to leave the blacksmith shop. At a loss for words, he finally replied, "It's all right. If we leave the blacksmith shop, we can always seek other part-time opportunities. There are tasks available for cutting bamboo to make splints with Wang Dama, and Wang Dalong has tasks for harvesting rice and hunting. Completing the exquisite steel task alone will undoubtedly be a test of endurance." Chen Feng and He Tin felt a pang of guilt towards Wangchuan. The two believed they were the ones who had abandoned him. As they conversed, the village gate swung open, prompting them to part ways. Wangchuan, biting into a baked pancake, felt turmoil within. His two senior brothers had left, and he was now the sole apprentice in the blacksmith's workshop. Should he continue? The task requiring 200 copper coins would take at least 8 days to complete, translating to over 20 copper coins a day. Moreover, the forging task was arduous. He needed to consume at least 3 pancakes daily, which meant he would earn only a handful of copper coins after toiling all day. Was it worth putting himself through such hardship? Yet, the thought of leaving Master's son all alone made him feel even sorrier. Although Wangchuan had not yet reached the point of regarding his master as a father, he could not bring himself to bid farewell to son Taijiang. He resolved to stay, even if the pay was meager, compared to Lin Dage and the others. He still had some income. By the month's end, his bonuses could surpass theirs. Embracing this thought, Wangchuan decided to remain at the blacksmith's workshop. The subsequent days were monotonous and grueling. During the day, he toiled diligently in mining and transporting ore. After 6 in the evening, he continued to advance the progress of the Balian steel task. At times, he felt as if he were a beast of burden in 2 worlds, suffering in reality and enduring further toil in the game world. Day and night blurred together, making him almost forget which world was the true one. Fortunately, the generous salary from the Warring States game studio propelled him forward, and he persevered through the 8th day, finally completing the last few pieces of Balian steel. The task progress reached 50-50. After collecting the materials, Master's son revealed a satisfied smile, exclaiming, "Good. This batch of Balian steel has been forged remarkably well. Here is your reward." The system prompted, "Task complete. Receive 200 copper coins. Life profession activated. Blacksmith. Balian steel forging technique. Beginner level unlocked." Chapter 13, Life Profession. Blacksmith Wangchuan, male, blacksmith. Hunger level 57100, strength 81, attack 33, agility 8, defense 16, speed 8, stamina 81, health 90-90, spirit 8, inactive. Life skill, Balian steel forging technique. Beginner level, next level, minor accomplishment 0-100. Current location, Tiannan Continent, Nanyu Country, Sanhe County, Huishui County, Heisher Village. Wangchuan summoned his character attribute panel, discovering an added suffix to his name. His previous status as a villager had now transformed into that of a blacksmith. Focusing on the blacksmith title, he received the feedback, profession attribute bonus, 1 strength, 1 stamina. He was elated to find an increase of 2 attribute points. After studying the game for many days, he had not encountered the traditional leveling system nor any means to gain information beyond the village. Unexpectedly, due to the Balian steel task, he had obtained the blacksmith life profession, resulting in a sudden boost of 2 attribute points. The increase in strength would enhance his attack power, significantly aiding him in physically demanding tasks like mining and hammering. The rise in stamina would elevate his health limits, allowing him to endure more than the average person. Wangchuan was overjoyed. Indeed, staying at the blacksmith's shop was the right decision. His hard work, laboring for 6 hours daily on the Balian steel task, had not been in vain. Wangchuan glanced down at his attributes. The life skill Balian steel forging technique appeared, marked as beginner level. The feedback indicated, can forge crude Balian steel ingots. Wangchuan immediately thought, could this mean that as long as he had materials, he could independently forge Balian steel ingots and sell them? Master son, beaming with joy, remarked, Wangchuan, among all my apprentices, you alone possess the patience and skill to inherit my craft and successfully complete the Balian steel task. With excitement in his voice, he declared, from today on, you are my official disciple. You may rest today as I plan whether to forge Balian spearheads or Balian knives for the village. Wangchuan happily accepted, attributing his success to his master's careful guidance. The increase of 2 attribute points meant he could mine faster, and his monthly bonuses had the potential to rise again. This was a tangible benefit. Before logging off, he meticulously counted his assets. Having just completed his adaptation period as a newcomer, he had yet to report his earnings to the company. He possessed a total of 1,400 copper coins, having settled his debt with Linda High. Even if he converted all this money into large copper coins, he would still have a substantial sum of 140 coins, which felt quite precarious. He needed to handle this batch of money promptly. The game's realism was frustrating. There were no item slots, no backpack, and he had no idea if he would ever receive a storage bag. After logging off, Wangchuan expressed his grievances about the game, eager to leave early. He glanced at the equipment in his apartment, which had gathered dust for several days. On a whim, he decided to familiarize himself with the equipment to prevent his core strength from deteriorating. To his astonishment, during pull-ups, he experienced a surprising revelation. Typically, he could manage a maximum of 100 pull-ups before gasping for breath, and he could only continue to 150 with a brief rest. However, today, he effortlessly completed 150 pull-ups without breaking a sweat, remaining cool and composed. What was happening? Wangchuan was perplexed, pausing to examine his hands before glancing back at the pull-up bar, filled with suspicion. He steadied himself once more and resumed his vigorous exercise. Once again, over 100 pull-ups, effortlessly accomplished. 300. How could this be possible? What led to this sudden breakthrough? Wangchuan could hardly believe his eyes, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. He understood well that a leap from 150 to 200 pull-ups was already a significant achievement. Yet now he had managed 300 consecutively, feeling as though he could continue further. As he touched his biceps, he fell into deep contemplation. After a while, he approached the vertical rod that connected the floor and ceiling, executing a fluid set of spacewalk movements, followed immediately by 300 push-ups. Every exercise had surpassed his previous limits, and with remarkable advancements. Particularly in bench pressing, the weight had escalated from 200 kilograms to 220 kilograms, as if he had suddenly unblocked the meridians in his body. Fortunately, he had not gone live. Otherwise, his fans might have thought he was relying on performance-enhancing substances. Nevertheless, why was this happening? Could it be that mining in Lingyu was influencing the real world, resulting in a synchronous enhancement? Wangchuan was puzzled. The only possible connection being his acquisition of the blacksmith profession, which conferred an effect of one strength and one stamina. With this uncertainty, he drifted into slumber. The next day, Wangchuan greeted Lin Dehai and the others as if nothing had occurred before heading to the mines. However, while mining, he distinctly felt a change within himself. The body infused with 9 points of strength endowed him with a more robust physique. The pickaxe felt lighter, requiring only 8/10 of his usual effort to break the iron ore. The rate of hunger decrease had also slowed. What had once been burdensome labor now felt light and effortless. Even when the transport team arrived to collect the ore, he found he could stand up with a 200 gene load without assistance. That day, he harvested 1,200 gene of iron ore, yielding 240 copper coins. Lin Dehai and the others regarded him with astonishment. Wangchuan shrugged, explaining, "I was fortunate. Today yielded an abundance of iron ore." The others appeared to accept this explanation, as it seemed the only plausible one. Upon returning to the village, Wangchuan encountered a new task assigned by Master's son the blacksmith. As an official apprentice, he could now choose between two tasks. Task 1, the task of forging tempered steel, continuing to create tempered steel ingots, with a reward of 20 copper coins for each successfully forged ingot. Task 2, to forge a regular long sword, with a reward of 100 copper coins. Master's son reminded him, "If you choose to forge the regular long sword, the profits from the blacksmith shop can be shared with you, and I will impart to you all my forging techniques." He further explained that creating a finished weapon required mastering the entire process, from smelting raw iron to tempering cast iron, managing the temperature of the bellows and furnace, crafting molds, and shaping the blade, necessitating independent operation. The entire process could take a month or even longer. Upon hearing this, Wangchuan unhesitatingly chose the former. What he needed now was to earn money rapidly to increase his wages and bonuses, rather than to learn weapon forging and become a blacksmith, which would trigger the main storyline quest. This was not permitted by the company. Simultaneously, he inferred that by continuing the tempered steel task, he could enhance his life skill in tempered steel forging. Establishing a solid foundation would undoubtedly yield greater results when forging finished weapons. It was akin to constructing a building from the ground up. He was merely an apprentice blacksmith, capable of forging ordinary ironware, while his master was an experienced blacksmith, able to forge tempered weapons. Beyond that, there were undoubtedly more advanced artisans, even master-level blacksmiths, capable of crafting remarkable masterpieces. Therefore, it was crucial to solidify his foundation first, as task 2 could always be claimed later. Ding accepted the tempered steel task. The following day, Wangchuan exercised restraint and did not overexert himself while mining, still managing to extract 1,200 gene that day. However, an incident occurred. His black pickaxe broke, the handle snapping at the joint, rendering it useless. Fortunately, this happened after the mining team had collected the ore, so it did not significantly affect his earnings for the day. Lin Dehai and the others teased him, saying, "Hey Pai, you've really calculated this to the bone. Your pickaxe's durability has dropped to 5 points, and yet you still refuse to replace it. Can't you just spend a few copper coins to repair it? Indeed, Oldly added, you could mine for another 2 hours this afternoon, earning 20 copper coins. But repairing the pickaxe would cost you 10 copper coins. It's a net loss of 30 for you this month. TCH, Hey Pai lounged at the entrance of the mine. Utterly relaxed and indifferent. I'm not like you hard-working folks. After 2 hours of labor, I'd have to climb mountains and traverse rugged terrain for over an hour, just for those 30 coins. Why would I risk my life for that? A good rest. Lying here and enjoying the breeze. Isn't that much better? The others had no retort. 3 hours of labor for 30 coins did indeed seem a bit unjust. Oh well, I can't relate to you folks who lack an appreciation for life's pleasures. I'm heading back to the village to log off early and spend time with my girlfriend. Wangchuan shook his head with a smile. He had long heard Hey Pai mention his girlfriend, who he would rush to after completing his daily tasks, indicating that things were going quite well. However, Linda Hai sternly admonished, Hey Pai, have you forgotten the company's rules? Exactly, Hey Pai, the others chimed in. We are all part of the same studio. Leaving and returning to the village together is the protocol. Acting alone could jeopardize this job. Wei Zhou also added his voice. What could possibly happen? You all are just being overly dramatic. Despite his words, Hey Pai halted his actions, not daring to offend the group. To be precise, he valued this job as well. Especially as everyone had accumulated a week's worth of copper coins, any misstep could lead to significant troubles. Hey Pai ultimately did not flee. Wangchuan seized the opportunity to inquire about the salary and bonuses from the previous month. Upon hearing that today was the day for settling earnings. With company representatives coming to collect the copper coins, he could not help but feel excited and casually asked about everyone's income. Linda Hai chuckled. That's not something I can clarify. The amount we contribute each month varies. We all pay our dues to the person from the county. Aside from the fixed monthly salary of 10,000, I am truly unaware of how much bonus everyone receives. Hey Pai, having even found a girlfriend, undoubtedly had a substantial bonus, likely around 20,000, Oldly jested without revealing his own income. In the end, Linda Hai explained, actually, as long as we submit 150 copper coins daily and fulfill our tasks, we will receive our monthly salary without fail. Any excess copper coins you contribute will be calculated into your bonus at a ratio of 1 to 3. Wangchuan realized this with a sudden clarity. He mentally calculated that he could earn 225 copper coins daily from mining, saving at least 75 copper coins, which multiplied by 3 amounted to a bonus of 225 yuan. Over the course of a month, this would guarantee a minimum bonus of 750 yuan. This did not even account for the rewards from tasks completed at the blacksmith shop. Quite impressive. If he could forge 3 blocks of refined steel each day, he would earn at least 60 copper coins, equating to 180 yuan. A guaranteed monthly income of 20,000 seemed within reach. The thought of having never possessed more than 4 digits in his wallet, and now anticipating a sum of 20,000 by the end of the month, lifted his spirits greatly. Even the clinking noise of coins felt melodious to his ears. As afternoon approached, nearing 4 o'clock, everyone finished their work and set off with their heavy baskets. A group of over 40 miners had welcomed a few new arrivals during this time, expanding their ranks significantly. Upon returning to Heisher village, they could see a few men clad in short animal skin attire, swords and daggers at their waists, standing at the village entrance with an imposing presence. Linda Hai, Chen Feng, and He Tan led the way toward one of these men. Clearly, these individuals hailed from different studios, converging in the village to collect debts. Wangchuan naturally followed Linda Hai and approached a burly, bald man with thick eyebrows, whose face bore a shallow but fresh wound. Good day, Wang Biao too. Linda Hai approached solemnly. What's the matter? Was the journey perilous? The man haughtily snorted. Encountered a few rogue vagrants. Dealt with them already. Wangchuan felt a shiver. Indeed, the outside world was fraught with danger. This Wang Biao too did not appear to be a benign character, and it was alarming that such armed individuals could be provoked by mere vagrants. He dared not ponder further, silently reminding himself to remain vigilant and cautious, for he could not afford to lose the opportunity for a 20,000 yuan monthly salary. At this moment, everyone began to produce their coin purses to submit their weekly mining earnings. The 6 members of Linda Hai's group took turns presenting their earnings. Wang Biao too produced a sheet of paper to record the amounts. As a newcomer, Wangchuan had his name listed separately, and to his surprise, the amount he presented was the highest, 180 large coins, nearly double that of others. He retained only 8 coins for personal expenses and turned in the remainder to the company. Wang Biao too, astonished, glanced at him again before noting his name and tallying the figure. All right, I have collected all your funds. I must now depart. I need to return to the county before sunset, Wang Biao too declared, securing the wooden box filled with copper coins onto his back and departing alongside the other debt collectors without even entering the village. Wangchuan was quite taken aback. Isn't it too dangerous for them to leave the village now that it's getting dark? Rest assured, Hei Pai interjected confidently. They are seasoned warriors tasked with escort duties. If they move swiftly, they should reach the county before nightfall. Indeed, Linda Hai nodded in agreement. They operate differently from us. They know the routes of danger and are well versed in these transactions, which have never posed a problem before. All right then. Wangchuan noted this lesson. This truly feels like a game world. The group returned to the village to deliver iron ore before logging off. Wangchuan purchased 4 pancakes and headed to the blacksmith shop alone to continue his task of refining steel. The previous day, his experience in the steel forging skill had increased by 3 points, and he logged off at 11 after completing his task. Today, he aimed to challenge himself further. Chapter 15. A salary of 27,000 ding. Ding ding. Ding ding. With 9 points in strength and 9 in stamina, Wangchuan indeed wielded greater power and control, alternating his hammer strikes with rapid rhythm. A continuous double strike significantly shortened the impact time required for refining steel. While others logged off to rest, Wangchuan remained steadfast at the forge and the blazing furnace in the blacksmith's backyard, hammering away at the glowing iron repeatedly. As Hei Pai reveled in leisure with his girlfriend elsewhere, the firelight illuminated Wangchuan's focused demeanor. Master Sun, the blacksmith, observed several times, witnessing Wangchuan's increasingly adept techniques and movements, and smiled with satisfaction. With a sizzling sound, the scorching iron rapidly cooled in the water bucket before being tossed back into the furnace. Wangchuan extracted another glowing iron piece, secured it, and began to hammer. Clang, clang, clang. The deep, resonant sounds of striking were incredibly pleasing, filled with rhythm. Amidst the sparks flying from the forge, a powerful atmosphere enveloped the space. Within the furnace, 4 pieces of iron glowed red, and with the piece currently being shaped, a total of 5 ingots of refined steel were being crafted simultaneously. The toil persisted until midnight. Wangchuan successfully produced 5 ingots of refined steel. As S&T Jiang approached, he examined the work with satisfaction and handed over 10 large copper coins, saying, "You may take your rest now." After enduring a relentless barrage of 50,000 hammer strikes, Wangchuan indeed felt fatigued. "Thank you, master," he replied, before seeking a quiet room to lie down and subsequently exited the game. Crafting 5 ingots of refined steel each day had become his limit. Any further increase in workload would burden his body. Earning 100 copper coins, equivalent to a daily bonus of 300, was already commendable. For now, this would suffice. Although Wangchuan understood that he had pushed his capabilities to the utmost, maintaining this pace allowed him to earn over 20,000 each month, thereby escaping the cycle of living paycheck to paycheck. As days turned into nights, 20 days swiftly passed. Wangchuan finally experienced a modest breakthrough. His proficiency in the art of forging refined steel progressed from the entry level to a state of minor achievement. This breakthrough was accompanied by a system notification. Ding. Your life skill in forging refined steel has advanced from entry level to minor achievement, rewarding you with 1 point of strength. Wangchuan was momentarily taken aback. Such a pleasant surprise. He had merely aimed to solidify his foundation to forge superior refined steel, hoping to enhance his worth, not anticipating this unexpected reward. Quickly regaining his composure, he pondered. Engaging in strenuous physical labor, akin to lifting weights, stimulates the nerves and muscle groups, thereby enhancing physical attributes. It was plausible that the minor achievement in life skills was triggered by the million hammer strikes, activating the system's rewards and resulting in attribute enhancement. This line of reasoning made perfect sense. However, Wangchuan also noticed a new realm appearing behind this life skill, the minor achievement in forging refined steel. With the next realm being practice makes perfect, 300. This indicated that he needed to forge 300 ingots of refined steel. After some calculations, he realized that by forging 5 ingots a day, it would take him approximately 2 months to elevate his life skill to the next realm and receive the subsequent rewards. Ding dong. At midnight, a notification tone echoed from his phone. A message announced that his salary had been credited. Wangchuan's heart raced with excitement as he opened it. Zhonghua Studio has transferred 27,800 yuan to you. Note, salary bonus. Your remaining balance is 28,100 yuan. Upon receiving his first month's salary, Wangchuan could not contain his exhilaration. He stood up and clenched his fist triumphantly, reveling in the substantial sum that had finally filled his pockets. After a month of hard work and perseverance, he had reaped the rewards. Filled with elation, Wangchuan yearned to share this good news with his parents and even with his loyal fans. Yet, upon realizing he could not adequately explain the source of his salary and the necessity of keeping all matters related to Ly confidential to protect his hard-earned position, he ultimately restrained himself. Clutching his phone, he wrestled with his thoughts before finally succumbing to sleep. The next morning, he awoke feeling as though the air in the game world was extraordinarily refreshing. As he strolled along the path outside Hish village, His steps were light and lively. W. Wangchuan, it has been a month since you joined the company, hasn't it? HIP. Noticing W. Wangchuan's smile, ambled over and inquired in a hushed tone. W. Wangchuan nodded. It was sent right after midnight. How much? I won't tell you. W. Wangchuan replied decisively, since you all keep secrets. LNDHI burst into laughter. See, I knew it. W. Wangchuan may be young, but he's quite shrewd. LOL turned to W. Wangchuan and said, W. Wangchuan. HIP probably has run out of money. You mustn't lend him any. He borrowed from me to spend on his girlfriend, and he still owes me 2,000. Did HIP ask you for money too? The rotund WIZH asked in surprise. Everyone's attention turned to HIP. W. Wangchuan understood. It seemed everyone had been borrowed by this fellow and had yet to be repaid. HIP, looking foolish, quickly dismissed the thought of borrowing money, scoffing. I've just been tight on cash lately. Once I'm back on my feet, I'll settle all my debts. The group did not continue to ridicule HIP and resumed their journey. Suddenly, W. Wangchuan gazed at the fields of golden rice and exclaimed, the rice is ripe. The autumn harvest should be upon us soon. It should be in just a few days, LNDHI replied. At noon, a convoy for collecting minerals arrived. While the workers took a break, the merchant did not leave immediately but instead announced to the crowd, everyone, we will not be coming for the next 7 days. What? Why? Over 40 miners rose in astonishment, their flatbreads suddenly losing their appeal. Without the convoy to collect minerals, how would they work? How would they earn? The merchant, having anticipated this, explained, the authorities have announced that the time for the autumn harvest has arrived. To prevent the wild boars in the mountains from ravaging the crops, all laborers in Hushu County will need to rush to harvest the rice. Presumably, the village chief of HISH village will also issue you a harvesting task, and you can find work over there. We will return in 7 days to collect minerals as usual. Upon hearing this, everyone was enlightened and felt a wave of relief. Once the merchant departed, that afternoon, they returned to the village, where they indeed heard the village chief announce that the next morning everyone would head out to harvest rice, with each basket fetching 3 copper coins. However, they would need to purchase a sickle. The sickle was not expensive, costing 5 copper coins. A multitude of individuals flocked to the blacksmith shop to procure sickles. Sun Taixian addressed Wangchuan, stating, you need not attend to the task of hastily harvesting the rice tomorrow. Wangchuan inquired, Master, why is that? Sun Taixian responded with a grave demeanor. The sickles will wear out quickly during such a hurried harvest. We must expedite the production of sickles. Furthermore, it is the late autumn season, and according to past customs, many wild boars will descend from the mountains in search of food, leading to substantial wear on our weapons. Henceforth, our forge will focus on the large-scale production of farming tools and weaponry, particularly iron arrowheads. This evening, I shall instruct you on how to forge arrowheads. Chapter 16. The Wild Boar Crisis. Will you accept the task of crafting iron arrowheads? The system prompts, forge 10 iron arrowheads to earn 100 copper coins. The task can be repeated. Compared to the task of hastily harvesting rice, Wangchuan naturally opted for a manufacturing task that promised greater benefits. While the initial returns from harvesting rice may be swift, as the rice in the vicinity of the village is collected, the distance for subsequent trips increases, and the profitability diminishes. Where's the ease in that? Moreover, mastering the skill of crafting iron arrowheads is significantly more advantageous than merely forging ordinary long knives. Arrowheads are consumables. Unbeknownst to Sun Taixian, Wangchuan had devised numerous plans. Upon his agreement, Sun Taixian promptly activated the bellows and began demonstrating at the forge. The crafting of arrowheads differs from that of other weapons and tools. Arrowheads are lightweight and sharp, requiring minimal wrought iron. The forging process does not require excessive repetitions. Folding it 3 or 4 dozen times suffices. The joints must be meticulously handled. Sun Taixian controlled the force applied, providing thorough explanations and demonstrations of the arrowhead and the joints. Under Sun Taixian's skilled hands, the arrowhead continuously morphed, being repeatedly rotated and hammered until it assumed a distinct arrow shape. This is a rough arrowhead. It will still require sharpening and polishing later. I will assign a few hunters to handle those steps. Would you like to give it a try? Sun Taixian gestured. Wangchuan promptly approached, skillfully scooping a small amount of molten iron to pour into the arrowhead mold, exhibiting the finesse of a seasoned blacksmith. Forging a rough arrowhead is not overly complex. One begins with repeated folding and hammering to eliminate impurities and enhance toughness. Once sufficiently shaped, the tip is gradually hammered into a sharp, flat form, while the rear connection hole requires minimal adjustment, simply rotating and hammering to the appropriate specifications. The difficulty of crafting a standard rough arrowhead is far less than that of a refined steel ingot, making it an effortless task to complete the first. With a modest sense of accomplishment in his refined steel forging skills, Wangchuan found the creation of ordinary arrowheads to be a trivial pursuit. After inspecting Wangchuan's work, Sun Taixian nodded in approval. The process then turned into a mechanical repetition of actions. The entire forging procedure was swift, taking less than 10 minutes for each piece. By the end of the night, Wangchuan had filled a basket to the brim. Sun Taixian arranged for villagers to come and carry them away. Wangchuan quickly realized the pace of earning money was astonishingly rapid. 100 arrowheads yielded 100 large copper coins, equating to 1,000 copper coins. In just one night, the profit margin on finished weapons was indeed remarkable. No wonder great nations aspire to become arms dealers. Wangchuan suddenly felt inclined to consider a career change, given the substantial profits from weapon crafting, far surpassing those of mining. He fervently hoped that similar tasks would persist for a while after the autumn harvest. His only regret was that forging arrowheads would not unlock new skills nor grant any attribute rewards. By the following day, Wangchuan promptly informed Lin Dehai of his new assignment from Sun Taixian, indicating his inability to partake in the rice harvesting task. Lin Dehai and the others did not express much concern, as the village remained secure. Moreover, Wangchuan was no longer a novice. "We shall not wait for you. Off we go. Time to harvest the rice." A group of miners transformed into relentless sickle wielders, charging out of the village. Meanwhile, Wangchuan remained at the blacksmith shop, embodying an unyielding machine, tirelessly producing rough iron arrowheads, completing 100 pieces in a morning, earning 1,000 copper coins. By afternoon, he earned another 1,000 copper coins. And by nightfall, throughout the day, aside from basic necessities, he devoted all his time to crafting rough iron arrowheads, accumulating a day's earnings equivalent to that of a typical miner over half a month. However, 400 rough arrowheads seemed utterly inadequate to meet the demands of Haishi village. He observed that the village's guards and hunters had all donned quivers. Early in the morning, outside Wang Dayang's pancake shop, he encountered Lin Dehai. Lin Dehai informed him that the previous day, the village's hunters had discovered a herd of wild boars near the rice fields close to the mine. After an encounter, the boars had fled, injuring some of the hunters in the process. Hei Pai vividly recounted, "Wangchuan, you have no idea. Those wild boars weigh at least 300 to 400 jin, with exceptionally thick hides. Iron arrowheads merely create superficial holes in their bodies. Many wild boars were pierced by over a dozen arrows, resembling porcupines, yet they remained unfazed." The crowd expressed their astonishment. Wangchuan's heart raced with trepidation. He finally understood why Master Sun Taixian insisted on his continuous crafting of iron arrowheads. At this rate of consumption, the 300 arrowheads forged yesterday had already been entirely depleted. Oldly lamented in the crowd, "It is fortunate we were far away and did not encounter the wild boars. Otherwise, we would likely have been unable to outrun them." Hei Pai concurred, "You see, today there are noticeably fewer miners present. Fear gripped everyone. Should one perish, their account would be terminated, jeopardizing their positions. Rather than earn this money, it seemed wiser to wait until the 7 days had passed and mine safely." Wei Zhou and Zhang Kai exchanged glances, both showing signs of retreat. Lin Dehai remarked, "It is not as simple as that. In the village, iron may be scarce, yet grain is indispensable. If the rice harvest is not completed in a single day, the iron mines will remain dormant." Everyone understands this principle. As the villagers hurriedly gathered the rice, they made an effort to stay together, ensuring they did not stray too far from the main group, particularly avoiding distance from the village's hunters. The main group departed the village, and Wangchuan returned to the blacksmith shop with a grave expression. Sun the blacksmith had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Wangchuan enter, Sun the blacksmith spoke with solemnity. "Yesterday, the village hunters drove away a herd of wild boars, thanks to the iron arrowheads you crafted. However, today, they will likely return to ravage the crops, and our stock of arrowheads is running low. Wangchuan, let us toil diligently today. We must ensure these wild boars are kept at bay. Otherwise, if our rice yield decreases, the village may face a harsh winter." "Yes, master." Wangchuan eagerly nodded and set about the task of forging crude iron arrowheads. The blacksmith's workshop soon became lively. During this time, the village chief arrived with some villagers to collect the crafted arrowheads. However, he also bore grim news. A hunter had been gored in the abdomen by a wild boar during patrol, bleeding profusely. Although he was brought back, even if he survived, he would likely be severely injured and disabled. Fortunately, the village hunters united in their fury and managed to kill 2 wild boars, bolstering the villagers' morale. Otherwise, the miners might have fled in fear. Sun the blacksmith's expression darkened, and the rhythmic sound of hammering began to falter. Wangchuan observed in astonishment as his master solemnly declared, "Wangchuan, standard iron arrowheads are insufficient to inflict lethal harm on wild boars. I shall now teach you how to forge tempered steel arrowheads." Chapter 17. The forging of piercing arrows. Having spent considerable time with Sun the blacksmith, Wangchuan increasingly perceived his master as a flesh-and-blood individual. When faced with Chen Feng and Hei Tan, Sun had concealed his skills, reluctant to showcase his craftsmanship. for he recognized that these two men were solely driven by greed, unwilling to endure hardship. The task of forging tempered steel was excruciating for them, yet it was merely a mundane undertaking for a blacksmith. Thus, Chen Feng and He Tan were dismissed, leaving Wangchuan as the sole disciple, inheriting Sun's mastery of tempered steel forging. Aware of the immense pressure the village would soon face, necessitating a significant supply of arrows, Sun the blacksmith promptly began preparations, dedicating himself to crafting iron arrowheads to empower the village hunters. Upon learning of the injury to one of the hunters, Sun resolved to forge arrowheads of greater sharpness, capable of posing a fatal threat to wild boars. Wangchuan empathized deeply, having spent over a month in Haishi village. He felt a sense of honor and responsibility towards the villagers. Angered by the injuries inflicted upon them, he felt a fervent desire to rally against the external threat. He diligently focused on mastering the technique for forging tempered steel arrowheads as taught by Sunday, to achieve extraordinary resilience and sharpness in the arrowheads. A rigorous process of folding and forging was essential, 100 times, compressing a small amount of pig iron into a more compact form to facilitate finer grinding later. Only with such a robust structure could the arrowheads maintain their sharpness through frequent honing. Clang, clang. Wangchuan learned rapidly and adapted swiftly. After completing a small ingot of tempered steel, he began to shape it. Unlike ordinary iron arrowheads, these needed to be flatter to enhance their range. In achieving both speed and distance, they would also possess formidable destructive and penetrating power. Sun occasionally offered guidance. When the first tempered steel arrowhead was completed, Sun took it upon himself to grind it down. After about 10 minutes, the tip of the arrowhead gleamed sharply, with its sides keen as blades, capable of slicing through hair. It was a success. Sun produced a feather and secured it tightly, retrieving a wooden bow from an unknown source and effortlessly drawing it back to a crescent shape. Releasing it, the tempered steel arrow soared like a white streak, accompanied by a chilling sound as it embedded itself deeply into a beam of the blacksmith's shop. Sun beamed with satisfaction, casting aside the bow and addressing Wangchuan. Do you see? This is the power of the tempered steel arrowhead. Its armor-piercing capability is at least twice that of an ordinary iron arrowhead. Even against a full-grown wild boar, one shot will draw blood. Let us proceed with this standard. We shall forge 10 tempered steel arrowheads today for our village's finest hunters. The ordinary arrowheads penetrate solid wood by at most 1 inch, while the tempered steel arrowheads can embed themselves 3 inches deep. Flesh simply cannot withstand the might of solid wood, resulting in far greater devastation. With this, we should be able to more easily slay the wild boars. Wangchuan nodded, his eyes ablaze with fervor. This was the true weapon of destruction. Moreover, he noticed that while crafting the tempered steel arrowheads, the progress of the tempered steel forging skill advanced by 1 point. Producing tempered steel arrowheads also contributed to the experience of the forging skill. Wangchuan became even more excited, swiftly dividing the materials into 6 parts and resuming his hammering. Sun personally participated in the forging, and the sounds of their labor resounded throughout the workshop. After a midday meal of flatbreads, the master and apprentice showed no signs of stopping, continuing their work until the afternoon when all the villagers who had hastily harvested rice returned, closing the village gates. Together, they had forged a total of 48 tempered steel arrowheads, with Wangchuan personally crafting 24. The experience bar for the tempered steel forging skill had reached 25,300, with each tempered steel arrowhead earning a reward of 50 copper coins. The speed of earning profits surpasses that of crafting ordinary iron arrowheads. As everyone in the village busied themselves calculating their gains, Wangchuan seized the opportunity to exit the blacksmith shop and seek out LNDHI. A group of villagers congregated, deliberating on strategies for tomorrow's rice harvest. Earlier that day, a hunter had sustained severe injuries, while 2 unfortunate miners were bitten by wild boars. Although their injuries were minor, the incidents left a significant impact on the community. Both WIZH and ZHNK expressed their reluctance to take on tasks the following day. With the nearby rice fields being depleted, the villagers found themselves increasingly distanced from the safety of the village, facing declining profit margins and an escalating proximity to the wild boar herd, rendering their situation perilous. Clearly, tomorrow would pose even greater dangers. Wangchuan observed that it wasn't just his company's members who were apprehensive. Even CHNF and the small group from HITN Studio exhibited similar concerns, contemplating a strike. Just then, the village chief emerged, calming the villagers. The wages for tomorrow's rice harvesting will increase by 1 copper coin, raising it to 4 copper coins per basket. Furthermore, we will assign the village hunters to remain vigilant and intensify efforts to hunt the wild boars, ensuring the safety of everyone. You may proceed with the rice harvest without fear. However, if any of you are unwilling to accept the task, you are free to leave HISHCN. The final words of the village chief carried a heavy weight. Many players who had initially considered striking were left bewildered. Leave Hishcn? To where? Without the village's protection, their situation would become exceedingly perilous, especially for those with a modicum of wealth, as wandering outside would make them easy targets. Given that the destitute were unprotected, after declaring the village's decision, the village chief turned and left. A group of players seethed in silence, gradually logging off. As LNDHI departed, he couldn't help but express envy. Wangchuan, you are fortunate to remain in the village during such tumultuous times. With work to do, and without the need to venture into danger. Safety is paramount. With that, he returned home and logged off. Upon returning to the blacksmith shop, Wangchuan discovered that Master SN had already concluded discussions with the village chief and approached him with a reminder. The village chief mentioned that we lost quite a few arrows today. This evening, we must forge a portion of iron arrowheads. You shall craft the tempered steel arrowheads, while I will handle the iron ones. Wangchuan eagerly volunteered. The profit from forging tempered steel arrowheads is slightly inferior to that of ordinary iron ones, but it will enhance my experience in tempered steel forging, achieving two objectives at once. Excellent. Master SN replied with a satisfied smile. With you focusing on the tempered steel arrowheads, it lightens my burden. Let us collaborate efficiently and strive to produce as many arrowheads as possible before tomorrow arrives. Wangchuan beamed. Yes, master. The master and disciple resumed their work. By the end of the night, Wangchuan had forged 18 tempered steel arrowheads, earning nearly 2 taels of silver. Chapter 18. The efficacy of the armor-piercing arrow at 6 in the morning. Wangchuan hastily consumed a couple of pieces of bread before logging in. Time to earn money, he thought, filled with excitement at the prospect of earning 2 taels of silver daily, equivalent to a staggering 6,000 RMB. Sleep? No, a beast of burden has no right to slumber. Upon returning to the blacksmith shop, he found that Master SN was absent. Stepping outside, he discovered Master SN, bloodshot eyes betraying a sleepless night, standing alongside the village chief and several hunters. The quivers of the 4 hunters were filled with arrows crafted from tempered steel, gleaming ominously, their sharpness undeniable. Wangchuan quickly understood. Master SN had likely spent the entire night sharpening the arrowheads. Seeing Wangchuan, Master SN approached him, saying, "Once you've rested, go ahead and forge more. I must catch a brief nap." "Yes, please rest, master. I will start forging immediately." Wangchuan could sense the dedication Master SN exhibited, sacrificing his own rest to mitigate the village's losses, and he felt a profound sense of empathy. He hastily consumed 2 sesame cakes to stave off hunger, and, fueled by the unquenchable flames of the forge, began his laborious day anew. The village chief, at the entrance of the village, earnestly addressed the 4 most capable hunters. "These past few days, the wild boars have ravaged our crops and harmed our people. Today, you must eliminate every wild boar that has destroyed our grain. Master SN has worked tirelessly to provide you with the best arrows. You cannot let him down. Rest assured, village chief. With the armor-piercing arrows, we will surely eradicate these pests. Just watch." With that, the hunting team set out. In addition to the 4 elite hunters, 16 other villagers accompanied them, making a total of 20 individuals, as they ventured out of the village in search of wild boars. Once all the hunters were positioned, the miners in the village slowly began to gather their baskets to harvest rice. Unexpectedly, news of victory soon echoed from outside. "Those accursed wild boars spent the night in our rice fields. When we approached, they were still asleep, and we managed to take down 7 or 8 on the spot." Haha, Master SN's armor-piercing arrows are indeed effective. A wild boar was struck in the throat by a single arrow and fell not long after. We took down 2 more. Those wild boars finally learned fear and began to flee. Unfortunately, they had already ravaged our rice fields overnight. As reports of success flooded in, miners returned carrying the carcasses of the wild boars, their spirits high. By midday, the village was strewn with the remains of several wild boars, both large and small, which kept Wangchuan busy with boiling water and butchering. The village chief beamed with joy, promptly arranging for someone to contact the tavern in the county town to collect the goods. Throughout this, Wangchuan listened intently, refusing to slacken his efforts, continuing to forge tempered steel arrowheads. The wild boars descending from the mountains numbered far more than just a handful. Moreover, numerous armor-piercing arrows failed to strike vital spots and were carried back into the mountains by wild boars. Experience continued to accumulate. By the end of the day, he diligently crafted 48 well-forged steel arrowheads, advancing his experience in the art of forging well-forged steel to 91,300. When Sun Taijian returned from outside, he was brimming with excitement, clearly pleased with the performance of the armor-piercing arrows. "Wangchuan, my good apprentice, the armor-piercing arrows have taken down 16 wild boars today. The village chief has arranged for us to receive 2 of them for our forge, allowing Wang Dalong to prepare them as cured meat to store in the cellar. Come winter, we shall feast on cured meat throughout the season. Furthermore, the village sold the remaining wild boars and rewarded our forge with 10 taels of silver. Which is your share? Sun Taijian tossed a 5-tael silver ingot towards Wangchuan, who fumbled to catch it. This was his first encounter with silver. The bright, gleaming metal was mesmerizing. Master, I have already received ample rewards. I cannot accept this, Wangchuan protested, feeling somewhat embarrassed to accept an additional sum. At that moment, he even forgot that this was merely a game. Sun Taijian, evidently in high spirits, waved his hand dismissively. I have observed your efforts these past few days. The returns from well-forged steel arrowheads cannot compare to ordinary iron arrowheads, and the forging process is labor-intensive and arduous. How could I be unaware? Consider this a form of compensation for your choice. Accept it. With Sun Tiejian's authoritative tone, Wangchuan had no choice but to acquiesce. Thank you, master. Wangchuan's heart surged with excitement, realizing that the silver in his hand had already exceeded 10 taels. However, they could not afford to be complacent. The armor-piercing arrows crafted yesterday had all been expended. Although some were recovered, they required remelting and reforging. Sun Taijian instructed. We must continue to forge well-forged steel arrowheads without delay. Yes, Wangchuan agreed, eager to keep forging and elevate his well-forged steel forging skill to a level of mastery. He wondered if advancing to the next tier of life skills would yield additional attribute points as a reward. 3 days swiftly passed. The hunters of Haishi village, utilizing the armor-piercing arrows crafted at the forge, had collectively slain over 50 wild boars, significantly safeguarding the miners who were hastily harvesting rice and driving the remaining wild boars away. The rice harvesting efforts in Haishi village were nearing completion. That afternoon, 5 escort leaders arrived at the village entrance. It was time for the weekly collection of silver. The profits from the rice harvest were not as stable as those from mining, and due to the thrilling nature of the process, the amount submitted by everyone was generally modest. When it was Wangchuan's turn, he produced 2 silver ingots, 10 taels of silver. Escort leader Wang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Wangchuan for a considerable time before finally recording, Wangchuan, 10 taels. This was certainly not all of Wangchuan's earnings for the week. He still had 7 taels of silver in hand. However, he was concerned that revealing too much might attract unwanted attention. Unbeknownst to him, after escort leader Wang departed, he promptly reported the matter to the company. A call came in from the company shortly thereafter. Wangchuan temporarily exited the game to take the call. Coach Yu's voice came through. Wangchuan, I heard from old Wang that you submitted 10 taels of silver this week. Could you provide us with more details? Coach Yu's tone was amiable. Rest assured, we will evaluate the game data you reported based on its value and reward you accordingly. The higher the value, the more substantial the reward. Upon hearing about the reward, Wangchuan wasted no time in revealing that he had officially become Sun Tiejian's apprentice and had transitioned to the occupation of blacksmith, also sharing his life skill in well-forged steel forging. He explained that these earnings were the result of his efforts in crafting arrowheads during this period. Coach Yu, upon realization, pondered for a moment before concluding, I see. Our studio also has individuals who have transitioned to blacksmithing, but they are currently in the county town, assisting in the crafting of agricultural tools and ordinary crude ironware, yielding far less than what you have described. It appears that your participation in this autumn harvest has triggered an urgent task for forging arrowheads. Haishi Village's geographical advantage is immense. Being close to iron mines with abundant resources, unlike the city, where the value of iron ore and pig iron is artificially inflated, thus significantly diminishing profits. Regardless, your information is highly valuable. At the very least, it provides us with a better prospect for wealth generation, and the company should reward you well for it. Thank you. Coach Yu, Wangchuan replied with delight. Another bonus was certainly welcome. He expressed gratitude for the recognition from Ah Hui, commemorating the first divine certification for this book. Chapter 19. Breakthrough and Mastery. Coach Yu then shifted the conversation, asking, Wangchuan, are you still residing in your original apartment? Have you considered moving closer to the company? The living conditions here are quite favorable, with robots delivering meals to your door during mealtimes, ensuring food is always available whenever hunger strikes. And fitness facilities are even more convenient. Wangchuan had indeed contemplated relocating to the company for better living conditions and to reduce some expenses. However, he had been quite occupied lately. The first month was spent striving for an impressive salary and bonus, followed by the urgent task of harvesting rice, yielding remarkable daily profits, making it impossible to forfeit such a lucrative opportunity. After sharing his circumstances with Coach Yu, he replied, once this task concludes, I will find time to move to the company. Very well. When the time comes, give me a call, and I will arrange for the moving company to assist. You can come directly to the company, and it won't hinder your progress in the game. Yu Jiaodo's proposal filled him with delight. Excellent. Thank you, Yu Jiaodo. In a big company, matters are handled efficiently. After hanging up the phone, Yu Jiao dialed Su Wan's number, explaining the situation. There is a new opportunity in Haishi village. We might consider sending more people there. Su Wan was equally astonished to learn that the newcomer, Wangchuan, had already transitioned to a blacksmith and was reaping remarkable rewards. Great. Indeed, there are a few newcomers in Huishui County whose development has been average. Tomorrow, I will arrange for the escort from the escort agency to accompany them to Haishi village to see if we can cultivate more blacksmiths. All right, Yu Jiao replied. How shall we arrange the reward for Su Wangchuan? After pondering for a few seconds, Su Wan responded, if this information allows us to nurture more blacksmiths, it will be a valuable piece of intelligence. Let's allocate 50,000 to be included in next month's bonuses. Isn't 50,000 a bit low? Yu Jiao hesitated. Su Wangchuan can earn at least 6,000 to 9,000 a day. The additional blacksmiths will impact his future earnings. In my view, Su Wangchuan's information deserves a greater reward. The current gains are merely temporary and not sustainable. Su Wan had her own considerations. How about this? If our people can successfully enter the blacksmith shop and transition successfully, we can grant him an additional 50,000. Fine, Yu Jiao conceded, not wishing to argue further. Wangchuan received the call that evening. 50,000 in bonuses was neither too much nor too little. However, upon learning that the gaming room planned to send more personnel to the blacksmith shop in Haishi village, he couldn't help but frown. He was acutely aware of the limited manpower and resources in Haishi village. Once the number of blacksmiths increased, it would constrict his opportunities for growth and diminish his earnings. He felt a sense of loss. At this moment, he began to realize that he should not have disclosed his profession as a blacksmith and his daily earnings. However, now that it had transpired, regret was futile. He could only hope to elevate his Balian steel forging technique to the level of proficiency in the time ahead. Currently, the experience for Balian steel forging technique had reached 289,300, and by forging 11 more Balian steel arrowheads the next day, he would reveal his progress. The following day, upon logging in, Wangchuan wasted no time in clearing his hunger and hurriedly forged Balian steel arrowheads. Within mere hours, he received a system notification. Ding. Balian steel forging technique has advanced from minor achievement to proficiency. Reward: 1 point in strength, 1 point in agility. Wangchuan's eyes brightened, and he felt a surge of joy. 2 attribute points. This time, he had been awarded 2 points directly. What a thrill. Wangchuan was elated. Sun Taijian, observing from the side, was clearly taken aback and looked up with a look of confusion. Wangchuan showed no signs of stopping. After all, the autumn harvest was nearing its end, and he was uncertain if there would be another opportunity to forge Balian steel arrowheads at will. Suppressing his elation, he continued forging a new batch of Balian steel arrowheads. At this moment, his task panel had transformed to Wangchuan, male, blacksmith, hunger level, 62100, strength, 83, attack, 34, agility, 81, defense, 18, speed, 9, stamina, 81, health, 90, spirit, 8, inactive. His life skill, Balian steel forging technique. Proficient level, next level, 1500. Current location, Tiannan Continent. Nanyu Country, Sanhe County, Huishui County, Haishi Village. With 11 points in strength, Wangchuan felt the hammer in his hand become lighter. With each swing, it was more decisive and powerful, allowing for greater precision in controlling his strength. Ding ding, ding ding, ding ding ding. After a series of strikes, the rhythm of his hammering changed. Wangchuan discovered that after executing a double strike, he still had the energy for a third strike. The hammer swiftly struck the heated iron block 3 times in one continuous motion. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. The tempo quickened, and the sound became crisper and tighter. Sun Taijian trembled slightly, unable to believe his eyes. A continuous triple strike. Wangchuan, you have achieved this so quickly. Wangchuan was fully immersed in the new rhythm. Pausing his actions to inquire, Master, what is a continuous triple strike? An ordinary blacksmith will lose much of their strength while hammering the iron block, which is the most rudimentary technique. Once one can evenly distribute their strength and achieve 2 rapid consecutive strikes, they can be considered a skilled blacksmith with superior craftsmanship. This results in greater efficiency when forging and a significant advantage in producing ironware. Sun Taijian displayed a fervent expression. However, very few can execute 3 consecutive strikes. One requires sufficient strength, and the ability to maintain such strikes necessitates considerable stamina and control, which demands a high physical standard from the blacksmith. At this point, Sun Taijian couldn't help but bitterly remark, even I, your master, cannot accomplish this. I never expected your talent to be so exceptional that you could achieve a continuous triple strike in just over a month. Wangchuan was astonished. Even master cannot do it. However, he quickly realized that his high starting points in strength, agility, and stamina contributed to his ability. Sun Taijian likely mastered only the Balian steel forging technique, so even with a high level of skill, he could not compare to Wangchuan. With the technique of continuous triple strikes, he would possess a significant advantage in crafting anything, allowing him to complete tasks more quickly and efficiently. Give it a try? Sun Taijian was exhilarated, akin to a child in his 40s, as though he had personally achieved a monumental breakthrough, urging his apprentice on with great enthusiasm. Chapter 20. The Arrival of Apprentices. Wangchuan, of course, felt elated as well. The ability to forge in a seamless triad indicated an enhancement in skill and efficiency, allowing him to create a greater number of qualified 100-forged steel arrowheads each day, thus reaping more financial rewards. What could possibly be more gratifying than this? Without hesitation, Wangchuan seized a new piece of glowing iron, centered his thoughts, and swiftly entered a state of concentration, striving to recapture the sensation he had just experienced. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks flew. Wangchuan quickly attained the triad state, evenly controlling his strength, with the hammer striking the heated iron block in a rhythmic cadence. He completed 100 precise strikes in just over 30 seconds. Whoosh. He switched to the next piece. Wangchuan's speed escalated. This breakthrough had granted him an additional point in agility. Through the relentless forging process, he grew increasingly adept at harnessing his newfound strength and speed, continuously shortening the time required. Clang, clang, clang. The sound was crisp, transforming 3 strikes into 2. Sun Tiejian's eyes brightened further as he stood by, observing intently and holding his breath, fearful of disturbing Wangchuan's focus. After a considerable time had passed, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He had entirely mastered the triad technique. If he could merge the 3 sounds into one, it would signify an elevation of the triad skill to its pinnacle, potentially allowing him to reach the advanced realm of our craft, and even aspire to become a master artisan. Observing Wangchuan's unwavering focus filled Sun Taijian with admiration. It was a rare delight to have acquired such a talented disciple. In his joy, Sun Taijian unusually retrieved a small handful of tea leaves from the inner room and brewed himself a pot of tea, listening to the melodious and crisp sounds of striking metal, eventually dozing off. Wangchuan refrained from disturbing his master. In recent days, his master had been tirelessly guiding him while laboriously forging iron arrowheads, preparing the 100-forged steel arrowheads, a truly taxing endeavor. Wangchuan was wholly dedicated to his work. The 100-forged steel arrowheads, being small in size, typically required about 3 hours for a batch. However, he was now approaching the remarkable milestone of producing them in under 2 hours. The first batch took only 2.5 hours, the second batch, 2 hours and 18 minutes, and by the afternoon, the third batch was completed in merely 2 hours and 10 minutes. Throughout this, Wangchuan still needed to handle the raw iron, maintain a vigilant eye on the furnace, and control the bellows. Just as he was about to finish crafting his 4th batch of 100-forged steel arrowheads, several unfamiliar faces, led by Lin Dehai, gathered at the entrance of the blacksmith shop, seeking to purchase iron picks. The rice harvest was complete. The village chief had sent me to bring newcomers to buy a few iron picks. The individuals brought by Lin Dehai eagerly produced their money. Sun Taijian nodded, relieved to have accomplished a significant task, with the rice safely stored. This winter would be much easier. Please wait a moment. I will retrieve the iron picks for you. Soon, Sun Taijian completed the transaction with the newcomers. At that moment, Lin Dehai, smiling, inquired, "Uncle Blacksmith, do you still accept apprentices?" He had come with a purpose. The company had assigned him to bring new recruits to inquire at the blacksmith shop, seeking to secure his bonus. Sun Taijian narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing at Lin Dehai's physique, and shook his head, saying, "You are not suitable." Lin Dehai's expression soured. Stepping aside to allow Sun Taijian a better view of the 6 individuals behind him. All 6 were quite young and in good shape. Sun Taijian selected 2 of them, pointing and asking, "The blacksmith shop is not like other places. Can you endure hardship?" "Yes, I can." The 2 replied confidently, raising their chests. They were already aware that the blacksmith shop in Haishi village was more esteemed than those in the county, with company newcomers earning 2 to 3 taels of silver daily after transitioning to blacksmithing, and even receiving bonuses of up to 5 taels, making their monthly income likely to exceed 1,200 taels. Grateful for the opportunity to remain in such a place, they were eager to accept. "Then you may stay." Sun Tiejian's words filled the 2 with delight. Lin Dehai smiled. It's good that someone has decided to stay. His bonus was now secure. The 4 who were not chosen left, hearts heavy with disappointment, following Lin Dehai out. Sun Taijian led the 2 newcomers into the inner courtyard. They gawked around, their attention quickly drawn to the young man tirelessly working at the forging table. His fair, flushed skin, powerful movements, and the sparks erupting around him created a vivid tableau of strength and impact. As Wangchuan placed the forged iron piece into a bucket of water to cool, Sun Taijian called out with a smile, "Wangchuan, pause for a moment. I have found you 2 helpers." Wangchuan set down his work and approached. Sun Taijian gestured towards the two newcomers, saying, Bai Yuhui and Hong Kaibao will be our apprentices from now on, here to assist you for the time being. He then introduced them. This is your senior brother, Wangchuan. Yes, senior brother. We have heard of you. The two replied, smiling and bowing. Wangchuan, having inferred their backgrounds, nodded, greetings, junior brothers. With your addition, my master will not have to work so hard. Wangchuan, you continue forging while I guide them in smelting iron ore and controlling the furnace temperature, Sun Taijian instructed, surprising Bai Yuhui and Hong Kaibao slightly. Such mundane tasks were usually assigned to apprentices, but they did not dwell on it, following closely behind Sun Taijian to learn diligently. Wangchuan returned to the forging table, reflecting on how swiftly the company had sent the new recruits. However, observing the master's demeanor, it seems he intends for them to assist, essentially acting as apprentices in the forge. Most likely, the tasks of hammering iron ore and managing the bellows for smelting cast iron will be entrusted to them, which will not significantly affect him. He understands that this is related to his recent breakthrough in mastering the technique of Qi Sanlian. The master would not invest effort in nurturing a second successor for the forge. With this thought, the concerns in Wangchuan's heart dissipated considerably, and he quickly cast aside distractions to focus on his work. Clang, clang. Hong Kaibao and Bai Yuhui adapted swiftly, mastering the various menial tasks of the forge within a day. By the following day, they began to voluntarily take on some of the more intricate chores from Wangchuan. Seizing this opportunity, Wangchuan managed to compress the time required to forge a batch of refined steel arrowheads from 2 hours and 10 minutes to just over 2 hours, resulting in a more substantial daily income. His experience points surged rapidly, allowing him to produce 54 refined steel arrowheads in a single day. Sun Taijian felt a mix of joy and sorrow. He was pleased with his talented disciple, yet troubled that, as the village ceased to purchase surplus refined steel arrowheads, this batch of products could not be converted into silver, quickly depleting his meager savings and forcing him to halt the production of refined steel arrowheads. With over 200 arrowheads unsold, he also needed to procure a batch of bamboo from Wangdama to craft arrow shafts, which was overwhelming. After all, Sun Taijian was merely an ordinary blacksmith in the village. He could not afford to pay the wages of 3 workers while managing the burgeoning demands of Wangchuan. Chapter 21. Winter banditry. Wangchuan was quite distressed. The suspension of refined steel arrowhead production not only meant the cessation of his lucrative income, but also stagnated his experience in the art of forging refined steel. Reluctantly, he had to revert to his previous mining days. However, accustomed to earning 2 to 3 taels of silver daily, equivalent to 6 or 7,000 in a single day, returning to a mere 100 coins was indeed disheartening. Fortunately, this transition afforded him time to move from his apartment to his company, where he now enjoyed a nearly 200 square meter duplex apartment complete with all necessary appliances and furniture. He could order meals at will, delivered right to his door by company robots. In his leisure time, he could also work out in the company gym, strengthening his core. While lifting weights, he noticed a significant increase in his strength. Performing 500 pull-ups in one go was no problem, and both his rhythm and speed had improved. He suspected he had genuinely increased his strength and agility attributes. Subsequently, he attempted the bench press, increasing the weight from 220 kilograms to 240 kilograms. The visible enhancement in his game attributes directly reflected on his physical capabilities in reality, fueling his desire to elevate his refined steel forging technique to the next level. Although he was unsure how the game achieved this, who would not wish to become stronger? After shuttling between the mine and the forge for 10 days, his latest earnings plummeted to 2 taels of silver. Unable to contain himself, he approached his master to inquire if he could continue forging refined steel arrowheads to improve his skills. Sun Taijian, aware of his eagerness, pondered, in truth, if we could sell this batch of armor-piercing arrows for silver, our forge could resume operations, allowing you to continue enhancing your forging skills. However, we are indeed short on funds. What price do armor-piercing arrows fetch? Wangchuan inquired. To his surprise, Sun Taijian lowered his voice and admonished him. Do you truly wish to sell them? The court forbids the private trade of iron. If caught, it could lead to execution. Especially with weapons, they are too sensitive. If discovered, it could spell great trouble. Wangchuan's heart sank. Indeed, ironware in ancient times was considered a strategic reserve. Armor-piercing arrows were even more sensitive. A mere village blacksmith selling armor-piercing arrows would be tantamount to treason. Selling was not a feasible option. It was too perilous. Wangchuan's mind raced, and he continued to probe. Is it permissible for hunters to carry armor-piercing arrows? In mountainous villages frequently beset by wild beasts, a limited number of armor-piercing arrows for hunting large animals would typically be turned a blind eye by the county office. Sun Taijian replied, but the quantity must not exceed 1 quiver. Moreover, armor-piercing arrows must not approach the county town. If discovered, penalties could be imposed, or worse, imprisonment. Wangchuan wore a troubled expression. The path to wealth he had painstakingly uncovered now seemed completely obstructed. Picking up an armor-piercing arrow. He noted, armor-piercing arrow, white grade, 5 attack, 1 armor-piercing. Such a fine item left to gather dust in the forge. Bored, Wangchuan inquired further about armor-piercing arrows, including their value. Sun Taijian answered each question. Value is dictated by rarity. The price of armor-piercing arrows fluctuates dramatically under normal circumstances. The county's blacksmith shop might produce them for just 3 taels of silver per bundle, 20 arrows, equating to 150 copper coins each. However, in times of emergency when demand exceeds supply, prices can soar, doubling or tripling. This autumn, wild boars disrupted the harvest. The village chief procured a bundle of armor-piercing arrows at a high price from the blacksmith shop, selling it for 4 taels of silver. After deducting costs for arrowheads, shafts, and labor, Sun Taijian indeed earned a substantial profit. Regrettably, the stock he accumulated in subsequent days all went into the red. Wangchuan quickly grasped the situation. The forge had generated over 80 taels of silver, with more than 30 taels spent on costs. Without the stockpile, his master would have pocketed over 50 taels. However, labor costs alone exceeded 30 taels, and with the expenses for iron, ore, arrow shafts, and daily sustenance, what remained? By the way, master, might hunters from neighboring villages require armor-piercing arrows? Wangchuan suddenly had an epiphany and inquired. Sun Taijiang waved his hand and replied, I have already asked around. The wild boar problem in other villages is not as severe as ours. Therefore, this batch of broken armor-piercing arrows will likely gather dust for a while. We will wait until winter to see if any beasts descend from the mountains in search of food. Perhaps then we can sell a batch to turn a profit. Winter is still more than half a month away. Wangchuan did not wish to squander his time. Sun Taijiang, evidently perceiving his thoughts, spoke up. When winter arrives, everyone in the village must be prepared for battle. I remember you are not yet skilled in archery or marksmanship, are you? Wangchuan was taken aback. Sun Taijiang, now animated, continued, since you have free time, it would be beneficial for you to practice with the spear and bow. Would the village be in a perilous situation after winter? Naturally, Sun Taijiang's face clouded with concern, and his tone grew grave. In previous years, when wild beasts descended from the mountains in search of food, they would attack nearby villages, stealing chickens, ducks, and livestock, and some even resorted to eating humans. Wolves, tigers, leopards, and bears, their appetites are vast, and when winter hunger strikes, they dare to do anything. Besides beasts, there are human calamities as well. Refugees gather and become bandits. The mountain bandits respond to their calls, and whichever village they encounter will be doomed. As he spoke, anger flashed across Sun Taijiang's face. Last year, a group of bandits attacked our Haishi village. Our villagers fought valiantly, driving them back, but many lives were lost. He gazed at the empty houses in the village and added, those vacant homes are a testament to that. Wangchuan felt a chill run down his spine. It was one thing to contend with wild beasts, but to think there were bandit threats outside as well. He could not help but exclaim, is the government not doing anything about it? The government office has so few personnel. With an increase in banditry, they would not even hesitate to attack the county town. Those wealthy individuals in the county would never send their hired hands to support the impoverished folk outside the city. Sun Taijiang sighed. Thus, during winter, everyone usually refrains from venturing out, and all able-bodied men must undergo training. We must practice marksmanship to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. He turned specifically to Wangchuan and said, though winter has yet to arrive, it will not be long before the village chief issues orders to halt all mining tasks and prepare for the winter. Wangchuan, since you have nothing else to do, I will find you a master to teach you archery and marksmanship. When danger arises, it is best to be prepared. All right, Wangchuan readily agreed. Since staying in the village could become unsafe, the amount of money earned was no longer important. The priority was to learn skills for self-defense. Chapter 22. Captain Zhao Haniu's Sun Taijiang held a certain reputation and connections in the village. Upon hearing Wangchuan's agreement, he immediately led him to meet the village's guard captain. Wangchuan, come, this is the captain of our militia, the most capable hunter in the village, Captain Zhao Haniu. Captain Zhao, this is my disciple Wangchuan, quite capable. Wangchuan recognized the man. Captain Zhao was of a well-proportioned stature, with sharp eyes. His body brimming with explosive power. He was armed with a spear, a wooden bow, and a quiver of arrows. Captain Zhao. Zhao Haniu was also sizing up Wangchuan and nodded, smiling. I know, most of the armor-piercing arrows we use were made by him. However, I must ask, old son, why are you not at the forge at this late hour, but instead bringing your disciple to me? What is the matter? The forge is currently overwhelmed, and my disciple is idle, so I wanted to ask if you could teach him a bit about the spear and bow. Of course, Zhao Haniu readily agreed. Your disciple must be a fine hand if he has been working at the forge until midnight. So, it is settled, he will follow you from today onward. Sun Taijiang grinned widely. Zhao Hainiu turned to Wangchuan and said, "When the village is quiet, you will patrol and stand guard with us. It will be much less strenuous than working at the forge." "Thank you for your guidance," Wangchuan replied, nodding as he watched Sun Taijiang depart. Zhao Hainiu led him to a corner of the village, where several guards were warming themselves by the fire. The late autumn air was quite chilly. "Captain, why did you bring old Sun's precious pupil out here?" The guards, recognizing Wangchuan, teased him. Zhao Hainiu ignored them, standing firm, pointed to a scarecrow in the distance, and instructed, "Since you have become a blacksmith, your strength and stamina must be adequate. Using the spear should not be difficult. Let us begin with archery and see how accurate you are." He tossed him a wooden bow and a quiver of arrows. Wangchuan had some exposure to archery in the gym. Although he used a compound bow, the differences were minimal. Taking the wooden bow, he smoothly nocked an arrow, drew the bowstring, and aimed. The guards fell silent, watching intently. The scarecrow stood about 20 paces away. With ease, he drew the bow fully. Releasing, the arrow pierced the scarecrow's head. "Well done," Zhao Hainiu applauded, smiling. "Your accuracy is commendable, and your strength is impressive, maintaining your aim in this dim light at night. I can only imagine how well you perform during the day. Truly, you are Old Sun's disciple. However, be cautious in real combat. Do not remain stationary, as you may become an easy target." Zhao Hainiu swiftly drew an arrow from his back, and, moving with a tiger-like grace, nocked it and drew the bow swiftly. Almost instantaneously, the arrow flew from the bowstring. Swish. After releasing, he quickly nocked another arrow, his movements appearing unhurried yet precise and fierce. Swish. Swish. 3 consecutive arrows struck the scarecrow's head from 20 paces away. Wangchuan was left in awe. Incredible. With a swift draw of the bow, even in motion, the accuracy is astonishing. No wonder the master declared him the finest hunter in the village. Indeed, Captain Zhao is remarkable. Wangchuan applauds vigorously. Nearby, someone remarks that hitting a stationary target is trivial. Only when you witness the captain slaying swift beasts will you truly comprehend what it means to be formidable. Indeed. The crowd erupts in agreement. Zhao Hainiu smiles and explains, "Standing still to shoot is merely the first step in our training. Following that, as I just demonstrated, we progress to shooting at stationary targets while in motion. This allows one to maintain their pace, enhance both speed and accuracy, and ensure personal safety. The third stage involves shooting at moving targets, hitting them swiftly as they flee. Finally, mastering the art of shooting at moving targets while on the move is the ultimate goal. The methods have been imparted. Now, practice diligently. Each aspect must be executed 10,000 times, with a focus on accuracy, before advancing to the next stage." He adds a reminder. Initially, refrain from using arrowheads. Utilize only bare shafts. "Understood," Wangchuan replies, complying. He removes all arrowheads from his quiver and begins shooting one by one, retrieving the shafts after each shot. The next day, after returning from mining, he resumes his archery practice. Wangchuan dedicates himself earnestly, despite the presence of numerous hunters around him. The villagers do not grasp the necessity of shooting 10,000 times, especially when Wangchuan's accuracy is already commendable. Zhao Hainiu offers no explanation. Wangchuan understands that this is to cultivate muscle memory. As a fitness enthusiast, he recognizes that accuracy alone is insufficient. It is through countless repetitions that muscle memory is developed, enabling rapid execution of repetitive motions in the shortest time possible. This is akin to the forging of steel. With ample practice, one could strike an iron block even with eyes closed. The 10,000 repetitions of stationary shooting engrave the actions of drawing and shooting into his very being. Indeed, he observes an increasing speed in his archery. Upon completing the first stage, Wangchuan has gained a profound understanding of the weight of the wooden bow and the fletching, allowing him to nock an arrow and shoot within the briefest of moments. After training for more than half a day, he finally progresses to the next step. The difficulty of the second task is significantly heightened, shooting while in motion. Initially, every arrow misses its mark, with only the fortunate few managing to strike a target. Wangchuan logs off to study the essential techniques of archery, delving deeper into the nuances before adjusting his breathing rhythm, controlling his stride and posture. He ensures that his breath does not disrupt his aim. His movements remain within a manageable range, preventing deviation from his target. And his upper body remains unaffected by his lower body. His mind becomes increasingly tranquil, his actions more graceful, and his grip on the bow steadies. Gradually, the arrows begin to find their targets. While the hit rate remains low, each successful strike brings him an unprecedented sense of achievement. Wangchuan practices diligently for 5 days, contributing only 2 taels of silver this week. It feels as if he has returned to the past. Yet, Wangchuan has indeed grown rapidly. After 5 days, he has completed 10,000 shots, now achieving a perfect 10 hits out of 10, and can mimic Captain Zhao Hainiu's swift shooting style. While he may not yet rival Zhao Hainiu, he has certainly earned the admiration of the village's hunters. One day, as usual, he heads to the iron mine, but notices a missing figure. Brother Lin, why isn't Hei Pai here? Is he on leave? The company has expanded to 12 members, yet today, Lao Li finds himself without a partner, and the mine feels a touch less lively. Lin Dahai sighs, you may not be aware, but that guy Hei Pai tried to recommend his girlfriend to join the company, but was rejected. Consequently, he instructed her to search for Ling Yu online, violating the contract, and has since been dismissed. Lao Li and the others shake their heads in sorrow, seemingly already aware of the news. Hei Pai, accustomed to lavish spending with his girlfriend, has accrued significant debt, and, facing collectors, can only turn to the company for help. Chapter 23. Brother Lin, I will not freeload. Wangchuan is left speechless. He knows Hei Pai's extravagant spending and his indulgence towards his girlfriend. However, the notion that he would incur debts for her, ultimately losing his job, is beyond his comprehension. Thus, let it be a lesson to all. Do not squander money recklessly, nor allow love to jeopardize your career. It is not worth the sacrifice. Mark my words, without a job, Hei Pai's girlfriend will likely not remain in the picture for long. Wei Zhi's words are not mere cynicism. A woman who can lead her high-earning boyfriend into debt, ultimately costing him his employment, is certainly not virtuous. Amidst the clamor of their scorn, Wangchuan feels a deep sense of injustice for Hei Pai. He understands how challenging it is to secure employment in the current societal climate. The salary and benefits at the Warring State studio are already top tier. Losing such a position might mean Hei Pai will never find another opportunity. Regrettably, there is no remedy for regret. During the afternoon break, Hong Kai Bao and Bai Yuhui approach him. Brother Chuan, will you continue practicing archery tonight or return to complete tasks? They know that recently, he has been busy training with the village militia, neglecting side jobs. Yet, they hold him in high regard. To them, it seems that Brother Chuan is willingly sacrificing opportunities to earn for them. Wangchuan has been practicing archery recently. Lin Dahai, overhearing, cannot help but interject. His curiosity is piqued. As winter descends, the village may experience a certain disquiet. My master has instructed me to practice archery and self-defense techniques. Upon hearing the words of Wangchuan, astonishment spread across the faces of the villagers. Another challenge? The last was during the autumn harvest, and now what calamity awaits us? Can we not simply mine and farm in peace? Wei Zhi lamented, his expression one of profound distress. Previously, during the harvest, his meager strength resulted in the least returns each day. The others also wore expressions of unease. Those accustomed to the tranquil life of laborers found any disruption to signify fluctuating gains. A careless injury could lead to even greater repercussions. In fact, several players had sustained injuries during the last episode and spent half a month recuperating in the village. What could be the cause this time? Lin Dahai inquired diligently for more details. After Wangchuan recounted the situation as relayed by his master, the atmosphere grew somber. The mines would close after the onset of winter? This suggested a complete halt in earnings for the upcoming months. The newcomers, who had only recently arrived in Haishi village, became anxious. Had it only been a few days of stability? Had they known, they might have preferred to remain in the county, engaged in menial tasks. Indeed, they pondered whether to petition the company for a return to the county, for individuals began to murmur their desire to leave Haishi village. Lin Dahai and the others remained silent. Wangchuan said nothing. The reality of no income in Haishi village for the next few months was undeniable. He could not prevent others from seeking fortune elsewhere. As expected, shortly after returning to Haishi village, a call came in from Coach Yu. Upon answering, the first words from Coach Yu were, Wangchuan, is what you said true? The iron mine in Haishi village will be closed for several months? My master informed me so. Historically, once it snows, access to the mines becomes perilous due to wild beasts, leading the village to close the mines and restrict entry and exit. Wangchuan conveyed the information candidly. Coach Yu promptly ended the call. The following morning, for newcomers from Haishi village voluntarily relinquished their status as villagers, reportedly seeking opportunities in other villages. Wei Zhi departed as well, joining Lao Li and Zhang Kai. The team working in the mine had dwindled to 6. Lin Dahai and his companions chose to stay, as the company had no better alternatives, while the county offered work. It was not as simple as placing individuals there. The cost of living was high. Lin Dahai informed Wangchuan that they intended to work until the day it snowed, at which point they would have to await further assignments from the company. After all, the company also needed to profit and could not simply pay wages for months without work. Wangchuan, however, was determined to remain. As a blacksmith, he had established his identity here, and with winter approaching, the forge should provide ample work, ensuring he would not suffer from hunger. Hong Kai Bao and Bai Yuhui were also hard-won members of the company. They wouldn't be allowed to leave until their objectives were met. That evening, Wangchuan commenced the third session of archery training with Captain Zhao Heinyu. With progress in the second phase of moving archery, Wangchuan could now swiftly draw and shoot while in motion, accurately hitting targets within 20 paces. However, The third phase proved more challenging as it required the use of live targets. The village's poultry could not withstand it. The wild beasts in the mountains posed too great a danger. Zhao Hanyu devised a plan to find someone clad in thick clothing to serve as a moving target for practice. Yet, Wangchuan had not yet reached the level of enlisting militia hunters for several hours of training. After much contemplation, he approached Lin Dehai. Lin Gu, if you are free this evening, would you stay and accompany me? I will pay. Lin Dehai was taken aback, his body instinctively recoiling in alarm. No, I am not into that. Truly. Lin Dehai's face turned pale as he scrutinized Wangchuan, as if he were meeting him anew. It dawned on Wangchuan that his words had been misunderstood. I apologize. That is not what I meant. I need a practice partner for archery. 10 copper coins per hour, but you must keep moving. How does that sound? Lin Dehai, reassured that Wangchuan had no ulterior motives, contemplated seriously before asking. How long do you usually practice at night? 6 hours. That would amount to 60 copper coins, which could convert to a bonus of 180. Seems reasonable. Lin Dehai, with a determined resolve, agreed. All right, let us do it. Daily payment? Of course. Wangchuan was eager to meet Zhao Hanyu's requirements and master archery. Willing to spend generously to hire Lin Dehai as his practice partner, Lin Dehai was equally committed, procuring several damaged baskets from the mine and fashioning an unattractive set of armor with rags and straw. Wangchuan provided him with a rough iron helmet from the forge for makeshift use. An hour later, Lin Dehai chuckled, Chuanzi, your aim is lacking. After an hour, Wangchuan had only managed to hit a few arrows, which were more of a nuisance than a threat. This payment is weighing on my conscience. Lin Dehai teased. Wangchuan stood firm, bow drawn, and aimed. All right. Should I reduce your pay? No. We must uphold a spirit of contract. Naturally, Lin Dehai would not concede. Dodging the arrows with agility. Haha, so close. Again. Oh no, another miss. I just can't hit it. Lin Dehai, accustomed to carrying heavy iron ore for miles, now moved with remarkable agility, evading arrows with ease while bantering incessantly, amusing the guards and hunters, who laughed heartily. This fellow runs quite swiftly. I doubt even a wild boar could catch him. How entertaining. As it stands, how long must we train? Captain, are you certain that this method will yield results? Zhao Hanyu merely smiled, saying nothing. A night passed. Wangchuan had drawn his bow over 10,000 times, yet his accuracy was dismal. Lin Dehai effortlessly earned 60 copper coins, exclaiming, Boss Chuan, you've worked hard. See you tomorrow. Chapter 24, Wangchuan, have you taken medicine? Do you understand why your arrows fail to hit their mark? The voice of Zhao Hanyu resonated from behind Wangchuan. Turning around, he found Zhao Hanyu holding a wooden bow, a single arrow casually nocked, and aimed at the crowd nearby. Suddenly, he shouted, Dashin! A hunter in the crowd turned, his pupils dilating as he quickly dodged. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Hanyu adjusted his aim slightly and released the arrow, which swiftly struck the hunter named Dashin in the waist. Fortunately, it was blunt, causing only a mild discomfort. Dashin touched the spot where he had been hit, visibly relieved. Zhao Hanyu turned back to him, saying, Do you now comprehend the reason? To strike a living target, one must discern its next movement, anticipate it, and then shoot. With that, he departed, leaving Wangchuan in contemplation. The following afternoon, Lin Dehai appeared at his workstation in an unusual getup. Boss Chuan, the cattle have come to report. There was an additional part-time job each day, earning more than by Yuhui and Hong Kaibao, which delighted Lin Dehai, who was well prepared. However, today, he sensed that Wangchuan had transformed. With bow in hand, he moved with fluidity. Initially cautious, he then unleashed a barrage of arrows, miraculously hitting his target. After being struck several times, Lin Dehai felt a twinge of pain. Initially dismissing it as luck, he soon found himself struck again, pondering whether he had grown complacent. He resolved to regain his previous form, refusing to slack off. Wangchuan, calm and composed, awaited his opportunity, determining Lin Dehai's direction. Each time he confirmed Lin Dehai's trajectory, he swiftly raised his bow and shot. The sensation of shooting at a stationary target returned to him. By the end of the session, he had successfully hit Lin Dehai at least 13 or 14 times. Ah, Wangchuan, don't be so arrogant. Ah, how strange, have you taken medicine? Your aim is remarkably sharp today. Not my rear, can you please aim elsewhere? I'm getting too anxious. Lin Dehai darted around Wangchuan, employing various evasive maneuvers. Wangchuan remained unfazed, patiently awaiting the right moment. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Dehai acknowledged that Wangchuan had become astonishingly accurate. After 2 hours of relentless pursuit, he had been struck countless times, with scarcely a part of him unscathed. A group of hunters and militiamen observed from a distance. Astonished by Wangchuan's prowess, Wangchuan is impressive, hitting moving targets so swiftly. With this level of accuracy, he is certainly capable of undertaking some lower difficulty tasks. Indeed, he shows promise as old son's apprentice. When winter comes, we will have another archer. Ah, that makes sense. From afar, Zhao Hainiu wore a look of satisfaction. After a night of relentless training, Linda Hai, utterly exhausted, groaned, "Boss Chuan, this money is quite hard-earned. You must raise my pay. How can that be? You must embody the spirit of a contract." Wangchuan laughed heartily. Today he had hit Linda Hai 3,000 times, a remarkable accomplishment. After Linda Hai grumbled and logged off, Wangchuan sought out Captain Zhao Hainiu to express his gratitude for the previous day's guidance. Zhao Hainiu smiled and said, "Keep learning. The weather is turning cooler. Strive to master archery before the snow falls." Wangchuan felt a shiver run down his spine. He still had the fourth task to complete, which would be the most challenging. Over the next 2 days, Wangchuan trained with renewed vigor, successfully striking Linda Hai over 7,000 times. Becoming increasingly adept at hitting moving targets, his experience and speed had both improved. As he entered the fourth task, he began to chase moving targets. Linda Hai found himself darting around the village, flustered. The difficulty of this training was greater. Initially, it seemed nearly impossible to hit the target. However, Wangchuan quickly adapted, consciously seeking advantageous positions, attempting to corner Linda Hai, pausing briefly to shoot at critical moments. Although this method seemed somewhat unscrupulous, Captain Zhao Hainiu did not intervene, indicating that this approach was permissible. After several days of training, Wangchuan noticed his movements becoming swifter, his steps lighter, and he developed a habit of observing his surroundings at all times. In his mind, he began to visualize where prey might appear and how to approach them effectively. This pursuit quickly became addictive. Not only was Wangchuan completely immersed, but Linda Hai also grew increasingly serious, brainstorming daily on how to evade the arrows and utilize obstacles in the village to minimize his chances of being struck, avoiding extensive injuries. As the chase and escape competition continued, the weather grew colder. At the end of one training session, Linda Hai logged off, panting heavily. Zhao Hainiu approached him. "Wangchuan, Captain." Wangchuan was taken aback. Zhao Hainiu wore a beaming smile, an expression of appreciation and admiration. "You have completed all 4 training tasks. You may now return. I do not have the time to teach you gun skills at the moment, so you shall learn alongside others." "What?" Wangchuan wore a bewildered expression. Wasn't the captain supposed to impart the true art of archery to him? "You have already learned it," Zhao Hainiu replied with an unwavering smile, uttering words that astonished Wangchuan. "Everything that should be taught has been conveyed to you. From this moment onward, your task is to affix arrowheads to your shafts. Remember this. Bows and arrows were created for the purpose of hunting, for survival. Should any threat arise against your existence, aim for the head or heart, or the neck, just as one would when hunting prey." This was the final lesson Zhao Hainiu imparted to Wangchuan. Ding! The system notification chimed in his ears. Beginner-level archery mastered. Strive diligently to elevate to the next realm. Upon hearing this, Wangchuan felt a surge of excitement and hastily summoned his attributes panel. Wangchuan, male, blacksmith, hunger level 6100, strength 83, attack 34, agility 81, defense 18, speed 9, stamina 81, health 90, spirit 8, not activated. Life skill, refined steel forging technique. Mastery leads to proficiency, next realm 158,500. Combat skill, archery, beginner level. Next realm 0100, current location, Tiannan Continent, Nanyu Kingdom, Sanhe County, Huishui County, Heisher Village. A smile graced Wangchuan's face. Indeed, he had mastered his second skill. He wondered if the advancement in archery would also enhance his attribute points. Eagerly, he returned to the blacksmith shop to attach iron arrowheads to his shafts. He then aimed at a self-made target. Thud! The arrow struck its mark. Yet, the experience points for archery remained stagnant. After depleting a quiver of arrows, the experience points for archery showed no change whatsoever. Chapter 25. Night Raid on Heisher Village. How does one enhance archery experience? Wangchuan pondered for 2 days without finding an answer. He tried numerous methods, whether shooting into the air, targeting a stationary straw man, or increasing distance and difficulty, yet the experience points stubbornly refused to rise even by a single point. Just as despair began to settle in, snow began to fall. The temperature in Heisher Village plummeted. Everyone rushed to purchase warm clothing from Aunt Wang in the village. The blacksmith shop fared better. Seeing the onset of winter and snowfall, Sun the blacksmith promptly ignited the furnace and the hearth to maintain the heat, indicating that a substantial supply of iron arrowheads would soon be available for sale. For Wangchuan, this signified an opportunity to earn money swiftly. As Sun the blacksmith had predicted, the moment it snowed, the village chief emerged to announce, "The mountains are closed. No one is permitted to approach the mountains or the iron mines." The rationale was that many wild beasts would descend from the mountains in search of food after the snowfall. The village's hunters and militia armed themselves with bows and arrows, spears in hand, sealing the village gates, lighting bonfires, and increasing the patrols. The atmosphere within the village turned tense. The forging sounds from the blacksmith shop echoed throughout the night. Indeed, that very evening, the howling of wolves echoed outside the village. Several wolves attempted to leap over the earthen wall, but were met with a barrage of arrows from patrolling hunters. The following day, the villagers discovered several frozen wolf carcasses outside. Initially believing the threat had passed, the villagers were startled the next day by more commotion. Wangchuan, busy forging thick iron arrowheads in the blacksmith shop, suddenly heard the clanging of gongs ringing through the village. Everyone rise. The wolf pack is here. Arm yourselves. Defend. The sounds of hunters drawing bows and releasing arrows echoed from the earthen wall, accompanied by the anguished howls of wolves and the scraping of the wall. The village chief and son the blacksmith were roused from sleep. Wangchuan's face turned pale. At such a late hour, the wolves had arrived. Nearly all the players online during the day had logged off. The able-bodied men in the village numbered only 30 or 40. Hong Kaibao and Bai Yuhui were startled as well. The two reacted swiftly, exclaiming, "Run! We cannot allow the wolves to kill us. Master, hurry!" They dashed towards the nearby wooden cabins. Wangchuan, concerned for the safety of his master's son the blacksmith and his mentor Zhao Heinyo, seized his bow and arrows. Preparing to assist, he did not forget to grab an extra quiver of armor-piercing arrows. Should the iron arrowheads prove ineffective, he would unleash the armor-piercing arrows to show these mountain creatures a thing or two. It had been 2 days since Wangchuan had touched a wooden bow. But the moment he grasped the bow and arrows, the muscle memory ingrained in him surged forth. His steps, his gaze, his bow and arrows. At this moment, he was a true archer. Knocking an arrow, he moved lightly and swiftly, scanning his surroundings with sharp eyes. The situation in the village was dire. The sounds of wolves clawing at the earthen walls echoed from all directions. The howls of the wolves rose and fell. Occasionally, a wolf would peek over the wall, cautiously extending its head to look inside. Whoosh, whoosh. At such moments, arrows flew forth. The wolves were exceedingly alert, dodging faster than Linda Hai could react. Many arrows went astray. This was due to the fact that only a few hunters were positioned in each direction. All stood on the inner side of the earthen wall, making it easy for the wolves to spot them as they drew their bows. The wolves were evidently aware of the power of archery, perhaps having encountered hunters before, and evaded with great ease. More and more able-bodied villagers emerged, brandishing spears as they charged toward the earthen wall. Zhao Heinyo shouted commands. Stay steady. Spearmen in the front, archers in the back. Push the wolves back. The villagers, both young and old, gathered to secure the fire pit. We are preparing to ascend the wall. Zhao Heinyo, renowned for his archery skills, spoke as he swiftly released 2 arrows, striking down 2 wild wolves with remarkable precision, thus bolstering our morale. Captain Wangchuan, draw near, he beckoned. Zhao Heinyo nodded in approval and instructed, follow closely behind me as we ascend the wall. In that simple directive, Wangchuan felt a surge of fervor. In such moments, he cast aside any notions of company protocol, disregarding the avoidance of conflict and main quests. He was a man of Haishi village. The village must be protected. The wolf pack must be repelled. Onward. Zhao Heinyu had already gathered a group of 7 or 8 individuals. 4 militia members armed with spears rushed up the earthen wall. Suddenly, a wild wolf, lying in wait outside the village, lunged forward with astonishing speed, knocking one of the militia members off the wall and into the village below. Zhao Heinyu pressed on without looking back. Wangchuan stole a glance behind. Although the wolves were fierce, they were met with a barrage of spears upon entering the village, punctured with 3 or 4 gaping wounds, howling in agony before falling silent. The fallen militia member, though injured, limped back toward the earthen wall, embodying the spirit of a soldier unwilling to retreat. Focus your minds. Zhao Heinyu's voice resonated from the front. In the brief moment of conversation, he had already ascended the wall, swiftly releasing 2 arrows, eliciting a pained howl from a wolf. The darkness outside rendered visibility poor, and the wolves were particularly agile. This was Wangchuan's first encounter with such a dire situation, and anxiety was inevitable. Under Zhao Heinyu's guidance, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm, and began to draw his bow. The skills he had acquired over time were now put to the ultimate test. His rudimentary archery skills faced a critical challenge. In front of him were 3 militia members with spears, skillfully brandishing their weapons to keep the wolves at bay, creating opportunities for the archers to safely release their arrows. The darkness outside obscured everything but the glinting eyes of the wolves, a multitude of reflective orbs. Beneath his feet lay over 40 wild wolves. The entire village was encircled by no fewer than 200 of them. The archers sprang into action, releasing arrows with minimal success. Wangchuan attempted to lock onto a target, aiming directly at the eyes of a wolf. Whoosh whoosh. Both arrows fell short. Stay composed. Wait until they draw closer before shooting. Zhao Heinyu called out. Those whelps are cunning. They aim to exhaust our arrows and energy. Don't fall for their tricks. Wait until they are within 10 paces before releasing your arrows. Fear not. They cannot breach our defenses. Zhao Hanyu's reputation as the village's finest hunter shone through, his words instilling confidence in everyone, prompting them to follow his guidance and steady themselves. The biting winter wind howled fiercely. A villager brought the fire pit forward to help dispel the chill while illuminating the area outside the village. The silhouettes of the wolves became clearer. A few unfortunate wolves beneath the wall howled, their voices growing weaker. The wolves dashed through the snow 10 paces away, searching for an opening. On the earthen wall, figures shifted. The militia members stood ready with spears, vigilant. The hunters drew their bows, their gazes sharp. It dawned on Wangchuan that he had inadvertently become embroiled in a pivotal battle for the survival of Haishi village. Do not falter. A mishap could spell doom. Chapter 26. Familiarity breeds comfort quick. Send all the arrows to the front. The village chief mobilized the elderly, women, and children, collaborating with Sun Taijiang to transport arrows to the front line. Bundles of arrows were swiftly piled at the base of the wall. The supply was limited. Sun Taijiang, accompanied by a group of villagers, assembled arrows on site. The crude arrowheads and refined steel heads that had been stockpiled were now of utmost importance. The economic crisis of the blacksmith shop had indeed found resolution in the winter. However, everyone understood that if the wolf pack could not be repelled, the fate of the villagers was grim. You two useless louts, get over here and assist. Sun Taijiang personally dragged by Yu Hui and Hong Kaibao from a wooden shack. Both men were covered in dirt, their faces a mix of fear and shame. Wangchuan naturally noticed their presence. Had they not logged out? Or were they unable to? Yet, with the tension escalating, he had no opportunity to seek clarification as the wolves outside began to stir. With a resounding wolf howl, the entire pack launched an assault on the earthen wall of Haishi village. Here they come. Quick, release your arrows. The archers, poised and ready, responded immediately as the wolves recklessly charged forward. This time, several wolves were struck directly. While their fur was thick, it could not withstand the brutal penetration of iron arrowheads. They lacked the substantial hide and fat of wild boars, making them vulnerable to such attacks. Several wolves yelped in agony and collapsed, losing their momentum and ability to ascend the wall. Wangchuan also succeeded in hitting a target for the first time. An arrow struck a wolf in the chest, blood blooming from the wound as it fell. Yet, this was not the moment for self-congratulation. Like the other hunters, Wangchuan swiftly grasped a second arrow, aimed, and released. Thwack! 2 wolves scaled the earthen wall, clawing at the rough surface to climb inside. One was impaled by a spear, while the other was struck in the eye by Zhao Hanyu's arrow. Blood erupted from the wolf's eye socket, a striking and visceral image. So precise, so swift. Just as Wangchuan readied his second arrow, Zhao Hanyu had already achieved a third kill. With Zhao Hanyu stationed here, the 4 archers swiftly felled over a dozen wild wolves. The nearby wolves retreated, seeking refuge in other directions to avoid this perilous area. Captain, this side is about to collapse. Hurry and assist. The alarm rang out from 3 directions simultaneously. Zhao Hanyu's expression darkened as he quickly expended all the arrows in his quiver, leaving behind a command. Wangchuan, you and the spear bearers stay here and ensure no wolves breach our defenses. The rest follow me. Zhao Hanyu took 3 hunters with him, and the 4 galloped towards the crisis. This direction was left with only Wangchuan and the 3 spear bearers, standing alone against the odds. Wangchuan inhaled sharply, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Yet, he possessed a calm demeanor in critical moments, repeatedly murmuring to himself, within 10 steps. Strike within 10 steps. The wolves cannot enter. Do not fear. This was a lesson imparted by Zhao Hanyu, which he had committed to memory. As he encouraged himself, he prepared his quiver. The wolves that had taken refuge beneath the earthen wall, noticing the reduced number of defenders on the wall, hesitated and began to howl, calling for reinforcements to approach. Wangchuan held his breath, his gaze steady on the 7 or 8 wolves drawing near, silently knocking an arrow. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted one wolf stealthily advancing towards the earthen wall, but refrained from releasing his shot. The 3 wolves at the forefront surged towards the wall. The spear bearers grew anxious and rushed to intercept them. The wolves behind quickened their pace. Wangchuan sprang into action. With a swift twang, 2 arrows flew forth with precision. One wolf was struck squarely and collapsed, while another was pierced through its midsection, blood staining the snow beneath. The 3 wolves clawing at the earthen wall were deterred by the spear bearers and began to circle below. Wangchuan paid them no mind. They could not breach the defenses. Seeing that the comrades at the earthen wall were safe, the remaining wolves continued to howl for reinforcements as they charged forward. Wangchuan, having successfully slain 2 wolves, found his bowing motion growing more fluid, his aim increasingly assured. An approaching wolf suddenly found an arrow embedded in its thigh. Wangchuan remained unfazed, continuing to draw his bow. Several wolves flanked from the left. Without the need for deliberate aiming, arrows flew and found their marks. Wangchuan loosed 3 arrows in quick succession, bringing down 3 more wolves. One wolf seized the opportunity to leap at Wangchuan's feet, its rancid breath almost brushing against his grass shoes, sending chills across his body. Unhurried, Wangchuan's arrow pierced the wolf's eye. It whimpered and collapsed, lifeless upon the ground. Splendid, a nearby militia member could not help but exclaim. In a short span, Wangchuan had struck down 7 wolves. While accuracy was commendable, maintaining composure and a strong mindset in such an environment, along with keeping his rhythm, was a feat many militia and hunters struggled to achieve. Wangchuan could not be halted. Within 10 steps, seizing every opportunity to release an arrow, he hit every target. 3 wolves had already met their demise. The remaining injured wolves, though not immediately dead, bled out rapidly in the snow, succumbing to the cold. Zhao Heinyo's reinforcements were swift and soon stabilized the peril in the other 2 directions. With arrows flying in rapid succession, wolves fell one after another upon the snowy ground. Yet, many wolves remained. Arrows. I need arrows. At this moment, 2 hunters had already exhausted several quivers. Conserve your shots, Zhao Heinyo admonished, glaring at the 2 hunters with average aim. Wangchuan had also emptied 2 quivers. Beneath the earthen wall, over 40 wolves had fallen. These wolves, cunning as they were, had deemed this side vulnerable with only 1 archer present, but they were unprepared for Wangchuan's calmness and lethal accuracy. With methodical precision, he prevented any wolf from breaching the village. Zhao Heinyo had kept a close watch on this side, ready to return and support Wangchuan, only to find that he was akin to an old hunter, nonchalantly walking and shooting, single-handedly suppressing an entire direction. This fellow was a natural-born hunter, but alas, he had become a disciple of Lao San, Zhao Heinyo lamented. As time passed, the number of injured wolves outside the village increased, their howls echoing in the night. The remaining wolves gradually lost their will to fight, no longer daring to approach the earthen wall, retreating into the shadows. Several wolves attempted to drag their injured comrades away. Zhao Heinyo's voice rang out once more. The wolves no longer pose a threat. Everyone, do your utmost to eliminate the remaining wolves, lest these pups return. A resounding cheer arose from the village. Chapter 27. Experience points. Stirred as Zhao Heinyo issued his command, Wangchuan was at the brink of starvation. The bitter wind during the battle required heightened concentration, and the hunger gnawed fiercely at him. He pulled out a flatbread from his clothing and bit into it with fervor, swallowing it down in a few quick bites to quell his hunger. Once he alleviated his hunger, he felt revitalized, warmth returning to his chest and abdomen, aiding him against the night's chill. However, to his astonishment, upon checking his hunger status, he discovered a significant change in his experience points for the skill of archery. The progress bar, which had remained stagnant at 100 since he mastered the skill, now stood at 37100. 37. Wangchuan was utterly bewildered. As he was still in a state of bewilderment, he suddenly noticed a wild wolf not far away finally succumbing to the frigid wind, losing the last remnants of its struggle. The experience points progress bar advanced once more, reaching 100. Wangchuan immediately comprehended the method to enhance his archery skill by slaying enemies. Only through the act of taking lives with archery could he accrue experience points. He felt a sudden warmth surge through his veins. He had at last discovered the way to elevate his archery proficiency. Kill. With remarkable deftness, Wangchuan extracted an arrow from his quiver. Under the astonished gaze of the 3 militia members, he swiftly drew his bow, aiming at the glinting eyes of a pair of wild wolves lurking in the darkness. Whoosh! One wolf was preoccupied with gnawing on a dying companion, dragging it into the shadows, perhaps seeking sustenance or merely acting out of compassion. The arrow pierced through flesh, accompanied by the wolf's brief, mournful howl, silencing both creatures in an instant. Without hesitation, Wangchuan continued to draw and shoot, emptying all 20 arrows from his quiver, leaving only 3 wolves. The remaining wolves, sensing the peril, vanished without a trace. Wangchuan checked his attribute panel, discovering that his archery experience had finally settled at 100. That night, he had hunted a total of 47 wild wolves. The group held their ground until dawn. As the first light of day broke, a player entered the game, opening the wooden cabin and stepping outside, only to be greeted by the pungent scent of blood and the distinct odor of wild beasts. Surveying the surroundings, it seemed as though the village had endured a brutal battle. Several injured individuals were present, while the elderly, women, and children appeared utterly exhausted from a sleepless night. Captain Zhao Heinyo was instructing the guards to open the village gates and begin hauling the wolf carcasses into the village. Most of the wolves had been slain by arrows, with only a few succumbing to spears. What on earth is going on? Did we stir the wolves' den? An increasing number of players emerged from the cabin, startled by the village's transformation, while also being beckoned to lend a hand. As they witnessed the wolf bodies piled up in neat rows, a meticulous player counted 135 wolves. What transpired last night? The villagers were reluctant to explain. The only 3 participants had been on a continuous 24-hour shift, utterly famished, and had logged off early. Linda Hai and the others finally gleaned from the village chief the account of the nighttime wolf pack attack, their hearts racing with trepidation. That was close. Over 200 wolves had launched a night assault on the village. If the village had fallen, would we have become mere fodder for the wolves upon logging in? Goodness. Fortunately, the village guards had proven their mettle. Everyone naturally believed this was the result of the militia and hunters' efforts. No one noticed that while the village chief was disposing of the wolf carcasses, he secretly sent a portion of the wolves' pelts to the blacksmith cellar. When Wangchuan logged off, he received 2 breakfast portions delivered by the company's robot. After satisfying his hunger, he slumbered until 3 in the afternoon, feeling much restored, only to be roused by a phone call from Yu Jiaodo. Hello? Yu Jiaodo. Wangchuan answered the call with a yawn. Yu Jiaodo sounded exceedingly excited. I heard from Hong Kaibao and by Yu Hui that last night, Haishi village was besieged by a wolf pack? Yes, that's right. Wangchuan yawned again, tears forming in his eyes. He was still quite drowsy. Yu Jiaodo emphasized. When did you learn archery? What prompted you to pursue a combat skill? I didn't tea. During the day I was mining for the company, but I found the night rather dull, so I practiced a bit. Provide me with a complete account of your archery training. The company is willing to purchase it. This statement finally jolted Wangchuan into alertness. The company's interest lay not with the wolf pack, but rather with the skill of archery. Wangchuan hesitated. What is the reward? 50,000. Yu Jiaodo had indeed discussed this matter with Su Wan, who approved a budget of 50,000. It's a deal. A smile spread across Wangchuan's face as he readily agreed. Just in time, as this month's salary had seen a significant decline. This would serve as a perfect supplement. The next moment, a text message arrived, notifying him of the salary deposit. Wangchuan was taken aback, then quickly realized that today was payday. Coincidentally, it marked 2 months since he began working for the Zhonghui studio. His total earnings, including salary and bonuses, amounted to 180,000. His account balance surpassed 200,000. Gazing at the string of zeros, Wangchuan clenched his fists in excitement, overwhelmed with happiness. With this newfound financial cushion, his future life would undoubtedly be more comfortable, free from the constraints of penny pinching. The money has already been transferred to you, Yu Jiaodo reminded him. Wangchuan took a deep breath and recounted how Master Sun, the blacksmith, was struggling with cash flow and how he had recommended himself to the militia captain Zhao Heinyo before winter set in. He reiterated the importance of completing the 4 rigorous challenges Zhao Heinyo would set to learn archery, emphasizing that each must be executed meticulously, requiring 40,000 shots to attain the entry-level archery skill. After a moment of contemplation, it seemed Yu Jiaodo was weighing the difficulty and feasibility of this information. Before responding, all right, I've recorded and reported it to the company. Do you have anything else to add regarding this information? Yes. Wangchuan, being a typical soft-hearted individual, continued. After acquiring archery, I tried many methods to enhance my experience points. But it was only last night that I discovered slaying wild wolves finally caused my experience to increase. I suspect that only by killing living beings can combat skills be improved, which is rather unfriendly. Unexpectedly, Yu Jiaodo's response was remarkably calm. It's normal. In Lingyu, combat skills can only be enhanced through practical experience. The wild wolf is merely a low-level common beast. Only by defeating it can one gain experience points. When facing an equally matched opponent or a stronger foe, every attack has the potential to increase one's experience. Wangchuan suddenly realized, indeed, the company possesses far more intelligence and skills. Chapter 28. Wolf Meat Jerky. In the end, Yu Jiaodo reminded Wangchuan once more. Wangchuan, do not forget the contract you signed with the company. Your task is to help the company profit, not merely to enjoy the game. This game is not as simple as you may think. Once you die, your character will be completely erased, and your account will be deactivated. So at all times, do not forget your original intention for joining the company. Thank you for the reminder, Yu Jiaodo. I will be cautious, Wangchuan replied, holding his phone before concluding the call. He took a moment to calm his excitement over the significant increase in his account balance and entered the game. I'm so hungry. After sleeping for so many hours, even though his hunger decreased slowly while resting, he still felt his stomach urging him to eat. Without hesitation, he stepped out to buy some xiaobing. However, today, the xiaobing stall did not waft the usual aroma of baked goods. Instead, a strong meaty scent greeted him. Ding. System prompt. You have completed the mandatory task of assisting the village in repelling the wolf pack. Haishi Village's reputation has increased by 1 level, rising from obscurity to a modest renown, and your relationship with all villagers in Haishi Village has improved. Wangchuan paused in front of the xiaobing stall. Wang Dalong emerged, holding a skewer of lotus leaf jerky, his eyes sparkling. Wangchuan, you're here. You must be starving. Freshly made wolf meat jerky here? Wang Dalong's friendly demeanor left several players nearby, drawn in by the meat's aroma, momentarily stunned. Is there preferential treatment? Wangchuan accepted the wolf meat jerky Wang Dalong offered, taking a couple of bites. It was tender and succulent, reminiscent of steak. Delicious. I'll have another piece. I need to eat more to gain strength. Wang Dalong beamed with delight. How much is it? Don't worry about that. Just eat. You have a share in this. Wang Dalong then turned to another player wanting to buy jerky, 5 copper coins for a piece. While the price was not exorbitant, the attitude was indeed hard for the players to tolerate. However, considering that Wang Dalong was the only one in the village catering to their needs, they had no choice but to endure it. Wang Ge, no more xiaobing. I've been busy these days making jerky. The xiaobing will have to wait a few more days. All right then, I'll take a piece. At that moment, Chen Feng quietly pulled Wang Chuan aside. What's going on? Why is Wang Dalong so friendly towards you? Share the details with me. Chen Feng, having a brotherly bond with Wang Chuan, was easy to talk to and wished to enjoy similar privileges at Wang Dalong's stall. Daily expenditures of 20 copper coins added up to a considerable amount. Wang Chuan understood his intentions and decided not to conceal the truth. I didn't do much. I just killed a few more wild wolves while defending against the wolf pack's invasion last night. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. You killed wild wolves. He gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Chen Feng knew that during their time at the blacksmith shop, Wang Chuan was always the last to log off, undoubtedly having encountered the village defense mission. That was some luck indeed. If I had known, I would have stayed with you until nightfall. Weren't you practicing with the militia? Wang Chuan inquired. Chen Feng's expression soured. Don't mention it. The captain made us stand with spears in a horse stance from dawn till dusk, like a bunch of wooden dolls. It was tiring, but incredibly dull. Wang Chuan felt a spark of inspiration, contemplating joining them for practice once he forged enough iron arrowheads to master the fundamentals of marksmanship. Although leveling up was challenging, even the basic skills of archery were formidable. Having witnessed the prowess of entry-level archery on the battlefield, he increasingly admired Captain Zhao Heinyu and advised Chen Feng. Brother Feng, Captain Zhao is quite capable. Make sure to learn from him well. That was all he could say, and whether Chen Feng absorbed the advice was up to him. Upon returning to the blacksmith shop, he found Master Sun Tiexin working diligently on iron arrowheads, with Hong Kaibao and Bai Yuhui assisting nearby. Master, allow me, Wang Chuan said hastily, stepping forward to take over. Master Sun, genuinely fatigued, did not hesitate to hand over the hammer, saying, I'm going to take a break. You 3 brothers need to work quickly. Although we repelled the wolf pack last night, there are more than one den of wolves in the mountains, along with other tigers and leopards. We must stockpile sufficient arrows for the village. Ding. Do you accept the task to manufacture rough iron arrowheads? 100 arrowheads for 100 copper coins. I accept. Wang Chuan replied, taking on the task. With the assistance of Hong Kaibao and Bai Yuhui, he began forging with great vigor. Ding ding, ding ding. Sparks flew. Using a rapid triple strike technique, the iron arrowheads were produced at an astonishing pace. 12 molds for iron arrowheads were in simultaneous operation. Bai Yuhui was responsible for controlling the bellows and furnace, pouring molten iron. Hong Kaibao managed cooling and replacing the heated iron blocks. Wang Chuan focused solely on the hammering. In the realm of practice making perfect, his control over force and rhythm was remarkably precise. After numerous rounds of folding strikes, the iron arrowheads quickly took shape, cooling before being tossed into a nearby basket. As time passed, the pile of iron arrowheads grew larger and larger. Occasionally, hunters with bows would enter, taking away the iron arrowheads to craft complete arrows. Wang Chuan, thank you for your hard work. Keep it up. Compared to the usual aloofness, people have recently adopted a more approachable and approving demeanor, actively greeting Wang Chuan. By the end of the evening, aside from Captain Zhao Heinyu, Wang Chuan had slain the most wild wolves, making the most significant contribution to the village. This exemplifies the advantages of enhanced reputation. Wang Chuan acknowledged each of them with a nod, and then resumed his diligent work at the forge, perspiring profusely. Bai Yuhui and Hong Kaibao looked on enviously. Brother, when do you think we will be able to learn blacksmithing from our master like you? They lamented. Indeed, each day is filled with mundane tasks. It is rather dull. I heard that Chen Feng and Haitan had opportunities to wield hammers, yet we have not even had a chance to touch one in nearly a month. The 2 worked part-time at the blacksmith shop for a meager 40 copper coins a day. While witnessing Wang Chuan's income rise to 2 to 3 taels of silver per day as winter approached, they couldn't help but harbor various thoughts. During these moments, Wang Chuan could only deflect with reasons pertaining to the unique circumstances. He understood fully that Master Sun, the blacksmith, could not possibly train a second disciple. As long as he remained in Haishi village, they would forever be apprentices, condemned to a life of menial labor. Yet, he could not voice this truth. He was no saint. He was simply efficient. Introducing a new apprentice could potentially hinder his earnings. Fortunately, Bai Yuhui and Hong Kaibao were aware of their own limitations. After all, compared to others in the village, they still had this modest income, unlike many who were forcibly taken to practice marksmanship all day, with nothing more than 2 meals to sustain them. Though they were lacking in comparison to Wangchuan, they were still better off than others. During the first night of encountering the wolf pack, the iron arrowheads stored in the village were nearly depleted. The blacksmith shop was working tirelessly to produce more arrowheads. With funds replenished, Wangchuan returned to a state of soaring income. On the first day, his earnings were merely 1,800 copper coins. But the following day surged to 3,600 copper coins, a remarkable increase that met a month's basic needs within just 2 days. After 3 days of relentless production, over 10,000 iron arrows were crafted, and the forge finally cooled down. Wangchuan reverted to his previous state, and Haishi village's supply of arrows reached saturation. Undeterred, Wangchuan felt reassured with a balance of 200,000, ensuring his salary and bonuses for the month would not fall below 30,000. With composure, he set down his hammer and promptly reported to Captain Zhao Hainiu, joining the others in practicing with spears, learning the basics of marksmanship. Zhao Hainiu emphasized the requirements to him, maintaining a stable stance, lowering his center of gravity, and standing firm with precision. Once they could stand unwavering for a full hour, they would have passed the first hurdle. The training for marksmanship included 3 further levels. The second level involved thrusting the spear, requiring practice of 10,000 thrusts. The third level was to hold a spear in one hand, with an iron ingot hanging from the spearhead, remaining steady for the duration of an incense stick. The final level was one-handed thrusting, also to be practiced 10,000 times. Currently, many remained stuck at the first level. Standing motionless for an hour was not particularly challenging. This skill, demanding rigorous physical and mental discipline, was relatively easy for the generally capable miners. However, many players evidently did not heed Zhao Hainiu's words with diligence. Much like Chen Feng and Haitan in the past, their failure to strictly follow Master Sun's requirements when forging refined steel resulted in their inability to transition into blacksmiths and master the art of refined steel forging. These players were similarly motivated primarily by profit. Their backing companies did not wish for them to engage with combat skills, which could trigger unnecessary main quests. Hence no guidance in this area was provided. Upon joining the ranks, Wangchuan, adhering to Zhao Hainiu's directives, firmly established his stance, practicing for an entire day. Given his physical aptitude and core strength, he quickly met the requirements, standing steady for an hour before advancing to the second phase of training. However, Wangchuan was aware that behind these 4 training sessions lay the necessity for muscle memory. It was only through cultivating this memory and ingraining it within his body that he could unleash true combat prowess in battle. After 2 consecutive days of standing practice, the others grew weary of the monotony. By 6 in the evening, they collectively logged off to rest, leaving only Wangchuan, who consumed 2 pieces of wolf jerky and continued his training. At 9 o'clock, Zhao Hainiu approached with a smile. Wangchuan, you are ready. With your physical capabilities, you have mastered the stance for holding the spear. Now you can practice thrusting with me. Zhao Hainiu expressed admiration and satisfaction for Wangchuan, adding, from today onward, practice thrusting in the evenings. Continue standing during the day so that others do not perceive you as an exception, avoiding any unnecessary rifts. Zhao Hainiu had thoughtfully considered his situation. Wangchuan readily agreed, saying, I will heed the captain's advice. Under Zhao Hainiu's guidance, he swiftly grasped the essentials of spear thrusting. The primary attack method of the spear was thrusting, with both hands aligned, legs firmly planted, and the body akin to a bow. The spear became an arrow. Drawing back, gathering strength, harmonizing waist and legs, he concentrated all his power at the spear's tip, erupting forth with such force that even the most ordinary creatures would struggle to escape the fate of being pierced. Give it a try? Wangchuan's eyes sparkled as he approached the scarecrow. Following Captain Zhao Hainiu's instructions, he spread his legs, positioning the spear horizontally. With his legs forming an arc against the ground, he focused his energy in his dantian. Gripping the spear tightly, he aligned his hands. The core strength surged within his waist and legs, and he could indeed feel the astonishing explosive power unleashed when he fully engaged. Thud. However, at the moment of striking, it felt as if his strength had dissipated, failing to unleash the anticipated power, merely sinking lightly into the straw man's body. Again, Wangchuan adjusted his stance and thrust once more. Thud. After several consecutive thrusts, he still could not find the feeling. He sensed that his attacks were far less lethal than the militia's devastating strike against the earthen wall. Were it him, he might not even be able to pierce through the body of a wolf. Calming himself, he began to reflect on the scene from that night when the militia had stabbed the wolf. Each movement from the opponent flashed before his eyes like a film replay. As Wangchuan recalled and mimicked those actions, thud, thud, he continued to thrust, but still could not find the feeling. Captain, I cannot find the feeling. Could you demonstrate it for me? Wangchuan requested. Certainly, Zhao Hainiu replied without hesitation, stepping forward to take the spear. He positioned himself at Wangchuan's stance, pulling back his feet, and immediately an almost imperceptible aura of sharpness emanated from the spear. Wangchuan's attention was entirely on Zhao Heinyo. The latter's movements appeared quite ordinary and casual. Yet, at the moment he drew back, Wangchuan's pupils trembled. It was akin to the trigger of a handgun being pulled, the spear emitting a sharp, fierce sound as it struck the straw man, piercing through its chest and back. Did you understand? Zhao Heinyo asked as he retrieved the spear, smiling at Wangchuan. In truth, I excel more in archery compared to spear techniques. The mechanics of thrusting are difficult to articulate, and I cannot express them with precision. You must seek understanding and practice diligently. Thank you, Captain. I will practice more. In that moment, Wangchuan seemed to grasp a hint of something. Following Zhao Heinyo's posture, he fully immersed himself in the action, replicating every step. The span of his stride, and the placement of his hands with meticulous accuracy. Casual movements, focused gaze, the spearhead aligned with the target. A flicker of inspiration crossed Wangchuan's mind, and in an instant, he seemed to find a sense of feeling. The spear thrust forth with sudden force. The air resonated with a sound of piercing. Zhao Heinyo, who had not departed immediately, displayed a look of surprise at that moment. There is a hint of feeling now. Wangchuan's eyes sparkled with fervor as he continued to thrust, adhering to that earlier sensation. Another piercing sound followed. This strike carried significant weight. Zhao Heinyo smiled, nodding slowly. This Wangchuan possesses a certain level of understanding. Observing Wangchuan as he diligently mirrored the actions. Subtly adjusting his thrusts, he had begun to resemble the technique more closely, and Zhao Heinyo's smile widened. After watching for a while, Zhao Heinyo departed. Wangchuan stood before the straw man, continuing to practice his thrusts. Once, twice, many times, his clothes gradually became soaked. It was only when the clock struck 12 that he set down the spear, cleared his hunger, and logged off to rest. Chapter 30. The Cleverest Pig. A new day dawned, bringing even colder weather. Upon logging in, Wangchuan immediately noticed that his breath appeared whiter, and his hands and feet trembled from the chill. Exiting the wooden house, he was greeted by a flurry of snow. The village was blanketed in a thick layer of snow, rising up to his knees. Wangchuan, are you awake? Good morning. Good morning, Brother Lin. Wangchuan exchanged pleasantries with Linda Hai at the door, then became utterly captivated by the snowy landscape within the game world. The snow was pristine. Everything transformed into a scene reminiscent of a fairy tale, pleasing to the eye. How beautiful. If my wife were to see this, it would be extraordinary. Linda Hai smiled. Wangchuan took a deep breath and, braving the snowfall, left a deep trail of footprints in the snow. Even as an adult, facing the first snowfall, it was difficult not to feel joyous and carefree. I must go. Time to practice. Though Wangchuan wished to immerse himself in the beautiful scenery, having just begun to see progress in his training yesterday, he swiftly resolved to master the spear technique and hurried to seek out Wang Delang to purchase wolf meat jerky. Wangchuan, good morning. Today, there isn't much time for practice. Wang Delang greeted him while offering a reminder. Wangchuan paused, retracting the jerky he had brought to his lips. Why not? Wang Delang huffed, gesturing towards the village, explaining, the snowfall is too heavy. Once it freezes, wolves and other wild beasts can easily invade the village. The village chief and Captain Zhao have discussed it. Today's primary task is to clear the snow. That's no problem. This amount of snow can be cleared quickly. Initially, Wangchuan did not take it seriously. However, he soon discovered that the situation was far from simple. Captain Zhao Heinyo was directing the militia to clear the accumulated snow from the earthen walls, while simultaneously assigning snow-clearing tasks to the online players. Completing a basket of snow removal would earn them 2 copper coins as a reward. Players who had not earned anything in several days were instantly filled with excitement. The distance for transporting the snow was not far. As long as they delivered it 30 zhang away from the village, there would be no issue. Yet, when it came to execution, everyone quickly lamented. The compacted snow was not light, and moving through knee-deep snow was far more arduous than climbing a mountain. They could only clear a path first, and then gradually transport the snow out. The area within 10 zhang outside the village's earthen walls could not have any snow. After a busy morning, dozens of individuals had managed to remove only the snow from the ground and rooftops of the village. Wangchuan inquired with his master, Sun Taijiang, and learned that the village must remain free of snow and ice to prevent slippery ground, which would make combat difficult and significantly increase danger. Snow in the vicinity of the village also needed to be cleared to prevent wild animals from taking advantage of it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the villagers toiled vigorously until 6 in the afternoon, managing to earn a modest profit while thoroughly clearing the accumulated snow both within and around the village. Exhausted yet satisfied, they savored their wolf meat jerky, their faces adorned with smiles as they logged off. The prospect of earning without the need to stand guard was indeed commendable. However, Wangchuan remained online, intent on continuing his practice of thrusting. Just as he prepared to commence his training after a hearty meal, he noticed Captain Zhao Heinyo standing atop the earthen wall, gazing into the distance with a somber expression. paying little heed to this. Wangchuan focused solely on his training. With the heavy snowfall having ceased, visibility improved slightly, allowing Zhao Heinyo to discern small dark shapes in the direction of the mountains and mines. The village chief and several militiamen also spotted the distant figures. Were they wolves or wild boars? One could only hope for wolves. Zhao Heinyo, with a grave tone, remarked that the wolf pack, having suffered losses, would likely refrain from attacking the village again. However, wild boars posed a significant threat. Fortunately, they had preemptively cleared the snow, which should mitigate immediate concerns. He glanced at the sky, adding that as long as it did not snow again, they could repel the boar herd. Everyone, take the opportunity to rest well while time permits, Zhao Heinyo instructed, foretelling a potentially fierce battle that night. The guards and hunters, upon hearing this, gathered around the fire pit beneath the earthen wall to warm themselves. Sun the blacksmith delivered a wooden bow and quiver to Wangchuan, advising him not to overexert himself, as danger might loom that night. Yes, master, I am well aware, Wangchuan replied, continuing his practice. The prospect of a possible real battle that evening, along with the chance to enhance his archery experience, filled him with anticipation and excitement. 2 hours passed, and darkness enveloped the landscape. Yet, visibility in the snowy terrain remained surprisingly clear. The small dark figures had drawn much closer to the village, now merely 30 zhang away. Zhao Heinyo and the guards confirmed that they were indeed a herd of wild boars, approximately 50 to 60 stout, robust creatures, their tusks resembling sharp daggers, appeared far more ferocious than any they had encountered during the autumn harvest, snorting heavily as they endeavored to push the piled snow toward the village. Waves of snow gradually approached, and upon encountering compacted ice blocks, the boars would toss them aside with their tusks, all the while continuing their relentless advance. The guards atop the earthen wall, witnessing this scene, turned pale. Damn it, these wild boars seem to have gained intelligence. How are they not frozen to death in such cold weather? More than 60 adult wild boars were now compressing the snow closer to the village. At that moment, large snowflakes began to fall, landing in Zhao Heinyo's palm. Looking up, he saw the snow swirling down, and the faces of the villagers turned ashen. Truly, misfortune had compounded. Old son, fetch all the armor-piercing arrows from the shop. The village chief understood that, at this juncture, iron-tipped arrows posed no threat to adult wild boars. Only armor-piercing arrows could harm them. Sun the blacksmith's armor-piercing arrows had suddenly become invaluable, yet he felt no joy. The threat posed by the 60-plus adult wild boars was immense. Wangchuan, stop practicing and return with me to stoke the fire and craft armor-piercing arrows. Sun the blacksmith shouted. Wangchuan, not daring to delay, set down his spear, grasped his wooden bow, and was about to leave when Zhao Heinyo interjected. Old son, leave Wangchuan with me. I will need him tonight. The armor-piercing arrows can wait. Supply them all to me. Wangchuan halted, awaiting Sun the blacksmith's signal. The latter waved his hand dismissively. Enough, you go assist Captain Zhao. We have several hundred armor-piercing arrows. That should suffice for the night. If necessary, we can replenish them tomorrow. Understood. Wangchuan eagerly turned back to join Captain Zhao and the others in observing the wild boar herd outside the village. They watched as the boars, using their tusks and heads, rolled large snowballs, pushing them to within 10 zhang of the village. As the snowballs rolled down the slope and came to a stop at the base of the earthen wall, Wangchuan's amusement faded. He vowed that these were the most cunning pigs he had ever encountered. Chapter 31. The frantic boar herd during the day. The collective efforts of the villagers in removing the snow were being undone as the wild boars began to push the snow back toward the village in the form of rolling snowballs. Snowballs with a diameter of nearly 1 meter were being propelled down the slope, crashing against the village's earthen wall. Over 60 wild boars frolicked in the snow, joyously rolling the snowballs. The 10-zhang-wide expanse was rapidly filled with these massive snowballs. To make matters worse, another dozen wild boars of various sizes approached Haishi village from the darkness, bringing the total to over 80. The numbers continued to swell. By 10 o'clock, the snow outside the village had accumulated nearly a meter, leaving only 1 meter to the highest point of the earthen wall, allowing the wild boars to easily charge forward. The sole issue was that the snow was relatively soft. Weighing several hundred kilograms, the boars left deep impressions with every step. Cleverly, the wild boars soon devised a method. They chose to compact the snow with their bodies, frolicking like miniature road rollers. Once the snow was compressed, it resembled regular ground. Consequently, the villagers of Haishi watched as a herd of wild boars rolled about in the snow, drawing closer to the village's earthen wall. Although the snow had settled by about 30 centimeters, the expressions of all turned grim, including Zhao Heinyo, whose eyes were clouded with concern. The village was in greater peril. These beasts could not be allowed to push against the earthen wall. Zhao Heinyo bellowed, "First, let us suppress them with arrows and buy some time. However, everyone must conserve their arrows, control their rate of fire, and aim with precision, targeting the wild boar's head, neck, and legs. Upon receiving the captain's permission to fire, Wangchuan felt a surge of excitement, fiercely tearing into the wolf jerky to quell his hunger. Then grasping an iron arrow and aiming at a wild boar 10 paces away. Whoosh! After holding back for a while, the group began to release their bows in succession. The wild boar in the snowy field was an unmistakable target, and its size dwarfed that of a wolf, making it an easy mark. Yet, the wild boar's tough hide and thick fat posed a challenge. At 20 paces, the iron arrows had already lost their lethality, merely piercing the surface. At 10 paces, they still carried some intimidation, but even when embedded in the boar's body, they only inflicted minor wounds, akin to a larger insect biting down hard. A slight pain, but not fatal. Even Zhao Hanyi merely struck a wild boar's ear, piercing through and eliciting a brief, furious roar. Wangchuan fared no better, as his arrow struck the boar's chest and fell harmlessly to the ground. In the next moment, it seemed the wild boars had been enraged. All of them began to roar in agitation. Boom, boom, boom. Over 80 wild boars, united in their fury, charged at the earthen wall with astounding force. The militia and hunters atop the wall turned pale, wishing they could flee. Fortunately, the snow near the village's earthen wall was soft, and as the wild boars charged, they all sank into the snow, struggling to extract their front legs. Wangchuan's eyes sparkled. At this moment, most of the wild boars faced the earthen wall, directly beneath the arrows. A splendid opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, Wangchuan drew his bow and shot. Whoosh! Within 10 paces. The unfortunate wild boar's eye was pierced by the iron arrow, the shaft embedding deeply, causing it to scream in agony. Shoot! Rapid fire! Zhao Hanyu shouted as he loosed his arrows. Whoosh whoosh! The wild boars found it difficult to withstand the onslaught from the nearby front, succumbing to multiple arrows. The pain inflicted upon their faces was accompanied by sheer terror. Wangchuan was swift in his actions, releasing 3 arrows in the blink of an eye. All 3 found their mark. 2 arrows pierced the eye sockets, while 1 entered through the mouth, blood gushing forth like a fountain onto the snow. The wild boar's cries were filled with despair and fury. As Wangchuan summoned his attribute panel, he noted the progress in his archery skill had indeed increased. The 3 lethal arrows had directly awarded him 3 experience points. Archery, 50100. The wild boar was not yet dead, and the experience gain indicated its power level was above that of a wolf. Wangchuan was instantly exhilarated. Such a rare opportunity. He tucked away the attribute panel and continued to unleash a flurry of arrows aimed at the eyes and mouths of the wild boars trapped in the snow. The wild boars had grown wise, swinging their massive heads to evade the incoming arrows while struggling to free their legs from the snow. Several wild boars rolled in the snow, managing to escape. Many arrows missed their targets or only inflicted shallow wounds. Those unscathed wild boars seized the chance to lumber toward the earthen wall, crashing against it with force. Though the wall was relatively low, at only 2 meters high, its impressive thickness allowed for 2 people to stand side by side. Several militia members plunged their spears into the fray. The sound of piercing boar flesh echoing as blood splattered across the snow. With the wild boars in the snow and the militia on the wall, the scene was drenched in carnage. Wangchuan remained focused, wholeheartedly drawing his bow to strike the most vital areas of the wild boars. He occasionally found his arrows embedding in the boar's torsos and limbs, resulting in negligible damage and little experience gain. He quickly realized that only strikes to the more vital areas would yield experience points. After exhausting the first quiver, he swiftly grabbed another and continued the assault. The arrows targeted the wild boar's snouts, faces, and eyes. Though they inflicted pain, they did not deliver death. Only Captain Zhao Hanyu switched to armor-piercing arrows as the wild boars charged within 10 paces, ensuring that even a hit to the torso would penetrate deeply. As more wild boars grew enraged, heedlessly slamming against the earthen wall, the structure trembled under their assault. A militia member wielding a bloodied spear thrust down, only to lose his balance when the boar charged, sending him tumbling from the wall. Old Lu. The cries of alarm echoed as everyone scrambled to help. Yet, a wild boar charged in, brutally pinning the flustered militia member, Old Lu, against the wall. Its sharp tusks pierced through Old Lu's chest and into the wall. Blood gushed from the wound, quickly staining the snow and forming a large pool. Old Lu, kill that beast. Avenge Old Lu. Several hunters' eyes blazed with fury as they rallied to attack. The wild boar that had committed the atrocity became the target of their wrath, its body riddled with arrows, its head resembling a honeycomb. Chapter 32, The Armor-Piercing Arrow. The death of militia member Old Lu ignited a fierce anger among the villagers of Haishi village. However, the first wild boar to fall also deeply enraged all the remaining boars. Boom. The earthen wall trembled slightly. A fully grown wild boar, stirred by its ferocious nature, thrust its tusks into the earthen wall, blood pouring from its mouth as it relentlessly charged, seemingly intent on toppling the barrier. Bang! Bang bang! Other wild boars began to join in, ramming against the wall with fervor. The entire row of boars became infected with this fervor, launching themselves at the wall without regard for their safety. The crowd wavered uneasily. Wangchuan felt a surge of alarm. Steeling himself, he sensed the wall's surface being relentlessly breached by the boar's tusks. Dirt and stones flew. The earthen wall grew thinner, swaying precariously under the relentless assault of the wild boars. The wall began to tremble. Blood and agony drove the boars into a frenzy. The village was in peril. Zhao Hanyu, frantic, shouted, "All archers, use the armor-piercing arrows. Quickly eliminate the wild boars." Wangchuan quickly recalled he had prepared a quiver of armor-piercing arrows, transitioning from a bird gun to a cannon. The armor-piercing arrows were heavier and possessed far greater explosive power and sharpness. One wild boar's face was pierced through by an armor-piercing arrow, which fully embedded itself, causing the creature to cry out in pain as blood streamed down its face. The others swiftly switched to armor-piercing arrows. At close range, aiming for the face with an armor-piercing arrow became straightforward, deep, and lethal. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through the mouth, burying itself deep within the boar's body. Whoosh! Another flew into the eye socket, penetrating the brain. Whoosh! An arrow struck the neck, causing a copious spray of blood to splatter across the snowy ground and earthen wall. The wild boar lost all combat capability, instinctively turning to flee from the wall. Bang! One after another, the wild boars were swiftly neutralized, each silent as they collapsed into the snow. Zhao Hanyu was the most ferocious, taking down 7 wild boars in quick succession. The fiercest of the 7 that had attacked the wall were slain by his hand. In mere moments, over 30 wild boars fell silent. The onslaught of the wild boars was decisively quelled. Wangchuan released 20 armor-piercing arrows in a single breath, each arrow yielding 1 point of experience, rapidly elevating his archery skill to 82,100. The threshold for advancement was now within reach. Having exhausted his supply of armor-piercing arrows, he switched to ordinary arrows, as the wild boars were now within easy range. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wangchuan continued to fire rapidly, emptying his second quiver of ordinary arrows, then moving on to a third. Today, he was determined to elevate his archery skill to a notable achievement. After an unknown number of shots, a sudden chime echoed, signaling a system notification. Archery had advanced from beginner level to notable achievement. Agility increased by 1 point. Wangchuan's eyes lit up with exhilaration. Indeed, an elevation in archery brought about a reward in attributes. Summoning the attribute panel, he noted, male, blacksmith, hunger level 60100, strength 83, attack 34, agility 82, defense 2, speed 10, stamina 9, health 90, spirit 8, not activated. Life skill forging fine steel. Mastery leads to proficiency. Next level 158500 combat skill archery. Notable achievement. Next level proficiency 0300. Current location, Tiannan Continent, Ningyu Kingdom, Sanhe County, Huishui County, Heisher Village. It felt as though a surge of power coursed through his body. His muscles tensed. The motion of drawing the bow became smoother, his aim quicker, and the rhythm of releasing arrows transformed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wangchuan did not indulge in the joy of his archery skills elevation. The village's crisis was far from resolved. Furthermore, he needed to seize every moment to accumulate experience points. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wangchuan increased the frequency of his shots. He quickly realized the benefits brought by his agility boost. It was not merely an increase in speed. With the rise in firing rate, the response time of the wild boars shortened as well. Often, when he swiftly drew and released an arrow, the boars had no time to react before the arrows struck their eyes or pierced their snouts. The experience points for archery accumulated steadily. Unbeknownst to him, the wild boars closest to him had already received an uncountable number of arrows to their faces, appearing utterly wretched. An exceptional archer is sensitive to the frequency of their shooting speed. Zhao Hanyu soon noticed Wangchuan's remarkable performance. A glance revealed Wangchuan from a higher vantage point, swiftly nailing 2 arrows into the eye sockets of 2 wild boars with precision and speed. Zhao Hanyu's expression turned to one of disbelief. Laymen observed the spectacle, while experts discerned the nuances. Wangchuan's formidable prowess now rivaled his own, leaving the other archers in the village far behind. Without hesitation, he grabbed a quiver of armor-piercing arrows and tossed it to Wangchuan. Catch! Wangchuan's reflexes had sharpened, and he deftly caught the quiver. The quiver bore the distinctive weight of armor-piercing arrows. Wangchuan understood the intent of Captain Zhao Hanyu to swiftly eliminate all wild boars outside the village. Though it was somewhat regrettable, he chose to comply. Switching to armor-piercing arrows, he aimed at those boars that continued to threaten the earthen wall, nearly breaking through. The remaining 30 or so wild boars were systematically dispatched in their efforts, blood flowing freely, leaving none behind. At last, the earthen wall ceased to tremble. Exhausted, everyone collapsed against the wall, gasping for breath. Gazing at the gaping holes and fissures within the wall, relief washed over their faces, each sporting a smile of survival. Yet, the village had not emerged unscathed. In addition to the fallen Lao Lu, 7 militia members had sustained injuries while defending against the wild boar's assault on the wall. 2 villagers accidentally fell from the earthen wall, fortunately landing within the village rather than outside. Whoosh, thud, whoosh, thud. On the earthen wall, Wangchuan continued to unleash arrows, targeting the wild boars that, despite lying motionless on the ground, still exhaled warm breaths. The onlookers bore witness but did not intervene. Although they understood that these wild boars had no chance of survival, Wangchuan's actions provided a sense of catharsis. After dispatching all the beasts, he gained an additional 13 experience points. Captain Zhao Heinyo approached with a broad smile. Wangchuan, splendid work. Has your archery skill advanced? Indeed. As I continued to slay, my archery skill improved unconsciously, Wangchuan admitted without reservation. Well done, Zhao Heinyo said, patting him on the shoulder. Haishi village has gained another exceptional archer. Why not come and be my disciple? Captain Zhao, are you trying to poach my master's apprentice? Aren't you afraid my master might cut off your supplies of piercing arrows? Wangchuan laughed heartily. Realizing the jest, Zhao Heinyo shook his head. You have a point. Your master is not one to be trifled with. He would surely fight tooth and nail to keep his prized disciple. Chapter 33. Deterrence against the wolf pack. Captain Zhao. Wangchuan. Wang Delang carried a large basket of warm wolf jerky, distributing food to the village heroes after the battle. Come, everyone has worked hard. Have some meat to warm yourselves and recover. Thank you, Uncle Wang, Wangchuan replied, accepting the wolf meat. Wang Delang chuckled, no need for thanks. You are the ones who truly deserve it. Eat up. He then continued to distribute the meat to others. The village chief approached unsteadily, his face a mixture of joy and concern as he addressed Zhao Heinyo. We lost a skilled fighter, Old Lu, and 7 others were injured. The earthen wall is severely damaged. It must be repaired first thing in the morning. However, Zhao Heinyo shook his head, his expression clouded with worry. It's too early to discuss this. The night is still young, and I fear more beasts may come to our village, drawn by the scent of blood. If they only take some wild boar carcasses, that would be one thing, but I dread. He paused, glancing around. 1/3 of the village guards were now injured, and the earthen wall was on the verge of collapse. Upon hearing this, Wangchuan immediately became alert. Captain Zhao is right. The earthen wall is in peril. Moreover, the snow outside is thick and solid, rising over half a meter above ground, allowing many beasts to leap right in. Ugh, this is troubling. I fear I won't sleep well tonight. The village chief's face, already lined with wrinkles, deepened further at his words. Captain Zhao, do you have a plan? We should light more braziers, keep our spirits high, and take turns standing guard. Let us hope for a calm night, Zhao Heinyo replied, his tone lacking confidence. By the way, how many piercing arrows do we have left? After giving the order, someone promptly reported, there are 6 quivers and 12 loose piercing arrows. They are all here. The piercing arrows were piled at Zhao Heinyo's feet. He pulled out 3 quivers and handed them to Wangchuan. These are yours. Stay alert tonight. If we encounter a second wave of beasts, do not hold back. Give it your all, and slay as many as you can. We cannot afford to lose more lives. He knew that relying solely on himself would not yield enough destruction. Wangchuan was the only comrade who had entered the realm of archery and progressed to a proficient level. He had no choice but to trust him. Wangchuan nodded firmly. I will do my best. In the Zhonghua studio, Yu Jiao too was aware of the heavy snowfall in the vicinity of Huishui County and, concerned for several villages, made a round of phone calls. On a whim, he contacted Su Wangchuan, but nobody answered on the other end, which filled him with an ominous premonition. At this hour, Wangchuan usually logged off to rest. Could something have happened? After several unanswered calls, Yu Jiao too finally thought to call Linda Hai. Linda Hai, groggy and irritable, answered the phone. Who is it at this hour? It's me. Yu Jiao too's voice immediately roused Linda Hai, his eyes sharpening as he softened his tone. You two, what is wrong? Is there an emergency? You need to log into the game immediately. There may be trouble at Haishi village. What? Oh, all right. Linda Hai was now fully awake. Recently, Haishi village had suffered a night raid by a wolf pack, which had elevated Wangchuan's reputation within the village, fostering close relationships with all the villagers and inciting envy among other players. Prompted by Yu Jiao too, Linda Hai quickly dressed, donned his gaming headset, and logged into the game. Upon opening the door, he was met with a biting cold that made him shiver. He barely had time to curse the dreadful weather before he sensed a strong metallic scent of blood in the air, creating an unusually tense atmosphere in the village. Damn, this is serious. Linda Hai quickly attempted to log off to inform Yu Jiao too, only to receive a system prompt, entering a temporary forced event. You cannot exit until dawn while safeguarding the village. Unable to log off, he found himself at a loss. Just then, he heard a voice call out, "Brother Lin, what are you doing here?" Wangchuan was fully armed, rushing from one earthen wall to another for patrol. Spotting Lin Dahai standing there like a fool, he approached. "Wangchuan." Lin Dahai's eyes lit up as he hurried over to inquire about the situation in the village. Wangchuan related the facts succinctly. Lin Dahai was left speechless. First, it was a wolf pack attacking the village, and now it's a horde of wild boars? What kind of luck is this? The wild boars have been repelled? Are they all dead? Has the entire herd perished? Goodness, did I miss out again? Lin Dahai looked up, cradling his head, as if he had missed out on a fortune. Wangchuan, observing his dismay, spoke earnestly. In truth, it is not yet over. Captain Zhao is concerned that the scent of the slain wild boars may attract other predators. Therefore, everyone in the village must remain on high alert tonight, prepared for any confrontation. Since you are here, Lin Gu, why not join us? Completing the task tomorrow will likely enhance your reputation. Very well, Lin Dahai thought, realizing he had no means to exit the game, and thus decided to heed Wangchuan's advice. He sought out Captain Zhao Hanyu to accept the mission, which involved retrieving arrows beyond the village. The snowfall had ceased, visibility was decent, and with the guards assisting in vigilance, it was not overly perilous. Around 2 in the morning, a group of uninvited guests indeed approached the village. Wolves. A pack of wolves, drawn by the scent of blood, had arrived outside Haishi village. Their cunning and ferocious gazes lingered at a distance before they stealthily advanced toward the village. Wangchuan received notice, and, alongside Captain Zhao Hanyu, they each drew their bows, fixating intently on the shadows creeping closer. The piercing power of their armor-piercing arrows was sufficient to intimidate the wolves from a distance of 30 paces. Captain Zhao cautioned Wangchuan. He understood the implication. The wolves must not be allowed to approach the village walls. Any breach could spell disaster for the settlement. After a few breaths, Captain Zhao aimed at the nearest wolf within 30 paces. Its eyes gleamed with a bright intensity against the snow, making it easily identifiable. As the armor-piercing arrow was swiftly released, Wangchuan similarly targeted another wolf. Whoosh, whoosh. The wolves seemed to sense danger, although they could not discern the arrows. Their instincts compelled them to dart aside, yet the arrows struck true, piercing a hind leg. A howl erupted from the wounded wolf. Wangchuan's arrow had pierced its body, causing it to stagger back a few steps before collapsing in the snow. Experience points in archery, 1. The sudden demise of one wolf and the severe injury of another stunned the entire pack. Previously emboldened, they now hesitated to approach the well-lit village. Even with the abundant corpses of wild boars around, the overwhelming scent of blood failed to entice them further. Having returned to the safety behind the village walls, Lin Dahai was astonished to see Wangchuan, a newcomer who had arrived a month later, already among the elite of Haishi village. He stood within the walls, mouth agape, unable to close it for some time. Tension returned to the village, as other militia members and hunters monitored the remaining directions. Whenever wolves were detected nearby, they would sound alarms to alert Captain Zhao and Wangchuan, who swiftly retaliated with their armor-piercing arrows to deter the wolves. For over 2 hours, they fought, leaving behind the carcasses of more than a dozen wolves. The remaining wolves, unable to seize an opportunity, grew fearful and ultimately retreated, dragging their fallen comrades back to feast. As dawn approached, the pack of wolves gradually vanished into the snowstorm. Haishi village had been preserved. Chapter 34. A great trouble arises having completed the mandatory task of defending the village against the wild boar herd and assisting in repelling the wolf invasion. Haishi village's reputation increased by 1 tier, ascending from modest renown to widespread fame, and strengthening ties with all villagers. Upon hearing the system notification, Wangchuan felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. It was finally over. Chilled and famished, he realized he had not eaten since the previous afternoon, and his body was beginning to rebel against him. He hardly paused to consider the benefits of his newfound reputation, hastily informing Captain Zhao Hanyu of his need for rest. Upon receiving consent, he promptly entered the wooden cabin to log out of the game. Outside, his phone was nearly boiling from the incessant notifications. Coach Yu had even arranged for a robot to await him at the door, holding his favorite dish of wide noodles, fried eggs, and rice rolls. Wow, Coach Yu is so considerate. I could starve. Wangchuan eagerly accepted the food and began to devour it. Coach Yu entered shortly after, his voice booming. Is everything all right? What happened in Haishi village? Do tell me. As Wangchuan ate, he recounted the events of the previous night in the village. Upon hearing that Haishi village had nearly been overrun amidst the snowfall, Coach Yu's expression grew grave. Rest assured, Coach Yu, the wild boars and wolves have been repelled. All is well now, Wangchuan reassured him. Coach Yu shook his head, his demeanor still tense and unyielding. Darkening even further. My concern does not lie with you and Lin Dahai. Since you've returned, it indicates that this crisis has passed. Wangchuan paused, chopsticks in hand. Utterly perplexed. What troubles you, Coach Yu? The latter sighed, saying, "We have personnel in 6 villages within Huishui County. Last night, I sent more than one individual back into the game, but all of them encountered similar circumstances. Upon entering, they completely lost contact and have yet to emerge." Wangchuan gasped in shock. Did their village face danger as well? Yes, Kochu nodded. If all goes as expected, they are in distress. It remains uncertain whether they can repel the invading beasts like Haishi village did. Wangchuan glanced at the time. It was just past 5. Everyone should be waking up soon to resume their tasks. Tentatively, he inquired, "What about the others? Are they safe inside, or have they chosen to remain offline for safety?" "It's futile," shook his head and sighed, saying, "Once the village is breached, the protective attributes of the houses will dissipate, and none shall survive. The beasts will scour and ravage every dwelling, forcing all players offline to confront their enemies in a primal struggle for survival, with a high probability of death." Upon hearing this, Wangchuan finally comprehended why Yu Jiaodo was restless throughout the night. In a single night, 6 villages were simultaneously attacked, if any one of them fell. The game characters, assuming the identities of villagers, would be compelled to emerge and engage in combat with the invaders until their demise. The breach of any village would almost certainly result in the forced deletion of all players within, stripping them of all their early game achievements. This represented a significant loss for the Zhongguo studio. Wangchuan finally grasped the gravity of the situation. "What should we do now? There is no other option. I will notify everyone to log in immediately and contact our team in Huishui County for prompt assistance." At this point, Yu Jiaodo rose with a bittersweet expression and stated, "Let us hope the situation does not deteriorate to that extent." With that, he turned and strode away. Wangchuan found his breakfast suddenly unappetizing. The potential fall of the village meant all game characters could face death and forced deletion. He could not help but feel relieved by his decision to learn archery. If Haishi village relied solely on Captain Zhao Haniu, it might not be able to manage the wild boar horde, and there was no guarantee of stockpiling sufficient armor-piercing arrows. "I hope everyone is all right. But then again, I am not part of the management. Why should I be concerned? If the sky were to fall, there would be tall individuals to bear the weight." As drowsiness overcame him, Wangchuan hastily filled his stomach and collapsed onto his bed. Outside, Zhongguo studio was undergoing considerable upheaval. By midday, the usually empty 75th floor was filled with people. A group of men and women stood before Su Wan. Indignant and arguing fervently, "We logged off normally to rest and sleep. What does the breach of the village have to do with us? Indeed, we are merely responsible for our tasks, generating revenue for the company. On what grounds can you terminate our employment over this matter? We need to sleep. Are we not allowed to sleep? Manager Su, this is excessive." These individuals had logged in early only to find their game characters lifeless in Lingyu, their village devastated, surrounded by mangled corpses and wild beasts still feeding. Many women fainted from fright. Everyone lost the ability to control their characters. Their accumulated wealth was gone. They were left with nothing. A group of individuals, facing this unprecedented calamity, became frantic and sought answers from Su Wan regarding the next steps. The response they received was chilling. According to the terms stipulated in the company contract, once a game character perishes, the account is terminated, which constitutes a significant loss to the company. "We reserve the right to terminate the contract immediately. You are free to leave." Naturally, the group was unwilling. They felt deeply aggrieved, believing this was not their fault. They did not wish to lose their high-paying jobs. Some suggested that the company grant them another chance. But Su Wan remained silent, offering no further word. After a while, the company's security robots appeared, escorting the group out of Zhongguo studio. As they departed, a text message arrived on their phones. "After the termination of your contract, the confidentiality agreement you signed with the company remains in effect. Any external disclosure regarding game-related content will result in legal action from our company, with penalties not less than 100 million yuan." The faces of those who had lost their jobs were filled with despair. This was a lamentation without a refuge. They cast a final glance at the towering Zhongguo building, their hearts heavy with bitterness and disillusionment. "Well, at least I earned a few thousand yuan here. Alas, what an absurd situation. Playing a game. And even the safe zones have been breached." Some left, while others were unwilling to accept this fate. "I refuse to believe that I cannot find another way to re-enter Lingyu. Yes, with our understanding of this game, we can definitely earn gold faster than newcomers. Let us go." As the group dispersed, Su Wan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of the high-rise, her brow furrowed in worry. Chapter 35. They were unlucky. Wangchuan awoke and immediately called Yu Jiaodo to inquire about the situation in the other villages. He received grim news. A village named Tianshui had been overrun by a pack of wild wolves the previous night, resulting in the complete annihilation of nearly 100 souls, including the elderly, women, and children, without a single survivor. Over 50 players, having logged off to rest, were compelled by the game to emerge and fight the wolves, only to be torn to shreds. When the Huishui County team arrived, they dared not approach this hell on earth. Wangchuan felt a heavy weight in his heart. Fortunately, Haishi village held strong yesterday. Otherwise, it would have met the same fate as Tianshui. By the way, Yu Jiaodo, what about our company's personnel? How was the situation handled? The thought of those individuals' game characters perishing, coupled with the agreement signed upon joining the company, filled him with a sense of foreboding. Yu Jiaodo sighed. According to the contract, all 13 employees have already resigned this morning. Wangchuan opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. How cruel. They were merely responsible for the mundane tasks of earning currency. They bore no obligation to defend the village. They simply logged off to rest and sleep. Alas, this game, much like the real world, operates under its own set of rules, and various circumstances can arise. Do not let your mood weigh too heavily. Understood the thoughts swirling in Wangchuan's mind and offered some comforting words. Perhaps one day we too shall encounter such circumstances, myself included. When faced with insurmountable challenges, should our game characters meet their untimely demise, I too would find myself dismissed by the company without hesitation. However, this time, the misfortune befalls them. The call ended abruptly. Wangchuan North sat in place for a while, then dashed into the washroom to clear his head. Staring at the familiar visage in the mirror, he admonished himself. Winter has not yet passed. In Hushu Xian, numerous beasts roam unchecked, descending from the mountains in search of food. Rather than wallowing in sorrow or pitying others, it is far more prudent to devise ways to survive within Ly. Resolutely gathering his scattered and heavy thoughts, he finally entered the game. The situation in HISHC was already known to the players who logged in earlier that morning. The desolation of the earthen walls and the sight of over 80 wild boar carcasses, each riddled with arrows, vividly illustrated the horror of last night's battle. Under the leadership of Wangdling, the villagers busily transported the wild boars into the village for processing, while the village chief and SNTGing directed the players to use high-viscosity clay to repair and reinforce the breaches in the walls. The remaining villagers continued to shovel snow. Upon logging in, Wangchuan greeted Zhibo and, under the guidance of his master SNTGing, returned to the blacksmith shop to craft armor-piercing arrows. His master informed him that there were fewer than 100 armor-piercing arrows left in the village, and should they face another battle like the previous night's, it would be difficult to endure. Thus, it was imperative to forge armor-piercing arrows with utmost urgency today. Nkibo and Biy, who had returned to work diligently, serving alongside him. Ding, ding, with a boost of 10 agility. Wangchuan noticed that his rhythm and control had become more stable, and his forging speed had improved. Observing the experience points of Biy, Nging Zhu Nzu Sh gradually increasing and countless sparks and impurities being expelled with each motion, his inner turmoil and distractions began to dissipate, allowing him to focus steadily. Ding, ding. Unbeknownst to him, his master SNTGing's gaze had shifted, quietly observing him, filled with unspoken thoughts. He was also unaware that as he hammered the Biy, Nging, the sounds were merging from two distinct tones into a singular resonance. The state of continuous strikes seemed to mature further. During a break, SNTGing approached, inspecting the armor-piercing arrowheads Wangchuan had crafted, and smiled. Wangchuan, I didn't expect your progress to be so swift. In just half a day, you have forged 24 armor-piercing arrowheads. Is there truly that many? Wangchuan then realized that his efficiency in forging armor-piercing arrowheads had indeed increased. What is this? Aren't you feeling particularly elated? Have you heard the news from Tianshui? SNTGing suddenly inquired. Wangchuan paused, then nodded. It is said that over 100 souls in Tianshui have perished. Do not worry, SNTGing reassured him. In the wake of such a horrific massacre, the officials in the county seat will surely take action, should the situation escalate. Their positions will be precarious. It is regrettable, however, that the villagers of Tianshui were somewhat ill-prepared, lacking a robust militia to defend themselves in time. Regardless, we must ensure the safety of HISHCN and not follow in the footsteps of Tianshui. Indeed, let us proceed. The master and apprentice rallied their spirits and returned to the forge. That night, over 40 players remained online, none daring to log off for sleep. The news of the massacre in Tianshui had spread throughout the village, and with the grim realization of the consequences of a breached village, everyone hesitated to log off, preparing for an all-night vigil to protect their home. Within the earthen walls, a throng of villagers gathered, armed with spears, creating a formidable presence. During breaks, Wangchuan chose to practice his thrusting technique. He meticulously emulated Captain Zhibo's stabbing form, aiming towards a goal of 10,000 repetitions. Senior brother, would you kindly impart some teachings to us? Nkibo and Biy, who, well aware of Wangchuan's impressive archery skills that distinguished him from the laboring miners, now sought his guidance, taking advantage of their junior status. Wangchuan did not decline. First, practice the horse stance. If you can maintain it unwaveringly for an hour, you may commence the second phase of training akin to mine. He shared with them snippets of what Captain Zhohini had privately conveyed. The two understood immediately. Excellent. Thank you, senior brother. Having witnessed Wangchuan's rise firsthand and knowing his character, they were naturally inclined to trust him. That night passed without incident, though all felt thoroughly exhausted. In the ensuing days, Wangchuan forged armor-piercing arrows by day, amassing his collection and enhancing eerily. The blacksmith shop soon accumulated over 400 armor-piercing arrows. The village thrived, partly due to the convoy from the county town that collected a substantial quantity of wild boar meat, yielding over 300 taels in revenue. Additionally, the county offered a reward of 1 tael of silver for each wild boar, beyond the 10 taels earned from forging. Wangchuan also received a reward of 40 taels from the village, marking his savings surpassing 50 taels for the first time. News from the county indicated that several hunting teams had been recruited to hunt beasts outside the city, offering relatively high compensation, resulting in a significant influx of wild beasts into the county town daily. This alleviated some pressure on the surrounding villages. Nevertheless, Wangchuan remained steadfast in his practice of thrusting, continuing to strengthen his muscle memory. Under Wangchuan's guidance, Kibo and Biy who successfully completed the first phase of their horse stance training and commenced the second phase. However, on this particular day, a short video surfaced on social media, depicting a man who had suffered a gruesome fate at the jaws of a beast in a park, capturing Wangchuan's attention. Chapter 36, Local Video, Beastly Incident. Wangchuan had little time to indulge in short videos. However, it had been quite some time since he had checked his account status. While dining in the evening, he casually opened Douyin to scroll through, only to be confronted with a chilling piece of news from his city. The victim in the short video was obscured by a mosaic. Wangchuan had witnessed far bloodier scenes in games, so his appetite remained unaffected. He was merely curious. How could wild beasts infiltrate the urban park amidst a sea of robots? Upon clicking the comments, he discovered that commenting had been restricted. Shortly thereafter, a notification appeared. This work had been reported and deleted due to its excessive gore and horror. The short video had been censored. Wangchuan promptly searched for other related videos from the same city, and indeed found some fragmented footage. Someone had posted remnants left by the victim in the park, seemingly torn away while fleeing from the beast. Others had shared surveillance videos, commenting, "Strangely enough, there are no beasts in the footage. Yet the victim appears to be fleeing in utter disarray. We initially thought it was a prank." However, the footage soon presented issues. When they arrived to inspect, the victim's entrails had been entirely devoured, as if multiple beasts had gnawed at them in a short span, leaving mutilation in various parts. That image was something they never wished to recall. It felt destined to haunt their dreams for a lifetime. Wangchuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he remarked, "For all of a person's organs to be consumed in such a brief period could hardly be the work of a single beast. How could multiple beasts possibly exist within the city?" Unfortunately, he lacked the time to delve deeper into the mystery. As the moment arrived, he tossed his phone aside, donned his helmet, logged into the game, and pushed the news from his mind while forging iron arrowheads. That evening, Zhao Heinyo sought out Wangchuan. "The quantity of forged steel arrowheads is sufficient, and your skill in thrusting has improved notably. We shall now commence the third phase of training." Wangchuan felt a slight thrill. Zhao Heinyo secured an iron ingot with ropes to the tip of Wangchuan's spear. Horse stance. Maintain the thrusting position with one hand. If you can hold it steady for a quarter of an hour without moving, you will pass. Understood. Zhao Heinyo departed, leaving Wangchuan initially feeling at ease. Given his strength of 11 points, the iron ingot was merely 5 or 6 pounds. However, as seconds ticked away, Wangchuan began to perceive the weight of 1,000 pounds hanging from his spear, relentlessly straining his muscles. The spear gradually tilted downward. 5 minutes passed, and Wangchuan was drenched in sweat. All his strength converged into a singular point, solely focused on maintaining the spear's balance and ensuring the integrity of his posture. Nearby, Hong Kai Bao and Bai Yuhui, driven by curiosity, attempted to mimic him, but after just a minute, their arm muscles trembled uncontrollably, and soon the spear tip fell, causing the iron ingot to crash to the ground. They exchanged glances, bewildered. Is the third phase truly this arduous? How can we possibly train? If even Senior Wangchuan cannot endure, what hope do we have? Discouraged, the two remained silent. Wangchuan concentrated intently, summoning every ounce of strength within him to gather his core energy. As time crept by, he persevered for 10 minutes before finally allowing the ingot to drop. Undeterred, he switched to his left hand and continued training with the added weight. Miraculously, he managed to hold it for 11 minutes. Yet, after a day of alternating hands, He could never surpass that 11-minute mark. The same occurred the following day. After 2 days of persistence, Zhao Hainiu approached Wangchuan with a suggestion. Wangchuan, envision that what you hold is not a spear, but a dragon. What is a dragon? It is alive. It should not be rigid and immobile. Yet, you must also control this dragon to strike with the force of a dragon. Wangchuan listened, perplexed. Grasping the spear, he reflected on Captain Zhao's words. He was not wielding a spear, but a dragon. How abstract. Nevertheless, influenced by Captain Zhao, he resolved to adopt a different practice method. If it was alive, then he should not confine his movements to rigidity. Holding the spear in his right hand, he began to sway it gently in circles. As he observed the spear becoming increasingly unstable, swaying from side to side, he gradually grasped the essence of the exercise. Continue. Hong Kai Bao and Bai Yu Hui were utterly baffled. Has Senior Wangchuan lost his mind? Why is he practicing so erratically? Could this be what they call losing oneself in the art? Wangchuan ignored them, fixating on the spear, following its glinting edge toward the wooden scarecrow in the distance. The spear resembled a dragon. The dragon was alive. However, the dragon must remain under control. Wangchuan began to comprehend the concept. His horse stance fluctuated slightly. The spear, guided by this rhythm, saw its front end's movement noticeably diminish. Wangchuan squinted his eyes. Within his stance, his strength began to flow more fluidly, allowing him to control the spear, harness its sharpness, and lock onto the scarecrow with an instinctive predatory intent. As time wore on, he soon surpassed 15 minutes. Yet, the spear could not remain completely still, and its balance was not perfect. After a day, the spear's swaying had lessened significantly. 2 days later, to the eyes of Hong Kai Bao and Bai Yu Hui, the spear's tip pointed steadily at the scarecrow, the iron ingot trembling slightly, undetectable to the naked eye. Wangchuan's stance exhibited a minuscule forward and backward sway, seemingly motionless, yet somehow alive. Wow, Senior is impressive. Having persevered for over 15 minutes, it had now been 18. Hong Kai Bao promptly summoned Captain Zhao Hainiu. After observing for a while, Zhao Hainiu smiled and said, Wangchuan, you indeed possess a remarkable talent for martial arts. If you can surpass the 4th challenge, you will officially master the art of marksmanship. With a lingering sense of eagerness, Wangchuan sheathed his spear and nodded, attributing his progress to Captain Zhao's excellent guidance. Hong Kai Bao and Bai Yu Hui were left speechless, feeling a sense of offense yet unable to voice their displeasure. The 4th challenge was to perform 1,000 thrusts with one hand. Zhao Hainiu set up a wooden post again and explained, if you can penetrate an inch into the wood, it signifies that you could pierce 3 inches into flesh. Only thrusts that penetrate less than an inch do not count. Complete 1,000 thrusts, and you will have officially entered the realm. Wangchuan's eyes gleamed with determination. Once he overcame this hurdle, he would officially grasp the rudiments of the gun technique. After Zhao Hainiu departed, Wangchuan began his task with fervor. With a resounding thud, his strength attribute of 11 became crucial. Each thrust effortlessly sank an inch deep into the wooden post. However, he soon discovered that it was no simple feat. Each strike demanded all his strength, and extracting the spear required considerable effort. After several hundred thrusts, his arms grew sore and fatigued. Consuming 2 pieces of wolf jerky, he switched to his left hand and continued. Chapter 37. An unexpected visitor, seeking someone in the mountains. Senior brother, how is your left hand so powerful? Indeed, mastering the trajectory of power in our left hand is quite challenging. Your explosive strength in the left hand is hardly inferior to that of your dominant right. Upon realizing the difficulty of the 3rd challenge, Hong Kai Bao and Bai Yu Hui attempted the 4th challenge. Their right hands performed adequately, managing to thrust 100 times before their arms grew sore and required rest. However, with the left hand, not only was it difficult to penetrate an inch into the wooden post, but merely hitting the post proved to be a challenge. After numerous attempts, their left-hand spears merely grazed the surface of the post, leaving only faint scratches. Wangchuan explained candidly, before entering the spirit domain, I had been training, specifically focusing on strengthening my left hand. Therefore, wielding with both hands poses little difficulty for me. The dexterity of my left hand has long matched that of my right. Wow, do fitness enthusiasts really have to be this dedicated? There's no choice. One must earn a living and survive, Wangchuan replied with a smile. He was genuinely grateful to his past self for working diligently over the years, building core strength and an indomitable will, while also specifically training his left hand. These advantages had enabled him to stand out among a group of miners, transforming from a blogger who could barely earn enough for a chicken leg to a remarkable individual with a 6-figure monthly income. Hong Kai Bao's envy was palpable as he exclaimed, Senior brother, you're incredible. What is your account name? I want to follow you and learn from you. Bai Yu Hui chuckled wryly, learning now? Who knows if it's too late? Fitness is beneficial for the body. It's never too late to start, Wangchuan affirmed, and soon he gained 2 new fans. The following morning, he finally completed the 1,000 single-handed thrusts. Ding! A system notification chimed. Congratulations, you have mastered the entry-level basic gun technique. The next realm awaits, minor accomplishments. After many days of effort, he had finally entered the realm of basic gun technique. Wangchuan summoned his attribute panel. Wangchuan, male, blacksmith, hunger level 91100, strength 83. Attack 34, agility 82, defense 2, speed 10, stamina 81, health 90-90, mentality 8, inactive. Life skill, forging steel, practice makes perfect. The next realm requires 418, 500. Combat skill, archery, minor accomplishments. The next realm requires 87, 300. Combat skill, basic gun technique, entry level. The next realm requires minor accomplishments 0, 100. Current location, Tiannan Continent, Nanyu Kingdom, Sanhe County, Huishui District, Heisher Village. This was the third skill he had acquired. Congratulations, senior brother. You are truly remarkable. His two younger brothers showered him with compliments. Focus on your training, strive to master the basic gun technique soon. Wangchuan encouraged them before heading to report his success to Captain Zhao Heinyu. However, he was informed that Captain Zhao Heinyu was currently at the blacksmith shop. Upon arriving, Wangchuan discovered not only Captain Zhao Heinyu and Master Sun the blacksmith, but also an unexpected visitor engaged in discussion with them. The visitor, in his 30s, was clad in a white robe, exuding a clean and sharp demeanor. His gaze was profound and piercing, with distinctly robust knuckles and calloused hands, suggesting he was no ordinary person. Zhao Heinyu and Master Sun displayed deep respect towards him, nodding frequently. Wangchuan, understanding the situation, remained at the door, refraining from intruding. After a while, the three concluded their discussion, and Zhao Heinyu and Master Sun escorted the visitor out of the village. The newcomer did not cast a single glance at Wangchuan. Upon returning to the blacksmith shop, Zhao Heinyu and Master Sun appeared grave, indicating they were facing a challenging issue. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wangchuan inquired, Master, Captain, what has happened? Zhao Heinyu waved his hand and shook his head, remaining silent. However, Master Sun pulled his disciple aside to a corner of the yard and spoke in a hushed tone, listen closely and do not spread this. A few days ago, the county city recruited a group of experts to hunt down beasts emerging from the mountains. These individuals had been operating smoothly until yesterday when a team unexpectedly went missing, reportedly while heading towards the mines. Wangchuan was taken aback. Experts from the county city have gone missing near the Blackstone Village mines? Master, in such cold weather, having been stranded outside for a day and night. Their situation is surely dire. Sun Taijian revealed a troubled expression and said, we have said the same. But the county has stated that we must see the living and the dead. Not only have they dispatched the county's best to search for the missing, but they have also issued a decree to the nearby villages to join in the search in the mountains. Into the mountains? Wangchuan instinctively glanced at Captain Zhao Heinyu. In such times, only the most skilled hunters could be dispatched. The task, it seemed, would likely fall upon Captain Zhao Heinyu. Indeed, Sun Taijian, noticing that his apprentice had already surmised the outcome, nodded and whispered. Captain Zhao is the finest tracker in Haishi village and has been specifically named to participate in this operation. He has been ordered to gather all weapons, provisions, and personnel within the time it takes to burn an incense stick and proceed to assemble near the mine. What will happen to our village while Captain Zhao is away? Wangchuan asked, filled with concern. This expedition into the mountains was inherently perilous. Should something happen, who would safeguard the village? Sun Taijian sighed. Recently, the wild beasts emerging from the mountains have been severely culled. Packs of wolves and wild boars have significantly diminished. For now, they should pose no threat to the village. But Captain Zhao's mission is indeed worrisome. He too feared for Zhao Heinyu's safety outside the village. Unfortunately, Zhao Heinyu had little time to spare. He approached, saying, Old son, since we cannot avoid this, we can only proceed cautiously. Please prepare 3 barrels of armor-piercing arrows for me. Captain Zhao was ready to set off. Sun Taijian, not daring to defy the government's orders, quietly retrieved 3 barrels of armor-piercing arrows and said, Captain Zhao, take care on your journey. Make sure to return safely. Understood. Zhao Heinyu strapped the quiver to his back, walked up to Wangchuan, and patted his shoulder, saying, Wangchuan, while I am away, be sure to look after the village and prevent any mishaps. Absolutely. Wangchuan felt a surge of determination and nodded vigorously. Captain Zhao, we will all be waiting for your return. Zhao Heinyu nodded, turned, and departed. With provisions for 2 days, he also took 2 hunters from the village. The officials awaited them at the village entrance, and the 4 of them trudged through the thick snow, soon vanishing into the storm. Wangchuan turned to Sun Taijian and asked, Master, do you think Captain Zhao will return safely? Sun Taijian stood in the snowstorm, silent. The only sound in the world was the ruthless howling of the wind and snow. Wangchuan's heart gradually sank. Chapter 38. Do not open the door. Bandits, drink up. Drink up. Over 40 players formed circles, practicing thrusting against wooden stakes. The tragic state of Tianshui village made them acutely aware of the importance of mastering combat skills. They practiced with newfound seriousness and focus, having passed the first training round and now engaged in the second round of thrusting exercises. Groups of players attacked the wooden stakes with fervor. Wangchuan approached the small circle near Lin Dahai, Old Li, and Zhang Kai. Brother Lin. Wangchuan called out to Lin Dahai. Upon seeing Wangchuan's serious demeanor, everyone stopped and gathered around, including Hong Kaibao and Bai Yuhui. What is the matter? Is something wrong? Wangchuan, not wishing to withhold information from his comrades, lowered his voice, saying, Captain Zhao has left the village on a mission, and now the defenses here are lacking. I need to log off and rest to regain my strength. I will return at sunset. During the day, please keep an eye on the village's perimeter and notify me immediately of any developments. Given that Captain Zhao entrusted the village's safety to him, Wangchuan felt the weight of responsibility to ensure the village remained unharmed. Lin Dahai and the others immediately displayed serious expressions. Understood. We will keep watch. You rest well, and we will inform you at the first sign of trouble. Lin Dahai, having received a warning from Wangchuan previously, had gained some prestige that night, though it had not reached the level of promotion. Nonetheless, he was eager to elevate his standing and promptly took on the role of team leader, rallying. All right. Let's arrange for a few people to assist Wangchuan tonight. Who is available? I am. Several young players eagerly volunteered. Good. Old Li and I will keep watch during the day. Hong Kaibao, Zhang Kai, Bai Yuhui, you all log off to rest and come back online at 6. With the arrangements made, Wangchuan wasted no time, informing his master before logging off. Exiting the game, Wangchuan took a refreshing shower, enjoyed a hearty meal, and quickly fell asleep. He awakened at 6 in the evening. As he ate the dinner delivered by the robot, he noted that Brother Lin had yet to send any messages, implying that Captain Zhao had probably not returned. He could only prepare himself for the game. The atmosphere in the village had shifted. The closing time had passed, and Zhao Hainiu and the other 2 hunters who had ventured out during the day had not returned. The villagers were already murmuring with unease. Old Li, Brother Lin, thank you for your hard work. It's my turn to take over now, Wangchuan said as he relieved Lin Dahai of his watch. Old Li, needing to return home to his wife and children, cautioned Wangchuan to be careful before logging off in a nearby wooden cabin. Before leaving, Lin Dahai remarked, I will rest for a while and log back on after midnight. Wangchuan nodded, knowing Lin Dahai was eager to complete his prestige promotion task. At that moment, the village chief approached, saying, Wangchuan, with Captain Zhao absent, you are now the best archer in the village. You must step up and protect it. Rest assured, all the armor-piercing arrows have been delivered. Use them freely if any situation arises. The village chief stated solemnly. Understood, chief. I will give it my all. Wangchuan ascended the earthen wall. The remaining militia and hunters spread out around the village, standing on high alert. Bai Yuhui, Hong Kaibao, and Zhang Kai wielded their long spears, closely following Wangchuan, ready to assist at any moment. Within the village, the fire pits blazed brightly, illuminating the surroundings. The villagers were filled with trepidation, and the players dared not log off. The atmosphere was tense, and time passed swiftly. Darkness soon enveloped the land. A few hours later, someone with keen eyes discerned a shadow amidst the wind and snow. Something was amiss. Look, what is that? The militia atop the earthen walls instantly grew anxious. They gazed into the distance and beheld a shadow stumbling through the snow, gradually approaching the village. It appeared to be a person. It was indeed a person. Wangchuan observed intently and confirmed that the shadow was human, seemingly injured. After a few steps, it collapsed in the snow, motionless. Many players exclaimed, could it be one of our Captain Zhao's team? Should we send someone out to investigate? We can't let them freeze out there. Open the door. Quickly. Open the door to save them. Even Hong Kaibao and the others were eager to rush over. Wangchuan surmised that it might be Captain Zhao returning. A few militia members could no longer contain their impatience and leaped off the earthen wall, rushing toward the figure. Others hurried to the village gate, attempting to open it. At this moment, a senior militia member raised his voice to halt them. Village rules. No doors are to be opened after nightfall. A few militia members were frantic. What time is it? And you're still clinging to those outdated rules. If Captain Zhao freezes out there, will you take responsibility? Exactly. Open the door. The senior militia was pushed aside. Just then, Sun the blacksmith shouted, do not open the door. Sun held considerable authority in the village, second only to the village chief and Captain Zhao. If it were truly Captain Zhao, he would have already called out. At these words, Wangchuan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. What if it was not Captain Zhao? In an instant, he felt a shiver of fear. Sun the blacksmith, exceptionally resolute, halted the crowd and swiftly ascended the platform, wrapping a cloth around the arrowhead, dousing it in tung oil, and igniting it before shooting it toward the shadow in the snowstorm. The fire arrow traced a perfect arc, landing near the shadow. The flames illuminated the figure, revealing a gully behind the snow. Below, pairs of eyes glimmered with a dangerous ferocity in the firelight. Sharp metal glinted ominously. Hidden within the snow were a group of armed bandits. Those within the earthen walls saw this clearly. The two militia members who had run out were left dumbfounded, their bodies frozen, faces pale, gasping in horror. Bandits. At that moment, they finally realized they had fallen into a trap. The bandits had feigned a situation to lure them out of the village, intending to force open the gates of Haishi village. Run. Quickly run. The two, terrified to the core, turned to flee. Suddenly, they heard two swift whistling sounds, and one was struck in the thigh by an arrow, collapsing into the snow. Howling in pain, the other was shot in the neck, clutching the gaping wound as blood quickly soaked his clothes, filled with despair and fear. Reaching toward the safety of the earthen wall, convulsing as he fell. Bang! Damn! Who would have thought there were such capable individuals in the village? Damn it! The injured man, lying in the snow, suddenly rose, revealing a face full of scars, eyes menacing, teeth yellowed. Pulling out a shield and a hand axe from beneath his clothing, cursing, "The gate didn't open. Follow me. Attack head-on. Archers, provide covering fire. Everyone charge." Raising his hand axe, amidst the shouts, over 20 bandits surged forth from behind the gully. A group wielding swords and axes thundered toward Haishi village. Instantly, tension engulfed Haishi village. Chapter 39. 4 dead, 1 wounded. Whoosh, whoosh. This band of bandits, brimming with murderous intent, realizing their identities had been exposed by Sun the blacksmith, wasted no time and immediately attacked, taking down 2 militia members, while 3 archers simultaneously drew their bows. On the earthen wall, the 3 hunters had no time to react before being struck by arrows. 2 were hit in the chest, and 1 in the arm. The sudden turn of events was too rapid. In an instant, 3 lay dead, 2 wounded in Haishi village. An unprecedented fear filled Wangchuan's chest. Yet his mind immediately recalled Captain Zhao's admonition before his departure: protect the village. The fear in his eyes was swiftly replaced by determination. Wangchuan swiftly nocked an arrow. The armor-piercing arrow shot forth without warning. The burly man running at the front was not focused on the youthful Wangchuan until he noticed the latter drawing his bow, instinctively raising his shield to block. The sharp armor-piercing arrow pierced through the shield, embedding itself in his hand, causing him to gasp in pain, shouting, "Eliminate the hunters." Before he could finish the words, that young man with the armor-piercing arrow, the second arrow struck with lightning speed, entering his skull. Thud! The fierce-looking bandit dropped dead on the spot, his body stiffening as he toppled back into the snow. Wangchuan's strike alerted the bandits to his presence. The 3 archers hiding behind the crowd simultaneously locked onto their target. Whoosh! Whoosh! But Wangchuan was remarkably agile. He swiftly moved along the earthen wall, evading the arrows while pinpointing their trajectory, retaliating with a rapid shot. The advantage of elevation manifested at that moment. Even those standing behind the crowd were struck by his arrow. The armor-piercing arrow penetrated the leather armor, piercing through front and back, delivering a chilling blow. The hunters of Haishi village have commenced their counterattack. The bandits at the forefront are well defended, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary arrows to penetrate their leather armor. A seasoned militiaman in the village bellowed, "Retreat. Defend within the walls. They cannot breach our defenses." The village boasts several strong men, and one by one, they descended from the earthen walls, including Wangchuan. After dispatching 2 foes, he feared becoming a target himself and leaped down, stepping onto the village's goods to ascend the roof of a wooden house, maintaining the advantage of height. He observed a bandit vaulting over the wall. With remarkable speed, Wangchuan unleashed a penetrating arrow that struck true, causing the 3rd bandit to fall backward, an arrow embedded in his chest. At that moment, more agile bandits adeptly scaled the rough, uneven surface of the earthen wall and swiftly entered the village. All the hunters had ascended the rooftops, and a flurry of arrows flew, taking down several more bandits. The hunters, having learned from experience that ordinary arrows were easily thwarted by the bandits' thick armor and shields, had switched to using armor-piercing arrows. 5 or 6 hunters bore significant injuries. Wangchuan released 2 arrows in quick succession, striking 2 bandits who had not yet grasped the situation within the village, blood erupting from their hands as they clutched their faces. There was no choice. The sheer number of opponents was overwhelming, with nearly 60 strong men brandishing spears against them. Anyone witnessing this would feel a sense of dread, as one moment of distraction could lead to being struck by an arrow. In Haishi village, both militiamen and players were tense, their palms sweating as they scanned their surroundings. However, witnessing the bandits fall one after another, the atmosphere lightened as their numbers dwindled. Even when the bandits charged, they found it daunting to advance against the formidable line of spears. Wangchuan moved with agility, releasing arrows that either struck down or severely injured his targets. The bandits were unfortunate, not only confronting Haishi village at its most fortified, with over 60 defenders against their meager 20, but also encountering a village capable of crafting armor-piercing arrows. The bandits' thick clothing combined with leather armor could withstand ordinary arrows, but against armor-piercing arrows, they were rendered vulnerable. Two bandits armed with bows scaled the earthen wall, only to turn and flee upon seeing the scene inside, but they were shot down mid-escape with two agonizing cries. Within moments, the remaining 20-odd bandits, having breached the village, were thoroughly suppressed, with the 7 survivors compelled to surrender as spears held them at bay. "Don't kill me. I surrender," they pleaded, but it was too late. The players, unable to deliver the final blow, stood aside as enraged militiamen stepped forward, piercing the chests of the bandits one by one. All 27 bandits met their demise. The eyes of the militiamen glowed with fury as they struck down the remaining bandits. "Damn it! Quickly check if Eru can survive." Someone remembered their comrade outside who had been struck in the leg. Soon, a villager retracted his head. A pained expression on his face as he shook his head. He gone. Wangchuan felt a heavy weight in his heart. In this battle, Fu had perished, and one was severely injured. Were it not for Master Sun Tieshing and the veteran militiamen, the casualty count would have been far greater. Meanwhile, Lin Dehai, Hong Kaibao, Bai Yuhui, and others were unusually exhilarated. There were spoils. The bandits' equipment had not vanished upon their deaths. Other players gazed at the scattered corpses with gleaming eyes. At this moment, the village chief ordered the militiamen to search the bodies of all the bandits, which yielded an array of items. In addition to crude iron weapons and damaged leather armor, there was a small pile of silver and copper coins, as well as several bottles of healing ointment. Sun Tieshing surveyed the scene, disdain and anger etched on his face. These two, along with those 3 archers, are seasoned bandits trained in the mountains. The rest are merely ordinary refugees. They must have learned that Captain Zhao Hainiu left the village and sought to take advantage of the situation. Had Captain Zhao been here, he would have sensed the foul stench of these bandits from afar and would not have allowed them to approach the village. The village chief's expression was heavy with sorrow. Another few capable hands had been lost. This winter was becoming increasingly arduous. Yet, as the village chief, he needed to step forward, uphold morale, and ensure no further mishaps occurred during the night. There are a total of 157 taels of silver here. We shall allocate 40 taels as compensation for the 4 fallen villagers, 15 taels for the wounded, and the remaining 102 taels will be distributed, with Wangchuan receiving the largest share of 30 taels, and each of the other hunters receiving 5 taels. The rest will be evenly divided among all participants in today's battle. The villagers felt a complex mix of emotions. However, the players were invigorated by the village chief's words, each one brimming with excitement. Each would receive half a tael of silver, equivalent to 500 copper coins. Splendid. A windfall that would sustain them for several days. They would not have to eat dirt this month. They looked at Wangchuan with envy and admiration for receiving a reward of 30 taels, a staggering sum of 150,000 copper coins. Wangchuan now possessed 65 taels, a heavy weight in his possession, yet he was unable to feel joy, burdened by the sense of having failed to uphold Captain Zhao Hainiu's trust in protecting the village. Chapter 40. Visitors from the county town with feelings of dejection, disappointment, and guilt weighing heavily upon him. Wangchuan stood guard throughout the night. No new threats emerged in Haishi village. At dawn, the village chief arranged for someone to contact the county office, both to inquire about Zhao Hainiu and the other search parties and to report the incident that had transpired in Haishi village. The county office is acutely aware of the recent bandit raid on the village and has dispatched a constable accompanied by 2 individuals to investigate the matter. The man with a brutish visage is none other than the notorious fugitive, Hong Dabiao, wanted for numerous heinous crimes, including murder and abduction. It is astonishing that he has met his downfall in your village, Haishi Cun. You could sever his head and claim the bounty from the county office, which I recall to be 20 taels of silver. Additionally, there are 4 more individuals on the wanted list, with bounties ranging from 5 to 8 taels. Constable Chen Shanyong expressed his astonishment. He was aware of the village's reputation, knowing that these bandits were cunning and capable. It was quite unexpected that Haishi Cun could subdue this group in the absence of Zhao Hainiu. The village had suffered the loss of several capable hands. Yet the village chief refrained from presenting Wangchuan, fearing that the county office might forcibly conscript him at this critical moment. Chen Shanyong nodded in sympathy, offering condolences to the village chief. He stated that he would take the heads of the bandits back to remove them from the wanted list and promised to return with the bounty later. The village chief was quick to express his gratitude. Chen Shanyong remarked that Haishi Cun's assistance in eliminating 5 wanted criminals was a significant aid to the county office, deeming it a trivial matter. He then mentioned that there had been news regarding several individuals who had gone missing from the county town. Lowering his voice, he informed the village chief that all the missing persons had perished in the iron mining region. Their team had found bodies in the mines and had engaged the perpetrators. But ultimately, the assailants escaped. The village chief's face revealed his shock at the mention of such formidable foes. Chen Shangyong confirmed the rumors of elite martial artists involved. Although there were martial artists on their side, the opponents had managed to break through and retreat into the mountains, leaving the constabulary powerless to pursue them. He elaborated that to prevent the perpetrators from seeking vengeance on nearby villages, their team had returned to Huishui County. Now, the county magistrate was concerned that these individuals might invade the county town during winter. The village chief felt a sense of relief, grateful that no further calamity had befallen them, especially regarding Zhao Hainiu and his companions in the mountains. The prospect of their demise would have dealt an unbearable blow to Haishi Ciyuan. As long as they were alive, there remained a glimmer of hope for their return. However, Chen Shangyong cautioned that these bandits were registered with the Black Wind stronghold, particularly Hong Dabiao, who ranked among the top 20. Having failed in their raid on Haishi Ciyuan and not returning to the mountains, it was likely that the Black Wind stronghold would send someone to investigate. He urged the villagers to remain vigilant. The village chief inquired whether it was possible to request leniency from the county magistrate to allow Zhao Hainiu and his companions to return, asserting that their presence would bolster the village's chances of survival. Chen Shangyong explained that if the bandits discovered any involvement from Haishi Ciyuan in the actions against them, with the strength of the elite martial artist, they could easily annihilate the entire village. He reassured the village chief that keeping Zhao Hainiu and the others in the county town was, in fact, a form of protection for them, as such martial artists typically would not target ordinary villagers. With no further arguments to make, the village chief acquiesced. Chen Shangyong assured him that once Zhao Hainiu completed his duties at the county office, they would promptly return to the village. Wishing them good fortune, he departed, taking with him the bloodied heads of the 5 wanted criminals. The village chief returned to the blacksmith shop, where he informed Sun Taixian and Wangchuan of the information relayed by Constable Chun. He cautioned that there might be spies sent from the Black Wind stronghold that night, and preparations were necessary. Sun Tieshuan's expression darkened as he lamented the loss of 4 capable hands and the injury of a hunter, leaving them with only 7 militiamen and 5 hunters, totaling 13, including Wangchuan. The miners were merely brandishing spears for intimidation and had not engaged in combat. The prospect of facing the Black Wind stronghold seemed daunting. The village chief suggested seeking assistance from nearby villages, but Sun Taixian countered that those capable individuals had also been requisitioned by the county office and were unable to provide support, resigning to their fate. The village chief hoped to delay until the next day, when Constable Chun would deliver the bounty for the 5 wanted criminals. They could use the silver as a reward, motivating brave souls to assist, and perhaps they could hold out until Zhao Hainiu's return. Sun Taixian furrowed his brow, determined to forge armor-piercing arrows, emphasizing that they must employ the sharpest weapons to inflict pain upon the bandits from the outset. He warned that any sign of weakness would invite an overwhelming assault, leading to their total annihilation. Throughout their conversation, Wangchuan remained silent until the village chief departed. When urged by Sun Taixian to continue forging the steel arrowheads, he finally spoke, asking whether the Black Wind stronghold was truly formidable. Sun Taixian explained that the Black Wind stronghold was the largest bandit lair in Huishui County, with 3 leaders who were genuine martial artists, commanding a horde of ruthless bandits. While their exact numbers were unknown, they had launched several attacks against Huishui County. Wangchuan gasped in disbelief at the strength of their adversaries, fearing that their village had little hope of survival. Sun Taixian reassured him that the leaders of the Black Wind stronghold were primarily interested in the wealth of the county town and would not concern themselves with impoverished villages like theirs. It was only the lower-ranking bandits under those small leaders who would occasionally descend to pillage. Hong Dabiao was merely one of the lackeys. His disappearance would likely only provoke a minor response from the small leaders, sending a few dozen men down the mountain. During these tumultuous times, they would likely refrain from mobilizing their forces. Sun Taijian seemed to have had dealings with Haifeng's Hai. He spoke in a low voice. I suspect they have either sent a few scouts today to gather intelligence, or have already discerned our situation and will directly assault the village tonight to avenge Hong Dabiao. We must prepare more piercing arrows. Chapter 41. They are warriors. The blacksmith shop had taken precautions and had already stockpiled a considerable number of piercing arrows. However, Wangchuan lacked confidence in withstanding the revenge from Haifeng's Hai. He specifically contacted Yu Jiaodo to report on the situation in Haishi village. Yu Jiaodo immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. I understand. Haishi village absolutely cannot be breached. We have already lost 13 employees. If we lose Haishi village, the company's monthly revenue will be severely impacted. In truth, Wangchuan alone sometimes contributed more silver than an entire village each week. Losing Haishi village would not only diminish the financial influx, but would also result in the loss of a blacksmith and 2 apprentices for the Zhongguo studio, a scenario they were unwilling to face. Yu Jiaodo promptly reached out to Su Wan. Before sunset, the 2 riders arrived in the snow at Haishi village. One was a bald man with several scars on his head, draped in a gray robe, holding a pitch-black iron rod, clearly a disciple of the Buddhist sect. The other, in his 30s, wore a knife at his waist, exuding a rebellious air and reeking of alcohol, unmistakably dressed like a member of a gang. The appearance of these two individuals at the village entrance immediately captured everyone's attention. The militia and hunters within the village climbed the earthen walls, nervously closing the village gates and preparing their bows for defense. Wangchuan, Lindahai, the adversaries called from a distance of 10 zhang. The villagers turned to Wangchuan, asking, "Do you know them?" Wangchuan smiled and nodded. "They are my hired reinforcements and can help us fend off the bandits from Haifeng's High." The group lowered their guard and opened the village gates. Wangchuan and Lindahai personally stepped out to welcome them. Lindahai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he whispered to Wangchuan, "I didn't expect you Jiao to manage to invite these two. Now the village is safe. Do you know them?" Wangchuan, encountering these two for the first time, inquired. Lindahai replied, "I saw them once in the cafeteria. They were in a meeting. And from a distance, I overheard Yu Lao mention that they seemed to be among the studio's earliest employees, having established a certain status in the Lingyu realm. And they appear to be warriors." As they spoke, the two colleagues clad in monk and gang attire approached. The gang member looked at Lindahai with a playful expression and said, "You must be Lindahai. Our hearing as warriors is quite keen." Startled, Lindahai replied, "I haven't had the pleasure of knowing your name yet. We are kin. I am Lin Sun, and this is DeLong the monk." The gang member smiled slightly after the introduction, then turned his gaze to Wangchuan, scrutinizing the young man with a fit physique and bright, spirited eyes. "You are Wangchuan, the blacksmith of Haishi village. I have heard you can forge 100 refined steel arrowheads on your own." "Indeed," Wangchuan replied, bowing slightly. "Greetings. Lin De Gu and DeLong Shifu." DeLong the monk nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Sun expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Although our time is precious and should not be wasted in the village, the higher-ups value Haishi village highly and have insisted we take the time to visit. We will handle matters here. You should focus on your duties." "Yes, with the two masters present, Haishi village is certainly secure. We can finally have a peaceful night's rest," Lindahai said, feeling greatly reassured. They welcomed the two into the village and settled near a bonfire. Wangchuan purchased some wild wolf jerky and wild boar jerky from Wang Dalong to offer them. DeLong the monk surprisingly accepted everything, devouring a plate of food in one go. Lin Sun also had a hearty appetite, pulling out a gourd of wine from somewhere, relishing the meat and drink with great pleasure. "I didn't expect such culinary skills outside the city. Your roast meat master could easily make a name for himself even in Huishui County." Lin Sun praised Wang Dalong's roasting skills. "Wangchuan, while we await those bandits, could you demonstrate your blacksmithing abilities? We would like to witness your craftsmanship," Lin Sun suddenly proposed. Although Wangchuan felt it was somewhat abrupt to forge at that moment, considering their warrior status and their seniority as longtime employees, he thought it unwise to refuse and agreed, "All right." He exchanged a glance with Hong Kaibao and Bai Yuhui, who then proceeded to the blacksmith shop to prepare. DeLong the monk said, "You two go ahead. I will keep watch here." Lindahai chuckled. "Then I will stay here with DeLong Shifu." Wangchuan stood up and led Lin Sun toward the blacksmith shop. Master Sun Taijian did not hinder them. Perhaps recognizing their warrior status, feeling both relieved and anxious, he quietly stepped out of the shop to assist with patrol duties. Upon reaching the forging platform, Wangchuan quickly got to work. The sounds of metal striking metal rang out, resonating in the air. The red-hot iron blocks transformed swiftly under Wangchuan's hammer strikes, folding and continuously expelling impurities. Lin Sun stood by, observing intently. Gradually, a look of astonishment crossed his face as he witnessed Wangchuan handling 8 red-hot iron blocks simultaneously. His speed astonishing. With the assistance of Bai Yuhui and Hong Kaibao, the rhythm was incredible, and with each swing, the force was evenly distributed, producing a harmonious and rhythmic cadence. The tempo was mesmerizing, a marvel to behold. However, to maintain an unwavering rhythm and force for over 10 minutes is clearly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. After observing for a while, Lin Sun noted that Wangchuan remained fully immersed, seamlessly switching from his right arm to his left, exhibiting an endless reservoir of strength. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "To what extent has your forging technique advanced?" 2 levels, Wangchuan replied without pausing, his actions undeterred by the conversation. In fact, he had reached a point where he could forge a 100-tempered steel arrowhead with his eyes closed. Lin Sun nodded in astonishment and calmly remarked, "An elevation in skill levels signifies a breakthrough in physical limits. You are aware of this, are you not?" "Indeed. My skill has progressed from the novice tier to a modest accomplishment, granting me an additional point of strength, then from modest accomplishment to proficiency, adding 1 point of agility and 1 point of strength." Wangchuan honestly shared his status. Lin Sun smiled, affirming precisely, "The higher the skill level, the greater the reward in attribute points. As I understand, when a blacksmith's forging technique reaches the proficient level, they receive 3 attribute points. in addition to strength and agility. They also gain 1 point of stamina. Wangchuan felt a surge of excitement as he glanced at his attribute panel. The experience for Bai Liangang Forge had reached 479, 500, leaving him just 21 points away from achieving proficiency. The prospect of gaining 3 attribute points through a level up was indeed substantial. Chapter 42. A sudden clarity. Wangchuan was exhilarated. The information Lin Sun provided was unattainable outside. Evidently, he was a martial artist, possessing a wealth of knowledge that Wangchuan had yet to uncover. Continuing to hammer the iron block, Wangchuan asked, "Brother Lin, are all skills in Lingyu like this? Is it true that upon advancing from novice to the first level of minor accomplishment, one receives 1 attribute point, and 2 points for the second level?" Lin Sun regarded him thoughtfully. "I heard you mastered archery in Haishi village, enabling you to acquire this foundational combat skill through training, which speaks volumes about your perceptiveness and perseverance. Why do I say this?" Wangchuan was taken aback. Lin Sun chuckled. "When we learn various martial arts, we typically do so through opportunities to join sects and study from martial arts manuals, which allow for immediate entry into practice. You have likely never encountered such manuals, have you?" Wangchuan looked bewildered. Lin Sun, unfazed, explained, "Lingyu comprises numerous sects, with major sects offering their legacies, as well as religious factions techniques. Martial arts from noble families, and lesser martial arts from various gangs. The Kongming Temple, where the great dragon monk trained, belongs to a religious faction, specifically a branch of Shaolin. I am affiliated with the Yulong Gang in Huishui County, which is a branch of the Chaobang. We have invested considerable effort and resources, contributing silver to the gang to obtain the martial arts manuals for direct practice. Individuals like you, who gain recognition through training and independently master foundational skills, are exceedingly rare. Yet your approach is also the most time-consuming." Wangchuan was hearing all this for the first time, and unconsciously slowed his forging, listening intently. Lin Sun candidly stated, "I heard you have been in the game for 2 months now, correct?" "It has been 2 months and 10 days, Wangchuan confirmed with a nod. "In a guild or under a mentor's guidance, advancing through the initial 2 levels is relatively easy. For instance, with your archery, simply hunting life forms like sparrows, wild chickens, or mountain birds can increase your experience points. I have seen several archers from our Yulong gang effortlessly enhance their archery skills while fishing in the river." Wangchuan was astonished. "Fishing works too. I have truly squandered a great deal of time. Having a master versus not having one makes all the difference." Lin Sun was pleased with Wangchuan's reaction and continued, "Of course, while fishing and hunting small creatures are beneficial in the early stages, once you attain proficiency, such common targets will no longer yield any assistance. You must hunt sufficiently large and threatening prey, such as wolves, wild boars, or even humans." At this point, Wangchuan could not help but ask, "Brother Lin, is it the same for melee combat? You have also mastered melee skills?" Lin Sun was taken aback, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Do not tell me that as a casual player, you have independently mastered archery and also melee techniques." "I just grasped basic firearms yesterday," Wangchuan replied, somewhat sheepishly. Lin Sun was left speechless, articulating slowly, "You mean to say that in 70 days of playing the game, you have not only mastered Bai Liangang Forge, but also independently comprehended archery and basic firearms?" Wangchuan nodded. Lin Sun's expression turned serious. 70 days. And to master 2 skills without any guidance is already quite commendable, but if you have indeed mastered 3 skills. Lin Sun's earlier sense of superiority evaporated. "You should not continue as a casual player." His tone shifted to one of earnestness. "With your perceptiveness and capability, consider leaving Coach Yu's group and the company's gold farming team to join the company's exploration squad." Wangchuan quickly shook his head. "No. My purpose in entering the game is to earn money to support my family. Joining an exploration team means engaging in the main storyline, constantly fighting and killing. If I die and lose my character, how will I earn a living?" Wangchuan was resolute, shaking his head vigorously. Not long ago, 13 players from Tianshui village had been dismissed. The gold farming players are confronted with immense risks daily, particularly those daring teams that tread perilously close to danger. They rely on this lucrative endeavor to transcend social strata. Lin Sun seemed to ponder this, a thoughtful expression gracing his features as he nodded. "You are indeed correct. The path of a warrior is fraught with hardship and peril. A single misstep could lead to the cancellation of one's game account. Perhaps it is wiser to pursue your trade as a blacksmith steadily. However, to speak candidly, your natural talent is commendable, and to confine yourself solely to blacksmithing would be a lamentable waste." Lin Sun sighed, his tone earnest. Wangchuan chuckled. "There is no loss. I currently earn a 6-figure income monthly, and I am quite content. Furthermore, I intend to diligently practice archery and basic firearm skills, so that I may possess the ability to safeguard myself when faced with danger." "Very well, since you have your own plans, I shall refrain from further comment." Wangchuan resumed his smithing. The rhythmic sounds of metal striking metal filled the air as the steel arrowheads were gradually completed. Lin Sun glanced at the nearby arrow shafts, deftly grasping one and swiftly assembling it, revealing a satisfied smile. Attack 5. Armor-piercing 1. Quite commendable. The armor-piercing attribute signifies that ordinary leather armor and wooden shields will struggle to provide complete protection. Lin Sun, having studied armor-piercing arrows, nodded in agreement. The quality of these armor-piercing arrows is satisfactory. No wonder the initial batch of bandits from Haifeng's suffered greatly in your village, their entire force annihilated. With this skill, even if Haishi village were to vanish, you could still secure respectable employment in Huishui County or elsewhere. Wangchuan glanced at his experience points, noting that his blacksmithing skill had reached 486, 500. Just 2 more rounds of work, and he could elevate his proficiency to the next level, earning 3 attribute points. He continued to forge, engaging in conversation with Lin Sun as time slipped away swiftly. Night had fully enveloped the village, the cold winds howled outside. Yet the blacksmith shop remained warm and inviting. Wangchuan gleaned a wealth of information regarding warriors and the realm of spirits from Lin Sun. Perhaps it was due to the impending breakthrough in Wangchuan's blacksmithing skill, or perhaps because Lin Sun recognized Wangchuan's potential and was eager to mentor him. He readily answered all of Wangchuan's inquiries. Suddenly, a faint sound of something slicing through the air echoed from outside. Without warning, Lin Sun leaped onto the roof. Drawing his sword, its blade gleaming like snow, he moved with agility, darting towards the earthen wall and leaping out of the village. Chapter 43. The distinction of warriors. Wangchuan hastily set down his hammer, seizing his bow and arrows, rushing outside. The villagers remained in a daze, unaware of the unfolding events. Lin Dahai was oblivious to the moment the monk Dalong vanished from sight. As Wangchuan reached the earthen wall, he witnessed the glint of blades in the snow, accompanied by the unsettling sounds of bodies collapsing into the frost. A dozen figures clad in white attire fell just beyond the village's perimeter. Dalong moved with purpose, his iron rod cutting through the air, relentlessly pressing against the bandits, causing them to raise their blades in defense, sparks flying from the impact. Clang, clang. Each inch of iron bore immense strength, and the ferocity of the assault was terrifying. Though the bandits wielding large knives were formidable, they were still battered, their hands bleeding, their eyes filled with disbelief and fury. Who are you? We hold no grudge against Haifeng's. To vanquish demons and uphold justice is our duty. Since we have encountered this monk, it is only fitting to send you to the depths of hell. Umitba. Dalong struck fiercely, forcing the adversaries to stagger backward, fully immersed in his role. Lin Sun approached silently, stepping through the snow, and swiftly dispatched an enemy from behind, severing their head, which he held aloft as the body crumpled to the ground, staining the pristine snow red. Why waste words? To kill is the only solution. Lin Sun brushed aside the hair from his forehead, scrutinizing the decapitated head. This is the 5th-ranked bandit from Haifeng's, a certain Sanhua, with a bounty of 50 taels. It appears my visit was not in vain. Dalong moved toward the other bandits, identifying them one by one, discovering several were indeed on the wanted list in Huishui County, albeit mere lowly thugs, collectively worth about 40 to 50 taels. The pair promptly looted all the silver and discarded the bodies back into the village. Wangchuan and the villagers gathered around, pointing at the fallen figures, excitement palpable among them. They had not anticipated that the reinforcements Wangchuan had summoned would prove so formidable, dispatching a dozen fully armed bandits with ease. The villagers gazed at Dalong, their eyes filled with reverence for Lin Sun. Remarkable. What they initially feared would be a fruitless night had instead yielded a bounty and an unexpected windfall of several dozen taels of silver. Wangchuan, here, take this as your introduction fee. Lin Sun tossed a 5-tael silver ingot to Wangchuan, causing envy to flicker in the eyes of the onlookers. However, Wangchuan was preoccupied with another concern, asking, "Thank you, Brother Lin, Master Dalong. Will today's slaying of these Haifeng's bandits incite their vengeance?" He worried that once the two departed, the 3 leaders of Haifeng's might descend for retribution, which would indeed spell dire consequences. Lin Sun and Dalong exchanged glances, a complex expression crossing their faces. Clearly, Wangchuan's apprehensions were justified. Lin Sun surveyed the jubilant villagers, discreetly pulling Wangchuan aside and lowering his voice. "We cannot resolve the Haifeng's issue, as their 3 leaders are formidable warriors, and they command several aspiring martial artists. With just the 2 of us, we would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But what about Haishi village?" Wangchuan implored, urgency in his tone. Lin Sun pondered and remarked, "Your abilities will indeed find their utility in Huishui County. I suggest you contemplate departing from Haishi village. The company will also relocate Lin Dahai and his companions to safeguard its assets to the fullest extent." Wangchuan, unable to remain composed, interjected, "Brother Lin, is there truly no alternative? My master is still in the village." However, before Wangchuan could finish his sentence, Lin Sun raised his hand to halt him. This is merely a game, Wangchuan, Lin Sun emphasized, enunciating each word. They are merely a collection of data. Do not be foolish, prioritize your own safety. You have stated that your sole purpose in entering the Lingyu is to earn money, so do not make things difficult for yourself. Wangchuan was left speechless. Lin Sun's words resonated with profound wisdom. Yet, after sharing so much time together, it was challenging for him to accept that his master, Sun Tiexiang, and Captain Zhao Heinyu were merely data points. Lin Sun patted his shoulder and continued, I can comprehend your feelings. However, this game is not akin to a farming simulation. It encompasses many brutal realities. Tian Shui Village serves as a cautionary tale. You must learn to adapt if you wish to survive in this game for the long haul. Wangchuan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Gazing at the corpses of the bandits strewn across the ground, and observing the villagers and militia still immersed in alleviating the latest crisis, he suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. Lin Sun was indeed correct. Being weak and of low status obscures many truths and limits one's ability to effect change. Only by growing stronger can one establish a foothold in this world. To achieve strength, it seems one must acquire more skills and elevate their mastery to a higher plane. Wangchuan looked up and inquired, Brother Lin, you previously mentioned martial artists, but what are the distinctions among Zhuan Wuxia, Wuxia, and Rupin Wuxia? Lin Sun smiled, seemingly anticipating the question. Without hesitation, he responded, this is the most common classification of strength within Lingyu. A Zhuan Wuxia refers to a player whose attributes in strength, agility, and stamina each reach 10 points, or whose total exceeds 30 points. This signifies that their physical fitness significantly surpasses that of an average adult, approaching that of a Wuxia. Hence they are recognized as Zhuan Wuxia. The threshold for becoming a Wuxia is quite high. One must have at least one attribute, strength, agility, or stamina, exceeding 20 points, far surpassing Zhuan Wuxia, to be considered a Wuxia. For instance, my agility has already reached 21 points, allowing my speed to easily overwhelm any Zhuan Wuxia. De Long Hishang boasts a strength attribute of 23 points. Any Zhuan Wuxia sparring with him would be defeated within 10 moves. This illustrates the immense advantage conferred by the physical prowess of a Wuxia. Moreover, this is also closely related to the higher realm of martial arts we practice. After all, it is impossible to elevate one's attributes beyond 20 points without achieving at least a foundational level of proficiency in any martial art. At this point, he paused deliberately and explained, by the way, the martial arts we learn generally enhance specific attributes and do not uniformly raise all attributes like archery or basic firearms do. De Long Hishang's Luohan gun only increases strength. My practice of Kuangfeng Daofa solely enhances agility. Thus, reaching foundational proficiency signifies an overall increase of 6 points in agility. Lin Sun indeed treated Wangchuan with great consideration, providing a wealth of information. Wangchuan listened attentively. A few Zhuan Wuxia, in the presence of a Wuxia, resembled mere chickens and dogs, hardly able to contend. With his attributes of 11 points in strength, 10 in agility, and 9 in stamina, his total attributes were a mere 30 points, barely meeting the threshold for Zhuan Wuxia. By elevating Balian steel forging technique to foundational proficiency, he would no longer be at the bottom tier among Zhuan Wuxia. Chapter 44. Guidance from a Wuxia. Each village that has managed to endure outside the county seat typically has at least one militia captain of Zhuan Wuxia strength. Zhao Heinyu from your Haishi village and your master, Sun Tiexiang, both possess Zhuan Wuxia capabilities. Lin Sun disclosed this intelligence to Wangchuan, who was utterly astonished. He was not surprised that Captain Zhao Heinyu was a Zhuan Wuxia, given that Zhao's archery skills surpassed his own, likely reaching foundational proficiency. And his basic firearm skills were also commendable, at least at a proficient level. However, the mention of his master prompted a realization. Indeed, my master is proficient in Balian steel forging technique and possesses archery skills, which likely means his total attributes exceed 30 points. Yet, his role as a blacksmith often obscures his connection to Zhuan Wuxia. Wangchuan, your attributes should not be low. You are quite close to your master, Sun Tiexiang's strength. And you are on the cusp of becoming a Zhuan Wuxia. I advise you to seize the opportunity and swiftly elevate your skills to break through to Zhuan Wuxia. This way, you can protect yourself in times of danger and gain greater survival space. Furthermore, many sects actively recruit Zhuan Wuxia, and with this foundation, you can quickly acquire martial arts manuals and receive guidance from esteemed masters. Wangchuan nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude to Lin Sun for his guidance. He refrained from disclosing that he was already a Zhuan Wuxia, preferring to keep his starting point under wraps. By the way, Brother Lin, what about Rupin Wuxia? How do they differ from Wuxia? Having finally found someone willing to open up and engage in meaningful discourse, Wangchuan was eager to glean as much knowledge as possible. Lin Sun's eyes gleamed with aspiration as he replied, Rupin Wuxia represents a martial artist who has attained a rank of their own. To put it simply, all three attributes, strength, agility, and stamina, must reach 20 points. Such martial artists exhibit no significant weaknesses in combat and can face any environment with composure. This is what we refer to as Rupin Wuxia, or first-grade martial artists. First-grade martial artists. Wangchuan etched this into his memory. Yet the requirements for attaining such a status left him breathless. The total scale of the three attributes reaches 60 points. How many skills or techniques must one cultivate to reach the realm of proficiency, or even a higher state? Brother Lin, is it possible for us to learn numerous secret techniques and enhance our experience rapidly through the methods of hunting live fish and birds, thereby achieving mastery? Wangchuan conceived a clever method. Lin Sun chuckled, stating that many studios had considered this approach, only to realize that for each level and category of techniques, one can only learn one. Only the initial technique rewards attribute points. Further learning is futile. Wangchuan appeared perplexed. Lin Sun elucidated that the arrow technique and basic gunplay you presently master are indeed foundational skills. Once you learn arrow technique, acquiring throwing-type foundational techniques, such as slingshot or dart, will no longer yield any attribute points. Similarly, learning basic knife techniques followed by basic sword techniques will likely not reward you with any attribute points, or perhaps only a minuscule amount after significant advancement. You can only earn attribute points when mastering first-rate martial arts like Luohan Staff or Furious Blade technique upon elevating your realm. Wangchuan suddenly comprehended. So, Brother Lin, did you also study arrow technique and basic techniques? Naturally, Lin Sun responded with a knowing smile, acknowledging that everyone must learn the basics. These attribute points should not be overlooked, yet to acquire more advanced techniques requires substantial sacrifices, often with uncertain outcomes. At this juncture, he recounted an incident to Wangchuan. Recently, a third-grade martial artist from Huishui County passed through to recruit disciples. Several prominent families in the city presented their young heirs, offering 100 gold pieces for each disciple taken. However, the martial artist merely glanced at these aspiring warriors and departed without accepting a single one. Wangchuan gasped at the thought of 100 taels of gold, reflecting on how he had yet to see gold in its true form. Lin Sun, invigorated by drink, continued, I am currently cultivating the Furious Blade technique to a realm of proficiency, though my progress is increasingly sluggish. I am now combining it with Grass on the Wind to see if I can ascend to first-grade martial artist status, saving a sum to possibly purchase higher-grade martial arts from the black market. Brother Lin, with your remarkable skills, you are bound to succeed. Wangchuan offered his blessings. Haha, I appreciate your kind words. Lin Sun laughed heartily. You possess the stable path of a blacksmith profession, nurture it well, and you will undoubtedly achieve great success in the future. The two conversed late into the night, during which Wangchuan learned that Huishui County is home to numerous factions, including official authorities, local families, various martial arts gangs, and some heroic figures with martial identities. Despite Huishui County's strength, it is hindered by bandit organizations such as Black Wind Stronghold and the Fury Tide Gang, which robs merchant ships on the waterways, thus counterbalancing the county's power. Furthermore, there are wandering bandits, highway robbers, and sinister cults that are in collusion, persistently opposing the official court. Wangchuan's eyes widened with newfound understanding. He realized that the Lingyu world is indeed vast, splendid, and perilous. As dawn broke, Lin Sun prepared to return to Huishui County with De Long the monk. Before departing, he earnestly advised Wangchuan, You are commendable. I only share so much with you because we resonate well. Heed brother's advice. When it's time to let go, do so. It is crucial to prioritize your survival. With that, he patted Wangchuan's shoulder firmly, hoisting a bag filled with the heads of bandits, and departed with De Long the monk. Wangchuan watched their silhouettes fade away, his heart heavy. Upon returning to the blacksmith shop to continue forging and striving for mastery in the 100 refinement steel forging technique, his phone rang. YGOTU, brimming with excitement, conveyed good news. Wangchuan, fortune smiles upon you. The county has dispatched a third-grade martial artist to address the issues in Huishui County. The fourth chief of Black Wind Stronghold and several minor leaders were apprehended outside the city and executed on the spot. Alongside them, members of the Fury Tide Gang from the city's brothels were also slain. All factions surrounding Huishui County will likely retreat for a time, evading the sharp edge of the court's third-grade martial officers. Chapter 45. A single breath. For successions, proficiency achieved. The crisis in Haishi village has been resolved. A third-grade martial artist from the county led the charge, reportedly a captain from the Six Doors, accompanied by 4 second-grade officers, swiftly eliminating the bandit leaders within and around the city, capturing numerous informants, instilling fear that made various factions' informants flee the city overnight to evade retribution. Black Wind Stronghold, Fury Tide Gang, and other wandering bandits hastily distanced themselves from Huishui County. The following morning, the newly recruited militia leaders returned to their respective villages. Captain Zhao Hainiu returned with 2 hunters, County Officer Chen Shangyong brought 43 taels of silver as a reward, along with a letter of commendation personally inscribed by the county, praising the villagers' bravery in standing against the bandits. The village head was naturally elated, his eyes crinkling into slits of joy. Wangchuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. The entire village rejoiced, welcoming Captain Zhao Hanyu's return. Upon learning of the myriad challenges and dangers the village faced in recent days, Zhao Hanyu felt both sorrow for the loss of 4 companions and gratitude for the village's preservation. The village's morale stabilized, and even Sun the blacksmith wore a smile. Finally, everyone has returned. With Captain Zhao's return, we have a steadfast leader. Indeed, Wangchuan felt an immense burden lifted. The first order of business for Captain Zhao upon returning to the village head was to reorganize the team, ensuring that the players continued their training while becoming stricter, personally guiding them in addressing their shortcomings. Lin Dehai and others noticed that the previously aloof Captain Zhao had become remarkably more approachable upon his return, engaging in conversation with them and offering guidance to help them swiftly master their skills. Several individuals, under his tutelage, quickly advanced to the 3rd training phase. At this moment, Wangchuan had returned to the blacksmith shop to continue his work, making a final push towards achieving the realm of Bai Lian Gang, Zhuanzhao Shu. After 2 hours of relentless effort, a notification chimed. Ding. The realm of Bai Lian Gang Zhuanzhao Shu has improved from proficient to entry-level mastery. Rewards: 1 point in strength, 1 point in agility, and 1 point in stamina. Wangchuan's eyes brightened. Indeed, a higher realm yielded greater rewards. Eagerly, he summoned his attribute panel to examine his progress. Wangchuan, male, blacksmith, hunger level 71100, strength 84, attack 44, agility 83, defense 22, speed 11, stamina 82, health 100100. Spirit 8, not activated. Living skill by Lian Gang, Zhuanzhao Shu. Entry-level mastery, next realm integration 02000, combat skill archery. Moderate achievement, next realm proficiency 109,300. Combat skill basic marksmanship. Novice, next realm moderate achievement 0100. Current location, Tiannan Continent, Nanyu Kingdom, Sanhe County, Huishui County, Heisher Village. The cumulative increase in strength, agility, and stamina of 33 points indicated that he was no longer merely at the bottom tier of aspiring martial artists. Even upon arrival in Huishui County, he could find a place to settle. Once he entered Huishui County and aligned himself with various factions, he would have the opportunity to seek out advanced martial arts manuals. Wangchuan mused to himself. Despite his joy, he promptly resumed wielding his hammer, forging a new batch of Bai Lian Gang arrowheads. Knowing that higher realms equated to greater attribute gains, he naturally aspired to become stronger. The members of Heifeng Zhai were intimidated into retreating deep into the mountains, but their temporary withdrawal did not imply they would remain inactive in the future. Until the head of the 6 doors left Huishui County, Heisher Village would still face dangers. He had to use this time wisely to grow stronger. Ding, ding. Wangchuan stood before the forge, maintaining his focus and commitment, sweat pouring down as sparks flew. His eyes gleamed with determination. After an indeterminate amount of time, Captain Zhao and Blacksmith's son entered from outside. Upon entering the courtyard, they spotted Wangchuan diligently working. Both men exchanged heartfelt smiles and nodded in agreement. This lad is indeed a promising talent. In recent days, Wangchuan had worked tirelessly, losing weight from sleepless nights. Despite the distance and the surrounding noise, he was astonished to hear their conversation so clearly. It was quite miraculous. Was it due to the increase in his attributes? How strange. Why did it seem that Wangchuan's strength and speed had improved? Captain Zhao suddenly questioned Blacksmith Sunday. The latter, taken aback, observed closely and realized that the sound of Wangchuan's hammering had gradually transformed from a singular rhythm to a dual rhythm. Ding ding, ding ding. Upon closer inspection, he noted that Wangchuan's pace had visibly changed, transitioning from striking 3 times in succession to 4, with a crisp and clear sound. Ding ding, ding ding. Blacksmith's son was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide in disbelief, exclaiming, "A continuous 4 strikes? This boy has reached the entry-level mastery so quickly and mastered the forging technique of continuous strikes. Remarkable indeed." Captain Zhao noticed as well. Wangchuan's hammering motions were more powerful, faster, and the rhythm had significantly quickened. "I was gone for only a few days, and this lad has already broken through. Old son, you have indeed found an extraordinary disciple." "Indeed," Blacksmith's son replied, unable to suppress the smile on his face, his lips curling upwards as he murmured, "I've struck gold, truly struck gold. My forging techniques may not have flourished under my stewardship, but if they thrive under my disciple, I can face my ancestors with pride." Wangchuan overheard this and realized that after increasing his attributes by 3 points, he had unconsciously altered his forging rhythm, inadvertently mastering the technique of continuous strikes. No wonder he felt that the time taken to forge had been compressed. Consequently, the efficiency of crafting by Lian Gang arrowheads could be further enhanced. The two stood at the entrance, hesitant to disrupt Wangchuan as he solidified his newly acquired skills until he finally completed the batch of 8 arrowheads and placed them into the nearby basket. Wangchuan then set down his hammer and greeted the two. Master, Captain Zhao. Congratulations, Wangchuan, on advancing your forging skills to the next level. Captain Zhao sincerely commended, his admiration evident. Blacksmith's son added, Wangchuan, from today onward, I shall impart the secret techniques I've kept hidden. You need not forge these arrowheads any longer, as they no longer serve to enhance your current skills. Henceforth, you will forge by Lian Gang weapons alongside me. Why is that not useful? Wangchuan was taken aback, as he had intended to forge more by Lian Gang arrowheads to push for the realm of integration. Realizing this, he summoned his attribute panel to take a closer look. To his dismay, the experience for by Lian Gang's Wanzhou Shu remained stagnant at 0.2000, unchanging. The 8 newly forged arrowheads failed to provide any further experience points. Chapter 46. The sky is falling, brothers. Alas, what a waste. Wangchuan's first reaction was that over an hour had been in vain. Then, he felt as though the sky was collapsing. If by Lian Gang arrowheads could not provide experience points, how could he ever strive for the higher levels of integration? To comprehend the finished product of a tempered steel arrowhead, it is minuscule, indeed, the smallest of all tempered steel weapons, with a volume merely 1/10 that of a tempered steel ingot. In contrast, crafting a tempered steel longsword or a tempered steel knife necessitates at least 3 to 5 ingots, demanding a significantly greater investment of time and effort. How long would it take to forge 1,000 tempered weapons? A year? Or perhaps even more? Wangchuan truly felt as though the sky was collapsing upon him. Surely, he could not endure for years merely for these attribute points. What is the matter, Wangchuan? Do not frighten me, exclaimed Master Sun, observing the sudden change in Wangchuan's demeanor from spirited to vacant-eyed. With a woeful expression, Wangchuan asked, Master, how long does it take to forge other tempered steel weapons? Master Sun quickly regained his composure and explained, it's quite simple. We shall begin with the basics. The tempered steel dagger, which follows the arrowhead, may be slightly more challenging to forge and will require more time, but with your exceptional 4-hit technique, it should take just a little over an hour. A dagger? Over 2 hours? That seems somewhat acceptable, Wangchuan mused. However, he quickly realized that Master Sun had mentioned that forging a single tempered steel dagger would indeed take more than 2 hours. His countenance darkened as he calculated that if he managed to forge 6 daggers in a day, producing 1,000 finished daggers would take nearly half a year. But wait, who would buy such numerous tempered steel daggers? Wangchuan suddenly pondered this pressing issue. The tempered steel arrowheads were consumables, but the daggers were not. Who would purchase them? It would be a miracle if the village could afford them. If they were crafted and went unsold, what a disaster it would be. Truly, the sky was destined to fall. At last, Wangchuan comprehended why, upon reaching a certain level, Lin Sun had begun to seek other cultivation methods. The higher one climbed, the more stringent the requirements and thresholds became, truly a task beyond human capability. Zhao Haniu and Master Sun exchanged glances, noting Wangchuan's fluctuating emotions. All right, Wangchuan. Let me share something of importance with you, Zhao Haniu began, rescuing Wangchuan from his mental turmoil. The crisis with Heifeng Zhai has been temporarily resolved. However, the presence of the 6 Doors captain in Huishui County indicates that a significant event is underway. Wangchuan listened intently. What event? How would I know? Zhao Haniu retorted with annoyance. This is a matter of state secrets, not something a mere militia captain like myself can uncover. Wangchuan stammered. But you were just saying he had assumed Zhao Haniu possessed some insights. With no hint of shame, Zhao Haniu eagerly disclosed his speculation. The 3rd-tier warrior captain of the 6 Doors never handles trivial cases. This time, their intervention seems not to target Heifeng Zhai directly. Rather, it appears to be a show of force to intimidate the miscreants, ensuring they remain subdued and do not obstruct their investigations. Wangchuan remained silent, allowing Zhao Haniu to continue. I deduce that either a more severe cult incident has occurred nearby Huishui County, or perhaps a treasure has been unearthed, prompting the captain's involvement. Zhao Haniu reasoned. But what does this have to do with us in Haishi village? Master Sun inquired, perplexed. Zhao Haniu clarified, regardless of the circumstances. The captain's presence signifies greater turmoil in Huishui County. We in Haishi village must remain cautious and avoid entanglement. Otherwise, we may meet the same tragic fate as Tianshui village, utter destruction. At the mention of Tianshui village, the atmosphere shifted and Master Sun fell silent. Zhao Haniu resolutely declared, thus, I have decided that before spring arrives, Haishi village must heighten its vigilance. Personnel should not be allowed to come and go unless absolutely necessary. We must strive to avoid getting swept up in this turmoil. Quite right, Master Sun readily agreed. Zhao Hanyu added, simultaneously, I will expedite the training of our miners, endeavoring to cultivate more individuals skilled in basic marksmanship and archery, thereby bolstering the village's combat capabilities. In the event of an encounter with thieves, we can minimize our losses. Excellent. Master Sun naturally supported this initiative, for the responsibility of teaching marksmanship and archery would not fall upon him. Zhao Hanyu was not merely increasing his workload. He turned to Wangchuan and remarked, Wangchuan, you have already mastered basic marksmanship. However, proficiency in such skills is not easily attained. I will impart to you a technique for rapidly enhancing your marksmanship, which should aid in improving your close combat abilities. Wait, Master Sun interjected with disapproval. What do you mean, Captain Zhao? Wangchuan is my disciple, destined to inherit my legacy. Teaching him archery for self-defense is one thing. But sharing techniques for marksmanship, what is the meaning of that? Are we blacksmiths now expected to engage in hand-to-hand combat? Zhao Hanyu, realizing the weakness of his position, acknowledged that he had overstepped. After all, Wangchuan's talent was evident, and being placed in the rear to shoot arrows was acceptable. But sending him to the front lines was somewhat excessive. Master, let me learn from Captain Zhao. After all, having more skills is never a burden. Wangchuan suddenly interjected. Our blacksmith shop can only forge a limited number of tempered steel weapons, especially since there is no market for them, and we cannot sell weapons privately. Master Sun was momentarily at a loss for words, rendered speechless by Wangchuan's reasoning. Initially, an excessive number of armor-piercing arrows were forged, resulting in a surplus that left the blacksmith's shop financially strained. Consequently, it became necessary for Wangchuan to seek instruction in archery from Zhao Hanyu. Indeed, the production of more advanced weapons fashioned from refined steel would yield minimal results. Zhao Hanyu, with renewed vigor and a beaming smile, declared, Excellent. Let us proceed with this decision. Wangchuan, follow me. While we have the opportunity, I shall first impart to you the techniques of cultivation. Once you have time to practice on your own, you may do so. Wangchuan respectfully saluted his master, Sun Taijiang, and then accompanied Zhao Hanyu to another courtyard. This courtyard served as Zhao Hanyu's residence, with sturdy wooden posts wrapped in iron sheeting standing resolutely in the backyard, exuding an air of durability and resilience. Numerous sharp holes dotted the wooden posts. Adjacent to them was a row of weapon racks, all displaying long spears. Among them, one spear glimmered with a silver tip, exceptionally sharp, and evidently crafted from refined steel. Chapter 47. Cultivating Spear Techniques. Captain Zhao Hanyu took his position in the courtyard and explained to Wangchuan. The practice of basic spear techniques indeed requires the honing of skills through actual combat. The speed of improvement during real combat is markedly evident. However, the primary distinction between basic spear techniques and archery lies in the nature of the attack. Archery is a ranged assault that necessitates a target and precision, which is of utmost importance. In contrast, nearly all melee combat techniques can strike their targets, with greater emphasis placed on strength and speed, particularly the former. As he spoke, Zhao Hanyu instructed Wangchuan to grasp the spear, saying, These wooden posts are wrapped in iron sheeting, akin to a layer of armor upon a person. Providing high defense, standard attacks find it challenging to penetrate the techniques of swordplay. However, our basic spear techniques possess greater explosive power and destructive capability, with simple thrusts capable of breaching armor. Give it a try. Wangchuan nodded and moved to the opposite side, pulling his right leg back to form a bow stance, allowing the spear to instinctively aim, infused with an air of authority. Zhao Hanyu smiled with satisfaction. Thrust, he commanded. Wangchuan's spear suddenly erupted with force, all his energy coalescing into a single point, striking fiercely against the armored wooden post. The spear tip, with all its might, left a noticeable indentation in the ironclad wood. Had the post been a living being, this strike could have inflicted devastating damage. Well done. Your strength is adequate, and your destructive power is sufficient. With diligent practice, you can elevate your mastery of the basic spear techniques. Zhao Hanyu was astonished. Wangchuan quickly summoned his attribute panel for a glance. However, the experience value in the spear technique section remained unchanged at 0-100. Nevertheless, he did not become disheartened. Recognizing that since this was not a matter of slaying a living creature, but rather pure practice, the experience would not rise so swiftly. He quickly calmed his mind and continued to practice according to Zhao Hanyu's guidance. Thrust. The spear once again struck the armored wooden post with a forceful and resonant impact. Another indentation appeared on the ironclad wood. Continue. Wangchuan could feel the feedback of power from the wooden post in his hands with each strike, his palms tingling. This method of practice evidently demanded greater exertion than before, making him acutely aware of the fatigue and strain. Yet, he persevered diligently. After approximately 100 thrusts, his arms began to feel slightly fatigued. Zhao Hanyu, observing nearby, Advised, if your strikes lack sufficient power, take a brief rest to recover. Training must be approached with complete dedication. Continuous breakthroughs are essential for improvement, or else it is merely futile effort. As someone who had undergone similar training, he understood that such exertion, with both hands engaged, would generate explosive power and destruction far surpassing the previous single-handed thrusts. And the recoil would significantly deplete Wangchuan's stamina and strength, potentially causing minor injuries. Rest assured, Captain, I am still capable, Wangchuan replied, refusing to pause. His 12 points of strength, 11 points of agility, and 10 points of stamina endowed him with the physique of a near warrior, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Under Zhao Heinyo's astonished gaze, Wangchuan maintained his intense assault, leaving evident spear holes in the armored wooden post. Thrust, thrust. The resonant sounds continued. Soon, Wangchuan had executed over 300 thrusts. Zhao Heinyo gradually became increasingly astonished, realizing, Wangchuan, your physical attributes have astonishingly reached the level of a near warrior. His surprise was palpable. This is wonderful. Possessing the physique of a near warrior makes your training remarkably efficient. Ha! Excellent. Haishi village now boasts a third near warrior, enhancing the safety of our village. Zhao Heinyo had intended to assist Wangchuan in swiftly crossing the threshold to becoming a near warrior, but he had not expected Wangchuan to achieve it independently. This was a delightful surprise. Continue your training. From now on, you are welcome to practice in my courtyard whenever you wish, striving to elevate your basic spear techniques to a minor achievement level. I must step out and check on those rascals. After observing for a while longer, Zhao Heinyo left Wangchuan to his practice and departed alone. Seizing the moment, Wangchuan glanced at his attribute panel once more. Upon doing so, a wave of joy washed over him. It truly bears fruit. The experience value has increased. The progress bar for basic spear techniques had now advanced to 41,100. Wangchuan calmed himself, contemplating. It seems that approximately 100 thrusts yield an increase of 1 experience point. I merely need to complete 10,000 thrusts to elevate my basic spear techniques to a level of notable achievement. Excellent. Lin Sun Dage's words ring true. All martial arts skills have a method for rapid mastery in their early stages, enabling swift cultivation. Although the ironwood dummy training method is rather arduous, it pales in comparison to the challenges of Jianshu, which involves slaying living beings. With merely a day or two of practice, one can achieve significant advancement. With newfound resolve, Wangchuan diligently immersed himself in his training. After approximately half an hour, he found himself breathless and fatigued, his hunger level plummeting below 60. And he even experienced a decrease in health points. Wangchuan realized he could no longer persist. His body had entered a state of overload. Continuing high-intensity training under such conditions would inflict harm and potentially lead to hidden injuries. Most concerning was the possibility that training in this state would yield minimal results. Consequently, he hastily consumed food to satiate his hunger, followed by self-massage to invigorate his circulation. Moments later, he logged off, exiting the game. Restful sleep was the best remedy. Before logging off, he took a moment to glance at the progress bar for basic gunplay, noting that his experience points had reached 10,100. Leaving the game, he ventured for the first time to the employee cafeteria on the 72nd floor of the company, ordering several of his favorite dishes. As it was daytime, most employees were engrossed in the game, leaving the expansive cafeteria eerily empty, save for the kitchen robots and those responsible for cleaning services. What a splendid experience it was to have the entire place to himself, exuding a remarkable sense of technological advancement, perfect for streaming. Of course, Wangchuan merely entertained the thought, fully aware of the company's confidentiality regulations. After a satisfying meal, he strolled to the 74th floor, heading to the gym for a leisurely walk to aid digestion. To his surprise, he encountered someone there. A graceful figure stood in the strength training area, seemingly delicate, yet engaged in a clean and jerk exercise. Wangchuan, possessing keen eyesight, immediately discerned that she had added several weight plates to the standard 200 kilograms, lifting at least 300 kilograms. Shocked, he marveled at her ability. Given her stature, she must weigh around 50 kilograms, yet she effortlessly performed a 300-kilogram lift. This defied logic. In the gym's strength area, Bai Jingtang, with her high ponytail, possessed a keen sensitivity to the gaze of others. Sensing someone observing her, she instinctively turned to see a young face filled with astonishment. Bai Jingtang frowned slightly. Newcomer? Aren't all the new hires busy grinding away at this hour? What brings them to the strength area? How troublesome. Silently, she set down the barbell, removed the weight plates, and without a word or glance back, exited the strength area. Maintaining an air of aloofness, Wangchuan blinked in surprise and disappointment, having just missed an encounter with a world champion. 300 kilograms. He was certain he had not misjudged. As a seasoned fitness blogger accustomed to rigorous training, he knew that such a weight was beyond the capability of most, let alone someone of her build. Even world champions struggled with such weights. Yet here she was, effortlessly lifting 300 kilograms right before his eyes, in what was merely a game studio. Not a national training facility. Nonetheless, her cold demeanor prompted him to respect boundaries, and he proceeded to the treadmill, setting it to a speed of 5 for a gentle walk. After about 20 minutes, he stepped off the treadmill, the image of that graceful figure and her astounding lift lingering in his mind. He recalled that before joining the Warring State studio, he could only bench press 200 kilograms, but through relentless training, he had recently reached a bench press of 240 kilograms. Could the capabilities of that remarkable individual be similarly enhanced? Did the attributes gained in Lingyu impact one's real-world abilities? Or perhaps, did training in Lingyu yield results far surpassing expectations? As he ambled along, lost in thought, he found himself inexplicably drawn back to the bench press apparatus in the strength area. He wished to test whether his power had indeed surpassed its previous limits. To be cautious, he chose to bench press 240 kilograms. As expected, the effort that once required great exertion now felt considerably lighter. Quietly, he increased the weight to 250 kilograms. With a slight exertion, he successfully lifted it. In less than 3 months, he had progressed from 200 kilograms to 260 kilograms. Lingyu undoubtedly held secrets. Wangchuan organized the training equipment, his mind swirling with excitement. As a professional fitness blogger, he was acutely aware that the human body could not feasibly achieve such significant breakthroughs in such a brief period. Yet, his physical condition had indeed improved. Weighing 80 kilograms, his ability to bench press 260 kilograms was already impressive. Especially considering he performed it without any equipment, the difficulty of bench pressing exceeds that of Olympic lifts. He wondered just how far he could excel in the clean and jerk. Approaching the barbell in the strength area, he noticed that the aloof female colleague had left behind 75 kilograms of weight plates, quite light. With no one else around, he decided to increase the weight to 100 kilograms for safety. He applied chalk, recalled his training, steadied himself, and engaged his core muscles, gradually lifting the barbell to a position where it hung freely from his hands. The pressure felt manageable. With a firm grip, he successfully executed the clean lift at 100 kilograms. Wangchuan felt that, given his current physical condition, lifting 100 kilograms posed no challenge whatsoever. With a resounding thud, he dropped the barbell, subsequently increasing the weight to 120 kilograms, which he completed effortlessly. When he attempted 150 kilograms, he decided to test himself further, surprisingly succeeding yet refraining from pushing his limits further. The world record for the clean and jerk in 2030 stood at 180 kilograms, while the snatch record was 210 kilograms. The risk of injury was too great to bear. Fitness is beneficial, yet fraught with danger, especially regarding strength training, which demands utmost caution. Although Wangchuan hesitated to probe the extent of his abilities, he was acutely aware of the substantial enhancement in his strength. This transformation was likely linked to the realm of Lingyu. He suddenly grasped why various studios prioritized physical fitness in their recruitment processes, mandating each candidate to sign a confidentiality agreement before employment. Should the secrets of Lingyu be disclosed, it could incite a global influx of seekers. However, a pressing question lingered. Which nation had conceived and developed this game? The background of the game was steeped in ancient Chinese martial arts elements. Had the nation truly advanced its neural network technology to such an extent? Why was a technology intended for military applications diverted into the gaming sphere? These enigmas were destined to remain unanswered. He suspected that even the majority of the studio's creators were unaware of the full scope of this phenomenon. Nevertheless, he resolved to temper his curiosity. After all, curiosity may lead to peril. He would simply be among the first to explore this uncharted territory. After a brief respite, Wangchuan returned to the game, diligently practicing basic spear technique. The spear relentlessly struck the ironclad wooden post, gradually accumulating experience points. After a day of relentless training, his experience points reached 51,100. Upon completing his training the next day, he eagerly awaited the system prompt. Ding. Basic spear technique has advanced from novice level to a modest achievement. You are awarded 1 point of strength. The next stage is mastery. Wangchuan, male, blacksmith, hunger level, 7100 strength, 85, attack, 45, agility, 83, defense, 22, speed, 11, stamina, 82, health, 100, spirit, 8, inactive. Life skill, refined steel forging. Intermediate level, next stage. Integration 0, 2000. Combat skill, archery, modest achievement, next stage. Mastery 109, 300. Combat skill, basic spear technique, modest achievement, next stage. Mastery 0, 300. Current location, Tiannan Continent, Nanyue Country, Sanhe County, Huishui Town, Heisher Village. In 2 days, he had increased his strength by 1 point. Wangchuan made a special trip to the blacksmith shop, where he learned from Master Sun the art of forging a refined steel dagger. The additional 13 points of strength indeed made the forging process significantly smoother, allowing for seamless four-strike sequences, the sounds of metal striking metal harmonizing in unison. The clangs echoed, ding, 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 as he hammered the folded iron blocks. His speed improved further. Master Sun observed with delight, offering guidance on the techniques and nuances of forging refined steel daggers, nodding in approval. Your four-strike technique has become increasingly adept, and your folding speed has notably accelerated. It won't be long before your speed in forging daggers rivals that of forging steel ingots. Chapter 49. Young man, seek the shortcuts. A refined steel arrowhead requires only 1/10 the weight of a steel ingot. However, a refined steel dagger necessitates a full ingot for its creation. The forging process is considerably more intricate than that of a steel ingot. After 2 hours of diligent work, Wangchuan successfully forged a refined steel dagger. Yet, the process was not complete until he attached the grip and honed the blade, rendering it a fully realized weapon. Under Master Sun's guidance, Wangchuan spent an additional hour to finally complete his first finished weapon. Indeed, the armor-piercing arrows could only be considered consumables, whereas the refined steel dagger was a true weapon. Upon successfully completing all steps and receiving the finished dagger, Wangchuan was met with the feedback: refined steel dagger, white quality, durability, 100/100, attack, 35. Its texture is both resilient and sharp, yet somewhat diminutive. To be used with caution. The dagger measured approximately 40 centimeters in length, double-edged, gleaming ominously. While it was compact, it was easily portable. Sheathed in bamboo and discreetly tucked at his waist. This is your first self-forged weapon. It belongs to you. Take good care of it, Master Sun advised Wangchuan. Gratefully, Wangchuan expressed his thanks. Thank you, Master. The refined steel dagger was valued at 5 taels of silver, accounting for various expenses and materials from the blacksmith shop, yielding modest profits. However, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that upon checking his attribute panel for experience points, his refined steel forging skill had surged by 2 points all at once. Wangchuan was momentarily bewildered, having never witnessed such an increase in experience points before. Instantly, he pondered, if the number of refined steel ingots required increased, would the time taken to forge a refined steel longsword or dagger yield even more experience points? He promptly inquired of Master Sun, Master, forging the refined steel dagger was not particularly difficult. Could you teach me the methods for crafting other weapons as well? Of course. Master Sun replied without hesitation. All the skills I possess are meant to be passed down to you. For now, since you are currently practicing spear techniques, I shall first teach you how to forge refined steel spearheads. Wangchuan immediately recalled the gun in Captain Zhao Heinyo's backyard, his eyes lighting up. Excellent. Let us proceed. Sun Taijiang promptly began to instruct him. The steel ingots required for forging the Bailian steel spearhead are quite similar to those used for daggers. The only difference being that they must be even more resilient, with a solid and sharp front end. Sun Taijiang meticulously introduced all the techniques involved in the forging process. Wangchuan invested approximately 2 hours to complete the forging, then selected a piece of lihua wood for inlaying and securing, ultimately crafting his second weapon, the Bailian steel spearhead. Thus, Wangchuan possessed his second weapon, the Bailian steel long spear, characterized by a white grade, a durability of 100,100, an attack power of 37. And a saying that 1 inch in length equates to 1 inch in strength, striking silently. The attack power of the Bailian steel long spear surpassed that of the Bailian steel dagger by a slight margin, with an increase of 2 points in attack limits, and it received a commendable evaluation. Sun Taijiang chose to gift this weapon to his apprentice, for the apprentice needed to learn the art of spear fighting. Wangchuan glanced at the attribute panel. The experience for Bailian steel forging technique had reached 42,000. Indeed, the completed Bailian steel weapon granted at least 2 points of experience. With this, the prospect of achieving mastery seemed within reach. The only challenge that remained was how to efficiently mass-produce Bailian steel weapons. The next day at noon, Wangchuan instructed the robot to deliver the barbell to his apartment. He quietly attempted to increase the weight to 160 kilograms, lifting it effortlessly, and ultimately, under the robot's protection, tried 170 kilograms. By this point, it had become somewhat strenuous. For safety's sake, he decided against further attempts and had the robot return the barbell to the gym. The enhancement of physical attributes in the game Ling Yu directly reflected on his physical form in the real world, which invigorated Wangchuan. Such training not only promised lucrative rewards, but also facilitated his continuous self-improvement. A fortunate endeavor. Upon returning to the game, he dedicated himself more earnestly to training, seizing every moment. In Captain Zhao Heinyo's backyard, he practiced diligently for 7 days, ultimately elevating basic spear technique to a proficient level, gaining 1 agility and 1 strength. During this period, he exhausted the durability of his spear, causing it to shatter, necessitating the crafting of a new one for continued training. Regrettably, after achieving proficiency in basic spear technique, he could no longer increase experience points using the ironwood stakes for training. Undeterred, Wangchuan sought out Captain Zhao Hainyo to inquire whether there were similar rapid training methods for archery. Captain Zhao Hainyo devised a plan. 20 miles east of our village lies Tianshui village. You might have luck there. If fortunate, you could encounter a flock of sparrows to practice your aim. If that fails, consider fishing by the creek at the village entrance. It will also prove beneficial. He reminded Wangchuan to exercise caution. While the bandits of Heifeng Zhai have been relatively inactive, the winter brings forth many vagrants who may turn to banditry. It's best to depart in the morning and return before sunset. Since learning of Wangchuan's budding martial prowess, Captain Zhao Hainyo harbored no concerns about his safety. Yet Wangchuan himself felt a sense of uncertainty. The dangers outside the village were undoubtedly greater, and encountering formidable martial artists could jeopardize his endeavor. Was it worth the risk for merely 2 attribute points? However, if he opted out, the winter would stretch on interminably. After much contemplation, Wangchuan resolved to change his approach and proactively contacted Lin Sun, brother Lin. Last time, Lin Sun and Monk DeLong had visited Heisher village, and they had exchanged contact information. The call connected swiftly, and Lin Sun's surprised voice emerged. Is that you, Wangchuan? What prompted you to call me? Wangchuan explained that he hadn't seen Lin Sun in a while and wished to chat. Lin Sun, sensing something amiss, prompted him. Are you facing any dilemmas in your training? Speak freely. Wangchuan felt a bit awkward but expressed his uncertainties regarding his choices. You are already a budding martial artist? Congratulations. Haha. Lin Sun replied with a light-hearted tone. I am familiar with Tianshui village. It is surrounded by woods and streams, home to both sparrows and fish. Ideal for practicing archery. Captain Zhao's recommendation is indeed sound. However, your concerns are valid. Here's what we'll do. I have a newcomer with me who also needs training. We will gather in Tianshui village tomorrow and train together, and I shall act as your bodyguard. Really? Wangchuan exclaimed with delight, surprised by such an unexpected boon from a simple phone call, and immediately agreed. Chapter 50, Fishing by the Creek Hong Kai Bao, by Yu Hui. Good morning, brothers. Good morning, brother. At 6 o'clock in the early morning, Wangchuan gathered with his 2 disciples at the village entrance. Hong Kai Bao and Bai Yu Hui had prepared a day's worth of provisions and carried multiple bundles of arrows, greeting their senior brother with vibrant spirits. Wangchuan himself bore 2 quivers, a wooden bow, and a Bai Lian steel dagger secured at his waist, fully equipped. The 3 had arranged this outing the previous day. Hong Kai Bao and Bai Yu Hui accompanied him to Tianshui village for training, and Wangchuan offered each of them 1 tael of silver as remuneration. Naturally, they were more than willing to accept such generous compensation. Captain Zhao Hainyo had advised them to exercise caution before they departed the village. Treading upon the thick blanket of snow, they journeyed eastward. The path was largely deserted. Upon reaching Tianshui village, they found Lin Sun already waiting with another unfamiliar young man. Wang, brother Lin. The 2 individuals exchanged greetings, and Lin Sun introduced the young man beside him. This is our new member from the pioneering team's reserve, Li Zikai. Like you, he possesses the strength of a prospective warrior. Li Zikai was tall and robust, exuding a youthful aura reminiscent of a collegiate athlete. Wangchuan promptly extended his hand, saying, Hello, I am Wangchuan. Hello, replied Li Zikai, surprised to learn that Wangchuan was also a prospective warrior. He nodded and shook hands, his gaze drawn to the 2 quivers slung over Wangchuan's back. Wangchuan, the arrows in your other quiver appear quite formidable. May I take a look? Certainly. Wangchuan smiled as he deftly withdrew an arrow. This is a piercing arrow I crafted myself, possessing greater penetrative power than ordinary arrows. It can pierce through leather armor. I brought it just in case we encounter bandits on our journey. Impressive, Li Zikai exclaimed, his astonishment evident as he examined the piercing arrow. This is a piercing arrow. 5 attack power. How remarkable. Brother Lin, with this, can we threaten warriors? Indeed, Lin Sun nodded. Piercing arrows are designed specifically to counter warriors. Even an ordinary archer wielding a piercing arrow can pose a threat to them. Yet, why are there no piercing arrows in the weapon shops in the county town? Li Zikai inquired, puzzled. Lin Sun sighed, explaining, such items are deemed too dangerous and are classified as controlled weapons in the county town. Only officially designated individuals, including those trained by families, are permitted to openly possess piercing arrows. If caught, it is a criminal offense. He added, Haishi village is remote from the county town and manufactures these arrows privately, so everyone turns a blind eye. Li Zikai nodded in sudden understanding, clearly enamored with the piercing arrow. Observing this, Wangchuan chuckled, if you like it, I can give you this piercing arrow. It should be fine to conceal a couple in your quiver. Lin Sun scratched his nose, but remained silent. Ultimately, Li Zikai declined with reluctance, returning the piercing arrow to Wangchuan. Thank you, but I must decline. My current position is that of a steward in the escort agency. and carrying this may not be appropriate. It could cause trouble for the agency. Is that so? Wangchuan was astonished to learn that Li Zikai had joined the escort agency, which must be a significant force in Huishui County, providing an opportunity to engage with advanced martial arts. How enviable. All right, the time is getting late, Lin Sun said, gathering everyone's attention. I will scatter some millet in the village of Tianshui to attract sparrows. Before that, you should go to the creek and fish. Once the sparrows arrive, I will signal you with the sound of a cuckoo. Understood. The two immediately set to work. Hong Kaibao and Bai Yuhui followed closely behind Wangchuan. The sturdy arrows on their backs caught Li Zikai's attention. He remarked, I heard Brother Lin say that shooting a wild game can increase experience points by 1. And once you reach the realm of proficiency, you can no longer enhance your skills through similar means. Thus, I only bought a little over 100 arrows. My archery precision isn't great, so I prepared a bit more. Wangchuan was aware of the underlying strategy. He brought so many arrows due to concerns about potential troubles. In winter, aside from encountering bandits, they could also face refugees and wild beasts. It was wise to carry additional arrows as a precaution. The two quickly arrived at the creek at the village's edge. The water was shallow, bubbling gently, with fish clearly visible as they searched for food. Wangchuan and Li Zikai exchanged glances, almost simultaneously preparing their bows and nocking arrows. Both had achieved a modest level of proficiency in archery, yet were still over 100 experience points away from mastery. Who will break through first? They thought, igniting their competitive spirits as both drew their bows. Whoosh! The arrows sliced through the air. Li Zikai's arrow struck a fish. Wangchuan's arrow missed and skimmed past, startling the fish into a hasty retreat. Li Zikai chuckled. The light refracts in the water, so the fish's position may appear different from what we see. You must take heed. Wangchuan suddenly realized he had overlooked this detail. Thank you, he said, re-aiming. Whoosh! Another miss. Meanwhile, Li Zikai's arrows consistently struck their targets, steadily increasing his experience points. Hong Kaibao and Bai Yuhui watched anxiously, believing their senior brother to be formidable. If he were outperformed by an outsider, it would imply that the gold team was inferior to the pioneer team's reserve. Senior brother, you can do it. They cheered from a distance. Wangchuan remained composed. After a few missed shots, he grasped the principles of refraction and re-aimed. Whoosh! His arrow pierced the water, striking a fish, causing a splash of blood in the creek as the fish flipped belly up. I got one. Senior brother scored. Hong Kaibao and Bai Yuhui were elated. Li Zikai shook his head with a smile, continuing to shoot. The two fished upstream and downstream. As Wangchuan mastered the refraction principle, his shots became increasingly accurate. However, the fish in the creek were limited, and soon they had cleared this stretch. Hong Kaibao and Bai Yuhui retrieved the fish that had been struck, using water plants along the bank to fashion a rope to drag them back to Tianshui village. Lin Sun laughed heartily. Today our luck wasn't great. We didn't spot a single sparrow. But it's been a while since we had grilled fish. Today, we shall feast. He gathered some charcoal from Tianshui village to start a fire. Seizing the opportunity, Wangchuan meticulously observed every wooden structure in Tianshui village. The room was splattered with blood, marked by gunshot wounds, axe cuts, and knife slashes, while the ground was stained with dark crimson, as if everything in this village silently recounted the ominous events of that fateful night. Chapter 51, The Sparrow Capture Operation. As the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air, Wangchuan arrived at the central clearing of the village with a heavy heart. Lin Sun cast a glance at him, seemingly aware of his thoughts, and handed him a charred yellow grilled fish, saying, You and Haishi village are fortunate. The head of the Lushan men from the prefecture remains in the county. Otherwise, given the nature of the Heifeng Zhai, they would have already wreaked havoc upon your village to avenge their fallen brothers. The fate of Haishi village would not be any better than that of Tianshui village. Wangchuan accepted the grilled fish and replied, The head of Lushan men will eventually return to the prefecture. As long as you are aware, Lin Sun sighed softly, adding, The crisis in Haishi village has merely been postponed, not eradicated. If I were you, I would leave before the head of Lushan men returns to the prefecture. Do you know when he will return? Wangchuan countered. Lin Sun shook his head, his expression contemplative. While I hold some standing in the Yulong gang, I am not privy to news of that level. According to rumors from the city, this head seems to be investigating the families involved in iron ore dealings in Huishui County, tracing the inventory and whereabouts of the iron ore. The exact reasons remain unclear. Upon hearing this, Wangchuan was taken aback. Iron ore? Is the court concerned that someone is hoarding iron ore to rebel? Who knows? Lin Sun replied nonchalantly. Chaos abounds across the realm. It wouldn't be surprising if conflict erupted at any moment. Wangchuan found it difficult to ponder further. Lin Sun shifted the topic, urging, Wangchuan, join the reclamation team. Since you are already a prospective warrior, you can directly join the preparatory team. I can assist in introducing you to the Yulong gang, and together we can achieve something significant in Huishui County. Wangchuan instantly understood. Lin Sun intended to place personnel within the Yulong gang to enhance his influence, thereby guiding him in various ways. When Haishi village could no longer sustain itself, Wangchuan would turn to Lin Sun for support. All right, I will wait. Lin Sun smiled, believing that Haishi village could not endure much longer and would soon follow the path of Tianshui village after spring. I still have some informants in Huishui County. When the head of Lushan men leaves, I will notify you immediately. At that time, do not hesitate. Make a decision without dragging Haishi village down with you. Lin Sun instructed. Wangchuan nodded, sighing inwardly. If that day truly comes, the Yulong gang in Huishui County may serve as a viable retreat. After enjoying the grilled fish, prompted by Lin Sun, Wangchuan and Li Zekai each sought a wooden house with a broad view and concealed themselves within. The charcoal fire had been extinguished, and more grains were scattered about. The sparrow capture operation commenced. Before long, the fluttering sound of wings filled the air as more and more sparrows descended upon the village clearing. With a swift whoosh, arrows were shot from the broken windows of the wooden houses on either side. 2 sparrows fell to the ground, pinned down. The remaining sparrows were startled and took flight. Wangchuan calmly drew his bow. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 sparrows were shot down in succession, plummeting from the sky, emerging from the wooden house. Wangchuan walked while knocking another arrow, gazing at the scattering sparrows as he continued to shoot. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more arrows flew forth, just before the sparrows could escape. He brought down 2 more. In this round, Li Zekai was utterly outperformed. Accustomed to shooting fish from a boat, his experience with swimming fish did not translate well to the speedier sparrows. Aside from his first arrow hitting its mark, the rest missed entirely. 3 arrows, 2 failures. He was filled with astonishment at Wangchuan's flawless performance of hitting all 5 arrows. Wangchuan impressive. Li Zekai could discern the finesse in Wangchuan's movements. Deliberate yet swift and precise. Though they were both at a similar level of archery skill, that scene deeply impressed him with the apparent disparity between himself and Wangchuan. Hong Kai Bao and Bai Yuhui swiftly dashed out to retrieve the fallen prey, simultaneously covering the bloodstains left by the sparrows with snow. Brother, excellent archery. The 2 expressed their pride and delight at having regained some ground. In truth, it was not only the 3 of them. Even Lin Sun was astounded that Wangchuan could shoot 5 arrows with such ease, resembling an experienced hunter. Wangchuan smiled slightly. Having devoted considerable time to honing his archery skills, he had shot over 50,000 arrows during his training across 4 disciplines. Lin Sun and Li Zekai relied on teachings from manuals, lacking the muscle memory and experiential intuition that he had cultivated. He quickly checked his attribute panel, noticing the experience value for archery had risen from 154, 300 to 159, 300, and a smile spread across his face. Let's see if they dare to land again. The 2 archers concealed themselves once more, waiting for the commotion to settle. Indeed, not long after, another batch of sparrows landed in Tianshui village, lured by the grains on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh. Wangchuan and Li Zekai launched their arrows simultaneously. Li Zekai hastened to aim at the startled sparrows taking flight. But unfortunately, his arrow missed, only disturbing a few feathers. Amidst the panicked chattering of the sparrows, Wangchuan maintained his speed and rhythm, emerging from the wooden house and methodically releasing arrows. One by one, the sparrows fell from the sky, and this time, he managed to hit 6 sparrows, with 2 being struck by a single arrow. A double kill. Incredible, a double kill. Brother, you are formidable, Hong Kaibao exclaimed, running back with an arrow that had 2 sparrows attached, his excitement bubbling over. Lin Sun's expression revealed astonishment, and he could not help but step outside to take a look. Subsequently, he gave a thumbs up to Wangchuan, exclaiming, "This archery skill is ready for deployment." He then turned to the somewhat dejected Li Zekai, saying, "Though archery is seldom utilized by us warriors, achieving Wangchuan's level poses a significant threat even to entry-level martial artists. You must practice more." Li Zekai nodded vigorously. At noon in winter, numerous sparrows were foraging. Occasionally, flocks would swoop down. Each time, Wangchuan managed to shoot down 5 or 6, gradually accumulating experience points. In contrast, Li Zekai felt quite frustrated. Lacking muscle memory and specific training in mobile shooting, he could only hit a stationary target accurately. Most of the time, he would be lucky to bring down a single bird, resulting in painfully slow progress. As afternoon approached, around 3 o'clock, Wangchuan's experience points had surpassed the threshold of 210. Observing that he was about to be surpassed, Li Zekai suggested he go to the stream to fish. After being soundly defeated in the sparrow competition at Tianshui village, he had completely lost confidence and the will to compete. "What about you, Wangchuan? Are you going to the stream?" Lin Sun inquired. Wangchuan shook his head, replying, "There aren't many fish in the stream. I prefer to stay here and practice." "Very well, I will accompany Li Zekai to the stream. If anything arises, blow this whistle, and I will come immediately," Lin Sun said before leaving, handing him a bamboo whistle. Wangchuan nodded in acceptance, and then concealed himself once more, awaiting the next wave of unsuspecting sparrows. Chapter 52. Battling the wolf pack. A flock of sparrows landed to peck at the rice, and 6 were shot down. How many remained? Answer: none. As usual. Wangchuan remained steady, shooting down 6 sparrows and raising his archery experience points to 218,300, utterly calm. Outside the village, a sparrow shot with an arrow spiraled down into the snow, landing not far from a wild wolf. The wolf, appearing puzzled, trotted over to the fallen sparrow, sniffed it, then gazed in the direction of Tianshui village, letting out a long howl. An unexpected event unfolded. In the distance, dark shadows began to emerge swiftly from the snowy terrain. Responding to their companion's signal, more than 30 wild wolves rapidly encircled Tianshui village, hunting for prey. Hong Kaibao dashed out of the village, his face turning pale from the sudden sound of wolf howls. Oh no, wild wolves. Upon seeing the wolves in the snow, he hurriedly turned back. Whoosh. Wangchuan had already arrived first, appearing on the earthen wall, looking down at the dark shadows in the snow with a solemn expression and a grim countenance. This is bad. Wangchuan quickly blew the bamboo whistle. The sharp whistle echoed far and wide. He tossed it to Hong Kaibao and shouted to the two, "Unstring your arrows and head to the stream to find Brother Lin." He then knocked an arrow and swiftly aimed at a wild wolf that was rapidly approaching the village. Whoosh. The armor-piercing arrow could not only shoot farther, but also rendered its target incapacitated. The leading wild wolf had yet to react when it was pierced through. A splash of bright red stained the snow. The nearby wild wolves were startled, momentarily halting to confirm that only one person stood atop the earthen wall, drawing a bow, and they hastened to encircle him. Wangchuan quickly drew his bow. Whoosh, whoosh. The closer the wild wolves came, the faster his shooting became. There was no need for careful aim. As long as he hit, it was sufficient. The wild wolves could not outrun the arrows in the snow and were continually taken down. In a mere 2 breaths, the nearest 12 wild wolves were either dead or injured. Experience points continued to rise. However, Wangchuan had no time to dwell on this. With more than 20 wild wolves drawing near and his supply of armor-piercing arrows dwindling to just a few, it would be disingenuous to say he was not anxious. Yet, no matter how frightened he felt, he could not afford to panic. How? A wild wolf lunged near the earthen wall, instantly pierced through the eye by an armor-piercing arrow, collapsing lifelessly. The earthen wall still had some utility, providing a height advantage that prevented the wolves from easily pouncing. Wangchuan swiftly released the last of his armor-piercing arrows. While a pack of wild wolves hurled themselves onto the earthen wall, their hind legs scrambling to climb up, Wangchuan, unflustered, retreated to the side, quietly retrieving arrows from another quiver, and began shooting rapidly. At close range, ordinary arrows also proved deadly. A wild wolf was struck directly in the head, howling in agony as it tumbled down. More and more wild wolves leapt from the earthen wall. Wangchuan did not lose his composure. He continued to draw his bow. The earthen wall was narrow, allowing only 2 adults to stand side by side. In a practical situation, it could only accommodate 1 person to fight. The wild wolves faced a similar constraint. As Wangchuan retreated, the wild wolves lined up in front of him. Whoosh! Just as a wild wolf bared its teeth, an arrow silenced it, blood gushing from its mouth as it fell with a mournful cry. Wangchuan's movements were fluid and swift. As the wolves surged forward, he had already knocked another arrow and completed the kill. Thud! Another wild wolf collapsed. Lin Sun arrived swiftly. Upon hearing the bamboo whistle, his body jolted. Activating Chao Shangfei, he swiftly distanced himself from Li Zikai, sprinting through the snow towards Tianshui village. When he reached the village, he witnessed a scene he would remember for a lifetime. The fragmented earthen wall was strewn with wild wolves. Wangchuan stood alone, composed and focused, retreating step by step while rapidly drawing and releasing arrows. One by one, the wild wolves fell from the earthen wall, either dead or injured below. The wild wolves before him could not breach the threshold. Lin Sun leaped to a higher vantage point on the roof. There, he saw even more wild wolf corpses outside the village's earthen wall. The glint of the armor-piercing arrows and the blood of the wild wolves created an impactful scene against the snow. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Sun involuntarily gasped in astonishment. Even with his prowess as a warrior, it would be nearly impossible for him to confront over 30 wild wolves without sustaining injuries, and the outcome would likely be quite chaotic. Yet, Wangchuan, merely a novice warrior, managed to calmly dispatch such a multitude of wolves in isolation, skillfully utilizing the terrain of Tianshui village, all while remaining unscathed. It was truly remarkable. Wangchuan exhaled a long breath, releasing the tension that had built up within him. There were only 3 arrows left in his quiver. In the village, no wild wolves remained standing. Lindagu. Wangchuan naturally noticed Lin Sun on the adjacent rooftop and flashed a grin. Just then, a cold wind swept through, causing his garments to flutter. The scene of the immaculate archer amidst the numerous wolf carcasses created a striking visual impact. Lin Sun found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, Wangchuan sprang into action once more. He leapt down from the earthen wall, hastening to retrieve the arrows from the ground, refilling his quivers, and preparing to draw his bow. In that instant, Lin Sun felt an inexplicable sense of urgency until he saw Wangchuan aiming at the injured wolves. "Oh well," lamented a poor wolf, now struck in the thigh by another arrow. Wangchuan mumbled, 37 arrows. That should yield 37 experience points. Why does it not increase my experience after hitting them now? That's obvious," Lin Sun interjected as he approached. He understood Wangchuan's intention was to exploit the wounded wolves to farm additional archery experience. Lin Sun, with a bemused expression, elucidated. "It is normal for the first arrow to grant experience upon hitting a wolf, but for the injured wolves, their overall evaluation has diminished. Unless you deliver a fatal shot, you will not gain any extra experience. Is that so?" Wangchuan responded while preparing to fire again. The howling wolf was swiftly silenced. Indeed, the experience points surged to 255, 300. Wangchuan continued to draw his bow, systematically eliminating the previously wounded wolves, raising his experience to 270, 300. Li Zikai, accompanied by Hong Kai Bao and by Yu Hui, returned to the village. Upon seeing the multitude of wolf carcasses both inside and outside the village, the three were utterly astounded. "Is it all resolved? I thought I might gain some experience myself." Li Zikai expressed his disappointment at having missed the spectacle. "Don't mention it. I missed it too," Lin Sun said, leaving the three speechless. Did Wangchuan truly single-handedly accomplish all this? "Wangchuan, is this real?" The trio gazed at him as if observing a marvel. Wangchuan, with a hint of trepidation, explained, "Yes, I took advantage of the earthen wall, and thankfully I had prepared armor-piercing arrows beforehand. Otherwise, I might have been wolf fodder today." Lin Sun nodded in agreement. Indeed, without the armor-piercing arrows, the situation could have been drastically different. Those wolves would have overwhelmed you. An escape would have been impossible. We must exercise caution in the future. What should we do with the wolf carcasses? It's too late to take them away today. I will eviscerate them, discarding the entrails outside and dragging the bodies into the cellar to ensure they are not discovered and devoured by other beasts tonight. Tomorrow, I will return with others to handle them," Lin Sun decisively declared, clearly experienced in such tasks. Chapter 53. Breakthrough in archery after dealing with the 37 wild wolves. Wangchuan and Lin Sun parted ways. The following morning, everyone reconvened in Tianshui village. The organs of the wolves had been thoroughly consumed, leaving the village in disarray. Yet the cellar door remained tightly sealed and undamaged. Lin Sun had brought a convoy from the Qingfeng escort agency in the county. Due to the winter bounty decree, which promised 2 taels of silver for each beast slain, the purchase price had risen to 5 taels per wolf. Lin Sun and Wangchuan retained 3 taels as their share, while the remainder was handed over to the Qingfeng escort agency, leaving all parties satisfied. Acting as the intermediary, Lin Sun busily facilitated the arrangements, sharing the proceeds 50-50 with Wangchuan. Wangchuan naturally had no objections, and, with a wave of his hand, gave the remainder of the 55 taels to Bai Yuhui and Hong Kai Bao to divide, keeping 50 taels for himself. The 2 younger disciples were invigorated. In just 2 days, we've earned over 3 taels each, equaling the returns of 2 months of mining. Truly, following our senior brother has its perks. Once the convoy departed, Wangchuan and Li Zikai resumed their training diligently. By the streamside, they quickly elevated their realms through the practice of shooting fish. Ding! The system notification chimed. Archery has advanced from minor accomplishment to proficiency, granting 1 point of strength and 1 point of agility. Wangchuan beamed with joy. "I did it." With the successful upgrade of archery, he distinctly felt the ease and fluidity with which he drew his bow, his rhythm quickening, imbued with a newfound confidence and poise. He summoned his attribute panel for a glance. Wangchuan, male, blacksmith, hunger level, 82-100 strength, 86, attack, 45, agility, 84, defense, 24, speed, 12, stamina, 82, health, 100-100, spirit, 8, inactive. Life skill, forging steel mastery, intermediate, next level, 42,000 combat skill, archery, proficient, next level, 500 combat skill, basic gunplay, proficient, next level, 500 current location, Tiannan Continent, Nenyu Kingdom, Sanhe County, Huishui Town, Heisher Village. "Thank you, Lin Degu. My archery has reached proficiency." Lin Sun nodded and smiled. "That's splendid. Both you and Li Zikai have successfully advanced in archery. From now on, shooting fish and sparrows will no longer suffice for experience accumulation. You may temporarily set archery aside." "Understood. Today, I have advanced in my financial pursuits, and my heart is filled with joy as I wear a beaming smile." I have now mastered 2 techniques to the point of proficiency and shall return to continue forging. Honing my skills in by Lian Gang Dui Zhao Shu. What comes next? Lin Sun, with a pointed expression, remarked, I recall that you possess only these 3 techniques. You must now be facing a bottleneck, making further progress notably challenging. I humbly request your guidance, Brother Lin. Wangchuan clasped his hands in respect. Lin Sun responded with a smile that suggested he was pleased to teach. You are now a quasi-warrior, and you have 2 paths to consider. The first is to seek out other foundational techniques to further enhance your basic attributes. However, such improvements will be limited since you already have Ji Bin Chang Fa and Jian Shu, which represent 2 distinct routes. Your strength and agility have developed evenly, but your stamina remains a weak point, so you might consider techniques that bolster that attribute. Before that, I have a Ji Bin Quan Fa that I can sell to you at a modest price of 10 taels of silver. Wangchuan's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he agreed. 10 taels is a trivial matter. What is the second option? He inquired. Lin Sun pondered. If you do not wish to align yourself with the various factions in Huishui County, you might consider procuring a first-class martial art from the black market for a sum of 100 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, Wangchuan's eyes brightened. Can first-class martial arts truly be acquired in the black market? This was beyond his expectations. Indeed, Lin Sun replied with a smile. Pursuing martial arts can be quite costly, and typically, warriors lack stable means of income, so they must find ways to earn a living. However, first-class martial arts are not readily available. They often circulate from legitimate factions and established martial artists. Do you have any recommendations, Brother Lin? Wangchuan pressed on. Certainly. Lin Sun proceeded to introduce 3 first-class martial arts. Our Yulong Gang's Kuang Feng Dao Fa is considered quite ordinary in the martial world and primarily enhances agility. Kongming Temple offers Luo Han Chang Quan, which is widely disseminated and focuses on improving stamina. Lastly, there is the almost ubiquitous He Hu Quan, which also falls under first-class martial arts, though it provides a more balanced enhancement across strength, agility, and stamina, an advanced foundational martial art. I suggest that since you have mastered Ji Bin Chang Fa, it would be best to choose a first-class spear technique to maximize your training efficiency, especially since you have a mentor to guide you, allowing you to quickly reach proficiency by utilizing previous training methods. Lin Sun provided his guidance with great detail. Wangchuan nodded thoughtfully. Lin Sun did not rush him. After a moment, Wangchuan made his decision. Brother Lin, I would like to request your assistance in procuring a first-class martial art, He Hu Quan, from Huishui County. Oh, Lin Sun expressed surprise. He did not expect Wangchuan to choose the one he regarded with the least favor among the 3 first-class martial arts. Why He Hu Quan? Li Zikai, who was nearby, looked equally astonished by Wangchuan's choice. Wangchuan explained, Brother Lin, you know that I was previously a fitness blogger, and I prefer to develop all aspects of my physique evenly. This allows me to effectively control my core strength and maximize my power and speed. Moreover, as a blacksmith, balancing strength and agility is crucial while forging. Furthermore, after mastering Ji Bin Quan Fa, training in He Hu Quan should yield significant results. He was uncertain whether Lin Sun would grasp this reasoning. After several months of forging, he had come to understand that excessive strength requires more focus to control, which in turn consumes extra stamina and concentration. The profession of a blacksmith is quite unique. Lin Sun shook his head, clearly not comprehending. Well, I do not understand the intricacies of blacksmithing, but I respect your decision. After all, He Hu Quan is merely a transitional technique. In the future, you will train in many more martial arts. Lin Sun was quite open-minded. Wangchuan retrieved his pouch of coins. He had not turned over all the silver he collected last week, reserving 50 taels for himself. And now he could muster 100 taels to purchase a first-class martial art. As for He Hu Quan, it costs only 80 taels in the black market, so keep the remaining 20 taels. Lin Sun returned 20 taels of silver, stating, I will bring the martial art manual to Haishi village tomorrow. With that, he departed with Li Zikai, leaving Wangchuan and his 2 junior disciples to exit Tianshui village. Along the way, Bai Yuhui suddenly posed a question. Wangchuan, do you think we should save some money to buy a first-class martial art to practice? Chapter 54, Temporary Mission. The experiences of the past few days have profoundly impacted Bai Yuhui and Hong Kaibao. Wangchuan demonstrated remarkable Jian Shu skills in the village, securing considerable rewards from each battle, which was commendable. However, the scene yesterday when Wangchuan single-handedly felled 37 wild wolves left a deep impression on them, showcasing the demeanor of a true warrior and the essence of strength. Among the miners, Wangchuan has already distinguished himself. They also wish to become stronger while securing high-paying jobs. At the very least, they did not want to be at the mercy of others when facing danger in Haishi village. Thus, Bai Yuhui's inquiry arose. Wangchuan, Do you think we should save some money to buy a first-class martial art to practice? Wangchuan paused momentarily, turning to look at Bai Yuhui, and asked, do you wish to become a warrior? Indeed. Bai Yuhui nodded vigorously. I recognize that I lack the innate talent of Wangchuan and do not possess your diligence. But I wish to give it a try. We have all heard what you discussed with Brother Lin. We know that Haishi village is likely to face a catastrophe in the future, as the Black Wind stronghold may return, and we may all have to leave. At that time, it was possible that the company would assign me to another village to continue working as a miner. If fortune did not favor me, I might be forced to remain in Haishi village, potentially meeting my demise there, much like those players from Tianshui village. I thought it prudent to provide myself with another option. Bai Yuhui spoke these words with utmost sincerity. At that moment, Hong Kaibao, with unwavering resolve, interjected, so do I. By the time you save up 100 taels of silver, it will be an eternity. If you truly wish to effect change, you must seize the time to master the basic gun technique. Wangchuan pointed out a clear path for the two. Captain Zhao Hanyu has recently been diligently training everyone. If you follow him closely, the third training task is quite easy to pass. I can teach you for the fourth task, which involves executing 1,000 single-handed thrusts. It relies on quantity. With sheer effort, even if you are somewhat slow-witted, you will surely succeed within 10 days. The eyes of both men lit up. Is that true? Thank you, senior brother. We will heed your advice. Indeed, the two were invigorated. With Wangchuan's words, they felt as if they had taken a calming elixir. Wangchuan adopted a serious demeanor and said, from tomorrow onward, you shall execute the plan I have devised for you with the utmost diligence. Should I discover any signs of laziness or lack of perseverance, consider this conversation as if it had never occurred. He understood well that not everyone could achieve the self-discipline he had attained. However, if either Bai Yuhui or Hong Kaibao could persist, mastering the basic gun technique, there would be hope for Haishi village to gain an aspiring warrior in a short span of time. Rest assured, senior brother, we will persevere. Yes, we can do this. The two patted their chests in assurance, vowing to execute the plan strictly. Wangchuan said nothing further. Upon returning to Haishi village, he imparted to them the technique he had initially practiced for holding a gun in a horse stance, urging them to maintain subtle muscle movements, gradually minimizing the swaying of the steel ingot at the tip of the spear. The two gritted their teeth and endured. Although the steel ingot frequently fell, indeed, the amplitude of the gun's tip began to diminish. They persevered for an entire day and continued the next day. Wangchuan went to Captain Zhao Hanyu's backyard to practice basic fist technique. With the manual in hand, he quickly grasped the fundamentals. It was essentially about standing firm and throwing punches, straight punches, quickly and fiercely. Wangchuan stood before the Iron Man dummy, his strength at 14 causing it to resonate with each strike. His agility at 12 granted him enhanced speed, with both fists swinging. It wasn't long before his hands turned crimson from the blows. Having previously studied punching techniques, he knew the art of generating explosive power, making it easy to get into the groove. Within a short time, he entered the state of true practice and began to accumulate experience points. Bang, bang. After approximately 20 to 30 punches, he gained 1 experience point. Progress came swiftly, yet it was taxing on his hands. Soon, Wangchuan felt a sharp pain in both hands and noticed a decrease of 2 points in his health. He had to rest for a while until his health recovered before resuming practice. After 2 days of training, the experience points for basic fist technique rapidly reached their maximum, officially entering the realm of proficiency. Ding! The basic fist technique progressed from a minor achievement to proficiency, rewarding him with 1 point of strength and 1 point of agility. The minor achievement in basic fist technique did not yield any attribute rewards. Wangchuan was elated and promptly checked his progress. Wangchuan, male, blacksmith, hunger level 82100, strength 87, attack 55, agility 85, defense 26, speed 13, stamina 82, health 100100, spirit 8, not activated. Life skill, refined steel forging, intermediate level, next realm, mastery 42,000. Combat skill, archery, proficient, next realm, intermediate level 0500. Combat skill, basic gun technique proficient, next realm, intermediate level 0500. Combat skill, basic fist technique proficient, next realm, intermediate level 0500. Current location, Tiannan Continent, Nanyu Kingdom, Sana County, Huishui County, Haishi Village. Strength 15, agility 13. The total of 3 attributes reached 38 points. How curious. Why has Brother Lin not yet arrived? As he noticed his basic fist technique had hit a bottleneck, he urgently required a first-grade martial arts manual. Unable to contain himself, he exited the game and sought Lin Sun's number, dialing it. However, the line was persistently busy. He then attempted to contact Instructor Yu. The call went through, and he inquired about Lin Sun's whereabouts. Instructor Yu informed him that after returning yesterday, Lin Sun received news from the Yulong gang, gathering several martial artists to join forces with the Qingfeng Escort Bureau to transport goods via water routes, leaving the Yulong gang. At this moment, he couldn't reach Lin Sun by phone, likely due to being engaged in a mandatory task, which prevented him from logging off. Wangchuan's heart sank at the mention of mandatory tasks, as they involved considerable danger during combat. Was Brother Lin safe? He should be fine, Instructor Yu replied. The Yulong gang has long operated on water routes, and they know the waterways well. Moreover, they are now collaborating with the escort leaders and masters from the Qingfeng Escort Bureau, which should allow them to retreat unscathed, even against the wrathful Tide gang. At this juncture, he suddenly recalled, before he left, he informed me to deliver a manual of the Black Tiger Fist to you. In my haste, I completely forgot. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Instructor Yu's words eased the heavy weight in Wangchuan's heart. He was not particularly concerned that Lin Sun would abscond with the 80 taels of silver. Rather, he feared that receiving the Black Tiger Fist too late would lead to the Black Wind Stronghold taking action against Haishi village prematurely, which would be troublesome. Thank you, Instructor Yu. I appreciate your help. No need for thanks. We are brothers. Chuckled, saying, that rascal Lin Sun is intent on pulling you into the Yulong gang. If it weren't for him, I would have been unaware of your recent entry into the ranks of aspiring warriors. Haha, I consider myself fortunate. Luck is indeed a facet of strength. Have you contemplated your future? Haishikan lacks considerable prospects. Your skills as a blacksmith and burgeoning warrior would be squandered there. Should you wish to come to Huishui County, we have several opportunities available for you. Thank you, Yu Jiaodo. I wish to learn more forging techniques from Master Sun Tiexiang for now. The matter of entering the city can wait. Wangchuan politely declined. Chapter 55. Lin Sun's mishap regarding Wangchuan's stubbornness. Yu Jiaodo bore no resentment. The following morning, he personally delivered the boxing manual to Haishikan. Although he was merely the leader of the gold mining team, his strength was formidable, clearly indicative of a martial artist's prowess. Dressed in the official attire of a constable and riding a majestic steed, his arrival attracted the attention of the village chief and Captain Zhao Haniu. Yu Jiaodo, however, was disinclined to engage in idle chatter with them. He straightforwardly expressed his desire to find Wangchuan, then promptly left behind a boxing manual and rode off into the distance. Haihuxin, a first-class martial art, boxing manual. Through diligent study, one may grasp the essence of Haihuxin. Upon receiving the manual, Wangchuan eagerly began to peruse its contents. The words on the pages transformed into vivid, dynamic images before his eyes, demonstrating a robust man executing powerful moves, his left hand raised in defense while his right hand clawed forward, alternating between offense and defense with remarkable speed. Each strike aimed at vital points, accompanied by a ferocious aura reminiscent of a tiger roaring through the mountains. There were a total of 12 techniques: pounce, claw, grip, tear, slap, crash, elbow strike, sweep, thrust, embrace, dual thrusts, and whip kick. Mastery of each movement through 1,000 repetitions would enable one to comprehend a portion of the essence of Haihuxin, thus gaining entry into its practice. Without hesitation, Wangchuan began to practice the movements from memory, the training ground being the backyard of Captain Zhao Haniu. The village chief and Captain Zhao Haniu observed in silence. They were astonished to discover that Wangchuan had such connections in the county, being associated with both the Yulong gang and Kongming Temple, and even mingling with government constables. It seemed increasingly difficult for them to retain him in their village. The village chief sighed, his brow furrowed with concern. Captain Zhao Haniu nodded in agreement. Wangchuan is indeed a promising talent. Remaining in Haishikan offers limited potential. However, his character is commendable. His continued presence in the village is likely for his master's sake. Well, it is futile to hold back those who are meant to leave, the village chief lamented, shaking his head as he departed. Captain Zhao Haniu, however, remained fixated on Wangchuan, who was diligently practicing Haihuxin, his expression contemplative. Wangchuan was engrossed in his training, leaping forward with ferocity, his hands forming claws as he rapidly struck the ironclad wooden post with a series of movements: grip, tear, slap, crash, seamlessly transitioning into elbow strikes, thrusts, embraces, and more. Each action flowed into the next, creating a symphony of martial prowess that resounded with impact. With 15 points of strength ensuring the lethality of each strike and 13 points of agility, facilitating seamless transitions between techniques, the wooden post quaked with every blow. Wangchuan rolled around the post, continuing his relentless training, gradually releasing an aura befitting an aspiring warrior. Captain Zhao Haniu's face radiated satisfaction. After half a day, Wangchuan consumed a few pieces of jerky to quell his hunger, then resumed his training. He had lost track of how many cycles he had completed. Yet, since the system had not provided any notification, it implied that he had not yet grasped the boxing technique and needed to persist in his practice. As the afternoon progressed, the rhythm of his punches became increasingly fluid. A complete set of strikes could now be executed in just 2 breaths. At first glance, he no longer resembled a novice practicing for the first time. The ironclad wooden post began to sway slightly with each of his attacks. Wangchuan remained undistracted, wholly absorbed in his task, sweat pouring down as he unleashed his fury. Time slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, a notification chimed. You have mastered the entry-level Haihuxin. You have made minor progress toward the next realm. Wangchuan beamed with delight. Mastering the martial arts manual had proven to be unexpectedly effortless. In less than a day, he had already entered the foundational level of a first-class martial art. Rather than resting on his laurels, Wangchuan continued to unleash his strikes upon the wooden post, repeating the sequence again and again. However, the experience points for Haihuxin did not seem to increase. Undeterred, he pressed on, with a series of thunderous impacts. Wangchuan executed dozens of strikes in one breath, feeling the weight of his punches intensifying while the fluidity of his movements improved. The wooden post vibrated more vigorously with each hit, producing steady, resonant sounds that were immensely satisfying. It felt as though he had gained clarity, his movements aligning more closely with those of the masters depicted in the manual, gradually building momentum. Unbeknownst to him, he had practiced hundreds of repetitions until nightfall. When his phone alarm rang, he suddenly realized it was already midnight. Instinctively, he glanced at his attributes panel and was astonished by the experience points for Haihuxin. Haihuxin, entry level. Minor progress toward the next realm, 99-100. He had unwittingly amassed 99 points, a mere step away from advancement. What was there to wait for? Wangchuan hurriedly returned to his training, diligently executing the Haihuxin sequence, eagerly anticipating the system notification. Ding. The first-class martial art Haihuxin has progressed from entry level to minor proficiency. The next realm is mastery. Reward, 1 point of stamina. Wangchuan felt a tinge of surprise. To think that the reward would be stamina. In an instant, an extraordinary sensation coursed through his body, alleviating much of his fatigue. Well, at least it was something. His health had increased by 10 points. Wangchuan, male, blacksmith, hunger level 82100, strength 87, attack 55, agility 85, defense 26, speed 13, stamina 83, health 110110, spirit 8, inactive. Life skill, Balian steel forging technique, proficient, next level, mastery 41,000. Combat skill, archery, proficient, next level, advanced 0500. Combat skill, basic firearms proficiency, proficient, next level, advanced 0500. First class martial art, black tiger fist, minor accomplishment, next level, proficient 0300. Current location, Tiannan Continent, Nanyugua, Sanhejun, Huishui County, Heisher Village. After another day of practice tomorrow, he could elevate the black tiger fist to proficiency. However, early the next morning, he received a phone call from Coach Yu. Lin Sun is in trouble. Several ships carrying goods for the Yulong Gang, escorted by the Qing Feng escort agency, were ambushed within the territory of the New Tao Gang, resulting in heavy casualties among the escort personnel. 5 martial artists, 18 aspiring martial artists, and dozens of crew members, with only 2 managing to escape. One was Lin Sun, skilled in the technique of Chao Shang Fei, and the other was Yihan, the head escort from the Qing Feng agency. Yet, Lin Sun was struck by 3 arrows upon landing, despite surviving. He suffered from a persistent high fever and was sent to the medical clinic in Huishui County for treatment. Yihan also endured multiple arrow wounds, finding himself in a perilous situation alongside Lin Sun. How could this happen? Wangchuan's expression darkened. I will call him. No, Coach Yu interjected. He must remain online to protect his game character. If he loses his mental support, the character could perish at any moment. Rest assured, the studio will manage everything. We are informing you to prepare. Prepare for what? Lin Sun is the most crucial piece in our Studio's arrangement within the Yulong Gang. He cannot be harmed. Furthermore, with the Yulong Gang suffering the loss of 3 martial artists and 8 aspiring martial artists, they will undoubtedly seek reinforcements. The higher-ups have decided to mobilize all aspiring martial artists in Huishui County to join the Yulong Gang. This is a directive from above. Chapter 56. Farewell. Baibu Chuanyang. Leaving Heisher Village, Wangchuan did not anticipate this day would arrive so swiftly. However, the employment contract with the studio clearly stated that employees must unconditionally comply with any directives and decisions from the studio as long as their game characters are not threatened. Coach Yu's call was merely to inform him that he must sever ties with Heisher Village within a day and proceed to Huishui County. Linda Hai was astonished upon receiving the notification. A gathering of villagers expressed their reluctance upon seeing Wangchuan. The first person Wangchuan sought out was his master, Sun Taijiang. The disciple specifically came to bid farewell. Upon seeing Wangchuan enter with a heavy heart, Sun Taijiang's gaze dimmed slightly as he said, Heisher Village is too small. Your forging skills have already matched, if not surpassed, mine. As your master, I can no longer teach you anything further. During your time in Heisher village, I have been grateful for your attentive guidance, which has shaped me into who I am today. I will always remember your teachings and will certainly return to visit you whenever I have the opportunity. Very well. Sun Taijiang replied with a hint of a smile. Have you decided where you will settle? Friends have mentioned that the Yulong gang is currently recruiting aspiring martial artists. I plan to try my luck there. Sun Taijiang frowned slightly and remarked, the Yulong gang is a local faction in Huishui County, possessing considerable influence and intricate ties with the authorities. While it may be beneficial for you to join, be wary of the indulgences that often accompany such environments. Do not lose yourself in their revelries and neglect your training. The disciple will heed your advice. Wangchuan respectfully nodded. The Yulong gang has a blacksmith shop and a weapons store. I intend to apply for work at the blacksmith shop to continue improving my Balian steel forging technique while simultaneously honing my martial arts skills and familiarizing myself with the Yulong gang and Huishui County. Hearing that Wangchuan did not intend to neglect his Balian steel forging technique, Sun Taijiang beamed with delight, nodding repeatedly. Excellent, excellent. You have already mastered the forging technique of Qi Si Lian. It would indeed be a shame to let that go to waste. Once you reach Huishui County, strive to become the finest blacksmith there. The disciple will remember this. Subsequently, Sun Taijiang assisted Wangchuan in carrying the Balian steel spear and his belongings to the village entrance. Many villagers gathered upon hearing the news. Bai Yu Hui and Hong Kai Bao were particularly reluctant. However, both understood that their senior brother had to comply with the studio's arrangements to go to Huishui County, which was unavoidable. Rest assured, senior brother, once we master the basic firearms technique, we will also come to Huishui County to join you. Indeed, we have already entered the 4th training phase and will soon master the basic firearms technique. Wangchuan smiled and nodded in agreement. Then he noticed Captain Zhao Hainyo approaching, handing him an object. Upon looking down, he saw the blue booklet prominently displaying 4 characters, Baibu Chuanyang. Baibu Chuanyang, first-class martial art, archery. Mastery allows one to hit the target from 100 paces, directing where to shoot. Wangchuan's hand trembled, and he was filled with astonishment. This was indeed a first-class martial arts manual. Captain Zhao. Wangchuan was taken aback that Captain Zhao Hainyo would entrust him with such a precious martial arts manual. In an instant, he felt a pang of guilt, as if the manual was burning hot in his hands. He had received guidance and careful instruction from his 2 masters in Heisher village. Yet he was now leaving for Huishui County before resolving the issues in Heifengzhai. Although this decision originated from the company, he could not shake the feeling of cowardice, as if he were abandoning his post and betraying Heisher village. Zhao Hainyo, as was his custom, patted his shoulder and said, this martial arts manual cannot be given to you without conditions. Once you arrive at Huishui County, where information travels faster than ours, I hope you can lend a hand when that officer from the Lushanmen departs. If the Blackstone Village or the Blackwind Stronghold intends to attack us, your assistance would be invaluable. Ding. The system prompted. Do you accept the mission to assist Blackstone Village? Mission details. Upon receiving this alert, urgently aid Blackstone Village and help repel the Blackwind Stronghold to safeguard the village. Mission reward. A first-grade martial arts manual by Bu Chuanyang. It turns out there were conditions. Wangchuan did not hesitate and immediately nodded in agreement. All right. I accept, Captain Zhao. Should Blackstone Village be in peril, I will return to the village at the first opportunity to provide assistance. Mission accepted. The system prompted. You have obtained by Bu Chuanyang. Zhao Hainyo smiled. Wangchuan, you are a person of gratitude. I believe your character will bring hope to the village with your help. Now go. Do not keep those waiting for you anxious. Outside the village, Yu Jiao too had long been waiting. Wangchuan turned back and glanced at the familiar faces of the villagers and players he had interacted with over the past few months, nodding deeply. He then took the travel bag and the forged steel spear from his master and placed them on Yu Jiaotu's horse. Yu Jiaotu led the horse away from Blackstone Village, a relaxed smile on his face. Once we leave Blackstone Village and reach Huishui County, you will discover that this world is far more expansive than you can imagine. However, upon entering the county, you must exercise caution, temper your brilliance, and tread carefully. Do not provoke trouble. There are many aspiring martial artists and seasoned practitioners, as well as some first-grade warriors. Even the first-grade warriors of the pioneering teams dare not act recklessly. They must abide by the rules. Rules? Wangchuan inquired. In Huishui County, there are regulations set by the government, prohibiting violent confrontations. However, physical contests are not included in this prohibition. If you sustain hidden injuries, you could be bedridden for 10 days to half a month, or worse, suffer damage to your meridians and vital energy. Furthermore, families have their own customs, and gangs have their own rules. Here, we refer to it as the rules of the Jianghu. Simply put, the weak submit to the strong, yet between factions, one must never show weakness. You cannot disgrace the reputation of your own faction or family. The waters here run deep, and we shall discuss this gradually. Yu Jiao too continued. Let me first tell you about the Yulong Gang. The Yulong Gang is a branch of the Chao Gang, primarily engaged in waterway transportation and escort services, while also dabbling in the smuggling of salt and iron. They hold significant authority in the Huishui County area and have a degree of influence in Sana County, thriving at the docks. Over 300 laborers follow the Yulong Gang for sustenance, with nearly all dock workers being disciples of the gang, forming a considerable force. The Qingfeng Escort Agency and several families maintain good relations with the Yulong Gang, and the government has also managed affairs relatively well. However, this time, after suffering substantial losses at the hands of the New Tao Gang, 3 warriors dead and 1 injured, along with 8 aspiring warriors and over 30 gang brothers, it is certain that they will retaliate against the New Tao Gang. You will join the Yulong Gang under the guise of a blacksmith. It will be much safer to start from the rear. Chapter 57. Huishui County. Queuing at the dock. Huishui County is a city that accommodates hundreds of thousands. It is tightly encircled by walls standing 6 to 7 meters high, imparting a solid sense of security. Wangchuan followed Yu Jiao to the city gate, where 2 rows of armored guards were meticulously checking the identification of each person entering the city. As a constable, Yu Jiao was allowed to pass without hindrance. Wangchuan presented the household registration from Blackstone Village, a wooden plaque. The guard scrutinized him and asked, "What brings a person from Blackstone Village to the county?" Following Yu Jiao's earlier guidance, Wangchuan replied, "I heard that the Yulong Gang is recruiting, and I wish to try my luck. Are you an aspiring warrior?" The guard scrutinized him further. Wangchuan nodded. "I am still a blacksmith from Blackstone Village, with considerable strength." The guard needed to ascertain that Wangchuan had a specific destination and would not pose a threat within the city. Upon confirming his status as an aspiring warrior, the guard pondered for a moment and advised, "Make haste to report to the Yulong Gang. If they accept you, you will be registered. If they do not, return whence you came." With that, he returned the wooden plaque and waved him through. Wangchuan gained a deeper understanding of Huishui County's governance. The security was stringent. He wondered if it was due to the presence of the Lushan Min officer still in Huishui County. Upon entering the city, he felt a sudden sense of clarity. The ground was paved with smooth stone slabs, with neatly aligned buildings extending on either side. The streets were bustling with activity, and a cacophony of sounds enveloped him. Children were playing and throwing snowballs. Many were carrying firewood and selling game in the streets. The taverns and shops on both sides were vying for customers in their own unique ways. For a fleeting moment, Wangchuan experienced a strong sense of dissonance. Was this truly a game world? Every person and every scene seemed so natural and logical. Occasionally, he encountered muscular warriors carrying swords, whose demeanor and the surrounding people's instinctive distance and reverence felt no different from the real world. Yu Jiao led the horse, guiding Wangchuan through the city until they reached the vicinity of the river dock and came to a stop. Near the dock, a group of thinly clad dock workers was queuing in front of an impressively constructed hall. Yu Jiao proudly informed Wangchuan, "That is the main hall of the Yulong Gang. They have been vigorously recruiting lately, and the disciples believe this is a rare opportunity for advancement. Everyone wishes to try their luck. I will keep an eye on your belongings. You take your household registration from Blackstone Village and go register." Wangchuan nodded and turned to walk in that direction. Everything that needed to be said had already been conveyed clearly by Yu Jiao along the way. The Yulong Gang's method of recruiting was straightforward. It revolved around 3 fundamental tests: lifting stone locks, wielding a large knife, and archery. Successfully passing any one of these challenges would grant entry into the Yulong Gang as a laborer, earning the status of a dock disciple. Surpassing 2 challenges would signify the recognition of a prospective martial artist, allowing one to become an inner disciple of the gang. However, if one could triumph over all 3 tests, they would be considered close to the strength of a true martial artist and could receive an official position at the main hall. Amidst a crowd of robust laborers, the sudden appearance of a seemingly delicate young man caught the attention of the Yulong Gang members, who regarded him with a mix of scrutiny and hostility. Yet, with someone from the hall observing, no one dared to act out. Wangchuan remained unfazed as he approached the registration desk. "Hello, I would like to register." "Where are you from?" The man behind the desk, in his 30s, scrutinized Wangchuan with keen eyes. "Do you have a recommendation?" "I am from Heisher Village, and I am acquainted with brother Lin Sun from the Yulong Gang." "Oh, Lin Sun." Upon hearing Wangchuan mention Lin Sun, the man's demeanor softened considerably. "Not long ago, Lin indeed visited Heisher Village. What is your name, and what is your relationship with him?" "My name is Wangchuan. This is my residency certificate. Brother Lin saw me forging iron in Heisher Village and expressed a desire to support me, encouraging me to join the Yulong Gang to forge weapons for the brothers." Wangchuan's words were naturally learned from Yu Jiao. "Very well. Since you were recommended by old Lin, go ahead and queue up." After registering his name and background, the man handed him a token, saying, "When your turn comes, just mention that you are the blacksmith introduced by old Lin, and they will take care of you. Thank you, brother. Wangchuan cupped his fists in gratitude, took the token, and moved to the back of the queue. The assessments of the individuals ahead proceeded swiftly. Most of the dock laborers attempted to lift stone locks and wield large knives, hoping to gain the recognition of prospective martial artists. However, while the stone locks were easy to lift, the large knives were wielded chaotically, clearly lacking any mastery of the basic knife techniques, relying solely on brute strength. Those who flailed about were quickly reprimanded and sent away. The middle-aged man overseeing the evaluations, appearing to be around 40, stood upright with sharp eyes. His hands bore thick calluses around the tiger's mouth, indicative of martial artist strength. At that moment, his expression darkened as he observed the applicants. Not a single prospective martial artist among this lot. The next young man nearly cut himself while wielding the knife, prompting the evaluator to throw him out immediately. The middle-aged martial artist's muscles twitched, his fingers slowly clenching into a fist, joints cracking with each movement, and an indescribable pressure descended upon the laborers in the queue. Dare to come here and fool me without mastering knife techniques? Do you believe I won't crush you? His thunderous roar startled several individuals in the line, causing them to pale and slip away, abandoning the assessment. Soon, it was Wangchuan's turn to step forward. Holding the token with both hands, he stated, I am recommended by Brother Lin Sun, here to work as a blacksmith. The middle-aged martial artist paused, sizing him up before instructing, go try lifting the stone locks over there. Although he was not familiar with blacksmithing, he reasoned that a competent blacksmith must possess considerable strength, not to be outdone by the dock laborers. Wangchuan complied and approached the stone locks, which weighed 50 pounds each. To pass, he needed to grasp one in each hand and hold them with arms extended for 2 breaths. At the time when he first entered the Lingyu with 8 points of strength, accomplishing this would have been nearly impossible. However, now possessing 15 points of strength, he effortlessly lifted both stone locks and calmly held them out for the required duration under the watchful gaze of the middle-aged martial artist. The evaluator nodded slightly. First challenge. Passed. Can you wield a knife? No. Wangchuan shook his head. He did not wish to hasten his path to becoming a mere enforcer for the Yulong gang. Yu Jiaotu's plan was simply to pass the first challenge. The middle-aged martial artist approached him, grasping his arm with a cold smirk. Humph. Your foundation is remarkably solid, clearly indicating you possess the strength of a prospective martial artist. Do you expect me to believe you only know how to forge? Wangchuan's heart sank. He had not anticipated the sharpness of the middle-aged martial artist's gaze or the swiftness of his movements. His right arm was caught in a grip resembling a vice, causing pain and numbness, rendering him unable to break free. In that moment, he finally comprehended why the bandits of Heifeng Zhai were so effortlessly dispatched by Brother Lin Sun. The middle-aged martial artist before him surely exceeded 20 points of strength. Although Wangchuan's own strength was not insignificant, it meant nothing in the presence of a true martial artist, leaving him with no chance to resist. Hall Master. A familiar voice suddenly rang out from within the main hall, interrupting the tense moment. Cough. I apologize on behalf of this young brother if he has offended you in any way, as recommended by Lin. Everyone at the entrance of the main hall turned to see a man clad in a white cloak, bandages and bloodstains visible around his chest, leaning against the doorframe with a smirk that was neither entirely a smile nor a frown. The newcomer was none other than Lin Sun, one of the few martial artists within the Yulong gang. The sharpness in Hall Master He's eyes quickly softened as he released his grip, replacing it with a concerned smile. Brother Lin, you are still recovering from your injuries. You should be resting indoors rather than exposing yourself to the elements. It's nothing. I heard the young blacksmith from Heisher village had arrived, so I came to take a look. Besides, it's merely a few puncture wounds. I can endure a bit of wind and rain, Lin Sun replied with a smile. Hall Master He, who typically held a grudge against him, had come specifically to check on Wangchuan, concerned that he might face difficulties upon joining the gang. He, the Hall Master, this young brother, hail from a small place and possess only a modest skill in blacksmithing. It was no small feat to persuade him to assist us in logistics. I implore you not to frighten him away. Lin Sun deftly redirected the conversation. Seizing the moment, Hall Master He chuckled and patted Wangchuan's shoulder, exclaiming, Youth is a treasure. With the physique of a budding warrior, if nurtured well over the years, he shall undoubtedly become a true warrior. It seems a bit of a waste to have him confined to blacksmithing in the rear. However, since you, my dear brother Lin, have personally spoken, I shall refrain from saying anything further. One of the aspiring warriors stepped forward, clasping his fists in a respectful gesture. Hall Master He elongated his tone, instructing, You shall take Brother Wangchuan inside to process his gang identification token, and while you're at it, provide him with a new set of attire. Then escort him to the armory. Yes. Fei Zai, sharp-witted and efficient, spoke with authority as he approached Wangchuan. Brother Wangchuan, please. Wangchuan cast a grateful glance at Lin Sun. The latter nodded slightly, signaling, You go ahead. Once I'm feeling better, I shall come to visit you. This statement was tantamount to a public acknowledgement that the newly inducted member of the Yulong gang, Wangchuan, was under Lin Sun's protection. With Lin Sun standing behind him, few would dare to mistreat or intimidate Wangchuan. Wangchuan followed Fei Zai into the hall. The Yulong gang's headquarters was quite imposing from the outside and not simplistic within. Tall wooden pillars adorned with dragon and tiger carvings, meticulously arranged corridors, with guards stationed every 3 steps and sentinels every 5, exuded an air of solemnity. Fei Zai facilitated the creation of an identification token for him and provided a set of black cloth garments, the material of which surpassed that of his previous attire. After changing, he appeared much more spirited and exuded a certain aura of a wanderer in the martial world. Indeed, Fei Zai assessed him from head to toe, unable to suppress his admiration. Truly, it is said that a person relies on their attire and a horse on its saddle. Brother Wangchuan, this outfit suits you much better than before. Fei Zai, you flatter me. I merely benefit from the gang's prestige. I hope, dear Fei Zai, you can guide me to the blacksmith shop, for this attire feels quite stifling. Wangchuan adopted a humble demeanor, reminiscent of a naive country boy in the city. Feeling somewhat out of place, Fei Zai laughed heartily. Do not be so reserved. Now that you have entered the hall, we are all brothers here. Our gang's blacksmith shop is not referred to by that name. Everyone prefers to call it the armory. Should any of our brothers' weapons sustain damage, they will seek repairs there. Brother Wangchuan, when I come to the armory, you must not pretend not to know me. I expect a discount for the repairs of weapons. Fei Zai's half-joking tone caught Wangchuan off guard. Shouldn't the repairs in our gang's armory be free of charge? How could there be a fee for weapon repairs? The overseer of the armory invests time, effort, and quality iron. Thus, charging a nominal fee is acceptable, as long as it is not exorbitantly high. Approaching the cost of a new weapon, Fei Zai whispered, glancing around as if afraid of being overheard. Wangchuan immediately comprehended. The Yulong gang's armory likely holds a distinguished status, akin to that of the blacksmith shop in Haishi village, possessing a certain standing among disciples of similar ranks. His visit to the armory should not lead to any misfortune. Lin Sun and coach, you have indeed provided me with a favorable opportunity. Rest assured, dear Fei Zai, as long as I am at the armory, I shall offer you my personal cost for your weapons. Brother, such benevolence. Fei Zai was elated upon hearing this, thumping his thigh as he proclaimed, based on your words. Brother Wangchuan, tonight I shall take the brothers to Lai Feng Tower to welcome you and celebrate your arrival. Let everyone make a proper acquaintance with my new brother. Wangchuan nearly inquired about Lai Feng Tower, but reason prevailed, reminding him not to indulge recklessly. The teachings of his master and Captain Zhao He Nyo echoed in his mind. He must not be swept away by this revelry, disrupting his own rhythm. Lin Sun and coach, you would not wish to see him squander his resources upon just entering the city. No, I must decline. Tonight, Brother Lin has matters to discuss with me regarding my accommodation. There are many trivialities. Dear Fei Zai, we have ample time ahead. Since Brother Lin has plans, let us postpone and allow you to establish yourself firmly at the armory first. Very well. Fei Zai became notably more cordial. He proceeded to introduce Wangchuan to the inner workings of the hall. The Yulong gang is divided into the docks and the headquarters. The docks are where outer disciples accept tasks to make a living. They are of utmost importance. The headquarters, at times requiring the safeguarding of valuable goods, necessitates a substantial number of aspiring warriors to keep watch. Hence, it is generally off-limits to outsiders. Typically, only the gang leader, hall master, helmsman, and inner disciples are present. Gang disciples are prohibited from approaching without permission. Aside from the storage facilities and the residences of the higher-ups, the periphery of the headquarters comprises a medical facility, training grounds, and the armory. The medical facility is staffed by a single doctor and 2 maidservants, providing care for injured gang members. For common ailments like headaches or fevers, a consultation fee must be paid. The training grounds are spacious, primarily utilized by warriors, while those like Fei Zai, being aspiring warriors, tend to work during the day and revel at night, avoiding the area. Regularly, everyone frequents the armory. Despite being a subordinate of Hall Master Fei Zai dared not offend the blacksmith of the armory. He guided Wangchuan through the various areas of the main hall, avoiding the residences of the gang leader and other prominent figures. They toured the fragrant medical facility and the expansive, austere training grounds before finally arriving at the armory. The armory was quite spacious, resembling a shop with counters arranged in a circle, where ordinary individuals could only wait in the main hall, selecting and purchasing from a dazzling array of weapons. 2 dark-skinned attendants were stationed outside, and upon seeing Fei Zai approach, one of them frowned and remarked, Brother Fei Zai, regarding the forged Balian steel long knife you requested, we indeed do not have it in stock. You need not come here thrice a day. If the master learns of this, he will be displeased. Indeed, Fei Zai, we, the house owners, must prepare items for the gang leader and the hall master, while the helmsmen and elders are also awaiting. It is truly impossible to prioritize your task. I hope you can bear with us. Upon their meeting, the two men took the opportunity to berate Fei Zai. His expression darkened. Having lost face before Wangchuan, he felt compelled to redeem himself and sternly declared, I am here on the orders of Hitang Zhu and Lin Zhang Lao to deliver personnel to your weaponry room. Deliver personnel? We already have plenty of apprentices. We are not in need of more, they replied, their faces reflecting wariness and hostility towards Wangchuan, an unfamiliar face. Fei Zai snorted coldly. You two have been unable to produce a single refined steel blade in half a month, and yet you dare to claim you are not short on manpower. The order comes from above. Please summon the house master to receive the personnel. The two from the weaponry room were taken aback. They truly could not afford to delay on serious matters, and one of them hurried inside to fetch someone. Wangchuan remained silent, waiting patiently. The so-called house master was, in fact, a blacksmith whose strength was nearly that of a martial artist. He had served the Yulong gang for many years and was named Zhang Chongba. At that moment, he was in the backyard forging iron. Upon hearing the report from below, he set down his hammer, furrowing his brow, and muttered to himself. What is the meaning of Hitang Zhu and Lin Zhang Lao sending personnel to my weaponry room? Are they dissatisfied with our recent delivery of armor-piercing arrows? Due to limited manpower and his inherently selfish nature, he had not diligently trained the apprentices in the weaponry room. He feared that teaching them might lead to his own downfall. Thus, he personally handled the creation of all refined steel weapons, only passing down the techniques for crafting iron weapons and taking care of some weapon repairs himself. As for the weapons of important figures in the gang and the armor-piercing arrows, he personally took charge. Therefore, upon hearing of the arrangement from Hitang Zhu and Lin Sun, he became particularly cautious and promptly made his way to the main hall. Fei Zai clasped his hands and smiled. Zhangfang Zhu, allow me to introduce to you. This brother Wangchuan is recommended by Lin Sun and approved by Hitang Zhu to join our Yulong gang. I have heard he was a blacksmith from Heisher village and possesses the skill to forge refined steel arrowheads. Thus, he has been assigned to the weaponry room to assist you with some tasks. At this revelation, everyone was astonished. Zhangfang Zhu's expression changed slightly. A group of apprentices who had come out to check the situation were equally surprised to learn that the newcomer possessed the skill of refined steel forging. This is excellent news. Zhangfang Zhu managed to force a smile through his chubby cheeks and said, the forging tasks in the weaponry room are indeed quite heavy. Hitang Zhu and Lin Zhang Lao sending us such a talented individual at this time truly alleviates our urgent needs. Welcome, brother Wangchuan. Given this, I will leave the personnel in your capable hands. Please make proper arrangements. I recall that there are several empty rooms in your weaponry room. Do accommodate brother Wangchuan there, he continued. Wangchuan felt a subtle shift. Fei Zai's words were not the directive of Hitang Zhu. Rather, he was leveraging the influence of the two esteemed figures to secure better treatment for himself. It appeared that the verbal promises he had made earlier were now yielding tangible benefits. Very well. Zhangfang Zhu readily agreed, without hesitation. The weaponry room, indeed, had vacant rooms. Even if not, he could easily dismiss a few apprentices. Then I shall take my leave, Fei Zai said, turning to Wangchuan with a wink. Brother Wangchuan, do not forget our agreement. Once you are settled, I shall take you to see the charm of our Huishui County at Lifeng Tower. Certainly, Wangchuan replied with a respectful bow. Zhangfang Zhu's chubby face began to tremble slightly. After Fei Zai departed, he quickly concealed the sharpness in his eyes, adopting a cordial demeanor as he bowed to Wangchuan, saying, I did not expect brother Wangchuan to be recommended by Lin Zhang Lao. You must have exceptional skills in forging to have attracted such attention. Not at all, Wangchuan replied, knowing he must not be modest at this moment. He responded in kind. During my time in Heisher village, I learned the art of refined steel forging from my master. I possess some insights into various refined steel weapons, but I certainly cannot compare to Zhangfang Zhu in experience. I still need to learn from you. Zhangfang Zhu pondered this. Oh, there are actually experts in refined steel techniques from Heisher village? I must admit my ignorance. How about we have a friendly competition right here? He was still skeptical, doubting that a poor boy from a remote village could achieve much in the art of refined steel forging. The truth will come to light through practice. Please. Wangchuan understood the intent behind his words and felt no fear as he followed Zhangfang Zhu to the backyard of the weaponry room. His mastery of the refined steel forging technique had reached an impressive level, ensuring he would not be embarrassed. Moreover, the more intricate the refined steel forging process, the more time it consumed. Zhangfang Zhu would likely only arrange for some small pieces for their competition. He was unperturbed. Upon hearing this, the apprentices in the weaponry room became excited. As they witnessed the two blacksmiths preparing to showcase their skills, they rallied together and closed the front door of the weaponry room, gathering around the high furnace in the backyard. The facilities in the weaponry room were far superior to those in Heisher village. The backyard was spacious, stocked with thousands of pounds of iron ore, equipped with awnings above and drainage channels below. there were 2 large furnaces. The forging platform boasted 7 or 8 stations, with a complete array of hammers and weapon molds. Wangchuan recognized that this competition would determine his standing in the weaponry room and his influence, as well as reflect on Lin Sun, who had recommended him. He could not afford to lose. Start the furnace. Pour in the molten iron. Wangchuan, let us keep it simple. Let us directly forge the 100-fold steel arrowheads and see who can produce the most finished products in the shortest time. Excellent. Wangchuan smiled, saying, this suits my intention perfectly. In the world of martial arts, one must honor their word. Today, the 13th chapter has been delivered. Brothers, please acknowledge receipt. Xiaoyi, let us add one more chapter to make it a complete set. The next is chapter 60, and we're not short on these 2,000 words. Chapter 60, the contest in the armory, 14th chapter delivered. In forging the 100-fold steel arrowheads, Wangchuan possesses the most profound experience. He understands that Zhang, the owner of this workshop, has ulterior motives for this competition. On one hand, he doubts the craftsmanship of the blacksmiths from Haishi village, and on the other, he does not believe they would dare to forge forbidden items such as armor-piercing arrows in large quantities. Thus, he prepared to overwhelm Wangchuan, whom Lin Sun regards as the most formidable opponent, in a display of absolute superiority, to let him know who the true master of the armory is. Little does he know that Wangchuan has forged over 800 100-fold steel arrowheads, and he could easily produce them with his eyes closed. For the sake of this contest, Zhang did not assign his apprentices to assist. Everything had to be done independently, including extracting the iron, smelting, cooling, and forging. Amidst the watchful eyes of a dozen apprentices, the two approached the forging platform. Naturally, Zhang held a considerable advantage on his home turf. He extended his right hand in a gesture of invitation, saying to Wangchuan, Brother Wangchuan, since it is your first visit, you may start the furnace. Once you are familiar, I shall begin. This display of home field dominance was intended to instill a sense of pressure upon Wangchuan. However, Wangchuan was unfazed by such tactics. Very well, if you wish to concede, then I shall make you regret it. Wangchuan seized the smallest ladle and the mold for the armor-piercing arrows, swiftly pouring the molten metal. He set up 8 molds at once, causing Zhang's brow to twitch in alarm. Wow! The apprentices gasped in astonishment. 8. Are you preparing to forge 8 pieces simultaneously? How impressive! Even though the arrowheads are the smallest of the 100-fold steel weapons, they still require at least 30 to 50 strikes for folding. 100 impacts would amount to 3,000 to 5,000 strikes for all 8 pieces. Wouldn't that mean a completion of tens of thousands of hammer strikes? I don't believe I have ever seen the owner operate more than 6 furnaces at once. Normally, this is routine for him, but now he must give it his all. Just watch. The owner will surely exert his utmost effort. The awe of the apprentices shattered Zhang's initial plan to casually demonstrate his prowess as the top blacksmith of the Yulong gang by merely opening 6 furnaces for Wangchuan to witness. He had to match Wangchuan's effort or risk losing in the first round. Curse it. It is merely a contest. Why should I risk everything? Forging 8 arrowheads at once would take several hours, and I am also pressed to complete the 100-fold steel sword task. This is troublesome. Zhang felt as though he had lifted a stone only to drop it on his own foot. But it was too late to retreat. If the others believed he was incapable of competing, that news would quickly spread throughout the Yulong gang. How could he maintain his standing within the gang then? Wouldn't that mean he was willingly relinquishing the title of the Yulong gang's foremost blacksmith? There was no option but to give it his all. He secretly increased the number of molds to 8. Damn it, I will wait until you exhaust yourself and see how you finish. Until this moment, Zhang still could not believe that Wangchuan had the capability to forge 800-fold steel arrowheads in one go. However, as he observed Wangchuan skillfully and precisely managing the weight of each mold, ensuring perfect consistency, a sense of foreboding crept into his mind. This technique is formidable. Could it be that he is indeed an experienced artisan? A shadow flickered in Zhang's eyes, as Wangchuan began to lift his hammer with effortless grace. The rhythmic sounds of hammering rang out, clang, clang, clang. The tempo was peculiar, seemingly accelerating as if he were racing against time. Even the apprentices watching were taken aback. They had all forged iron weapons, thus understood the necessity of maintaining even force and rhythm. Otherwise, one would easily tire. Yet Wangchuan's strength was entirely different. Once he began, sparks flew in all directions. Clang, clang. The rhythm shifted again. Zhang could not help but chuckle quietly. Is this it? He cannot even control the rhythm and expects to forge 800-fold steel arrowheads simultaneously? Zhang did not conceal the contempt and mockery in his gaze, as he expertly grasped the slowly solidifying red-hot iron block and resumed his work. Clang, clang, clang. A seamless triple strike. Zhang swiftly fell into his own rhythm, executing grand and decisive movements. The hammer left a trail in the air, and the sounds were crisp and continuous. Just then, the sound from across the platform suddenly rose in pitch, becoming deep and resonant. Sparks erupted from beneath Wangchuan's hammer, cascading in layers like fireworks, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Clang. Buzz. Zhang's expression shifted slightly. What is that sound? What rhythm is this? He lifted his eyelids for a glance, nearly losing his grip on the hammer in his hand. There stood Wangchuan, his actions and speed intensifying, evenly distributing his strength into 4 rhythmic strikes against the iron block. The 4 distinct sounds melded harmoniously together. Had it not been for the traces left by the iron sparks, he might have thought his opponent was merely acting recklessly. In the midst of contemplation, Wangchuan swiftly submerged the first piece of raw iron into the water, commencing the forging of the second piece of heated iron. The rhythmic clanging of the hammer echoed through the air. As Wangchuan grew increasingly adept with the hammer and the forge, his movements becoming more fluid and proficient. It must be said that this forge was far more stable and efficient than the one in Heisher village, allowing him to truly showcase his skills. With a seamless series of strikes, sparks flew in circles, completing one forging cycle before transitioning to the next piece. With a splash, the iron block was plunged into the water, only to be immediately cast back into the furnace for further refinement. The apprentices stood agape, astonished. It was no wonder that 8 arrowheads were being forged simultaneously, at such a rapid pace. Failing to do so would result in wasted time waiting. Yet, could one really forge such exquisite 100 refined steel without tiring their hands? How many strikes had he made? It felt like fewer than 30. Was the quality of the arrowheads assured? Indeed, it would be unfortunate to find oneself too fatigued to lift one's hands afterward. The master of the forge occasionally required breaks during such strenuous work. The crowd buzzed with chatter and speculation. Zhang, the master of the forge, quickly regained his composure after an initial shock. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent, but there was still a chance. Forging such a multitude of 100 refined steel items could not rely solely on brute strength. It required a robust foundation of physical stamina. Wangchuan, with his youthful demeanor, surely lacked the physical endurance he possessed. There was still hope. Zhang forced himself to remain calm, striving to regain his rhythm. Yet, even amidst his efforts, the impact of Wangchuan's rapid succession of strikes began to affect him, the powerful rhythm from the other side continually disrupting his focus. It was unbearable. The crowd watched intently, urging for likes and 5-star reviews as they prepared to leave. Chapter 61. Standing firm in the forge, the sounds of striking iron persisted as Wangchuan maintained his rhythm, completely absorbed in the art of forging. The masterful technique of the Bailian Gang Zhuanzhao Shu, combined with his fluid 4-strike forging skill, had taken complete control of the pace in the backyard. In stark contrast to Zhang's scattered sparks, the activity on Wangchuan's side was far more concentrated, with a smaller area of splatter. In terms of rhythm and aesthetic, he had left Zhang struggling to keep up. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Zhang's forehead. Yet, he could not concede defeat. He continued to endure. He could not believe that Wangchuan could simultaneously forge 8 finished products in one go. He planned to halt the sparring when his opponent took a break, citing his own responsibilities as a reason to stop, and at worst, he would acknowledge Wangchuan's superior skills and allow him to establish his footing. However, as Zhang's thoughts became muddled, his rhythm faltered, the once tight sequence of strikes devolving into chaos. The apprentices looked on, astonished, before quickly refocusing their minds to maintain concentration. Wangchuan's motions were swift. The efficiency granted by his 4-strike technique allowed him to cycle through all the iron pieces multiple times, unbeknownst to the crowd. The fervent atmosphere and noise had captured the attention of some prominent figures from the Yulong gang. An elderly man, with a serious demeanor and graying temples, approached the entrance. Noticing the tightly shut door, he frowned slightly, then leaped Zhang into the air, swiftly scaling the wall to observe the sparring situation in the weapon room's backyard. Zhang, drenched in sweat and wielding his hammer with full force, contrasted sharply with the young upstart, whose back was soaked, yet whose movements were nimble and focused. After silently observing for a moment, the elder's expression shifted to contemplation before he quietly departed from the weapon room's exterior, unnoticed by the crowd, who remained focused on the 2 competitors. More than half an hour passed. Zhang's arms began to feel slightly fatigued. Yet, when he looked up, he was astonished to see that Wangchuan had switched the arm with which he wielded the hammer. His left hand swung the hammer with unbroken continuity and without any signs of slowing down. A seamless 4-strike sequence. Zhang was taken aback. Was it possible to use the left hand as well? The gathered apprentices gradually began to notice. He was hammering with his left hand. Remarkable. This was unprecedented. The concept of dual-wielding bows was familiar, but dual-wielding hammers was unheard of. How fearsome. The fact that his left hand could maintain the rhythm was petrifying. Zhang, the master, found himself in a precarious situation. Indeed, Zhang was utterly bewildered, tears of frustration welling up. He had initially planned to call off the sparring session during Wangchuan's break, but witnessing his determination, It was clear that Wangchuan was resolute in his intent to outdo him. Infuriated, Zhang felt his rhythm slip away, and he began to strike chaotically. Panting heavily as he was forced to take a break, he drank water, wiped his sweat, and took a moment to regain his composure. After a while, as Zhang prepared to return to the forge, he noticed that Wangchuan had already placed the first cooled and solidified 100 refined steel arrowhead into a nearby wooden frame. The clanging sound drew all eyes, each apprentice wearing an expression of shock. Had he completed it? Was it finished so soon? The apprentices, wide-eyed, rushed over to examine the quality of the 100 refined steel arrowhead. Though they had not mastered the Bailian Gang Zhuanzhao Shu, they possessed the discernment to determine its quality. As they eagerly inspected, the second arrowhead emerged, followed swiftly by the third. Soon, all 800 refined steel arrowheads were completed. There was no need for competition. They exchanged glances, each nodding in acknowledgement. Words were unnecessary. The quality of the 100 forged steel arrowheads is exceptionally good. Their weight, shape, and resilience are all impeccable. Turning to the owner of the Zhang residence, a group of individuals maintained a silent camaraderie, unsure of how to initiate conversation. Wangchuan set down his hammer and approached the visibly distressed Zhang, stating, "During my time in Haishi village, the settlement was frequently besieged by wild boar herds. Consequently, we primarily forged armor-piercing arrows, a craft I can execute with my eyes closed. Thus, in this exchange, I have certainly benefited, and the owner need not feel discontent." Having showcased his skill, he felt it imperative to preserve the atmosphere of the weapons room and offer Zhang an exit. "Even my master, Sun Taijian, who imparted his skills to me, cannot forge armor-piercing arrows as swiftly as I can. However, in other areas, I still have much to learn from you, and I hope you will generously share your knowledge when the time comes." Zhang's expression visibly brightened. Indeed, Wangchuan's 100 forged steel arrowheads were remarkable. "In that case, I shall entrust the forging of armor-piercing arrows to you from now on. In matters of skill, one must sometimes concede defeat." Although armor-piercing arrows have always been the second most consumed product in the weapons room, generating substantial profit, he felt it inappropriate to monopolize this trade in front of so many apprentices after such a decisive failure. "Very well, I shall not hesitate to take on this responsibility." Wangchuan clasped his fists and smiled. Zhang's countenance darkened further, and he summoned 4 apprentices, instructing them, "From now on, you will assist Brother Wangchuan in the forging of armor-piercing arrows." Yes, the 4, having recognized Wangchuan as their master, were eager to follow him. After all, under Zhang's tutelage, they had learned little, and a change in leadership promised a significant improvement. Brother Wangchuan. These 4 individuals were chosen from the dock for their cleverness: Chen Ergu, Zhang San, Dali, and Taidan. Upon hearing their names, Wangchuan felt a pang of sympathy but maintained his composure, nodding. "Since you have chosen to follow me, we are now brothers. Whatever I have to eat, you shall share." "Thank you, Master," they chorused in unison. Zhang continued, "Your quarters will be arranged in the west wing of the weapons room. Currently, we have 7 tasks at hand. The tasks assigned to the gang leader and the hall master are specifically designated for Zhang, as are those from the 2 elders. The remaining 3 tasks include forging 5,000 ordinary iron arrowheads, for which an apprentice has already been assigned with a remuneration of 5 taels of silver. The second task is to forge 500 armor-piercing arrows, with a reward of 25 taels of silver. The final task comes from the Qingfeng Escort Agency, who have requested 1,000 forged steel spears, with a remuneration of 3 taels of silver. I will entrust these last 2 tasks to you, Brother Wangchuan." "Understood." Wangchuan accepted the assignments. This marked his inaugural task since joining the Yulong Gang. As he exited the hall with his identity token, the sky had darkened, and the day's recruitment had concluded. Yu Jiaodo awaited at a distance. Upon seeing Wangchuan emerge, he could not help but express his frustration. "What took you so long? Did you encounter any difficulties?" "I apologize for the delay." Wangchuan recounted his experiences in the weapons room, including securing the 2 tasks. Yu Jiaodo's eyes lit up, and his earlier displeasure dissipated. "Excellent. Well done. To establish a foothold in the weapons room on your first day in the gang and secure 2 tasks signifies that your abilities have been acknowledged. Even if you only complete these 2 tasks this month, the remuneration will be quite substantial, allowing you to report satisfactorily to the studio. As the head of the gold department, Yu Jiaodo would receive bonuses as long as the performance metrics improved. Waiting for an hour was trivial. With 28 taels of silver as a foundation, Wangchuan had firmly established himself in Huishui County, with prospects that would rival those in Haishi village. However, he recalled the 4 companions he had taken on. These individuals should also receive a share of the earnings. Wangchuan reminded Yu Jiaodo. The latter pondered before nodding. The standard monthly wage for Yulong Gang members is merely 2 taels of silver. Distribute accordingly. I have heard that the weapons room possesses numerous hidden profits. Their iron ore is often siphoned off from ships and privately. Zhang will arrange for his men to forge extra weapons for discreet sale, of which a portion of the profits will be yours to manage. Now it became clear to Wangchuan as he contemplated the weapons room storefront. This meant that the 4 associates did not require his direct support. By assigning them tasks in forging, they could earn their own livelihoods. Moreover, by fully scheduling their tasks, these 4 individuals would essentially serve as laborers for him, potentially even offering tribute. As evening approached, Yu Jiao advised him, "Gather your belongings, settle in properly, and should anything arise, contact your elder brother Lin Sun. With his protection, the Yulong gang members will refrain from openly targeting you, but do remain wary of the one surnamed Zhang." Understood. Wangchuan took his belongings and the 100-forged steel spear before bidding farewell to Yu Jiao, who departed with his horse. Wangchuan returned to the gang's hall and entered the west wing of the weapons room. The spacious chamber, furnished with a bed, stool, window, candles, and bedding, was far more comfortable than Haishi village. He could now log off in his own room, which brought him immense joy. After setting down his belongings, he stepped outside. Chen Ergu, Zhang San, Dali, and Taidan awaited him outside. "Master, please come in. Let us discuss matters regarding the weapons room." The 4 individuals displayed expressions of delight. They understood that their livelihoods and earnings were inextricably linked to Wangchuan, which prompted them to answer all his inquiries candidly and thoroughly. Wangchuan quickly gleaned insights into the operations of the weapons room. When the gang had tasks to complete, they were quite busy during regular days. They merely repaired various weapons for the gang's disciples and collected a modest fee, slightly below market prices. However, the income from weapon repairs was meager, prompting them to secretly forge some iron goods for sale in the shop or seek buyers elsewhere. The weapons room was never short of iron ore. As the Yulong gang was responsible for transportation, casually intercepting a bit of iron ore and coal from various cargo ships, which could last for quite some time. Everyone was tacitly aware of this arrangement and chose not to speak of it, since these ores were essentially free gifts. The finished products from the weapons room incurred almost no costs, resulting in pure profits. The gang merely offered standard remuneration, and aside from Zhang, the head of the room, the others did not receive salaries. Wangchuan, as a blacksmith, was on par with Zhang and received a certain salary each month. He inquired about the frequency of tasks and their earnings. The 4 exchanged glances and replied honestly, "There are many blacksmithing tasks, but the earnings are generally around 2 taels of silver each month. While 2 taels may not seem substantial, it sufficed for a living in Huishui County." Wangchuan nodded silently. In the weapons room, when items were crafted privately, did the earnings go solely to individuals or were they shared among all? Those belonged to Zhang. However, moving forward, there would certainly be a share for you, master. You can take a portion of the counter to sell the items we forge. Mark them with your exclusive seal, and all the earnings will belong to you. A tremor of excitement coursed through Wangchuan. It was at that moment he finally comprehended the lucrative opportunity he had been recommended to by Lin Sun. No wonder Zhang gazed at him with such hostility and helplessness. From now on, the weapons room would be governed by him and Zhang. Zhang's earnings would be reduced by at least a third. The Yulong gang's weapons room also served as a significant hub for information dissemination. Each day, various disciples from different factions, sometimes including the leader, hall masters, elders, and gang chiefs, would come to take a look. Any damaged weapons, attacked fleets, or large-scale gang movements could all be reflected in the activities of the weapons room. Wangchuan realized that the more he understood the workings of the weapons room, the clearer it became that Zhang would not easily relent. He must avoid giving Zhang any leverage. Otherwise, Zhang would spare no effort to expel him. While suppressing his excitement, Wangchuan inquired about the capabilities of Chen Ergo and the others, learning that they could only forge ordinary iron goods, such as crude long knives and arrowheads. Zhang harbored mistrust toward everyone, thus refraining from imparting the Bailian steel forging technique to any apprentices. Their daily tasks revolved around crafting ordinary arrowheads, which constituted one of the primary sources of revenue for the weapons room. With this singular income, they could afford basic sustenance. Let us not waste time. Everyone, commence work. From now on, you will focus on taking turns to forge iron arrows. I need 2 individuals to assist in forging Bailian steel arrowheads and creating armor-piercing arrows. With a profit of 10 copper coins for each, your earnings will surely exceed 2 taels of silver. Upon finishing his statement, the eyes of Chen Ergo and the others sparkled with excitement. Motivated by the prospect of earning money, they sprang to their feet, invigorated, and followed Wangchuan to the back courtyard. In the back courtyard, the other 12 apprentices observed the spirited Chen Ergo and his companions, who seemed energized as if they had been infused with vigor, with peculiar expressions. Chapter 63. Completing the first task in the weapons room's back courtyard. Everyone was hard at work, bustling with activity. Some apprentices were hammering iron ore, while others were pouring ore into the furnace and clearing the already broken slag from the discharge outlet. The molten pig iron was sent for casting into wrought iron. which could then be forged into either iron weapons or Bailian steel weapons. At the 6 forging stations, individuals were already busy hammering and immersed in their tasks. Zhang was among them. He had long noticed Wangchuan's arrival, nodded in acknowledgement, and continued forging Bailian steel knives, as this was a task assigned from above. Previously, he could have used various excuses to delay his work, but now, with Wangchuan as a competitor, he could no longer afford to slack off. Otherwise, his status and influence in the Yulong gang would steadily decline. Wangchuan approached an empty forging station and instructed the 4 apprentices. You 4 will take turns forging iron goods. You can decide among yourselves how to rotate. Then he busied himself with preparations. Master Wangchuan, I will assist you, Chen Ergo said cleverly. Opting not to compete for a forging station, but instead running to help him, stoking the furnace, transporting wrought iron, and preparing the iron tongs. Skillfully ready to assist at any moment. The other 3 discussed and decided that De Li would forge iron, creating rough iron arrowheads, while the other 2 would handle various chores. Wangchuan quickly adapted to the task at hand. Without any unnecessary flourishes, he began crafting 8 Bailian steel arrowheads in a continuous flow, entering a productive rhythm akin to their afternoon practice session. With Chun Ergo attending to him, he no longer needed to perform any cooling or ladling actions. Those tasks were naturally managed by others. He could devote his full attention to forging the Bailian steel arrowheads. His speed surpassed previous efforts. However, everyone understood that this approach would also lead to quicker fatigue. However, Wangchuan, like an unyielding machine, tirelessly hammered away for nearly half an hour, completing 8 finely forged steel arrowheads before promptly resuming the process of pouring molten iron. Embarking on a second round of forging tasks, the technique of continuous strikes, combined with the dexterous use of both arms, allowed him to alternate between exertion and rest. The workers in the weaponry room, unable to withstand the relentless pace, gradually retreated for rest. Soon after, Zhang Fangzhu, too, could no longer bear it, massaging his sore arms as he departed the backyard, heading to the eastern wing for respite. Only Wangchuan remained, persistently forging iron. The rhythmic clanging continued until midnight, resulting in a total of 40 finely forged steel arrowheads. Although the experience points for the Bailian steel forging technique remained stagnant at 42,000, the new task propelled his progress to 48,500. He resolved to return the finished products to his room and continue the next day. After instructing everyone to rest, Chun Ergu and the others finally felt a sense of relief as they returned to their quarters. Logging off in his room, fortified by the watchful disciples of the Yulong gang outside, he enjoyed a particularly sound sleep that night. In the early morning, while others were still ensconced in slumber, Wangchuan rose. He had anticipated being the first to arrive in the backyard, but to his surprise, the workers under Zhang Fangzhu had already arrived, busily preparing for the day's various tasks at the furnace. Although Zhang Fangzhu was strict with his subordinates, his regulations were well structured, ensuring the smooth operation of the weaponry room and saving Wangchuan considerable time. Master Wangchuan, good morning, a chorus of workers greeted him. They were aware that he had labored late into the night and were astonished to see him up so early. Wangchuan nodded in acknowledgement and quickly made his way to his forging station, immediately engaging in his work. Just as the rhythmic sounds began to resonate, Chun Ergu hurried in, anxiously adjusting his clothes as he approached to attend to Wangchuan. Master Wangchuan, you rise so early. Rest assured, I will never be late again, he implored, fearful of inciting Wangchuan's displeasure, knowing that he had been the most fatigued the previous day. Be mindful in the future. Wangchuan replied succinctly. With that, the clanging of metal resumed. Master Wangchuan, the meat buns sold at the dock are exceptionally delicious. You must try them, Zhang Sen announced as he entered, cradling a steaming batch of meat buns. Wangchuan, having already consumed 2 pieces of wolf jerky, was not particularly hungry but graciously sampled the offerings. The meat buns were substantial, with thin skin and savory filling. Meat bun, value, 2 copper coins, reduces hunger by 20. Fresh meat bun, fragrant and tender. Wangchuan promptly tossed 3 large copper coins to Zhang San. From now on, I will have 5 for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Certainly, Zhang San replied eagerly, pocketing the coins. With everyone in position, Wangchuan tirelessly hammered away for an hour, producing 16 finished items, when he finally noticed Zhang Fangzhu entering. Rubbing his arms and yawning, evidently having not slept well, it was unclear whether his rest was interrupted by late-night thoughts or early morning disturbances. But he cast a cold glance at the bustling scene in the backyard before leisurely enjoying a breakfast of soy milk, fried dough sticks, and bread before commencing his work. After lunch, the wooden frame by Wangchuan's feet was filled with over 100 finely forged steel arrowheads, bringing his task progress to 104,500. Zhang Fangzhu was still occupied with forging the steel swords. Each steel sword required 3 ingots of Bailian steel and necessitated over 300 repetitions of forging. making the process lengthy. Often, it required waiting as the steel needed to be heated multiple times and folded, which was time-consuming. The inefficiency was evident to Wangchuan, who found it a waste of time. However, he refrained from advising Zhang Fangzhu. After a brief rest following lunch, he logged back in to continue his work. An entire afternoon and evening passed, with everyone else retreating for rest. The progress of the finely forged steel arrowheads surged to an astonishing 200, 500, indicating that he had crafted 152 arrowheads in just one day. With only 2 days left, he would soon complete the task of creating the armor-piercing arrows. To prevent any unforeseen complications from Zhang Fangzhu, he instructed Chun Ergu to transport all finished arrowheads back to his room for personal oversight that night. On the third day, Da Li and Tai Dan began assembling the arrow shafts and sharpening the tips for the finely forged steel arrowheads. By the fourth night, all 500 armor-piercing arrows were completed. Meanwhile, Zhang Fangzhu had also finished crafting 5,000 ordinary arrows. Head Elder, he personally came to inspect and collect the items. Very good, very good. The quality of the work is quite commendable. Since Wangchuan joined the weaponry room, the atmosphere has been much livelier, and the speed of production has noticeably increased. Head Elder, he produced a pouch containing a reward of 25 taels of silver. We are preparing to take action against the new Tao gang in conjunction with the county office, and this batch of armor-piercing arrows is most timely. Chapter 64. A jug of flower wine. Playing into the scheme, although it was a handover of ordinary arrows and armor-piercing arrows. Head Elder, he only commended Wangchuan for the timely production of the armor-piercing arrows, subsequently collecting all the arrows and taking them away. Zhang Fangzhu's expression was understandably grim. With so many workers under him, they had only managed to forge 5,000 arrows, while he himself had devoted most of his time to crafting the Bailian steel swords. The disparity in scale and difficulty between the two tasks was stark. The morale of Zhang Fangzhu's workers was evidently impacted. Zhang Fangzhu let out a cold snort, turned, and strode back into his house. At that moment, Wangchuan poured a 5-tael silver ingot from his money pouch and tossed it to Chun Ergu, saying, "You all have worked hard on this task. This 5 taels of silver is a testament to your contributions. Take it and share among yourselves." Chun Ergu and his companions were left dumbfounded, holding the silver. Chun Ergu felt a sense of disbelief. Is this really for us? They had spent considerable time in the armory without ever receiving such a substantial sum. The others were equally astonished, casting envious glances. Wangchuan waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Enough chatter. Although the task is complete, we still need to forge 10 fine steel spears. Head home to rest, and remember, do not be late tomorrow morning." "Yes." Chun Ergu and the others instantly perked up, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master Wangchuan." With laughter, they eagerly divided the silver before departing. A group of bystanders watched with various expressions of envy and jealousy. Wangchuan then spent 2 taels of silver to procure 2 jugs of wine and some side dishes, making his way to Lin Sun's residence. Lin Sun had been recuperating from injuries. Although several arrow wounds had healed, his vitality had yet to fully recover. In this weakened state, his overall attributes were reduced by 3 points, confining him to rest at the hall. Why, so late at night, is he still lingering in the game instead of resting? Lin Sun rose and opened the door, his face lighting up upon seeing Wangchuan, teasingly saying, "Your armory has been exceedingly noisy lately. I've been tempted to move to an inn for some peace. Hee. It's because I was worried about bringing shame to you, Brother Lin, that I worked tirelessly without respite. Look, I just completed a task and rushed to check on your condition. I'm nearly healed. With another 10 days or so of rest, I should be fully recovered." Lin Sun returned to his seat, watching as Wangchuan set down the food and wine, his fingers twitching in anticipation as he reached out to help. "Top quality Huadiao. How did you know I enjoy it? The armory is well informed. It's easy to learn any news within the gang, including which girl you spent the night with at Fenglu, which spreads like wildfire the next day. Those idlers." Lin Sun cursed, lifting the wine jug and taking a hearty swig, only to squint as the spiciness hit him. Dr. Liao from the clinic said it's best not to drink before fully healing, yet these people don't send wine over. Thankfully, you are not so rigid. Wangchuan dismissed the concern, saying, "Doctors tend to exaggerate, a little one tea hurt." He then addressed Lin Sun. "I suspect Zhang Fangzhu may hold a grudge against me, but with your protection, he wouldn't dare act against me. So, why have you come to see me at this hour?" Lin Sun was aware that Wangchuan rarely visited without a purpose. Initially, he had called for a reason, and now, arriving late at night with wine, there was undoubtedly a matter at hand. Wangchuan chuckled and candidly stated, "2 matters. The Qingfeng escort agency has placed an order for 10 fine steel spears, but the remuneration is only 3 taels of silver, which seems suspicious. The cost of a spearhead alone exceeds 3 taels." Upon hearing this, Lin Sun immediately understood the underlying issue, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "That bastard Zhang is pocketing the difference. Fine. I'll have someone speak to the head of the Qingfeng escort agency. He will deal directly with you, and you 1T be shortchanged on market price. You proceed with the order, as long as the quality is up to standard. The tone of Lin Sun's words indicated a solid rapport with the head of the Qingfeng escort agency. Wangchuan sighed in relief and raised a cup of wine in gratitude, then continued. The second matter is that I would like to apply for a first-grade martial art from the gang. Brother Lin, could you offer me some guidance? As a qualified martial artist, one could apply for a martial art free of charge. This was a straightforward process, and he would mention it to He Tangzhu. However, our gang has quite a few first-grade martial arts, such as Guangfeng Daofa, Luohan Chongquan, Tai Buxian, and Caoshang Fei, among others. What do you intend to learn? I wish to learn a spear technique. Is there one available? For spear techniques, we have only Yangjia Qiangfa, which is a military spear technique. Quite simple and not particularly suited for martial arts combat. It doesn't matter, as long as it's spear technique. I already have a solid foundation in spear techniques, and I should be able to match a martial artist. Very well. You may return now and await my news. I toast to you, Brother Lin. Toasting. I really cannot drink much. I am losing health, damn it. Lin Sun gritted his teeth and hurriedly ushered Wangchuan out, heeding the doctor's advice. He truly could not indulge in alcohol while recovering. The following day, Wangchuan awoke early as usual. Today's task was to forge fine steel spearheads. To maintain efficiency and avoid wasting time, Wangchuan simultaneously began the construction of 3 fine steel spearheads. The fine steel spearheads required a solid forging of 10,000 times. Presenting no small challenge, Zhang Fangzhu entered the backyard, glancing at the nearly completed spearheads on Wangchuan's forge, a smile creeping onto his face. That expression seemed to convey, no matter how superb your forging skills are, in the end, you still work for me. The profit from each fine steel spearhead reached 6 taels of silver, amounting to 60 taels for 10. Yet, he deliberately laid a trap for Wangchuan, claiming the remuneration was only 3 taels. The other party remained oblivious to this deception. Zhang Fangzhu felt quite pleased. Wangchuan paid no heed, continuing his work at a leisurely pace. By midday, he had successfully forged all 10 fine steel spearheads. The experience points for fine steel forging technique reached 242,000. He instructed Chun Ergu and the others to assemble the fine steel spears and sharpen them. In the afternoon, Zhang Fangzhu approached with a beaming smile, saying, Wangchuan, indeed, your skills are remarkable. You've completed the task so swiftly. You may now hand over the fine steel spears. This is your remuneration for the task. Zhang Fangzhu approached with great anticipation to collect his goods, only to find that Wang Qingkuai ignored him completely. Zhang Fangzhu, no need to rush, he remarked. At that moment, Dali entered, leading a middle-aged bodyguard with a commanding presence. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Fangzhu felt a sense of foreboding and attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The bodyguard approached Wang Qingchuan, saying, I am Wang Qingkuai, a bodyguard from the Qingfeng Biaoju, sent by my supervisor to collect the goods. Greetings, Wang Biaoshi. Wang Qingchuan replied, cupping his fists in respect, then gestured toward the finished products beside him. Here are 10 newly forged 100 refined steel long spears for your inspection. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fangzhu realized that his deceit had been completely seen through by Wang Qingchuan. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, he took his leave in a huff. Chapter 65, Comparisons That Frustrate You. Wang Qingkuai meticulously examined the 100 refined steel long spears prepared by Wang Qingchuan for the bodyguard agency, revealing a satisfied smile. Elder Lin truly has discerning judgment. These long spears are exceptional. Master Wang Qingchuan certainly lives up to his recommendation. He then produced a pouch filled with coins and handed it over. This is the payment of 60 taels of silver from our Qingfeng Biaoju. Please confirm the receipt. Wang Qingchuan accepted the pouch, glancing inside to confirm the presence of 6 heavy silver ingots. With the transaction settled, conducting business with Qingfeng Biaoju was indeed gratifying. Should Qingfeng Biaoju require more in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I will ensure that we provide you with high-quality weaponry, he added with a smile. Wang Qingkuai responded, actually, I have come not only to collect the goods, but also at the behest of our supervisor to place a new order with you. Oh, what does your agency wish to forge? Wang Qingchuan inquired, his spirits lifted at the prospect of another order. Though he had completed his current task, he understood the necessity of continuous work. Elder Lin had mentioned that Wang Qingchuan was adept at crafting armor-piercing arrows, which could be produced at the rate of 5 taels per tube. Our supervisor wishes to order 100 armor-piercing arrows from you to deal with the Nutuobang. Upon hearing the price of 5 taels per tube, a smile broke across Wang Qingchuan's face. Although it amounted to only 25 taels, it was still a respectable sum. Very well. By the latest, you may come to collect them the day after tomorrow, Brother Wang, he stated, setting a firm delivery date. So soon? Wang Qingkuai exclaimed in astonishment, cupping his fists in gratitude. Then it is settled. I will return the day after tomorrow to collect the goods. Farewell. With that, Wang Qingquai decisively departed with the 100 refined steel long spears. With 60 taels of silver in hand, Wang Qingchuan did not wish to keep it all for himself. He took a 5-tael ingot and instructed Chen Ergu and the others to divide the remainder. In just a few days, their earnings exceeded a month's salary, earning Wang Qingchuan their utmost respect. In the weapons room, the other workers looked on with envy. Comparison can be infuriating, they thought. Zhang Fangzhu, who managed the weapons room, treated them harshly, working them to the bone for about 2 taels of silver a month, with few rewards. Meanwhile, Wang Qingchuan shared the profits from the 100 refined steel weapons he crafted, distributing some to those who assisted him. Zhang Fangzhu dared to offer a meager 3 taels as remuneration for 100 refined steel long spears, which they found utterly humiliating. That very day, several workers discreetly expressed their desire to work with Wang Qingchuan. Naturally, Wang Qingchuan did not reject their aspirations. He promptly negotiated with Zhang Fangzhu, citing his need for additional help, and named 4 individuals. Feeling guilty, Zhang Fangzhu did not hesitate and readily assigned those 4 workers to Wang Qingchuan. Thus, the 16 workers in the weapons room were officially split in half. Moreover, Wang Qingchuan secured half of the counter from the weapons room. That evening, Fizai visited the weapons room to find him. I heard from Elder Lin that you applied for the Yang family spear technique as a prospective martial artist. And Tangzhu has already agreed. Here is the martial arts manual for the Yang family spear technique. Fizai produced the manual and handed it to Wang Qingchuan, who received it with a brightened expression and a beaming smile. Thank you, brother Fizai. He then added, if you require any repairs for your weapons or wish to forge something else, do not hesitate to let me know, and I will offer you a half-price discount. With newfound confidence, Wang Qingchuan made his promise. Fizai was overjoyed and replied, since you have said so, I want to stand on ceremony. I would like 100 refined steel dagger and 100 refined steel blade. Can you craft them? I already have 100 refined steel dagger in my possession, which you can have for 3 taels of silver. As for the 100 refined steel blade, I have yet to learn how to make it, so it may take some time. Wang Qingchuan retrieved the dagger he had forged and offered it to Fizai. Fizai accepted it, unable to part with it. This item was in pristine condition, with a market value of at least 7 taels. Very well, 3 taels of silver it is. Consider it a brotherly favor. As for the blade, there is no rush. I will return when it is ready. Agreed. Fizai happily paid the silver, and as he was leaving, he shared a crucial piece of information. The gang has been frequently mobilizing troops recently. We may soon be heading to the docks to confront the Nuruobang. This time, in addition to us, there will be the Qingfeng Biaoju and officials from the Yamen. We have also invited several martial artists from within the city to assist us. A new order for weapons will likely come in soon, so be prepared to seize this opportunity and earn more silver. Wang Qingchuan understood that Tangzhu had recently taken charge of many affairs within the gang, making this information likely accurate. Moreover, Tangzhu had just taken a substantial batch of armor-piercing arrows and ordinary arrows the previous day, hinting at an impending storm. He needed to prepare in advance. Ergu. Master Wang Qingchuan. Chen Ergu arrived promptly. Wang Qingchuan instructed, remind everyone to focus. I am about to commence work on the Qingfeng Biaoju order to craft armor-piercing arrows. From this moment on, you all shall devote your efforts to producing iron arrowheads. Understood. Chen Ergo harbored a deep respect for Wang Chuan, along with the other 7 individuals, who, upon receiving orders, executed them with utmost diligence, their spirits soaring high. Zhang Fangzhu did not make an appearance until nightfall. It was not until the next day that he arrived belatedly to forge the tempered steel arrows, only to find that Wang Chuan had remarkably completed 100 tempered steel arrowheads within a single night and the morning. Meanwhile, several apprentices under his guidance began hoarding ordinary iron arrowheads. His subordinates sat languidly in the distance, gazing vacantly. Zhang Fangzhu furrowed his brow slightly. At that moment, someone entered from behind with a steady gait. The esteemed He Tangzhu personally graced the premises, his piercing gaze quickly discerning the starkly contrasting states of the 2 blacksmiths in the courtyard, causing him to frown deeply. He Tangzhu, what brings you here? Zhang Fangzhu inquired, slightly bending his body in a gesture of respect. The apprentices under him rose, displaying their reverence. However, Wang Chuan remained oblivious, absorbed in his work. He Tangzhu approached Wang Chuan, cleared his throat, and only then did Wang Chuan become aware, halting his actions to perform a respectful salute. He Tangzhu. He Tangzhu cast a glance at the bundles of broken armor arrows beside him, revealing a smile of satisfaction. Well done. The weaponry department must not only work diligently when there are orders, but should also be well prepared, stockpiling sufficient weapons and consumables. The higher-ups have decreed that we need to produce an additional 500 broken armor arrows and 5,000 ordinary arrows. Given the urgency, you are to collaborate to complete this task within 3 days. Is there any issue? He Tangzhu posed the question to the 2. Their reactions were starkly different. Isn't this a bit rushed? Zhang Fengzhu instinctively displayed a look of difficulty. Wangchuan spoke almost simultaneously. No problem. They exchanged glances, and the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. He Tangzhu's gaze, sharp as that of a wolf, locked on Zhang Fengzhu, his tone unfriendly. What? Wangchuan can accomplish it, yet you cannot, Zhang Fengzhu? The atmosphere in the entire weaponry department became instantly tense. Everyone sensed He Tangzhu's dissatisfaction with Zhang Fengzhu, ignited in that moment, his expression resembling that of a predator poised to strike. In the past, such a scenario would have been unthinkable, for the Yulong gang had only one blacksmith. Only Zhang Fengzhu possessed the skill to forge tempered steel weapons. The upper echelons of the Yulong gang had shown utmost tolerance and leniency towards Zhang Fengzhu. Yet, the situation had changed. The addition of Wangchuan introduced a second blacksmith to the weaponry department. Moreover, everyone had been closely observing the weaponry department during these days. They were well aware that the newly arrived Master Wangchuan was amiable and treated his subordinates kindly, possessing exceptional skills in forging tempered steel weapons. What impressed everyone the most was Wangchuan's diligence. He rose early and toiled late, devoid of any airs associated with a department head, working meticulously. Whispers about Zhang Fengzhu's intentions to undermine Wangchuan had already circulated. In this comparison, it was evident to all that Zhang Fengzhu harbored ulterior motives. Fixated solely on profit, engaging in various schemes, and showing little concern for the gang's weaponry tasks. This would have been inconsequential had it not been for the fact that Zhang Fengzhu was a long-standing member of the Yulong gang, deserving of some consideration due to his past contributions. However, a simple task arrangement revealed his disappointing response, which starkly contrasted with Wangchuan's. Zhang Fengzhu was acutely aware of He Tangzhu's growing dissatisfaction towards him, and under the scrutinizing gaze of a martial artist, the pressure mounted. Cold sweat streaming down from his temples as he explained. He Tangzhu, I still have several tasks at hand. All tasks are to be set aside. Focus solely on the broken armor arrows and ordinary arrows. He Tangzhu stepped closer, fixing his gaze on Zhang Fengzhu's restless eyes, enunciating each word. Within 3 days, you and Master Wangchuan shall each forge 250 broken armor arrows and 2,500 ordinary arrows. Should you fail to meet the deadline, do not blame he for lacking compassion. I will report to the gang leader and hold you accountable. With a disdainful huff, He Tangzhu turned to leave. Zhang Fengzhu glared at Wangchuan with resentment before abruptly turning to his apprentices, barking, What are you staring at? Get to work. You few must complete 2,500 ordinary arrows within 3 days. He then approached the forging platform, commencing the crafting of tempered steel arrowheads. In contrast, Wangchuan had already produced more than 20 finished tempered steel arrowheads, and if he maintained his current pace, he would need just a little over 2 days to fulfill the task. Zhang Fengzhu, after all, could not alternate hands while forging, nor had he achieved the efficiency of forging 4 at a time. He could manage a maximum of 50 tempered steel arrowheads in a day, making it impossible to complete the task within the given time frame. That scoundrel Zhang Fengzhu thought, publicly humiliating me. This is the emergence of a new talent overshadowing the old. If I am not valued here, there will certainly be a place for me elsewhere. He vented his frustration, striking the forge with little finesse, sparks scattering chaotically. Wangchuan could not help but frown at the scene. Although the task was divided, if Zhang Fengzhu's incompetence affected the Yulong gang's subsequent actions and jeopardized their foundation in Huishui County, it would spell disaster. He summoned Qin Ergo over and whispered a few words, to which the latter nodded and dashed out of the weaponry department. Shortly thereafter, Fei Zai entered briskly, announcing loudly, This task is of utmost importance. He Tangzhu has specifically sent me to oversee the work in the weaponry department. Everyone, you must expedite your efforts. Zhang Fengzhu's heart sank. He had no choice but to continue forging quietly. At such a juncture, to confront the Yulong gang and He Tangzhu would not only delay significant matters, but could also lead to severe repercussions from the higher-ups. 3 days passed. Zhang Fengzhu dedicated himself to his craft, laboring late into the night for 3 consecutive days, ultimately forging over 180 fine steel arrowheads. However, he still fell short of the standard of 250. On the other hand, Wangchuan diligently produced 300 steel arrowheads, and later that night, he completed the remaining deficit. When He Tangzhu arrived for inspection that evening, he scoffed. How impressive! Zhang Fengzhu, a master in his own right, allowed the emerging talent of Wangchuan to surpass him by such a wide margin. In the same span of 3 days, while Wangchuan crafted over 300 arrowheads, Zhang had not even managed 200. It seems that the armory should be entrusted to Wangchuan from now on. With that remark, He Tangzhu stripped Zhang Fengzhu of his title. Although Zhang had anticipated this outcome, the public rebuke stung deeply, leaving him seething in silence nearby. Given that you failed to submit a sufficient number of penetrating arrowheads in a timely manner, Your remuneration of 25 taels of silver shall be forfeited, and will entirely belong to Wangchuan. With a wave of his hand, He Tangzhu placed a pouch of coins into Wangchuan's hands. Gratefully, Wangchuan clasped his fists together and said, "Thank you, He Tangzhu. At least I have not lost out." He Tangzhu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "I have heard from Fei Zai that you have been working late into the night to fulfill the 500 penetrating arrowheads. This truly demonstrates your selflessness and commitment to the greater good, unlike certain individuals who are preoccupied with trivial matters." The apprentices in the armory remained silent, none stepping forward to support Zhang Fangzhu. Wangchuan's apprentices were unwilling to speak up, and the apprentices across the way, harboring their own grievances, certainly would not defend him. Zhang Fangzhu, publicly ridiculed by He Tangzhu, felt utterly drained. He stepped forward, clasping his fists, and said, "He Tangzhu, I feel unwell and intend to leave the gang temporarily to recuperate at home for a while." He Tangzhu frowned upon hearing this. "You wish to leave the Yulong gang?" Even Fei Zai, standing nearby, showed a disapproving expression. Zhang Fangzhu hurriedly clarified, "I dare not. I merely feel slightly unwell and wish to rest for a time. Please summon Dr. Liao to examine Zhang Fangzhu." He Tangzhu's tone was cold. Zhang Fangzhu's expression shifted, clearly taken aback by He Tangzhu's seriousness. Soon, a lean old man with a goat beard, reeking of herbs, approached carrying a medicine box. He Tangzhu instructed, "Dr. Liao, please check Zhang Fangzhu's pulse and see what the issue is." Dr. Liao, puzzled, complied and examined Zhang Fangzhu's pulse. After a while, he expressed his confusion to He Tangzhu. "Zhang Fangzhu's pulse is strong, his vitality robust. Aside from a bit of agitation, there seems to be no other issues." "Did you hear that, Zhang Fangzhu?" He Tangzhu signaled for Dr. Liao to withdraw, then stepped before Zhang Fangzhu, saying, "Since you are in good health, remain here in the armory and do not go anywhere. The Yulong gang has nurtured you for so many years. You cannot simply leave at will." With that, he turned and ordered, "Fei Zai, keep a close eye on Zhang Fangzhu. We shall decide his fate upon our return from the new Tao gang's water stronghold." "Yes." Fei Zai clasped his fists in acknowledgement. He Tangzhu's words effectively placed Zhang Fangzhu under a form of house arrest, forbidding him from leaving the armory. Wangchuan had not anticipated that matters would escalate to this point. Zhang Fangzhu lost his position as the head and officially became a subordinate in the armory. After He Tangzhu and his men departed with the arrows, a group of apprentices approached to congratulate. "Congratulations, Fangzhu. Congratulations, Master Wangchuan. Master Wangchuan, you are now the sole head of our armory. Under your leadership, we shall surely thrive." The atmosphere was jubilant. In stark contrast, Zhang Fangzhu, once the leader, now found himself sidelined, his fists clenched, his face pale with anger. Fei Zai approached to offer his congratulations. "Brother Wangchuan, congratulations. I never imagined that you would so swiftly topple Zhang Fangzhu and become the head of the armory. From now on, we shall rely on you for our weaponry." "No problem," Wangchuan responded with a smile and a respectful gesture. He understood that Fei Zai had likely been speaking on his behalf to He Tangzhu, which explained the latter's swift decision against Zhang Fangzhu. Since Fei Zai was one of his own, why not sweeten the deal? "All right, everyone, return to rest. We must resume work early tomorrow," Wangchuan commanded. "Yes," the apprentices responded in unison before dispersing. At that moment, Zhang Fangzhu realized the depths of his failure. A newcomer wielded far more influence than he. "Zhang Fangzhu, I apologize for the inconvenience, but a few brothers and I will be sharing your east wing for the night." Fei Zai had no intention of sparing Zhang Fangzhu. Sure enough, he led a few men into Zhang Fangzhu's east wing. Judging by their demeanor, it seemed they intended to claim the spoils Zhang Fangzhu had accumulated over the years. Wangchuan refrained from intervening. Those in the gang had their own set of rules, and it was not his place to meddle. Ultimately, it was likely that Zhang Fangzhu's accumulated benefits would end up in He Tangzhu's pocket. What fate awaited Zhang Fangzhu remained uncertain, as he held many secrets of the Yulong gang. Upon returning to his room, he prepared to rest offline. At that moment, several messages arrived simultaneously on his phone. Lin Dehai expressed concern, noting that the recent absence of others had left Haishi village feeling somewhat lifeless, inquiring about his well-being in Huishui County. Then, there was the information regarding Bai Yuhui and Hong Kaibao. The two expressed that they had successfully completed the 4th training session and had mastered the fundamentals of marksmanship. They were currently practicing their shooting skills in Captain Zhao Haniu's backyard and had reached a commendable level of proficiency. In their conversation, they also inquired about his recent circumstances in Huishui County. Wangchuan replied, indicating that he was doing well, but suggested they wait until everything here settled down before arranging a meal together, or he would visit Haishi village when time permitted to see everyone. After closing his phone, he retired to bed. However, that night, he found it difficult to find rest. Zhang Fangzhu had been taken down. He had swiftly ascended to become the decision-maker of the armory. To be honest, he was somewhat astonished. It seemed as though an invisible hand was at play. orchestrating Zhang Fengzhu's downfall while simultaneously facilitating his own rise to power within the armory. Could it be Brother Lin Sun? Or perhaps Master He? If Brother Lin Sun were behind this, he would certainly communicate with him. Master He was somewhat suspicious. He might have had his eyes on Zhang Fengzhu's accumulated wealth for years. Yet, it still felt strange. Zhang Fengzhu had been a long-standing member of the Yulong gang, possessing a considerable network of connections, and now not a single person had stepped forward to advocate for him. It appeared that the Yulong gang had made a decisive choice. Lost in thought, Wangchuan ultimately could not discern the reason and fell asleep. The next morning, as he emerged from the west wing, he heard the armory's backyard and hall bustling with activity. Everyone had risen unusually early, not only cleaning the front hall, but also preparing the back furnace, materials, cold water, and iron juice. Good morning, Fengzhu. Good morning, Master Wangchuan. Along the way, the apprentices greeted him with cheerful smiles, their spirits high, as if celebrating a festival. Yet, Zhang Fengzhu had not emerged from the east wing. Everyone, gather around, Wangchuan called out. The 16 apprentices quickly assembled, standing in 2 neat rows, their eyes bright with anticipation, awaiting instructions. Wangchuan laid out his rules. Starting today, all brothers in the armory would be divided into 8 groups. 2 groups would be responsible for mining, 1 for the furnace, cold water, and iron juice, 1 for the front hall. And the remaining 4 groups would consist of 7 members forging ordinary iron weapons, while 1 would assist him in crafting refined steel weapons, with everyone rotating daily. At this point, he turned to Chun Ergu. The specifics of the rotation will be managed by Ergu, ensuring fairness and justice. Each person must experience every stage, from mining to the furnace to forging to assisting me in ironwork. Understood. Chun Ergu stood tall, visibly excited. Furthermore, the remuneration for the armory's tasks would not only include the fruits of their own iron weapon crafting, but also some additional rewards from him. However, his stipulation was that no one could be late in the morning, and no one was allowed to slack off while working, otherwise, their bonuses would be deducted. Yes, the chorus of agreement was resounding. They understood that from this moment on, the armory would be fundamentally different. The conditions would be far superior to those during Zhang Fengzhu's time. Get to work. With a command, everyone sprang into action, swiftly organizing and mobilizing. Chun Ergu shouted the rotation schedule for the day. He personally took charge of assisting the Fengzhu in ironwork. No one had any objections, for after all, the Fengzhu had stated that everyone would take turns daily, and all would have their share. Wangchuan continued to forge refined steel arrowheads. Although he had just dispatched 2 batches of armor-piercing arrows, the armory could not afford to be without stock. His experience in Haishi village taught him that strategic, consumable weapons like armor-piercing arrows must always be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Zhang Fengzhu had often indulged in personal work, even prioritizing personal matters over gang affairs. It was no wonder that not a single person had come forward to plead for him. Around 10 in the morning, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Fei Zai rushed outside for a glance before quickly returning to the armory, beaming with excitement as he approached Wangchuan. Good news. Haha. Last night, our people joined forces with Qingfeng Escort Agency and the County's skilled fighters to launch a surprise attack on the New Tao Gang's water stronghold. Catching them off guard, the stronghold has been breached. The New Tao Gang, which has dominated these waters for years, is now completely finished. Fei Zai's news immediately captured the attention of all the workers, igniting their enthusiasm. We won. Fantastic. The New Tao Gang's rascals have always been arrogant. Last time they attacked our convoy amidst the mist, killing so many of us. Now we have finally avenged our losses. Well done. Indeed. Fei Zai specifically sought out Wangchuan, stating, I heard that our armor-piercing arrows played a significant role in breaching the stronghold. Our 2 rounds of arrow rain nearly wiped out the defenders on the stronghold, rendering their shields ineffective, allowing our skilled fighters to easily penetrate and open the stronghold's gates. The armory is likely to be rewarded. Wangchuan's spirit sword. A reward? During this period, he had received a total of 1 tael of gold and 20 taels of silver as remuneration. He intended to keep 1 tael of gold for purchasing martial arts manuals, to enhance his attributes and formally become a martial artist. If he could receive a reward, next month's pay would be significantly bolstered. I look forward to it. Chapter 68, A Bountiful Harvest. Qian Sihai, the Yulong Gang's good news had already reached the docks and the hall. A large welcoming party had swiftly gathered at the docks, eagerly awaiting the return of the fleet. However, it wasn't until the afternoon that 2 large ships finally arrived, laden with goods brought back from the New Tao Gang, as well as a group of captives. 20 or so battered and dirt-covered captives were bound together and escorted to the county office by the constables. The dock workers hurriedly boarded the ships to unload the cargo. So many boxes. Are these goods not the iron, ore, and salt we lost last time? The coolies are methodically transporting and unloading the cargo. Box after box is being moved into the storage room. Wangchuan, Taking Fizi's suggestion to heart, led a dozen apprentices to intercept the delivery, using a wheelbarrow to transport baskets of iron ore towards the armory. During this period, they had crafted numerous arrowheads and armor-piercing arrows, and the iron ore had been consumed rather quickly, making this an opportune time to replenish their supplies. The guards at the storage were unfazed, allowing the apprentices from the armory to come and go, hauling cartload after cartload. Fizi, are we truly in the clear to take all this iron ore? Wangchuan felt a twinge of anxiety, as this was his first time undertaking such a task. Fizi, with a relaxed demeanor, chuckled, "Ha, Wangchuan, fret not. There are still over a dozen ships worth of goods, 6 large ships of iron ore alone. Even if you empty this one ship, there will be no repercussions." Wangchuan sighed in relief. "That is good to hear. It is reassuring to have someone like you around." With the swift efforts of the dozen men, the empty space in the armory was soon filled to capacity. Only then did Wangchuan pause, preparing to leave. At that moment, LNX entered, laughing and chatting with HTNGZH. Both bore wounds and bloodstains, followed by several gang members escorting an individual. Wangchuan, LNXN called out, "Just in time. We have captured someone who claims to be a blacksmith. Test him. If he proves useful, he can stay in the armory to work for you. If not, we will send him to the Yamen for a reward." HTNGZH nodded in agreement. This man is called Chi Nshi, a blacksmith captured from Hushu County by the NTO gang. He claims to be skilled in crafting various steel weapons, and if he proves his worth, we need not keep an eye on Zhang FNGZH any longer. Which is quite tiresome. There was a sharp and ruthless undertone to his words. Wangchuan felt a shiver run down his spine, but pretended not to hear. Scrutinizing the middle-aged man being held, the latter appeared worn and disheveled, his skin darkened from labor, yet he emanated a strong aura of heat, indicative of someone accustomed to working near a furnace. LNXN reassured, "Do not worry. This man only knows how to forge iron and has no martial skills. He will be easier to guard than Zhang FNGZH." Wangchuan nodded. "Very well. Take him to the armory," HTNGZH instructed. Once they had left, Wangchuan inquired, "He seems to have had a difficult time with the NTO gang. If he is from Hushu County, would he not want to escape? Does he not have family there?" "There are none left. When he was captured, his wife had already suffered a tragic fate. He endured much torture and was ultimately left to forge iron at the water stronghold, where he was locked in a room when apprehended," HTNGZH explained. Wangchuan gasped, "What a pitiful fellow. Then I shall return to set him up for observation. Should anything arise, I will report back to you both." "Yes, go ahead," HTNGZH nodded. Upon returning to the armory, the disciples escorting Chi Nshi departed. Chi Nshi stood alone in the empty space, bewildered and surveying his surroundings. "RGU," Wangchuan called out. CHNRGU quickly appeared, FNGZH. "Go buy 5 meat buns." Wangchuan waved his hand, and CHNRGU swiftly returned from the Doc S bun shop with steaming meat buns. Wangchuan approached Chi Nshi with the buns. "Eat these before you begin work." Chi Nshi silently took the buns, moved aside, and devoured them voraciously. In a short while, he had consumed them all, wiped away a tear, murmured something indistinct, and then approached one of the forging stations. Pushing an apprentice aside, the apprentice was about to protest, but noticed Wangchuan's subtle gesture and refrained. "What do you need me to forge?" Chi Nshi inquired, grasping the hammer and staring intently at Wangchuan. Wangchuan countered, "What can you craft?" "I can forge any weapon from refined steel, arrowheads, darts, daggers, spearheads, longswords, sabers, wu hooks, long staffs, and even entire refined steel spears. There is nothing that Chi Nshi cannot forge," he declared with a sense of pride. Wangchuan's eyes lit up. "Even your master, SNTGN, might not boast so confidently. Could you truly be a talent? Then let us forge a refined steel saber. What is the maximum number you can craft simultaneously?" Wangchuan sought to ascertain the man's potential. Chi Nshi scrutinized Wangchuan for a moment, then replied thoughtfully, "The forging of refined steel sabers takes considerable time, and the heating process is lengthy. I can manage 3 at most. To forge them into finished products may take a day and a half. Then let us commence." Wangchuan gestured. Chi Nshi promptly seized a large ladle and the mold for the refined steel saber, scooping a generous portion of molten iron and pouring it into the mold with remarkable speed. "RGU, assist him," Wangchuan instructed. CHNRGU quickly nodded and moved to pour into the second and third molds for the refined steel sabers. With assistance, Chi Nshi immediately began hammering away with vigor. As the refined steel saber required substantial materials, molten iron and sparks flew in all directions. Yet Qinshi remained unfazed, his eyes unwavering, hammering with precision, fully engrossed in his work. The technique of 3 in 1 breath was evident in his skill. No wonder he held such confidence. This blacksmith was no less capable than Zhang F and Gzh. Wangchuan observed closely, noting that he had yet to learn the forging method for refined steel sabers back in Hishcn. However, with his current abilities, he could decipher the process with careful observation. Qinshi showed no signs of caution, forging with boldness and fervor, executing the 3 in 1 breath technique with remarkable diligence. Wangchuan attentively watched him hammer away for several rounds, each round comprising at least 300 strikes, an impressive display of craftsmanship. Wangchuan quietly returned to his forge, resuming the rhythmic task of hammering the refined steel arrowheads. The sound of metal striking metal resonated in the air, capturing the attention of Qinshi. The latter was astonished to observe that Wangchuan's forging technique had reached the level of a seamless 4-strike sequence, his eyes wide with disbelief at the young man's superior skill. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Wangchuan was simultaneously crafting 8 arrowheads, skillfully alternating between both hands. His initial arrogance diminished significantly, replaced by a clearer, more appreciative gaze. Chapter 69. High Income. Grim news as the day progressed. Qinshi noted that Wangchuan could endure longer than himself. Except for brief pauses during mealtimes, Wangchuan remained steadfast at the forge, his pace and rhythm remarkably consistent. It seemed as though fatigue was a foreign concept to him. Although Qinshi had far more forging experience, the prowess and core strength exhibited by Wangchuan, a fitness enthusiast, gradually earned his profound respect. As the first day came to a close, Wangchuan approached Qinshi the following morning while he was finishing the forging of the refined steel sword, eager to observe closely. Having never comprehensively studied the techniques of crafting the refined steel sword, he was keen to absorb knowledge from Qinshi's demonstration. However, Qinshi, oblivious to Wangchuan's intent, focused entirely on his work, determined to uphold his own standards. With 3 refined steel swords nearing completion, Wangchuan observed intently. After witnessing the entire forging process 3 times, he gained a thorough understanding of crafting the refined steel sword. A smile graced his lips. Henceforth, he too could forge refined steel swords. Do you possess other skills? He inquired. Then let us forge 3 refined steel long swords and assess their quality. Without hesitation, Qinshi, having eaten a few meat buns, began to hammer with dedication, displaying no signs of reluctance or resistance. At this juncture, Wangchuan summoned Chen Ergu. Ergu, inform Fei Zai that his refined steel sword has been completed. Understood. Chen Ergu replied, making his way towards the east wing. Moments later, Fei Zai rushed in from outside. Wangchuan was examining the refined steel sword in his hands. Refined steel sword. White grade. Durability 100-100. Attack 58. A fine blade crafted from quality steel. This weapon is indeed lethal. The blade gleamed brightly, perfectly balanced, resilient, and sharp, undeniably an exceptional weapon. Its attributes were commendable, with an attack cap reaching 8 points, slightly surpassing the refined steel spear owned by Wangchuan, and a minimum attack of 5 points, exceeding that of the spear by 2 points, demonstrating the substantial value of refined steel. Wangchuan, brother, is this the freshly forged refined steel sword? Can I wield it as well? Fei Zai approached Wangchuan, his eyes irresistibly drawn to the pristine sword, instinctively reaching out to touch it, but halting midway. Wangchuan smiled gently, handing the sword to him. What I promised has been fulfilled. It is half the market price. Merely 7 taels of silver. Thank you, brother Wangchuan. Fei Zai, having recently acquired a good sum of silver from Zhang Fangzhu, was in a prosperous state and readily provided the payment, examining the sword with reverence. A fine blade. For Fei Zai, purchasing a refined steel sword was not a daunting task, yet the time required for its crafting was considerable. With only a handful of blacksmiths in Huishui County, the waiting list was long, and while he could afford to wait, his silver could not. The temptation to indulge at the Feng Lu was ever present. Saving up 15 taels of silver proved to be quite a challenge. Therefore, acquiring a refined steel sword from Wangchuan at 7 taels was indeed the realization of a long-held dream. However, Fei Zai couldn't resist adding, brother Wangchuan, I heard that both the hall master and the leader have also ordered several refined steel swords from the weapon room that have yet to be delivered. You are truly generous to your brothers. I am aware, Wangchuan replied, fully cognizant that the refined steel swords ordered for the younger generation had been delivered, while those for He Hall Master and a leader surnamed Song remained pending. He had no intention of revealing that he possessed 2 additional refined steel swords. After all, why not benefit from a favor when it was freely given? No worries. I shall deliver them when I next encounter them. His words greatly satisfied Fei Zai's vanity. With a hearty slap to his chest, Fei Zai proclaimed, Good brother. No need for further words. Tonight, At Feng Lu, I shall treat you. We shall not leave until we are intoxicated. The bonds of brotherhood in the Jianghu were once again at play. Wangchuan felt his resolve gradually eroding. No, I have just assumed the role of the weapon room's master. I must demonstrate exemplary conduct and not disappoint the hall master or my brothers. Forgive me, Brother Feizai. Very well. You are right. Business is paramount. I shall not disturb you further. I will head to the training grounds to test the new sword. Farewell. Feizai cheerfully patted Wangchuan on the shoulder and departed with elation. Wangchuan watched him leave and returned to observing Qian Sihai as he forged the refined steel long swords, silently absorbing knowledge. The salary for the third month was dispersed, totaling 210,000, which was somewhat less than the previous month. This was due to Wangchuan's expenditure of 80 taels of silver to purchase the He Huquan martial arts manual and reserving 100 taels for a martial arts scripture. If all the earned silver were to be surrendered to the studio, this month's profit would reach a staggering sum of 600,000 or even 700,000. He could almost foresee that by remaining in the weaponry room and utilizing the iron ore here to forge the Bai Lian steel series weapons, he could earn over 100 taels of silver each month, securing a six-figure income. At times, he truly felt that all of this was rather dreamlike. Just 3 months ago, he was tirelessly striving for a mere 10 or so coins in daily live-streaming rewards, yet now, due to the game Lingyu, he had ascended to the ranks of high-income earners with a monthly income in the tens of thousands. He sincerely hoped that this fortune would last. Many times, he would awaken from dreams, finding himself back in the past, in his public rental apartment, with his bank account reduced to the original 3 or 4 digits. Everything seemed like a fleeting illusion. One evening, he unusually left the game half an hour early, stepping outside the Zhonggua building to clear his mind and enjoy the breeze. In the past, he would take daily walks outside. However, since joining the Zhonggua game studio, his routine had become more regular, leaving little time for leisure pursuits. He was determined to save more money while he had the chance to earn, unwilling to squander time on trivial matters. Now, his bank account had soared to a height of 500,000. The anxiety of potentially losing everything associated with Lingyu seemed to have subsided significantly. Not long after exiting the building, he spotted a familiar figure by the roadside in a nearby park. The man, holding a cigarette, stared vacantly ahead, devoid of focus. Laoli? A look of astonishment crossed Wangchuan's face. He recalled that Laoli always returned home early to be with his wife and child, and he did not reside in the Zhonggua building. What was he doing here at this hour? Wangchuan, Laoli said, his voice trembling. He died. He has passed away. Wangchuan felt as if he had been struck by lightning, standing rooted to the spot, disbelief etched across his face. Chapter 70. A chill ran down his spine in the park. The atmosphere was heavy. The disheveled Laoli sat beside Wangchuan on a bench, appearing despondent and lost, recounting everything he knew with a face full of regret. It turned out that after He Pai was dismissed from the company, he and his girlfriend had been searching online for news about Lingyu, hoping to find another gaming job to make a comeback. However, after several days of searching, they found no leads. As time passed, they noticed He Pai's health deteriorating, to the point where he had to be rushed to the hospital by ambulance. The hospital issued a diagnosis of severe malnutrition, akin to someone who had gone several days without food. Yet, doctors discovered that his digestive system was functioning normally. After much deliberation, they administered various nutritional liquids, but nothing worked. He Pai's condition continued to worsen, and the hospital ultimately issued a critical condition notice. His parents rushed over, but by the time they arrived, He Pai was already unconscious and passed away within hours. His girlfriend could not bear it and left. He Pai's parents, unable to locate her, sought out Laoli, who lived in the same neighborhood as He Pai, hoping to understand what had transpired before He Pai's death. Due to confidentiality clauses at the company, Laoli could only stammer vague responses. To avoid He Pai's parents, he had to temporarily arrange for accommodation at the Zhonggua building. After a prolonged search, He Pai's parents left empty-handed. However, during this time, Laoli found himself increasingly puzzled. He had visited He Pai in the hospital, and He Pai's medical records seemed peculiar. The doctors were baffled. All of He Pai's symptoms resembled those of a person who had gone days without food, ultimately succumbing to starvation. But in this day and age, how could someone die of hunger? As Laoli pondered this, a frightening thought suddenly struck him. In the wooden house in Heisher village, he had consistently detected a foul odor for several days, reminiscent of a decaying body. Yet after He Pai's death, the smell vanished. When Wangchuan heard this, an inexplicable chill coursed through him, goosebumps rising on his skin. He stared incredulously at Laoli. Laoli, fixated on the ground, continued, "Then I had a terrifying notion. Could it be that the characters in the game, unable to find food, ultimately starved to death? And then, He Pai died too." Wangchuan felt his scalp tingle. Laoli's theory sent shivers down his spine, akin to listening to a ghost story in the dead of night. "Laoli, perhaps the pressure has been too much for you lately. leading to such wild thoughts. Do not dwell on it. Take care of yourself. Wangchuan attempted to comfort Lao Li. Since Hei Pai's parents have already left, you should return home to be with your sister-in-law and child. The matter concerning Hei Pai is not your fault, so do not bear the burden. Lao Li gazed at Wangchuan with uncertainty and asked, "Do you remember that incident in our city park where a wild beast attacked a person?" "I remember. What of it?" Wangchuan nodded. It had been a long time since that incident. Lao Li's next words sent a shiver down his spine. "Do you truly believe that wild beasts can inexplicably wander into the city?" In the realm of Wangchuan, a sensation akin to being struck by electricity surged through his soul. Suddenly, he grasped the meaning behind Lao Li's words. Yet, disbelief gripped him. The hypothesis proposed by Lao Li was far too terrifying. If it truly related to Lingyu, and if the characters who perished within the game faced death in the real world as well, the implications were too dreadful for Wangchuan to contemplate. At that moment, Lao Li appeared poised to speak again, but the sudden ringing of his phone interrupted him. The words he had intended to utter were swallowed back as he glanced at the caller ID and instinctively turned to gaze at the distant Zhonghua building. Following his line of sight, Wangchuan noticed the lights on the 75th floor. It seemed as though several figures were standing there, watching them intently. A shiver coursed through Lao Li, his demeanor shifting to one of tension. "Never mind. Perhaps I've overthought this. Wangchuan, it's time to head back. I recall you rise early each day. I'm leaving." With that, he hurriedly walked towards the Zhonghua building, phone in hand. Wangchuan remained rooted to the spot, staring at the frail silhouette of Lao Li, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washing over him. The revelations shared by Lao Li were undeniably shocking. The death of Hei Pai, the carcasses devoured by beasts in the park, and the yet-to-be-spoken secrets, all pointed ominously towards Lingyu. Taking a deep breath, Wangchuan felt the weight of the unspoken words. The abrupt phone call had interrupted Lao Li, but he had already begun to piece together the implications of what was about to be disclosed. If the demise of a game character in Lingyu indeed triggered the death of a player in reality, then the massacre in Tianshui village, where 11 players had been expelled from the Zhonghua gaming studio, loomed large in his mind. Understanding the fate of those 11 individuals would unveil the truth. Were they still alive? Doubts clouded Wangchuan's thoughts. If they had perished, surely there must be some trace left behind. He yearned to unravel this mystery. For he too was a player in Lingyu. If the game posed such peril, his own situation was equally precarious. With this realization, a chill enveloped him. Extinguishing any desire to roam, he silently retreated to the Zhonghua building, returning to his abode. Thus, it was destined to be another sleepless night. Wangchuan found his mind racing with thoughts. Over the past 3 months, his physical prowess had become almost formidable. Signs had long indicated that Lingyu was an extraordinary game. The transformations of the game characters had a direct impact on the corporeal realm. However, he had never anticipated that the demise of a character would result in the death of a player in reality. This was profoundly unsettling. No one could remain composed in the face of such revelations. Wangchuan could accept becoming as powerful as the characters in the game, but he could not fathom meeting the same grim fate. "I came here to earn a living, not to risk my life." After dozing off in a haze, he awoke to the sound of the alarm the next day, hastily consuming the breakfast delivered by the robot before logging into the world of Lingyu. "Good morning, landlord." Apprentices greeted him cheerfully along the way. Yet, Wangchuan wore a heavy expression, only regaining focus upon receiving a meat bun from Chun Ergu and stepping onto the forging platform. The muscle memory, ingrained deep within him, rekindled his concentration and spirit. The resonant clanging of the hammer against iron gradually alleviated the turmoil within his chest. Chapter 71. The coming of Foam Tower. The Yulong Gang's hall and dock bustled with activity. Following the assault on the Angry Wave Gang's water stronghold, dozens of ships laden with goods were transported to the dock, subsequently stored in the gang's warehouse. The dockworkers, resembling festive revelers, each received a reward of 5 copper coins. The Yulong Gang's warehouse welcomed a significant influx of iron, ore, and salt. However, it was rumored that the more valuable items and seized silver and jewels had been sent to the county office, entrusted to the head of the 6 doors. The weapons room acquired additional materials, including many damaged weapons and 2 forging platforms, increasing their number from 8 to 10. Wangchuan understood the urgency of melting down these materials to forge finished weapons and convert them into silver. Otherwise, they would merely constitute worthless clutter. Fortunately, the weapons room had become vibrant, with 16 apprentices motivated by the prospect of sharing the profits from the sale of forged items. With the experienced blacksmith Sihai joining their ranks, they could produce 2 batches of refined steel weapons every 3 days, yielding substantial rewards. Wangchuan sold the remaining refined steel blades, delivering one to He Tangzhu and another to Song Duozhu, both of whom expressed satisfaction and paid 8 taels of silver as remuneration. With the passage of time, the weapons room's storage accumulated an ever-growing collection of arrows and armor-piercing bolts. 3 refined long swords were displayed on the counter, priced at 15 taels of silver, and were swiftly snatched up. Upon logging out of the game that day, Yu Jiao called, "Well done, Wangchuan. I hear you've become the latest owner of the Yulong Gang's weapons room, wielding considerable authority, thanks to you and brother Lin Sun." Wangchuan, ever mindful of the kindness shown to him, readily expressed his gratitude. "Indeed, as it happens, I've heard from Lin Sun that your weapons room can now take orders for refined steel blades and long swords. I would like to request your assistance in placing an order for our company to prepare a few pieces of refined equipment. Rest assured, the payment will be prompt, and I won't put you in a difficult position." Yu Jiao had come to place an order. Wangchuan was elated upon hearing the news. "Yu Jiao, considering your generous offer to personally call and send me money and bonuses, how could I possibly refuse? After all, this venture incurs no costs on my end. I shall provide you with a friend's discount, charging you merely half of the market price. What do you think?" Initially, he had been apprehensive about producing an excess of Bailian steel weapons, fearing they might not sell or could disrupt the external market. However, with internal channels established, the situation became much more manageable. "How could I impose on you?" Yu Jiao laughed heartily. "I need 6 Bailian steel sabers and 2 long swords. A total of 8 pieces, amounting to 120 taels of silver, all at half price. You expect me to earn 180,000? If it's 180,000, so be it. As you mentioned, skilled goldsmiths can earn 70,000 to 80,000 in a day. I suppose I am quite adept at this craft myself now?" Wangchuan beamed with delight. Indeed, Yu Jiao's smile broadened. The studio had been established for nearly 2 years, and Wangchuan was certainly among the more distinguished goldsmiths. "Very well, I shan't be polite. Please expedite the crafting of the Bailian steel weapons, and we shall conduct our transaction at Lai Fenglu." Upon hearing that the venue was set at Lai Fenglu, Wangchuan's gaze towards Yu Jiao shifted. "Ah, you, with your striking brows and bright eyes. I had thought you a respectable man. All right, it's settled." Wangchuan agreed. After hanging up, a smile spread across his face. To Yu Jiao, he was not just a guide and leader of the goldsmith group, but also a protective shield in Huishui County. Earning this 60 taels of silver seemed justifiable. Moreover, since realizing the significant dangers lurking within the realm of Lingyu, he had become increasingly vigilant regarding his safety in Huishui County. He certainly did not wish to meet a mysterious end like those associated with Hei Pai and Tianshui village. Establishing connections was essential. In times of upheaval, one must be able to sense impending crises earlier than the average person. Within the gang, brother Lin Sun provided protection. Yu Jiao, as a county constable, wielded official intelligence, making this investment necessary. In the subsequent 3 days, Wangchuan personally forged the Bailian steel sabers, collaborating with Qian Sihai to produce 12 pieces of Bailian steel weaponry. For the first time, under the guidance of the recovering brother Lin Sun, Wangchuan visited the illustrious Lai Fenglu. Lai Fenglu served as Huishui County's largest den of vice, adorned with vibrant decorations outside and illuminated within, where the melodies of stringed instruments intertwined with the dulcet tones of the courtesans, captivating many patrons. Clearly irregular, Lin Sun was greeted by familiar faces as soon as they entered. "Brother Lin, how is your health? I heard you settled your affairs with the new Tao gang. Could you share the details with us?" "Sure, let us find a private room to discuss." Lin Sun confidently led 2 courtesans deeper into the establishment, while Wangchuan trailed behind, striving to remain inconspicuous, avoiding the scrutinizing gazes of the courtesans. "Oh, is this young master accompanying brother Lin? Quite handsome for a first meeting. He isn't a novice, is he?" Upon entering the private room, the courtesan on the left scrutinized Wangchuan thoroughly. Stammering, he found it inappropriate to respond, opting instead to feign silence. "Do not tease him," Lin Sun laughed. "You two go to the entrance and bring Yu Butu in when you see him. Brother Lin, you're so cold-hearted. We've been waiting to see you for so long, and you just send us away. Perhaps I should wait outside while Sister Zixia attends to you?" The courtesans of Lai Fenglu were adept at charming their patrons, creating an almost lifelike atmosphere. Lin Sun jovially agreed, regaling Zixia with tales of his encounters with the new Tao gang, causing her to cling to him in mock fright during the more perilous anecdotes. Wangchuan continued to play the role of a mere observer. Yu Jiao arrived promptly, not alone, but accompanied by a man and a woman. The woman bore a cold expression, clearly displeased with the surroundings, while the man was none other than the formidable Long monk from Kongming-si. Wangchuan was taken aback. "A monk visiting a brothel. Brother Wangchuan is also here," he exclaimed, rising to greet him with a respectful gesture. Zixia and the other courtesan discreetly exited the room. "Now that everyone is present, allow me to introduce." Yu Jiao closed the door and addressed the group. "This is brother Wangchuan, the new owner of the weapon shop for the Yulong gang, who will be a crucial weapon supplier for our company. Any weapon needs can be directed through me to brother Wangchuan, or you may contact him privately. Wangchuan, this is Long Monk." The captain of our company's second exploration team, a first-grade warrior. Wangchuan's eyes lit up, and he promptly offered his congratulations. A first-grade warrior was indeed a formidable figure in Huishui County. Yu Jiaodo then gestured toward the coolly composed woman, stating, "This is Chen Hong, a member of our reserve team, a budding warrior, and she will also be involved in the production of the Bailian steel weapons." Chen Hong smiled and nodded at Wangchuan, who, sitting upright without any courtesans nearby, inadvertently left a favorable impression on her. Chapter 72. Plotting against the new Tao gang. Once introductions were complete, Wangchuan placed a box he had carried on the table. "Here are 6 Bailian steel sabers and 2 long swords, all accounted for." Opening the box revealed a dazzling display of gleaming, meticulously arranged, heavy Bailian steel weapons, still emanating the aura of freshly forged iron. Yu Jiaodo and Long Monk smiled, each taking a weapon to examine, their expressions reflecting satisfaction and approval. "Quite impressive," they remarked. Wangchuan Xiao Xiongdi possesses a solid foundation, having crafted exceptional weapons from 100-forged steel. With these armaments, the reserve brothers are better equipped to undertake pioneering missions. Then, DeLong Hishan picked up a 100-forged steel longsword and tossed it to Chen Hong. The latter caught it effortlessly, her face quickly lighting up with a smile as she remarked, "An ordinary iron sword has an attack value of only 35 points, while the 100-forged steel longsword boasts an impressive 58 points, nearly doubling the strength. Venturing into the mountains to slay bears and hunt tigers will be a trivial task." Upon hearing this, Lin Sun, who had remained silent, couldn't help but scoff. Slay bears and hunt tigers? Have the members of the current pioneering reserve team truly reached such heights? DeLong Hishan, is this what you have brought forth? DeLong Hishan's expression shifted slightly as he shook his head and clarified, "Chen Hong hails from Lin Xian, belonging to a martial artist family in a county. However," he continued, turning to Chen Hong, "the bears in the mountains are not to be underestimated, nor are the giant insects, which rival seasoned martial artists in strength. Each one has substantial health and is difficult to kill. Even we, as seasoned martial artists, risk injury or even death in confrontation." Wangchuan felt a chill run through him. He did not perceive any exaggeration in these words. In truth, a fully grown wild boar already instills fear in aspiring martial artists. In close combat, wild beasts are exceedingly challenging to slay quickly. Once they get close, their tusks can inflict damage comparable to that of a 100-forged steel blade, easily penetrating leather armor and flesh. Martial artists struggle to withstand such assaults. Bears and tigers are no less formidable than wild boars. Typically, few would willingly risk injury or death by provoking these two types of beasts. As players in Lingyu prioritize safeguarding their characters and accounts above all else. Realizing her misstep, Chen Hong turned away, admitting, "I understand now." She displayed a commendable capacity for humility, devoid of any misplaced arrogance. Wangchuan smiled in approval. Lin Sun chose not to press further, raising his gaze to urge Yu Jiaodo, "Since the weapons are satisfactory, let us proceed with the transaction. We have other matters to attend to." The silver owed to Wangchuan will be directly included in his earnings from gold mining this month, Yu Jiaodo affirmed. 120 taels of silver. Very well, Wangchuan nodded. Given the nature of this transaction, he would later privately transfer the funds to Yu Jiaodo. Understood, a kickback. They exchanged a knowing glance, finalizing the deal. DeLong Hishan and Chen Hong did not depart immediately. They closed the weapon box, and the group instinctively formed a circle to take their seats, indicating that there were matters to discuss. Yu Jiaodo surveyed the group and stated, "With the recent defeat of the new Tao gang's water stronghold, the dangers in this area have been eradicated. Even the remnants of the new Tao gang are no longer a formidable threat. This presents an unparalleled opportunity for our studio. The new Tao gang's island strongholds, connected by numerous smaller islands, are easily defensible yet hard to attack. Among these islands lies a valuable iron mine and coal mine ripe for development. The studio intends to await the departure of Ubutu from Lushan Men, then collaborate with Kong Kong Studio and Long Exine Studio, assembling 12 seasoned martial artists to establish a new gang and seize control of this territory and its resources." Wangchuan was taken aback. The studio actually aims to stake its claim and establish a stronghold on the islands. Lin Sun and DeLong Hishan appeared unfazed, as if they had already caught wind of this plan, while Chen Hong and Wangchuan were visibly surprised. Yu Jiaodo explained further, "This undertaking carries significant challenges and risks, potentially drawing the ire of various factions from Huishui County and surrounding areas. It may even provoke a second crackdown from the authorities. Thus, our studio is currently in a state of hesitation regarding whether to cooperate with these two studios. As it stands, we would need to mobilize all available resources from the pioneering teams, and due to manpower constraints, we might have to deploy all reserve martial artists. Everyone from the gold mining department would need to work continuously to funnel more funds into supporting operations here." Yu Jiaodo had provided a thorough account. Wangchuan finally comprehended why Yu Jiaodo had disclosed this information in his presence. To occupy the new Tao Gang's territory, they would need to mobilize the entire force of the Zhangui studio, including both the pioneering reserve martial artists and all personnel from the gold mining department. As a senior member of the gold mining department, he would likely not only have to contribute the silver he earns each month, but also leverage his blacksmith profession and position as the owner of Yulong Gang's weapon shop to provide weapons for the studio. Once Yu Jiaodo spoke, Chen Hong fell silent. Wangchuan too lowered his head, lost in thought. After realizing the game's inherent dangers, he was fundamentally reluctant to engage in such perilous endeavors. To seize the new Tao Gang's water stronghold could position them as enemies of the Huishui County authorities and various factions, which was exceedingly perilous. He had no desire to involve himself in this. Chen Hong, as a woman who had cultivated herself to the level of an aspiring martial artist, had undoubtedly experienced drastic changes in her physical abilities across various dimensions. She likely possessed a certain understanding of Lingyu, thus remained non-committal. Lin Sun and De Long Heshan exchanged glances, with the former attempting to ease the tense atmosphere in the room, stating, "Rest assured, this matter will not be expedited immediately. As long as Yu Butu from Lushan Min remains, he, as a third-tier martial artist, can suppress the various factions of Huishui County. Moreover, he is accompanied by several seasoned martial artists. Therefore, any actions will have to wait until after Yu Butu departs." "When will Yu Butu leave?" Wangchuan interjected, seeking clarity. The departure of Yu Butu would signify the activation of the Heifeng Zhai beyond Huishui County, posing a threat to Haishi village. This was something he had not forgotten. Lin Sun turned to the side and spoke. "Within the island of New Tao Bang lies a vast quantity of iron ore, along with an iron mine that remains to be fully developed. This time, Captain Yu has come with a mission to investigate the location of the iron mines and potential hazards within Huishui County. With the demise of New Tao Bang, Captain Yu already has achievements to report upon returning to the county. It is anticipated that once everything here is accounted for, he will embark on his journey back to the county." After a brief pause, he speculated, "I deduce that Captain Yu will likely return to the county to report before the year's end, with less than a month remaining." Chapter 73. The disappearance of Zhang Fangzhu in less than a month. Lin Sun's words immediately caused Wangchuan to tense up. Having spent over half a month in the city crafting various weapons of refined steel for Yulong Bang, he had found no time for martial arts training. The thought of this made him furrow his brow, feeling a sense of urgency and pressure. He could not allow anything to happen in Heisher village. He had promised his master, Sun Taijiang, and Captain Zhao Hainiu that he would rush to aid if danger befell Heisher village. Captain Yu noticed his thoughts and said, "You need not worry too much about Heisher village. If trouble arises, I can accompany you. My attire as a constable does carry some deterrent against these rogues." "Thank you, Captain Yu," Wangchuan replied, clasping his fists in gratitude. Lin Sun then raised his hand, steering the conversation back to the water stronghold of New Tao Bang. "As long as the head constable of the Six Doors leaves the county, with the strength of our 3 studios pioneering teams, we can easily overpower all the martial artists in Huishui County. We have eyes and ears within the Yamen and among various families. Should any party take action, we will be informed in advance to make necessary precautions. By seizing the territory of New Tao Bang and controlling this waterway, we can collect protection fees from passing merchant ships." Previously, New Tao Bang took a percentage of the fleet's profits. It is said that even in the worst winter conditions, they could earn 700 to 800 taels of silver in a single day, and during the spring and autumn seasons, the daily income could reach several tens of taels of gold, allowing for substantial profits that could provide an unending source of wealth. Lin Sun was evidently in favor of occupying the water stronghold of New Tao Bang, as was De Long the monk. However, Captain Yu hesitated, and Chen Hong, the reserve member of the pioneering team, had yet to express his stance. Seeing that the discussion was going nowhere, Lin Sun helplessly waved his hand. "Everyone, please return and consider this matter carefully. Before Captain Yu departs, we must reach a decision. Those willing to participate will surely reap the benefits. Those who choose not to, that is acceptable, but they must keep our plans confidential." Then, Captain Yu, Chen Hong, and De Long the monk departed from Lai Feng Lu with their weapons. Lin Sun called out to Wangchuan, "Wangchuan, stay with me for a moment." "Oh, sure," Wangchuan replied, returning to sit opposite Lin Sun. Lin Sun fixed his gaze on Wangchuan's eyes and asked, "Do you understand why our studio is willing to risk seizing the water stronghold of New Tao Bang? Isn't it to open up a new source of income?" Wangchuan retorted. Lin Sun nodded. "That is merely one of the reasons. Within the Lingyu, villages disappear almost daily, and entire families and gangs vanish without a trace. Even within the county seat, safety is not guaranteed. The higher you train and the more secretive information you access, the more you will realize that danger lurks everywhere in the Lingyu. If you do not strive, seize, and grow stronger, one day, you will be taken by others, and the law of the jungle will reduce you to mere sustenance for the strong. Heiyunjai, Nu Tao Bang, Qingfeng Biaojiu, and even our Yulong Bang are no exception. Those who stagnate and cease to strive will meet their demise. In truth, I need not elaborate so much to you. As a member of the gold department, you could simply remain in the county, forge iron, earn some money, and strengthen yourself. Many dangers would not find you. But do you know about Zhang Fangzhu? Lin Sun suddenly brought up Zhang Fangzhu. Wangchuan's expression shifted. Zhang Fangzhu had vanished. Since being ordered by He Tangzhu to have Fei Zai guard him, Zhang Fangzhu had not stepped out of the eastern wing even once. At that time, he pondered that Zhang Fangzhu's lifelong savings might have been completely consumed by He Tangzhu's faction, and now seeing Lin Sun's expression, it seemed far from simple. What has happened to Zhang Fangzhu? The man is dead. According to several brothers below, after he revealed the location of a hidden stash of silver to his mistress, he and his mistress were thrown into the river overnight. Wangchuan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Although Zhang Fangzhu was selfish and had amassed considerable wealth through the weapons shop, he had still contributed somewhat to Yulong Bang. He never expected his own appearance would lead to Zhang Fangzhu's tragic end, devoured so thoroughly and swiftly. He Tangzhu is truly terrifying. Fei Zai, who usually calls me brother, is merciless when it comes to devouring people. Lin Sun had been observing Wangchuan's expression. Seeing that Wangchuan remained composed, he gazed at him with admiration and said, "Well done. Today, I brought you to Lai Feng Lu not only to convey that those in the martial world must know their limits, but also to understand the concept of red-fleshed skeletons. These beautiful masks are akin to a blade that can cut through bone, and they are some of the least valuable things. Do not be easily swayed by beauty. Furthermore, I want to inform you that those from Yulong Bang who call you brother may turn against you for profit at any time. Do not take it too seriously. Just remain vigilant." Wangchuan took this to heart. Deeply moved, he clasped his fists in thanks. Lin Sun rose and poured him a glass of wine. "Here, let us drink a few cups before you return." As a disciple of Yulong Bang and a person of the martial world, not drinking would seem quite out of place. Wangchuan understood the sentiment and raised his glass. "Your words today are worth more than a decade of study. I toast to you, Brother Lin." He drained the wine in his cup. The fiery liquor surged down his throat, causing him to gasp for air. "Excellent." Lin Sun, with a smile, remarked, "Among all these newcomers, I must confess that you are the one I admire the most. Your diligence and intelligence prompted me to recommend you for joining the Yulong Gang. It was purely a matter of affinity between us. Yet I never anticipated that you would exceed my expectations. Not only have you quickly established yourself, but you have also become the master of the weaponry room. In the future, you will undoubtedly have a significant position in Huishui County. This is all thanks to Brother Lin's guidance and strategic vision. Without your planning, I would still be merely an apprentice blacksmith in Haishi village. Allow me to toast you once more." Wangchuan took the initiative to pour a drink. Lin Sun laughed heartily. "Look how quickly you learn." Wangchuan raised his cup again, saying, "For this second toast, I hope Brother Lin will continue to impart your wisdom and guidance, and should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I will certainly give it my all." With that, he tilted his head back and downed another cup. This time, it was much better, though the spiciness still brought tears to his eyes. "In truth, I understand that everyone is averse to taking risks, and thus I will not compel you to involve yourselves in the affairs of the new Tao Gang's water stronghold." Suddenly, Lin Sun shifted his tone, speaking in a somber manner. "However, since you have entered the Lingyu and find yourselves in such an environment, it is imperative to grasp the principle of the survival of the fittest and adapt to the rules of this world as soon as possible." His words were already quite tactful. Wangchuan felt a stirring within him. Lin Sun quickly resumed his cheerful demeanor. "I am delighted that you mentioned Haishi village. It indicates that you have not been swept away by the allure of a high salary each month, nor have you forgotten your origins or your master. For this alone, if Haishi village encounters danger, simply call my name, and I shall certainly lend my support." "Thank you, Brother Lin," Wangchuan exclaimed joyfully, raising his drink in salute. "Covering my face, Xiao Yi will self-punish with 3 cups. Chapter 74. How to Reward the Room Master. Have you been drinking? Do you need assistance returning to rest?" Wangchuan accompanied Lin Sun back to the Yulong Gang's hall, encountering many friendly faces along the way. Wangchuan smiled and waved his hand in refusal, saying, "It's nothing. I will just practice in the training yard to sober up. In this state, I certainly cannot forge iron." Wangchuan entered the training yard and immediately approached the Iron Man post. Captain Zhao Hainiu was familiar with training methods, but the Yulong Gang had even more effective techniques. The Iron Man post, 12 Iron Man posts, crafted entirely from wrought iron, stood firmly embedded in the ground along the wall of the training yard. Wangchuan eagerly began to practice the Hei Hu Quan. He executed various movements: strikes, grabs, locks, rips, slaps, collisions, elbow strikes, thrusts, embraces, double thrusts, whip kicks, and sweeps. This sequence had been refined through his adaptations and had become a solidified routine, allowing him to complete it with remarkable speed and fluidity. Practicing it 10 times could yield an increase of approximately 1 experience point. After finishing a round, Wangchuan was drenched in sweat, the alcohol gradually dissipating through his perspiration. The Iron Man posts echoed with dull thuds as he struck them. Wangchuan was completely absorbed in his training, his movements becoming faster and smoother, unaware that Lin Sun had arrived at the entrance of the training yard. Observing with a serious demeanor, arms crossed behind his back. After a while, another figure entered the training yard, a dignified elder with graying temples. Lin Sun promptly bowed in respect. Gang Master. The newcomer was none other than Yang Feiyue, the master of the Yulong gang. Yang Feiyue raised his hand to halt Lin Sun's further gestures, his eyes narrowing slightly as he scrutinized the young man in the yard. Is he the new master of the weaponry room? Indeed, Gang Master, this is Wangchuan. Lin Sun replied. I hear he is a promising talent you recommended. Yang Feiyue nodded. I have heard that you discovered this young man's talent and diligence while he was in Haishi village, and that he is loyal to his village. It is commendable. Indeed. Lin Sun confirmed. I encountered him in Haishi village and recognized his exceptional aptitude and strong work ethic, which sparked my desire to nurture his talent. Excellent. Yang Feiyue responded with a smile. He is indeed a promising candidate. With his addition, the entire weaponry room is invigorated, far surpassing the previous Master Zhang's tenure. I did not expect him to possess talent in martial arts as well. His practice of Hei Huquan has already reached a notable level, and his innate abilities are commendable, qualifying him as a prospective martial artist. With further training, our Yulong gang may soon gain another warrior. Lin Sun interjected. I understand he practices martial arts to honor a promise made to his master, intending to return to assist the village when it is threatened by the forces of Hei Fengzhai. His words effectively dispelled any notions of Wangchuan being frivolous, while simultaneously fostering a positive impression of gratitude before the gang master. Indeed, understanding gratitude is a rare quality. Yang Feiyue acknowledged, nodding repeatedly. The weaponry room has performed admirably during this period, especially in the lead-up to our confrontation with the new Tao gang, where the timely crafting of armor-piercing arrows proved invaluable, significantly reducing casualties among our members. I am contemplating how to reward the room master. Elder Lin, do you have any suggestions? I cannot presume to offer opinions, Lin Sun replied hastily. However, for Wangchuan, I believe he is already quite satisfied with what he has attained. Whatever reward the gang master bestows, it will surely delight him. Elder Lin, you are quite clever. Yang Feiyue remarked with a smile. Since you have suggested it, let us reward him with a first-grade martial art, Chao Shang Fei, to assist him in swiftly advancing to the ranks of martial artists. With strength, he will at least have the ability to protect himself and retreat safely from those bandits of Hei Fengzhai. What do you think? Your wisdom is unparalleled, gang master. Lin Sun expressed with a respectful bow. Let us go. There are still some loose ends to address with the new Tao gang, and a task that requires your execution. Yang Feiyue instructed, leading Lin Sun away. Wangchuan had already dissipated the remaining alcohol from his system and overheard the conversation between Yang Feiyue and Lin Sun. Though he felt too shy to interrupt, once he saw the two men walk away, he breathed a sigh of relief. A reward of a first-grade martial art. Chao Shang Fei, wasn't he that Brother Lin's light-footed technique? The art of lightness is indeed more precious than ordinary martial arts, seemingly requiring 200 taels of silver to procure from the black market. I am now able to practice this skill. Wangchuan's heart swelled with joy. As anticipated, he practiced his punches until noon, when he awaited the arrival of Headmaster He at the armory. Headmaster He personally delivered the martial arts manual Chao Shang Fei, stating that it was a reward from the leader for the diligent efforts of the armory master. Wangchuan promptly expressed his gratitude. Headmaster He patted his shoulder and lowered his voice, revealing that one of his subordinates had recently broken through to the quasi-warrior level and intended to cultivate the Kuang Feng Dao Fa, but was financially constrained and unable to afford suitable weaponry. Wangchuan immediately comprehended that Headmaster He was using the delivery of the martial arts manual as a pretext to solicit a favor from him. He readily agreed, promising that in 3 days, he would have Fei Zai deliver it to him. Headmaster He was delighted by Wangchuan's straightforwardness. Wangchuan escorted Headmaster He out of the front hall before returning to his quarters, where he eagerly opened the manual to begin his studies. Regardless of any distractions, he aimed to grasp the fundamentals first. At this juncture, he had already mastered 4 first-grade martial arts, Hei Huquan with minor achievements, Bai Bu Chuan Yang at the introductory level, Yang Jiachong Fa at the introductory level, and Chao Shang Fei also at the introductory level, with his overall proficiency still lacking. In a bid to enhance his strength rapidly before the departure of the regional captain, Wangchuan delegated all the forging tasks of the 100-fold steel to Qian Sihai, while the other apprentices were tasked with crafting iron weapons. Apart from supervising in the morning, noon, and evening, He dedicated the remainder of his time to training in the practice yard. After diligently practicing He Hu Quan on the Iron Man dummy for an entire day, he advanced it to a level of proficiency, resulting in an increase of 1 point in both strength and agility. Once martial arts reached a level of proficiency, real combat experience was necessary for further advancement. Thus, he temporarily set it aside to focus on Yang Jiachong Fa. The primary distinction between Yang Jiachong Fa and basic spear technique lay in the former's emphasis on power and momentum within military formations, which required vigorous exertion during practice. The ordinary spear mounted on the racks suffered damage after only a few strikes against the Iron Man dummy, with the pole splintering and the spearhead losing its sharpness. Consequently, he opted to utilize his own 100-fold steel spear. With a twist and a shake of his hands, the spearhead danced, producing sparks as it grazed the Iron Man dummy. Withdrawing to gather strength before launching another attack. The spear techniques were not yet fluid enough to practice in conjunction, so he focused on mastering the thrusts first, followed by the sweeping strikes. Amid the crisp sounds of metal clanging, the experience points for Yang Jiachong Fa began to accumulate gradually. And by the end of the day, he successfully advanced to a level of minor achievement, gaining an additional point of strength. With the enhancement of his attributes, Wangchuan noted a marked improvement in his command of Yang Jiachong Fa. Under the influence of his burgeoning strength and agility, the 100-fold steel spear became increasingly manageable, allowing for smoother execution of various techniques. After 2 days of dedicated practice, he had mastered the different forms of Yang Jiachong Fa, successfully breaking through to a level of proficiency and gaining an additional 2 points of strength. At this point, with both He Hu Quan and Yang Jiachong Fa cultivated to proficiency, Wangchuan's training reached a temporary conclusion. Summoning his attribute panel, he observed, Wangchuan, male, blacksmith, hunger level 7100, strength 8, attack 6, agility 8, defense 2, speed 1, stamina 8, health 1, 10, 110, spirit 0, not activated. Some martial arts have been condensed. First grade martial arts He Hu Quan, proficient, next level 0, 300. First grade martial arts Yang Jiachong Fa, proficient, next level 0, 500. First grade martial arts Chao Shang Fei, introductory, next level 0, 100. His strength had reached 19 points. The enhancement in strength from first grade martial arts was indeed substantial. With just 1 more point, he would attain a strength attribute of 20 points, thus formally entering the rank of warriors. He felt a surge of excitement. Eager to step into the realm of martial artists, he recalled his elder brother Lin Sun mentioning that upon entering the warrior tier, one would be considered to have acquired the warrior profession, allowing for attribute rewards. When he became a life profession blacksmith, he had received 2 points in attribute rewards. As a warrior, the attribute points gained would be double those of a life profession. Furthermore, these would be precious free attribute rewards, enabling a warrior to amplify certain advantages or compensate for deficiencies in specific attributes, thereby accelerating the journey to becoming a true warrior. Wangchuan quickly assessed that he still had Bai Bu Chuan Yang and Chao Shang Fei, both first-grade martial arts, available for cultivation, aiming for a swift breakthrough to proficiency. It was rumored that Chao Shang Fei primarily enhanced agility, which he decided to postpone for now. Bai Bu Chuan Yang, however, was scarcely mastered by anyone in the entire Huishui County, making it a worthy endeavor. Wangchuan promptly returned to the armory to seek out Qian Sihai. During this period, Qian Sihai had been tirelessly crafting various 100-fold steel weapons, receiving only food and lodging for his labor, without any wages. Wangchuan felt a pang of guilt at this arrangement, but rules were rules. As he was a captive and not a disciple of the Yulong gang, it was necessary to wait for higher authorities to change Qian Sihai's status before he could receive appropriate treatment. Old Qian, armory master, Qian Sihai did not harbor any disdain for his current circumstances. In fact, compared to the plight of the New Tao gang, who were imprisoned and shackled, his situation was significantly improved. Each day, he was able to relish the meat buns from the Huishui County dock. Moreover, he held a deep respect for the landlord, whose skills and prowess surpassed his own, and he bore no grievances whatsoever. "Can you craft an iron bow?" Wangchuan inquired. He recalled that the prerequisites for Bai Bu Chuan Yang necessitated the use of an iron bow. The ability to shoot accurately from 100 paces required considerable strength, and a bow of superior quality, for a common hunting bow, was easily susceptible to breaking. An iron bow, however, did not present such problems. Indeed, Qian Sihai nodded affirmatively, responding, "It merely requires a bit more effort to forge, as we need to incorporate some copper ore." "Excellent." Wangchuan beamed with delight. "I remember that the armory has some copper ingots available. Take Chen Ergu with you to retrieve them. If you require anything else, feel free to mention it. Expedite the crafting of the iron bow for me." "Understood." Both Qian Sihai and Chen Ergu readily accepted Wangchuan's command and swiftly got to work. The armory had seen a noticeable increase in productivity recently. Even the most rudimentary arrows could be produced at a rate of 2 or 300 daily, divided among the workers. This would yield at least 3 taels of wages each month, not including the rewards bestowed by the landlord. A modest bonus for the refined steel weaponry was sufficient for each family to enjoy a well-deserved treat. Qian Sihai soon became adept at forging the iron bow. Following the rhythmic breathing techniques of Chao Shangfei, Wangchuan mobilized his entire being, pacing rhythmically around the forge. The sound of metal clanging echoed as Qian Sihai worked fervently. Wangchuan, meanwhile, practiced Chao Shangfei with increasing proficiency, despite the absence of any experience gain. It was his first encounter with this light-footed technique, and he sought to master its intricacies. As Qian Sihai hammered away at the iron, he occasionally cast curious glances at the landlord, who was pacing back and forth. Initially, he paid little mind, but as time passed, it became evident that the landlord showed no signs of slowing down, and his pace appeared to quicken. This peculiar sight did not escape the notice of the apprentices in the armory either. It seemed as though a gust of wind propelled Wang Chuan's feet, as he danced rhythmically in circles within the open space of the forge. An hour passed, and everyone was drenched in sweat. Wang Chuan, too, was thoroughly exhausted. Mastering this light-footed technique was no small feat. Synchronizing breath with footfall required a harmonious rhythm to achieve a sense of weightlessness. After an hour, fatigue set in rapidly, leaving him both weary and famished. Yet, the practice indeed enhanced his speed, as if he were treading upon powerful springs, ready to leap forth at any moment. After consuming a few meat buns to satiate his hunger, Wang Chuan sat beside Qian Sihai, continuing to observe intently, discreetly absorbing knowledge from the latter's forging of the iron bow. Under Wang Chuan's guidance, Qian Sihai endeavored to forge 2 iron bows simultaneously, allowing Wang Chuan to observe more closely. Should any steps be overlooked, he could pay extra attention during the second attempt. After another hour, Wang Chuan resumed his pacing, and the apprentices regarded it with indifference. By the following noon, Qian Sihai finally completed the task. The 2 iron bows were ready. Wang Chuan was elated, eagerly accepting the bows. Iron bow, white quality, durability 100-100, attack 10-15, usage requirement, strength 20. Without sufficient strength, it is best not to wield it. Wang Chuan was momentarily taken aback. This weapon had usage requirements. A minimum strength threshold of 20 points rendered it unusable for him. Chapter 76. Ergu the carpenter. Wang Chuan remained undeterred. With the bow in his left hand and the string in his right, he attempted to draw it. The specially tanned bowstring crafted from cowhide could only be pulled a slight distance before becoming stuck, no matter how hard he tried. After several failed attempts, he exerted all his strength, panting heavily, yet he still could not fully draw the bow. Only then did Qian Sihai realize that the landlord intended to use this iron bow and felt compelled to offer a gentle reminder. Landlord, this iron bow is specifically designed for martial artists of entry-level prowess. You have yet to attain that status and cannot wield the iron bow. Wang Chuan set down the iron bow, gradually calming his breath, and nodded in acknowledgement. Truly impressive. The iron bow has taught me a lesson. What price does this iron bow typically fetch in the market? Wang Chuan shifted the topic to ease his embarrassment. Chun Ergu interjected, saying, Landlord, I know that last year, someone came to Huishui County selling iron bows at a price of 30 taels of silver, which was apparently purchased by an entry-level martial artist from our county. Qian Sihai nodded in agreement. This iron bow comprises 3 ingots of refined steel and incorporates a small piece of brass. The cost of the bow itself is around 9 taels, while the cowhide string is nearly 2 taels, considering material waste and labor costs. The total expense is at least 18 taels. Selling it for 30 taels is not exorbitant. Wang Chuan acknowledged this and inquired of Qian Sihai, Are there any other bows that are superior to the ordinary wooden or hunting bows, yet fall just short of the iron bow? Indeed, Chun Ergu eagerly replied, In fact, bows made from walnut wood and white ash are quite formidable. They are more challenging to draw than standard wooden hunting bows and can shoot great distances. We have a stock of prepared wood in the warehouse, treated for pest and moisture resistance, ready for bow and arrow production at any time. How do you know so much about this? Wang Chuan finally recognized that Chun Ergu possessed a remarkable understanding of bows and arrows, far exceeding that of an ordinary worker. The latter chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head, and said, Before joining the gang, I was a carpenter in the village and had several years of hunting experience, crafting wooden bows from various materials. Oh, Wang Chuan exclaimed in surprise. I had no idea that Chun Ergu was actually a carpenter. Very well, Ergu, please gather the materials and help me fashion a wooden bow. I require a bow that is slightly easier to draw than an iron one, primarily strong, with a long range and stability. One of the main characteristics of Baibu Chuan Yang is its long range and precision. With a good wooden bow, training can progress swiftly, leading to rapid breakthroughs. Understood. Chun Ergu, who was at a loss as to how to repay the landlord, immediately dashed to the warehouse to fetch a piece of walnut wood along with the various tools needed for crafting the bow, diligently getting to work. The task of crafting a wooden bow is no less arduous than that of a blacksmith. One must know how to plane the wood, understand its grain, and learn how to enhance the bow's resilience. Once the bow took shape, Chin Ergu sought out an unknown liquid, submerging the bow in it, and pressing it down to ensure it was fully soaked. He explained to Wangchuan, although these wooden bows appear quite sturdy, they can easily break with repeated pulling. They need to be softened with warm water and heat to enhance their flexibility, allowing them to last longer. The next step involved applying oil to improve its texture and surface strength. The entire manufacturing process would take approximately 2 days. Chin Ergu's explanations were exceedingly detailed. Wangchuan deduced that if he pressed further with questions, Ergu might teach him the craft of carpentry. However, he had no desire to learn the art of woodworking. He understood the principle of not overextending oneself. His own by Lian Gang Duan Zhao Shu had already reached a plateau, making further advancement difficult. Acquiring carpentry skills would be futile. Thus, he instructed Chin Ergu to focus on crafting the walnut bow, while he himself went to the training grounds. He intended to earnestly practice Chao Shang Fei, honing his lightness skill. From brother Lin Sun, he had already learned the shortcut to mastering Chao Shang Fei, wall climbing, commonly referred to as flying over eaves and walking on walls. As long as one mastered the techniques of leaping and gained proficiency, this skill could be successfully cultivated. In the weapons room, he had familiarized himself with the breathing rhythm and footwork principles of Chao Shang Fei, understanding the nuances of their interplay. Seizing the opportunity when the training grounds were empty, he finally had the chance to unleash his speed and run continuously. With a deep breath, Wangchuan exhaled a cloud of turbid air and propelled himself forward. Even though he was merely at the entry level of Chao Shang Fei, he still generated a faint current of air from the ground. As his garments fluttered, he surged forth at a speed surpassing that of a 100-meter sprint. The training ground measured no more than 50 meters in length and width. Ahead lay the Iron Man stakes. Wangchuan held his breath, focusing his energy, feeling as if he had springs beneath his feet, pressing down slightly before launching himself, landing lightly upon the arms of the Iron Man stake, then gracefully descending to the ground. He had succeeded. Wangchuan's eye sparkled. While running, he effortlessly cleared an obstacle nearly the height of an adult. Chao Shang Fei proved to be effective. It seemed that the 100-meter hurdles could no longer hinder him. However, after landing, his breath was slightly disordered, and his speed noticeably diminished, causing the spring-like sensation beneath his feet to vanish. Wangchuan promptly focused his mind and continued to diligently practice Chao Shang Fei, synchronizing his breathing with rhythmic movements of his legs. As his speed increased, the sensation of springy legs returned. A smile crept across Wangchuan's face. He pressed on. After sprinting a lap around the training ground and regaining his rhythm, he eagerly charged toward the next Iron Man stake. He executed the leap effortlessly. At that moment, had there been an observer watching him traverse the Iron Man stake, they would have found the entire process remarkably smooth, reminiscent of a true martial artist demonstrating an impressive lightness skill. Wangchuan was completely immersed, his legs moving in harmony, maintaining the rhythm of his breath, feeling as if he were floating lightly, as if walking on the moon. This was lightness skill, undeniably exquisite. Regrettably, his current leaping height was limited to just over a meter, and he could not yet scale walls. He needed to wait until he reached a minor level of mastery to utilize his strength for wall climbing. Running vigorously on the training ground, leaping countless times, he glanced at his skill attribute panel and noticed that the experience points for Chao Shang Fei had indeed incremented by 2 points. Yes, after training for quite a while, he had only gained 2 points of experience. The progress stood at 2,100. Wangchuan nearly felt disheartened. Fortunately, he understood the importance of lightness skill for a martial artist. If it took longer, so be it. He would endure. He pressed on. Gritting his teeth, Wangchuan continued. He spent nearly half an hour leaping and bouncing on the training ground, utterly exhausted, his hunger level dropping below 40 points, before finally dragging his weary legs out to the dock to buy meat buns. He devoured 5 meat buns in one go, yet his stamina had not returned, forcing him to log off and rest. Chapter 77, Manifesting Reality. Rising from his bed, Wangchuan removed his silver gaming helmet, stepped outside, and made his way to the cafeteria, casually ordering a seafood feast before strolling to the 73rd floor to digest his meal. The gym was deserted. At this hour, most people were usually laboring in Lingyu. Wangchuan walked on the treadmill for half an hour, then turned off the machine and ventured into the strength training area. The bench press no longer met his requirements. He headed straight for the barbell. Previously, with a power level of 12 points, he had lifted 150 kilograms, approaching the weight class of world champions. Now, with his strength at 19 points, he was eager to discover how much weight he could lift. Directly increasing the weight of the barbell to 150 kilograms, he effortlessly completed the snatch, immediately raising it to 170 kilograms. which he handled with remarkable ease. However, Wangchuan couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety, murmuring to himself, "Is this just a game? And yet I surpassed the world champion? Is this Ling Yu meant to cultivate a legion of superhumans?" In ancient times, heroes, by defying martial laws, were not favored by rulers. If Ling Yu is indeed a product of state development, does it not imply the nurture of a cadre of unstable and perilous individuals? Such reasoning seems utterly flawed. Wangchuan pondered as he added the barbell's weight to 180 kilograms before lifting it again. 200 kilograms. He dared not proceed further. Calming his emotions, he cast a silent glance at the cameras in the corner of the gym, stretched his limbs, and returned to his apartment on the 75th floor. Su Wan sat at her desk, with the projection before her displaying the surveillance footage from the gym on the 73rd floor, showcasing Wangchuan's weightlifting. A faint smile graced her lips as she mused. Anyone who has reached the level of a quasi-warrior will sense the transformations Ling Yu imparts on the body. Truly, our newly selected recruit displays focus, emotional stability, composure in the face of adversity, and the ability to control himself. He will soon adapt to and relish the changes brought by Ling Yu. At this juncture, the monitoring footage abruptly switched to another scene. The focal point was Li Guixiong, an elder member of the gold mining team led by Linda Hai. Ever since he sensed that He Pai might perish due to his role in the Ling Yu game, his mental state had deteriorated significantly. Not only had his efficiency in mining ores noticeably declined, but Li also logged off promptly at 6 every day, secretly investigating the whereabouts of his 11 colleagues from Tian Shui village. He even managed to uncover some information regarding missing and deceased individuals. As she observed the footage, witnessing Li clandestinely meeting with someone and receiving photographs from them, Su Wan's gaze grew increasingly cold and ruthless. "Humph. I initially thought you could self-regulate, Li. You have greatly disappointed me and the company. Some actions are prohibited at this moment, and you have crossed the line." Su Wan retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Number 013372, villager from Heisher village, deal with Li. A muffled acknowledgement came from the other end before she hung up. Wangchuan returned to his room, refraining from immediately re-entering the game, as a sudden thought struck him. He assumed the starting stance of He Quan, mimicking the characters within the game, adopting a horse stance, grounding himself, breathing, fists and feet synchronized with hand and eye. Holding his breath and focusing intently, Wangchuan lunged forward as if a fearsome beast had erupted forth, his left hand clawing through the air, unleashing a fierce gust. With his right hand swiftly following suit. Strike, claw grip. Twisting, he tore at the air, his right hand striking forcefully, colliding with his body. Tear, strike, crash. He pivoted for an elbow strike, his knee thrusting upward, both hands poised to smash down. Elbow, thrust, smash. With a swift kick-off, his knee rose high, executing a flying strike, and upon landing, he smoothly swept his leg, following up with a high whip kick. Again thrust, sweep, whip. The sequence of He Quan unfolded with remarkable fluidity. The living room seemed to be swept by a minuscule whirlwind. When he finally ceased, he could still feel the power surging through his veins. Had there been an adversary, the outcome would have been catastrophic. Wangchuan stood in a horse stance, incredulously gazing at his hands, his expression gravely serious. The martial arts from Ling Yu could indeed manifest in the real world. It was becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Were Yu Jiaodou and Lin Sun also experiencing this? Wangchuan mused aloud, answering his own query. It must be so. The girl I encountered last time, so slender. Yet she effortlessly lifted 300 kilograms. She must be a primary warrior. The power of a primary warrior translating into the real world is utterly insane. Wangchuan felt an intensifying belief that this game would undoubtedly usher in a monumental transformation for the world. However, if the game was secretly developed and released by the authorities, it implied they possessed even more terrifying powers, perhaps secondary, tertiary, or even higher-level warriors. Wangchuan slumped onto the sofa, contemplating for a long while. Forget it. No need to overthink. If all of this is orchestrated by the authorities, those who first enter Ling Yu and enhance their strength will hold absolute advantages in the future world. My objective is to continuously grow stronger while ensuring my safety. When the sky collapses, there will naturally be tall figures to support it. Wangchuan re-entered the game. After resting for an hour on his bed, his game character evidently regained stamina. Without hesitation, he returned to the training grounds to continue practicing Chao Shang Fei. After a frantic hour of running, his experience points surged to 10, 100, both exhausted and famished. Wangchuan logged off once more, allowing his character to rest in the room. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck him. If He Quan could be performed in the real world, could Chao Shang Fei also be executed? Wangchuan eagerly began to practice. Following the game's techniques for channeling energy and breath, he soon felt a remarkable transformation within his body. He became light as a feather. His legs springy and full of vigor. Lightness could also be utilized. Wangchuan was ecstatic, although Ling Yu instilled a degree of fear and shadows within him. Who does not harbor a dream of martial arts? Who does not yearn for the ability to traverse walls and rooftops in the real world? As long as danger has not yet arrived, one might as well indulge in enjoyment first. Soon after, he began to dash fervently within his room, creating a miniature whirlwind of activity. Fortunately, the workspace provided by Zhangguo Studio for all employees was quite spacious. The living room measured 10 by 10 meters, with an expansive area exceeding 300 square meters. Running within it did not feel confining. Before long, he found himself unsatisfied with merely the thrill of speed and began rearranging the furniture in his room, setting up obstacles with the refrigerator, cabinets, sofa, table, and various fitness equipment to practice light-footed techniques. The more he ran, the more adept and fluid he became, experiencing a delightful uplift in his mood. However, performing light-footed maneuvers in the real world would also consume significant stamina. Soon, he felt hunger creeping in, his legs growing heavy as if weighed down by lead, necessitating a rest. Wangchuan quickly summoned a robot to bring him a meal. After finishing, he glanced at the time, flopped onto his bed, and logged into the game. Assuming control of his game character, he continued to train in COSH-ING-FI. An hour passed. When Wangchuan logged off to rest, he instinctively summoned the attribute panel to take a look. COSH-ING-FI entry level, 18,100. What? Wangchuan North froze in place. In the same span of time, had he really gained an additional 3 experience points? He felt grateful for everyone's support and encouragement. The goal for this book was to exceed 95, and he needed to push his limits, seeking acceleration, love, comments, and 5-star reviews with deep respect. Chapter 78. A Call from Old Lee. Wangchuan was keenly aware of his training progress. After a grueling hour, he could at most add 5 experience points, never more. The sudden increase of 3 experience points was clearly suspicious. Who wouldn't he wish to break through more swiftly? Wangchuan immediately recalled the 2 hours spent in the real world, and his eyes brightened. Could it be? Training in COSH-ING-FI in the real world was also recognized by Ling. Or perhaps, those bound to the game gained acknowledgement and could resonate with everything within. Wangchuan felt as though he had discovered a new continent. If this were true, training for an hour in the game until exhaustion, and then training for 2 hours in the real world, would seamlessly connect the two, effectively doubling training efficiency. Wangchuan felt rejuvenated, hastily logging off to verify this theory. Inside his room, he dashed about, leaping over obstacles with renewed vigor. After a solid 2 hours, he reached the point where his legs felt sore and numb, his stomach seemingly emptied. Without pausing to eat, he logged into the game, summoned the attribute panel, and checked his status. Upon seeing the numbers, Wangchuan couldn't contain his excitement and clenched his fist. COSH-ING-FI entry level, 23,100. Training in the real world had indeed proven beneficial. He had gained 5 experience points and received acknowledgement from Ling. Splendid. Wangchuan logged off, muttering to himself, since one can train various martial arts in the real world, COSH-ING-FI can be practiced all day long. In just 40 hours, I could achieve a notable breakthrough. He immediately revised his training plan, alternating between the game and reality to enhance the experience points for COSH-ING-FI. Over the next 2 days, his experience points soared to 93,100. News from CHNRGU arrived first. CHNRGU had successfully crafted a wine-red walnut wood bow. The bow felt slightly heavy, its body smooth with clear grain, and the string taut and powerful, far superior to ordinary and hunting bows. Walnut wood bow, white grade, durability 100-100, attack 8-10, strength requirement 15. This was CHNRGU's masterpiece. Wangchuan tested it, finding that with about 70% of his strength, he could draw it fully. Practicing with it would be far more comfortable than with an iron bow. Wangchuan smiled, saying, "RGU, well done. This is your reward." He handed over 2 taels of silver. The latter beamed with joy. "Thank you, landlord." Spending 2 days crafting a bow had yielded rewards comparable to a month's salary. Leaving him ecstatic, Wangchuan proceeded to the training grounds to admire the bow. The walnut wood bow paired with standard arrows could unleash astonishing damage, nearly rivaling that of a wooden bow with armor-piercing arrows. Although it lacked armor-piercing capability, a single arrow could easily take down a wild boar. Furthermore, the walnut wood bow had an impressive range, capable of shooting across the training ground, approximately 100 paces away. At such a distance, one needed to hold their breath, concentrate, and carefully calculate the arrow's trajectory to hit the target. Given Wangchuan's archery skill, he occasionally missed, underscoring the difficulty of hitting a target at 100 paces. Experience points remained unchanged. Clearly, one had to hunt living creatures to gain them. Never mind. He would first elevate COSH-ing-FI to a minor achievement, then venture outside the city to fish for experience, striving to increase his strength attribute to 20 points and cross the threshold of becoming a martial artist. Wangchuan meticulously planned his training. After spending 2 hours, he finally heard the system notification, ding. COSH-ing-FI has advanced from entry level to minor achievement, rewarding 1 agility point. At last, he had elevated his rank. Wangchuan felt a sense of relief. This training session had been the longest and most arduous he had ever endured. Mastering light-footed techniques was indeed no simple feat. Discovering the secret to training in the real world had significantly enhanced his efficiency, reducing the time to under 3 days. For an ordinary person, it would likely take 6 days and nights, or even longer. Just as he prepared to contact LNXNDG to see if he could arrange a boat for training and hitting a target at 100 paces, someone called from outside. Wangchuan returned to the West Wing and logged off. Upon seeing the caller ID, he was surprised to find it was Old Li. Did he call himself? Could it be that something has transpired in Haishi village? Wangchuan felt a tightening in his chest and promptly answered the call. Hello. Helpless sobbing was heard on the other end. Wangchuan's heart sank, and a troubling thought arose. Lao Li, what has happened? Is everything all right? On the phone, Lao Li's trembling voice, interspersed with tears, emerged. Wah, I'm finished. My game character has died. Wangchuan. Am I going to die too? Upon hearing this, goosebumps erupted on Wangchuan's arm as a chilling wave coursed through his entire being. In that instant, he froze, unsure of what to say, his expression darkening significantly. Wah, I'm going to die. I don't want to die. I have a wife and children. What will happen to them if I die? Lao Li's voice trembled violently, revealing his profound fear. Wangchuan took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, and asked, how could this happen? Are you not in the village? How did you die? What about Lin Dage and the others? Are they safe? He understood well the implications of a game character's death. Lao Li was doomed. Not only had he lost his job, but he could also potentially lose his life. The fate of the game character would soon manifest in reality. He was even more concerned that Lin Dahai and the others might share Lao Li's grim fate. Was the tragedy of Tianshui village repeating itself in Haishi village? Fragmented snippets of Lao Li's voice conveyed the nightmare that had unfolded that day. In the early morning, everything was as usual. They all practiced basic gun technique together. Around noon, someone discovered a lone, injured wild boar in the snow outside the village, prompting a suggestion to hunt it for some extra income. Captain Zhao Hainiu quickly led a team to hunt the boar, promising to treat everyone in the village. However, at that moment, a masked figure appeared, claiming the boar belonged to them and demanding its return. Naturally, the villagers refused. A group of villagers began to jeer and taunt, telling the intruder to leave. Lao Li was among them. But just then, unexpectedly, the masked figure made a sudden gesture and turned to leave. Lao Li felt a sharp pain in his chest, only to realize a flying knife had pierced him. His health points plummeted to 0. After that, Lao Li was unsure of what transpired. All he knew was that he was forcibly ejected from the game and could no longer log in, with the system declaring his character dead and his account terminated. Subsequently, he was dismissed from the company. Wangchuan found this hard to believe. For a mere wild boar, someone had brazenly committed murder. Lao Li had been the unfortunate victim. Chapter 79. Lao Li is dead? Who called? Lao Li had already been terminated from the company. Upon the instant of his game character's death, he was unceremoniously escorted out of the Warring States building by a robotic entity, leaving him in a state of utter terror. He revealed that he had been secretly investigating the whereabouts of 11 colleagues from Tianshui village, and from sources privy to information, he learned that indeed 5 colleagues had perished in their public rental apartments for various reasons. Due to the horrific nature of the crime scenes, all information had been tightly sealed by the authorities, preventing any leaks. Lao Li managed to acquire a portion of the death scene photographs, which showed no bodies, only bloodstained, tattered clothing. The deceased's apartment doors and windows were tightly shut, with the remains seemingly consumed entirely by wild beasts, leaving only dark red, dried bloodstains, and a chaotic scene. The authorities had tightly controlled the information to prevent public unrest. After receiving these photographs, Lao Li's fear escalated, confirming his suspicion that those dismissed had indeed met their demise. The 11 players from Tianshui village had all, without exception, been devoured by wolves in their sleep. Wangchuan, please save me. I don't want to die. Lao Li's voice held a desperate plea. I've tried calling Lao Lin, Wei Zhe, and Zhang Kai, but no one answers. You're the only one who can help me, Wangchuan. Hearing this, an inexplicable sense of vigilance arose within Wangchuan. Lin Dahai and the others had been with Lao Li for half a year. They should have logged off to comfort him. Why were their phones unreachable? Something felt amiss. Based on his understanding of Lin Dahai and Zhang Kai's characters, they would not be so callous. Could it be that the troubles in Haishi village were not yet resolved? Had Haishi village encountered a calamity? Lao Li, don't panic. I will head to Haishi village to assess the situation. Perhaps the troublemaking martial artist has not yet left. Wangchuan deduced that the masked individual pursuing the wild boar was likely a martial artist, possibly of a higher rank. He feared that improper handling of the situation in Haishi village could lead to a more devastating incident. After quickly ending the call, Wangchuan contacted Coach Yu to inquire about the situation. With Lao Li's game character deceased, the head of the gold-earning department would certainly be aware of the circumstances. However, Coach Yu seemed taken aback, responding, "Wangchuan, are you still asleep? Lao Li's incident occurred yesterday. He died of a heart attack. Apparently due to the parents of Hei Pai confronting him at his public rental apartment, which triggered the attack. Are you sure you received a call from Lao Li?" Coach Yu's serious tone felt like a heavy blow, leaving Wangchuan utterly bewildered. Lao Li had died yesterday? How had he been unaware? Moreover, who would play such a cruel prank as to call him, mimicking Lao Li's voice to plead for help? Wangchuan was at a loss. Upon checking his call logs again, he found there was no record of Lao Li's incoming call. Wangchuan was once again dumbfounded. No call record. What just happened? Is this a nightmare? The voice of Yu Jiaodo continued to resonate from the other end of the phone. Indeed, there has been an incident in Haishi village. Yesterday, someone was murdered outside the village, and unfortunately, Lao Li met his demise under a flying dagger. It seems someone has played a prank on you by using Lao Li's name to call you. As for Haishi village, everything is now settled. It is said that Zhao Hainiyu, wishing to contain the situation, voluntarily surrendered the wild boar's corpse for the other party to take away. He subsequently dispatched someone to report to our county office, but we are still unclear about the identity of the assailants. Yu Jiaodo's words finally provided Wangchuan with a semblance of clarity regarding the situation. An incident had indeed transpired in Haishi village, but it was an event of yesterday. Lao Li had died yesterday. Therefore, the person who called him today must have employed voice modulation and altered their phone number, ultimately severing his ability to return the call. What could their intent be? Was it mere mischief, or was there a deeper motive? This remained a mystery to him. Yu Jiaodo sighed. Wangchuan, you need not worry about the events in Haishi village. They are now in the past. Lao Li was indeed unfortunate, and his body has already been sent for cremation. Our company, out of humanitarian concern, will ensure that his family receives this month's salary and some humanitarian aid. Beyond that, it is no longer within our purview. As for the person who called you, it is likely just a prankster. As long as they do not continue, we shall let it be. The deceased are gone, and we must carry on. With that, he hung up. Wangchuan sat in silence for a long while, unable to compose himself. His phone remained silent. In retrospect, Lao Li's voice had indeed sounded peculiar. The sobs that accompanied the tremor in his tone were markedly different from his usual voice. This may have contributed to his initial assumption that the caller was truly Lao Li. But who would be so bored as to use the deceased for such a prank? The residents of Haishi village seemed an unlikely bunch. There was another point of suspicion. Although Yu Jiaodo had dealt with the matter decisively, he had not mentioned whether Lao Li had been dismissed from the company. Lao Li's game character had perished, followed by his heart attack. While Yu Jiaodo attributed Lao Li's health crisis to the disturbance caused by the parents of Hei Pai, could there be another explanation? According to his understanding of Lingyu, players who died in the game seemed to meet their end in the real world in a similar manner. Lao Li's heart attack could have merely been exacerbated by the confrontation with Hei Pai's parents. But what could have caused this? It was all too strange. If there truly existed a predestined connection between fate and virtual reality, could it be that the Lao Li who called him was not merely a prankster, but rather his lingering soul? Wangchuan cradled his head in his hands. The deeper he contemplated, the more bewildering it became, and the more chaotic his thoughts grew. After some time, he could not help but mutter to himself. First it was Hei Pai, then Tian Shui village, and now it's Lao Li. If a game character's death leads to the death of the real self, who will be next? An inexplicable chill washed over him. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the $1,000,000 he had accumulated in his account provided him with no semblance of security. Approaching the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, he noticed that his complexion had turned an unhealthy shade of pale. Gazing out at the world beyond, he was struck by an overwhelming sensation. He was not standing atop a high vantage point, but rather trapped within the belly of a colossal beast, with the threat of annihilation looming at any moment. Indeed, the sudden acquisition of immense fortune often comes at a steep cost. That cost might very well be life itself. Wangchuan sighed as he leaned against the window, a sardonic smile creeping across his face. Perhaps we are not the fortunate ones, but rather the unfortunate souls ensnared by a devil. Nevertheless, he resolved that regardless of the circumstances, survival was paramount. Chapter 80. Sailing and archery practice survive. Witnessing his colleagues around him perish due to various entanglements with game characters within Lingyu, coupled with the indifference of the Sunghua studio towards their plight, Wangchuan's sole thought became, survive. From that moment onward, earning gold was no longer his objective in Lingyu. No matter how substantial the balance in his account, it was of no use. Life is lost, and the account disappears. He would take nothing with him. His goal was to grow stronger, at the very least, to avoid being so easily killed. Upon returning to the game, he immediately sought out Lin Sun for assistance. Upon learning that Wangchuan had acquired a Huyangmu Bao and intended to practice Bai Bu Chuan Yang, Lin Sun arranged to meet him at the dock the following morning. The next morning, indeed, a vessel awaited at the dock. It was a medium-sized cargo ship, measuring several meters in length. With over 30 miners, both men and women, seated in the cabin. They were clearly players earning a living in Huishui County. Why haven't we set sail yet? What time is it? Shu. The ship's captain mentioned that a significant figure is to accompany us to Shuizhai today. We mustn't let him hear us. Yes. The Yulong gang is notorious for disposing of troublemakers and disobedient individuals by feeding them to the fish in the river. Last time, a colleague from our studio offended an inner disciple and was immediately bound and thrown into the river, disappearing without a trace. As the group conversed, Lin Sun and Wangchuan boarded the ship, followed by Chun Ergu, who was laden with hundreds of arrows. Looking cheerful as he served as Wangchuan's assistant for the day, the ship's captain, also a disciple of the Yulong gang, was obsequiously bowing to the two. Elder Lin, Wangchuan Fangzhu, it is an honor to have you aboard. Old Qian, the ship's captain, will escort you over and return for you in the afternoon. There are our own people at the mine, and the nearby waters are quite safe. So I shall not accompany you. If you wish to return early, just ask Lao Qian to make an additional trip. Lin Sun holds a significant position within the Yulong gang, and his casual remark was immediately picked up by Lao Qian, who beamed with a broad smile. Yes, yes, yes. If the owner wishes to return, simply let me know, and I will be at your service. Thank you, esteemed elder, Wangchuan replied politely, clasping his hands in gratitude. While Lin Sun could easily command Lao Qian, he recognized that this boat captain was an inner sect disciple with the strength of A, whereas he himself still stood a step away from becoming A. It was wise to maintain humility and modesty. Not at all, not at all. The owner truly humbles this old man, Lao Qian responded, bowing deeply, appearing quite flustered. He had long heard that Wangchuan was personally recommended by Elder Lin to join the Yulong gang. Moreover, shortly after Wangchuan's arrival, Zhang Fangzhu had met his demise. Now, not only had Wangchuan taken charge of the weapons room, but it was also rumored that he had performed commendably, earning recognition and rewards from above. From the gang leader to the hall masters, all were exceedingly satisfied with him. His status and connections were not something an ordinary inner sect disciple could compare with. Furthermore, it was certain that there would be future occasions where he might need to seek Wangchuan's assistance. Thus, he naturally had to serve him with utmost care. Very well, I will take you to this point. Wishing you a safe journey, Lin Sun waved as he returned to the dock. The boat captain, Lao Qian, respectfully clasped his hands and instructed the crew to untie the ropes and raise the anchor. Set sail. Naturally, Wangchuan could not remain in the dark cargo hold with the 30 or so miners. Standing at the bow, he gazed at the receding dock as the cargo ship smoothly glided through the emerald waters, entering a misty realm akin to a fairyland, which alleviated his restless spirit somewhat. Chun Ergu set down a bundle of arrows and cautiously inquired, "Owner, would you care for something to eat?" Wangchuan accepted a meat bun, surveying the verdant hills along the ship's side. Behind him, whispers filled with curiosity could be heard. What is that person's identity? An elder from the Yulong gang personally sent him aboard. I do not know. Are you not from the Yulong gang? Do you not recognize who he is? Some were overly inquisitive and directly asked the outer sect disciples of the Yulong gang. These players were, in fact, not qualified to enter the hall or the weapons room, hence they had never encountered Wangchuan. I have not seen him, but he should be a player like us. One sharp-eyed individual surmised Wangchuan's identity as a player. How so? Did you not notice he brought a large number of arrows? That is a motion associated with practicing archery. Players in the game would not carry so many arrows at once. Moreover, Elder Lin from our Yulong gang is also a high-level player, so this individual should be a colleague of Elder Lin from the same game studio. Upon hearing this, Wangchuan could not help but glance sideways, casting a quick look at the speaker. A perceptive individual. His future achievements would surely not be confined to merely being a miner. The latter fell silent after Wangchuan glanced his way, as if intimidated. After the cargo ship had traveled a distance, the boat captain Lao Qian approached and quietly advised, "Owner, the waters ahead have abundant aquatic vegetation. And since they are a confluence area, fish schools will be plentiful. If you wish to practice archery, this would be an excellent spot." Wangchuan's eyes lit up, and he turned to see the water below turning a deeper shade of green, with the aquatic plants becoming denser and numerous bubbles surfacing. "Thank you for the guidance, Elder Qian." Wangchuan promptly took out his poplar wood bow and knocked an arrow. With a snap, the bowstring twanged. The poplar wood bow possessed considerable strength. Drawing back to 70%, it exerted at least 3 times the power of an ordinary wooden bow. The arrow shot forth like lightning, piercing the water's surface. And soon enough, a crucian carp was struck, flipping onto its back and surfacing. I hit it. Players in the cargo hold had been closely observing Wangchuan's actions, and upon witnessing the first arrow strike its target, many exclaimed in astonishment. To hit from such a distance is impressive. Such precision in archery, does it still require practice? A group of players chattered. That must be nearly 30 meters away, right? Those who practice martial arts are indeed formidable. Wangchuan paid no heed to their chatter, silently calling up his attribute panel for a glance. The experience points for remained unchanged. He loosed a few more arrows, but the experience points still did not budge. Chun Ergu, brimming with excitement, had already borrowed a fishing net to collect the struck fish. What is going on? Why aren't the experience points rising? Wangchuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Was it because his archery had reached a level of proficiency? Or was it that required hitting living targets from 100 paces to increase experience points? Wangchuan pondered silently. However, while sailing, hitting a target from 100 paces away while also accounting for the refraction of light on the water's surface was exceedingly challenging. It was difficult to lock onto a target unless it leaped out of the water. Chapter 81. The fish pond at the water stockade suddenly. As if heaven had heard Wangchuan's plea, a fish leaped from the water in the distance with a splash. With a swish. Wangchuan's 15 agility and 15 speed were no trifles. The moment he noticed the ripples, he swiftly nocked an arrow. As the fish broke the surface, the poplarwood bough was drawn back to its full extent, and without hesitation, he released the arrow. In the instant the fish resurfaced, it quickly submerged again. But an arrow followed closely behind, plunging into the water with even greater speed. Splash! A faint spray of blood blossomed on the water's surface. A second later, the fish struggled, surfacing alongside the arrow, gradually growing still. This scene immediately sent a chill down the spines of the players in the cargo hold. Almost everyone stood up, gazing out over the railing in astonishment. My heavens! So far away. I couldn't even see it, and yet it hit. Such skill. Goodness gracious. Are we playing the same game? I am utterly impressed, and bow in reverence. Even the previously astute player wore a face of disbelief. Staring in shock at the fish bobbing in the water, struck by an arrow from 100 paces away, speechless and unsure of what to say. This was clearly not a feat achievable through mere fish shooting practice. It was a demonstration of the opponent's exceptional archery skills and strength. This was no novice just starting out. This was clearly a master archer. Wangchuan was in high spirits, finally gaining experience points. The entry-level skill of Bai Bu Chuan Yang had reached a small achievement of 1100. Indeed, only by hitting a target 100 paces away could one achieve a successful kill and enhance the experience of Bai Bu Chuan Yang. Now that he had established the path to improve his experience, his next task was to become a relentless fish-shooting machine. The cargo ship continued onward, entering an area rich in aquatic vegetation, where the fish indeed became more abundant. Many fish even swam close to the vessel, leisurely gliding about. All the players noticed this. But the master at the bow of the ship didn't even glance at them, focusing solely on the distance. Why did he not shoot at the nearby fish? Was it because the closer targets posed no challenge? The players concluded that this expert was here to play, not to practice. Wangchuan successfully shot down 13 targets from 100 paces away. The cargo ship had now left the area of dense vegetation, and the nearby fish had diminished. He was not concerned, for this was not the most populous fishing ground. On the other side of the new Tao Gang's water village, there was a place where fish were plentiful and specifically enclosed for training. His destination was that very spot. After more than half an hour, the cargo ship approached a dock at a water village. The captain, Lao Qian, pointed to the left and said, "Lord, there lies our enclosed inner lake, teeming with fish. Training here is quite effortless. The old man will wait on the ship. Should you have any needs, just call." "Thank you, senior," replied Wangchuan. "Ergo, let us go." He summoned his companion and walked in that direction, with Chun Ergo closely following. Once they departed, the captain shouted loudly to the group in the cargo hold, "We've arrived. Before sunset this afternoon. All of you must load the minerals you've mined onto the ship. Anyone who delays will have to face the consequences of the ship leaving without them." The eager players hastily departed. The new Tao Gang's water village dock was bustling, mostly overseen by disciples of the Yulong Gang. Not far off, two men dressed in official constable attire yawned, showing no interest in questioning the black-clad disciples of the Yulong Gang, exhibiting a remarkably lax demeanor. Wangchuan soon arrived at the inner lake. It was a small body of water, perhaps just over 100 meters in size, but it was truly abundant with fish. Occasionally, one could see several fish shimmering under the sun, their scales glinting, and they were not small in size. The guard was a regular inner disciple of the Yulong Gang. Upon seeing Wangchuan approaching with his bow, he stepped forward to check his guild insignia, nodded, and said, "According to guild rules, each person practicing archery must pay 1 tael of silver per day, and the fish caught cannot be taken away." He glanced at Chen Ergo. "It's just me practicing archery," Wangchuan replied, tossing 1 tael of silver and 5 copper coins. which elicited a knowing expression from the guard who nodded in agreement. All right, you may proceed. Chen Ergo began organizing the arrows while Wangchuan distanced himself, seeking a vantage point to locate targets 100 paces away. With a crisp twang, the sound of the Huyang would bow immediately captured the attention of the guarding disciple, who became much more serious, especially upon witnessing Wangchuan deliberately retreating to shoot at a target 100 paces away. He muttered to himself, he has indeed trained in first-grade archery. I hadn't noticed he was such a master. He grabbed a fishing rod and began casting it to retrieve the fish struck by arrows. The inner lake was abundant with fish. Even if the fish didn't leap from the water, Wangchuan could effortlessly identify his targets. The power of the Huyang would bow was formidable, and with the precision of Bai Bu Chuan Yang, he hardly missed a shot, quickly accumulating experience points. Before long, a system notification chimed. Ding! Bai Bu Chuan Yang has advanced from entry level to small achievement, rewarding 1 point of strength. Wangchuan ceased his shooting, as if struck by divine inspiration, and soon received a second system notification. Strength attribute has broken through to 20 points. You have officially transitioned from a villager to the combat profession of warrior. You have received professional rewards. Reward, for points of free attributes. Wangchuan's face lit up with ecstatic joy. He had finally surpassed to become a warrior. He quickly summoned his attribute panel, which had undergone a significant transformation. Wangchuan. Male, hunger level, 7100, life profession, blacksmith, combat profession, warrior, unranked, strength, 8, attack, 67, agility, 87, defense, 3, speed, 15, stamina, 83, health, 110, spirit, 8, inactive. Free attributes, available for allocation. Life skill, 100 refinement steel forging, intermediate. Next realm, comprehensive understanding 118-2000. Combat skill, archery, proficient, next realm, intermediate 0500. Click to open, first grade martial arts, by Bu Chuan Yang, small achievement, next realm, proficient 0300. Click to open, some martial arts have been folded, achieved warrior status. Received 4 points of free attributes. Delightful. Upon awakening, the sky seemed to have fallen, and several typos emerged. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed classmate from MQing, Xiying, and kindly implore everyone to report any discrepancies encountered in the text, as I strive to rectify any oversights promptly. Thank you. Chapter 82. The Radiance of Warriors in a State of Exhilaration. Wangchuan observed that all his martial arts were accompanied by an icon indicating further exploration. Driven by curiosity, he clicked on the topmost entry, Arrow Technique. To his astonishment, a detailed page unfolded, revealing that upon formally entering the warrior sequence, he gained a profound understanding of all martial arts, enabling him to apply and enhance the attributes of his current skills. Arrow Technique. Mastery through practice. At the current level, one can execute precise shots on targets within a 30-meter radius with a hit rate of 50, inflicting an additional 5 points of damage. When striking a vital area, it causes profound bleeding effects and a doubled lethality, resulting in 10 points of damage. The next level, entry to mastery. At this level, one can achieve a hit rate of 60 with 7 points of additional damage, inflicting continuous bleeding and double lethality, equating to 14 points of damage. Wangchuan experienced a moment of clarity. It became evident that only by entering the warrior sequence could the true power of martial arts be unleashed. Otherwise, one would merely wield a weapon like a farmer brandishing a large blade. He then clicked on the page for basic firearms technique. At this level, he could exert a forceful impact on foes, inflicting an additional 5 points of damage upon a successful hit. When striking a vital area, there was a certain probability of interrupting the enemy's actions, resulting in triple damage, equating to 15 points. The next level, entry to mastery. Here, one could apply pressure to enemies with an additional 7 points of damage, with a similar probability of interrupting their actions and inflicting triple damage, totaling 21 points. Before transitioning to a warrior, he could only unleash his inherent power and the damage of his weapon. Becoming a warrior expanded his understanding of martial arts, unveiling the damaging properties of his skills and significantly enhancing his destructive capabilities, making him a formidable threat. No wonder warriors held a crushing advantage over those merely aspiring to be warriors. This was the reason. At this moment, Wangchuan could not suppress his curiosity. He wondered what the distinctions were between first-rate martial arts and basic martial arts. He hastily clicked on the details of Black Tiger Fist. To his surprise, Black Tiger Fist. Mastery through practice. At the current level, one can deliver close-range strikes, inflicting an additional 7 points of damage. Upon hitting an enemy, there is a certain probability of swiftly executing a second strike, and when hitting a vital area, there is a high chance of interrupting the enemy's actions and delivering a second strike that inflicts double damage, totaling 14 points. The next level, entry to mastery. At this level, one can apply close-range pressure, inflicting an additional 9 points of damage. There is a probability of swiftly executing a second and third strike. And when hitting a vital area, a high likelihood of interrupting the enemy's actions, inflicting double damage, totaling 18 points. Su Wangchuan contemplated this revelation. The attack effects of first-rate martial arts surpassed those of basic martial arts. Not only were the attack attributes enhanced, but the overall attack effects were also significantly improved. Black Tiger Fist featured not only a combo effect, but also a critical combo effect, resulting in considerably higher damage output. In practical combat, first-rate martial arts indeed proved superior to basic martial arts of the same level. He then compared 100 steps penetration with arrow technique, and the difference became strikingly apparent. 100 steps penetration, modest achievement. At the current level, one can execute precise shots on targets within a 100-step range, achieving a hit rate of 60 with an additional 6 points of damage. When hitting a vital area, it can inflict continuous bleeding and a small probability of triple penetrating damage, totaling 18 points. The next level, mastery through practice. At this level, one can achieve a hit rate of 70 with an additional 9 points of damage, with similar effects as previously mentioned, totaling 27 points. In comparison to the doubled lethality of arrow technique, 100 steps penetration introduced triple penetrating damage, and the destructive capability of the modest achievement level had already surpassed the mastery level of arrow technique by a substantial margin of 8 points. Next, he examined Yang family spear technique, where the data was even more formidable. Yang family spear technique. Mastery through practice. At the current level, one can deliver forceful impacts on nearby targets, inflicting an additional 9 points of damage. There is a probability of interrupting the enemy's actions, and upon hitting a vital area, a high chance of causing the enemy to enter a state of temporary dizziness and rigidity, inflicting triple damage, totaling 27 points. The next level, entry to mastery. Here, one can exert forceful impacts with an additional 12 points of damage, retaining the same probabilities for interrupting actions and inflicting triple damage, totaling 36 points. Truly, as a power-oriented martial art, when combined with heavy weaponry, its lethality was considerable. Finally, he turned his attention to the last martial art, grass flying. Filled with anticipation, Su Wangchuan clicked to view it. Grass flying. Modest achievement. At the current level, one can increase speed by 20 and adeptly bypass obstacles. The next level, mastery through practice. At this level, one can increase speed by 30, allowing one to scale walls with ease and navigate urban and forest terrains as if traversing flat ground. The description of lightness and agility was succinct and clear, indicating that the future growth of this skill was intricately linked to the player's agility attribute. The higher the agility, the swifter the movement. Activating grass flying would yield even greater speed enhancements. Host, are you alright? Are you hungry? I have meat buns here. The concerned voice of Chun Ergu echoed in Su Wangchuan's ears. It was only then that he realized he had been stationary for an extended period. Hastily, he closed the attributes panel and accepted the meat bun offered by Chun Ergu, alleviating his hunger. As he grasped the poplar bough once more, he was struck by the sudden realization that it now exuded an enhanced destructive power. He could distinctly feel the strength of the bow and string intertwining, fully transferring to the arrow. With a sharp twang, the bowstring sang. The arrow's speed had increased significantly. In the distance, 2 plump fish were simultaneously pierced, thrashing in a desperate struggle. A double catch. Impressive. The master of the house is formidable, Chun Ergu exclaimed with excitement. Su Wangchuan glanced at his attributes panel, noting an increase of 2 experience points. Quite commendable. The power of the arrow had indeed intensified upon entering the water. Once more, in a state of elation, Su Wangchuan loosed another arrow. More often than not, he achieved a double catch, leaving the fish-catching disciples in a state of astonishment. Before long, he heard the system notification, ding. Bib Chuan Ying has advanced to proficiency, rewarding him with 2 points of strength. His strength attribute rose to 22 points. Chun Ergu had brought over 100 arrows, all saved from his double catches. Su Wangchuan released 2 more arrows but soon realized that his experience points had ceased to increase, indicating that the shortcut had vanished, forcing him to desist from further hunting. Alas, another martial art has reached a bottleneck in its training. Just as he was about to stow his bow and leave, he was suddenly alerted by the cacophony of screams emanating from the dock, where several figures were frantically fleeing towards him, crying for help. A quarter of an hour earlier, 6 masked individuals clad in black emerged from the waters near the Angry Waves gang's water stronghold, stealthily making their way to a nearby cave. After shedding their wet garments, 6 pairs of cold eyes formed a circle. The reconnaissance was complete. The YL gang and the county officials were concentrated in 2 areas, one at the dock, where 2 county constables, both at the threshold of martial prowess, along with Captain Qian, newly initiated into the ranks, were surrounded by a handful of minor figures. The other group congregated in the mining area, numbering around 40, with 2 at the level of martial artists overseeing a majority of laborers. Lastly, there was one in the inner lake, a martial artist tasked with guarding the fish pond, a mere minor player. The intelligence briefing concluded. One of them slowly unraveled the black cloth in his hand, revealing a gleaming, tempered steel dagger, exuding an aura of menace as he declared. The Angry Waves gang has been annihilated, and we are now wanted everywhere. We have become the pariahs of society. Humph. In that case, let us carve a bloody path. Today, everyone at the water stronghold shall pay for our demise. Old 5 and Old 6, follow Old 2 to clear the mining area. Old 3 and Old 4, accompany me to eliminate the constables at the dock. With a command, they simultaneously unveiled their tempered steel blades. Captain Qian, who had been napping on the cargo ship, was abruptly roused by the commotion at the dock. As he opened his eyes, he witnessed the 2 constables being brutally slain by the black-clad figures. Terror-stricken, he leaped into the river. However, unbeknownst to him, there were others lurking in the water. In a flash, blood surged to the surface, and Captain Qian's body floated lifelessly. Ah, murder. Remnants of the Angry Waves gang. Everyone flee. Despite the numerical advantage of the YL in gang disciples, they lacked a backbone and were paralyzed with fear in the face of these ruthless assailants, scattering in all directions, some even jumping into the river. Yet the water was not devoid of defenders, and these individuals quickly followed in Captain Qian's fate. The 2 black-clad figures on the shore relentlessly pursued them. The dock workers were swiftly slaughtered in a gruesome display. Old 3 pursued several YL in-gang disciples towards the inner lake, dispatching the last 4, and set his sights on a disciple from the inner circle who was attempting to fish, a mocking glint in his eyes. Fishing? You're coming with us. Wangchuan's expression shifted dramatically. Ergo, retreat. His reaction was swift. He pulled the curious Chun Ergo back into the nearby woods. The reason was simple. Having cultivated Bib to proficiency, his vision had greatly improved. Before Chun Ergo could fully comprehend the situation, Wangchuan had already observed that 2 fleeing YL and gang disciples were struck down by a masked man in black, wielding a blade with remarkable speed and agility, indicative of his martial prowess. The assailant was bloodied, his gaze cold and menacing as he dispatched the last 2 desperate disciples and swiftly advanced towards the inner circle disciple who was fishing. A tremor ran through Wangchuan as he realized that trouble was brewing at the dock. The area had fallen eerily silent, devoid of any figures. Where were the county constables? Where was Captain Qian? Could they all have perished? Why did I have to encounter such a calamity? In this dire situation, Wangchuan dared not reveal himself, swiftly retreating further into the woods with Chun Ergo. Fortunately, his position was advantageous. While ordinary archers typically stood in open spaces by the lakeside, Wangchuan, through his practice of Bib had distanced himself from the lakeside, remaining concealed in the woods, far from the inner lake, thus avoiding detection by the adversaries. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have been the first target. Master, could that person be a remnant of the Angry Waves gang? What shall we do? Chun Ergo, pale and trembling with fear, finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Wangchuan remained silent, standing firm in the woods, drawing his bow and aiming an arrow at the swiftly moving figure on the lakeside. Coshf, I had reached the level of proficiency. But you are a martial artist, and so am I. You are in the light, while I am in the shadows. Who shall meet their end remains uncertain. Wangchuan, despite his reluctance to become embroiled in perilous events, was acutely aware that his adversary would soon discover his presence and initiate a relentless pursuit. Uncertain of how many companions the foe had, he recognized the imperative to eliminate this individual. He had no desire to meet a grim fate. The thought of Lao Li and He Pai's tragic ends steeled his resolve. The disciples of the Yulong gang's inner sect had begun to react. Witnessing their comrades fall one by one disciple drew a long knife from behind. Clang! The tempered steel blade clashed against the long knife, creating a deep gash. The Yulong gang disciple staggered back, retreating several paces. The figure in black hesitated momentarily, then, with a sinister smile, swiftly swung his blade, only to be pierced by a cold arrow that flew from afar, embedding itself in his arm. A direct hit. Chun Ergo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wangchuan frowned. It was a miss. He had intended to strike the opponent's throat, but the hand had deflected the arrow. This was dire. Trouble was imminent. Indeed, the black-clad man, suddenly struck by the arrow, realized the presence of a formidable archer nearby. As he retreated, he shouted loudly, "Big brother, we have a leak here." From the direction of the dock, 2 figures swiftly emerged. Whoosh! Wangchuan, seeing his cover blown, gritted his teeth and readied another arrow. A shot from 100 paces. Anticipating the movement, the black-clad man was caught off guard, the arrow striking him, causing him to tumble into the water. the eldest and fourth members, upon witnessing their comrade fall into the water, mistakenly believed the one wielding the long knife was the culprit, and both accelerated towards him. Fourth, save him. I will deal with this one. The eldest, clearly a martial artist, exuded confidence, his gaze filled with icy murderous intent. The fourth nodded and dove into the lake. However, the moment he reached Lao San, he sensed something was amiss, a chill coursing through him. Not good. Lao San has an arrow wound. There are more people nearby? By the time the fourth shouted his warning, it was already too late. Wangchuan moved swiftly through the trees, taking advantage of the black-clad leader's back being turned. He silently loosed a cold arrow, striking the enemy from behind. The arrow embedded deeply in the back of the black-clad leader, who had just felled a Yulong gang disciple. Hearing the fourth's warning, he cursed, "Damn it, how treacherous." Wangchuan had no intention of adhering to any martial ethics with this group. At this moment, his sole desire was to survive. As he saw the black-clad leader struck by the arrow, he immediately knocked a second arrow, shooting it without hesitation. A shot from 100 paces. The velocity was swift. The range far. The black-clad leader had not anticipated that the arrow came from deep within the forest, and the second arrow found its mark in his throat. Plop. The black-clad man fell lifeless, his eyes wide open, forever unable to close. The fourth, paralyzed by fear, dared not attempt a rescue. He even hesitated to come ashore. Instead, plunging deeper into the water, Wangchuan was determined not to let this final threat escape, chasing out of the woods while continuously releasing arrows. Thud. The arrows struck the water. Thud. One arrow followed another. The strength of the Huyang would bow, combined with the practiced skill of a shot from 100 paces, allowed the arrows to penetrate deeply into the water's surface. After several shots, a fountain of crimson blood erupted from the depths. Wangchuan continued to draw and release arrows. Moments later, the black-clad man surfaced, gasping for air, with numerous arrows protruding from his body. Chapter 84. The archer must die. The master is formidable. They are all dead. Chun Ergu's terror surged and dissipated swiftly as he beheld the last black-clad man shot and floating to the surface. His eyes filled with admiration and fervor reaching unprecedented heights. Wonderful, master. Let's head to the dock and find Lao Qian to inform the gang. No need to go, Wangchuan replied, lowering his bow with a somber tone. Lao Qian and the people at the dock are likely already dead. Chun Ergu's face turned pale with fear, taking a while to process this realization. What? Master, how do we get back? Stay quiet and remain here. Do not wander off. There may be more than just these three attackers. Wangchuan quickly tested the game S connection, only to receive a system notification. You are currently in a state of emergency and cannot leave the game. This signified that the crisis at the New Tao Gang's water stronghold was not yet over. He did not want Chun Ergu to unwittingly draw more attention. Upon hearing that there were additional enemies, Chun Ergu instinctively shrank back, gripping his weapon tightly, his eyes darting around in vigilant alertness. Wangchuan lowered his voice, muttering an analysis to himself. This remnant of the New Tao Gang is well versed in the layout of the water stronghold. Since they have ambushed the dock, they will undoubtedly target the mine as well. There is another group of black-clad men near the mine. The thought of 3 or 4 dozen players still lurking there sent a shiver down Wangchuan's spine. Grabbing his Huyang would bow, he commanded, "Let us go." To the mine. He dashed through the woods, using the trees to conceal his movements, with Chun Ergu trailing closely behind, laden with arrows. Wangchuan could scarcely fathom the potential carnage if all 30 or so players were ambushed and killed. If possible, he wished for their survival. Only by their survival could he hope for his own. Soon, he reached the vicinity of the mine, hearing the clashing of weapons echoing from within. Thank goodness. At least not everyone was dead. Good news. Wangchuan quickened his pace, approaching the forest's edge, where he spotted 2 lifeless bodies clad in the attire of Yulong Gang's inner disciples, their lives extinguished. From inside, a cacophony of curses and threats resounded. Damn it. These wretched laborers are so devious, they will resort to any trick. 3 black-clad men stumbled out of the mine, shaking off the dust and debris from themselves. One, with eyes blinded by grime, turned to fetch water from the riverbank, while the other 2 staunchly guarded the mine. Second brother, what should we do? There are too many inside, and they are treacherous. Using the excavated mine slag and ore, we are unable to see anything, and cannot penetrate further. The black-clad man, known as Lao Wu, abruptly yanked down his mask, gasping for breath after being mercilessly struck dozens of times in the mine, grimacing in pain. Humph, gritted Lao Air. Another figure in black, we cannot delay. The boss and Lao San and Lao Si have yet to come to our aid. They may have encountered trouble as well. We must swiftly eliminate any survivors in the mine and rendezvous with them. Then we shall resort to fire. We can force the people in the mine out by igniting it. I recall there is some tung oil by the docks. Lao Lu's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as he proposed a sinister plan. Lao Air readily concurred. All right. You go fetch the tongue oil, and I will keep watch here." Without hesitation, Lao Lu made his way to the docks. Lao Wu approached after washing his face, gritting his teeth. "I never expected those inside the mine to be so vigilant, especially the few near the entrance. Upon hearing any noise, they immediately dove inside. Despite their efforts to gather all the miners and counterattack for so long, they have only managed to eliminate 2. No matter. Once Lao Lu brings the tongue oil, we will set the mine ablaze and smoke them out." Upon hearing this, Wangchuan silently crouched down and said to Chen Ergo, "You stay here while I see if I can deal with the isolated Lao Lu." "Be careful," Chen Ergo replied cautiously, nodding. As he watched Wangchuan stealthily head towards the docks, Wangchuan dared not confront both black-clad figures simultaneously and decisively focused on the isolated Lao Lu. Upon reaching the docks, Lao Lu found the tongue oil at the spot where 2 constables had fallen. Stowing away his steel blade and hoisting a jar of tongue oil in each hand, muttering, "The 3 would-be warriors by the docks are dead, indicating our mission is going smoothly. Where have the others run off to?" As he walked, he curiously scanned his surroundings. Just then, a faint sound pierced the air. Lao Lu's body trembled, his eyes froze, and he involuntarily halted, his gaze slowly descending to the arrow protruding from his chest. In excruciating pain, he managed to turn his head to glance towards the woods behind him. Thud! Lao Lu collapsed to the ground, the jars of tongue oil shattering and spilling everywhere. Wangchuan acted swiftly, shooting another arrow that decisively pierced Lao Lu's forehead before he could draw another breath, sending him to his final rest. He then summoned his attribute panel for a glance. His archery skill had progressed, moving closer to the next realm, with 21,500 experience points. His 100-step piercing skill similarly advanced, gathering 13,500 points. He was uncertain whether Lao Lu was a warrior or a would-be warrior, but at least he had contributed 2 experience points. Wangchuan also realized that as long as these targets remained alive, they could provide experience points, and the system rated them above the wild wolves, indicating future opportunities to inflict further damage. With this valuable lesson in mind, he returned to Chen Ergo's side. The remaining 2 are all that is left, the implication being that the target had been eliminated. Chen Ergo's eyes sparkled with joy and fervor. Wangchuan remained composed, fixated on the black-clad figures standing outside the mine. After some time, Lao Er and Lao Wu sensed something amiss. Lao Lu should have returned by now. Damn it, something has gone wrong. Let us go. We must leave immediately. Both figures, being seasoned members of the Anger Tide gang, were acutely aware of the terrain and, estimating the time, concluded that trouble had befallen Lao Lu. Without further ado, they abandoned the mine and headed towards the riverbank. Wangchuan was taken aback by their decisiveness, but he had no intention of letting them escape. He nocked an arrow, aiming at the fleeing Lao Wu. Thwack! Lao Wu, hearing the sound of the arrow slicing through the air, could not evade in time and was struck in the back. Lao Er turned around at the sound. Thwack! Wangchuan loosed another arrow, which Lao Er deftly dodged. Found you! Lao Er's footwork quickened, his movements becoming swifter as he lunged toward the direction of the arrow's flight. You treacherous fiend! You must die today! Lao Er, evidently a warrior, glared fiercely, his eyes fixed on the woods, as he leaped over boulders with astonishing agility toward Wangchuan. Wangchuan felt a surge of tension, releasing a flurry of arrows. But Lao Er's experience allowed him to evade each shot. Chen Ergo, observing the rapid approach of Lao Er, was gripped by terror, his legs trembling as though weighed down by lead, desperately closing his eyes in hopelessness. The man in black, the second in command, dismissed Chen Ergo, who donned the attire of an attendant while carrying arrows, with utmost disdain. He did not even contemplate expending the energy of a single strike. His unwavering gaze fixated on the young archer behind him, and he swept past Chen Ergo without a second thought. As the foe approached, Wangchuan had already released the poplar bough and turned to flee. The second man in black, witnessing this, scoffed with derision, exclaiming, "You think you can escape? Prepare to die." The heavy steel blade descended fiercely from above Wangchuan's head. However, it seemed as if Wangchuan had eyes at the back of his head. Suddenly accelerating forward, he soared through the grass. The second man in black's attack missed its target, his expression one of astonishment, only to see Wangchuan leaping onto a tree trunk, launching a rapid counterattack. With a roar, Wangchuan's demeanor transformed entirely, resembling a fierce tiger emerging from the mountains. The tiger descends. The second man in black, depleted of strength and caught unawares, found his defenses wide open and was violently knocked into Wangchuan's embrace. It felt as if he had been crushed by a wild beast. Following this, a powerful elbow strike landed seamlessly on his temple, causing a ringing in his head and nearly dislodging his grip on the heavy blade. The second man's vitality plummeted, and his heart sank in panic. Such a formidable close-quarters assault confirmed that his opponent was indeed a martial artist. To his dismay, he found himself facing a martial artist despite having been struck by an arrow. In a state of confusion and alarm, the second man staggered back repeatedly, unable to regain his balance or mount a counterattack, as Wangchuan unleashed a series of strikes from the black tiger fist upon him. With deft movements, he attacked from both sides, his palms targeting the heart and lungs. Grasping with one hand while tearing with the other, he delivered a flying knee strike. Embracing him, Wangchuan executed a knee thrust, resonating with the sound of cracking bones. The second man's weapon slipped from his hands, his ribs and chest sustaining countless fractures, blood spewing from his mouth and nose. The second man became disoriented, utterly incapable of defending against the relentless onslaught of the black tiger fist, ultimately succumbing to a swift whip kick that struck his head, sending him crashing into the ground, never to rise again. A throng of miners rushed into the forest. Witnessing this scene unfold, Chun Ergo stood in shock until the homeowner commanded him to retrieve the corpse of the man in black to see what valuables remained. He snapped back to reality and dashed out. At that moment, a group of miners approached, trembling as they expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, great hero. Thank you, boss. You are truly formidable." Wangchuan's gaze settled upon the man who had earlier intervened to distract the second man in black. Had it not been for his timely intervention, allowing Wangchuan to strike the second man, this battle might not have concluded so favorably. The man, visibly excited, approached respectfully, clasping his fists in salute. "I am Wang Yuehui, an outer disciple of the Yulong gang. Are you a quasi-martial artist?" Wangchuan inquired. Wang Yuehui hesitated slightly before nodding in acknowledgement. "Your keen eyes are impressive. My 3 attributes total exactly 30 points. Surrounding individuals displayed looks of astonishment, evidently surprised that a companion they had spent so much time with had quietly become a quasi-martial artist. Wangchuan nodded in understanding, recognizing the shared background of being a miner who had secretly attained the status of a quasi-martial artist. "Thank you for your assistance earlier. Here is your reward." Wangchuan seized the heavy blade left by the second man in black and tossed it at Wang Yuehui's feet, stating, "The heavy blade is quite a valuable commodity in the market. It should fetch around 15 taels of silver." Wang Yuehui beamed with joy, hastily picking it up and expressing deeper gratitude. "Thank you, big brother." At this moment, Chen Ergo approached, dragging the corpse of the fifth man in black, and reported, "Boss, this one only has a heavy blade on him, nothing else." He then squatted down to examine the bodies of the 2 inner disciples of the Yulong gang and discovered a little over 2 taels of silver from them. He proceeded to search for the body of the 6th man. Wangchuan, in the meantime, examined the second man in black thoroughly, finding nothing but weapons, as if he had been prepared for his demise. "Are they death warriors?" Wangchuan mused, rising and heading towards the inner lake, where 3 more bodies of men in black awaited. 3 heavy blades could prove to be quite valuable. They must be retrieved. A group of miners followed closely behind him, treating him as their steadfast leader. Wang Yuehui and his companions maintained a vigilant stance. At this point, Wangchuan realized that the individuals the man in black had mentioned as being on high alert were likely Wang Yuehui's companions, explaining why they had not attacked earlier. Chen Ergo soon caught up, panting and carrying 2 heavy blades. "Boss, I searched as well. Aside from the weapons, there was nothing else." "Very well," Wangchuan nodded. The group arrived near the inner lake, and upon witnessing the bloodstained scene by the water's edge, the miners gasped in shock. Wangchuan confiscated the weapons from the 3 men in black, ultimately discovering a 5-tael silver ingot on the leader of the group. However, he dared not touch the bodies of the Yulong gang disciples or the county constables. The group transported the bodies of the men in black alongside the victims to the vicinity of the dock. Once their labor was complete, 7 or 8 boats appeared from the direction of Huishui County, carrying county constables as well as martial artists from the Yulong gang. "Instructor Yu, Master He, and Elder Lin arrived, their expressions filled with urgency. Upon seeing Wangchuan standing unharmed amidst the throng, the crowd collectively sighed in relief and smiled. Lin Sun leaped gracefully from the cargo ship, landing directly at Wangchuan's side. "Thank goodness. If anything had happened to you today, I would have blamed myself endlessly. I apologize for causing you concern, Brother Lin," Wangchuan replied with a smile, feeling a sense of relief wash over him at that very moment. Lin Sun surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing upon the 6 men in black. All their masks had been removed, revealing their pale and clear features. Lin Sun instantly recognized their identities, feeling a sharp intake of breath. 2 martial artists and 4 near-martial artists, all remnants of the New Tao gang. "It is indeed fortunate that you survived their hands." He Tangzhu and Yu Jiaodou, along with others, all approached the dock, beginning to count the corpses and inquire about the incident. The task of recording was assigned to another constable, surnamed Liang. Constable Liang possessed a keen gaze and posed detailed questions. Wangchuan answered without hesitation. As everyone listened, expressions of astonishment spread across their faces. Yu Jiaodou could not help but interject. "Are you saying that you killed all 6 of these wanted criminals?" It was utterly unbelievable to everyone. Yu Jiaodo was aware that Wang Chuan was from the Jinzhou group. The members of the Yulong gang recognized him as the head of the armory. To have slain 2 martial artists and 4 near martial artists, Wang Chuan was not particularly eager for the spotlight. But the arrow wounds on all the bodies could not be concealed, and there were dozens of witnesses. Yes, Wang Chuan nodded. I shot them all. A profound silence enveloped the area. Chapter 86. The Gang Leader's Summons. The constables of Huishui County are not idle. They swiftly verified Wang Chuan's testimony through various pieces of evidence. Numerous fish in the inner lake had been pierced by arrows. Half of the arrow wounds on the black-clad men were inflicted from behind. Furthermore, the poplar wood bough in Wang Chuan's possession and the arrows on Chun Ergo's back served as evidence, including the footprints he left in the woods, which corresponded perfectly. Not to mention the multitude of witnesses. Wang Chuan, you have done well. You avenged our 2 constables. Later, the county office will send the bounty for these 6 individuals to the Yulong gang. Once Constable Liang confirmed that all suspicions around Wang Chuan had been cleared, his gaze softened. The bounty for each of the 2 martial artists was 100 taels of silver. For each of the 4 near martial artists, it was 50 taels. Thus, Wang Chuan could earn 400 taels solely from the bounties of these 6 individuals. One could see the miners behind him with gleaming eyes. And even Yu Jiaodo and Lin Sun could not hide their envious expressions. This was no small sum. Thank you, Master Liang. After bowing to Constable Liang, Wang Chuan, accompanied by Chun Ergo, boarded the swift boat of the Yulong gang returning to Huishui County. Wang Yuehui and the group of miners faced a grim fate. Even at this moment, they still had to return to mining, carrying all or to leave with the cargo ship. Different fates for different people. On the return boat, Wang Chuan glanced at his attributes panel. His experience in archery and 100 steps piercing yang had increased. Additionally, his experience in Black Tiger Fist had also risen, advancing from 500 to 5,500, a result of the life and death combat. The exhilarating surge of adrenaline from that moment remained vividly etched in his memory. At that moment, he had even been prepared to allocate all 4 points to either strength or agility should the second black-clad man prove too formidable. He would have no choice but to consider going all out and overpowering his attributes. Fortunately, that arrow wound had played its part in restraining the opponent's strength, and the adversary had not realized they were battling a true martial artist. He had won. Overall, this day had yielded remarkable gains. His 100 steps piercing yang had successfully broken through to the realm of proficiency. His strength attribute had surpassed 20 points. Officially entering the ranks of martial artists and commencing his martial vocation, he had also experienced a life and death struggle between martial artists, successfully acquiring 5 forged steel knives, alongside a bounty of 400 taels for defeating the wanted criminals. Standing at the bow of the ship, Wang Chuan felt the refreshing breeze from the river. Gazing at the verdant mountains and waters, he experienced a sense of vastness and liberation. So, this is the feeling of battling martial artists among the people of the Jianghu. This is the sensation of life and death combat. Chun Ergo, cradling the forged steel knife, continuously wiped it, enamored, and remarked, Master, we truly made a name for ourselves this time. The remnants of New Tao gang were all vanquished by you. Once word spreads, our armory will surely earn greater respect within the gang. Wang Chuan smiled faintly and said, when one becomes renowned, disputes often follow. After returning, let us maintain a low profile. Remember, we are merely blacksmiths. Agreed. I will heed your words, Master. By the way, Master, should we put all 5 forged steel knives up for sale at the counter? Why? Do you desire one? Wang Chuan noticed Chun Ergo's fondness for the forged steel knives. The latter shyly scratched the back of his head and replied, when that black-clad man charged, I was so frightened that I could not move and embarrassed you, Master. I wish to keep the knife to learn some martial arts. In case I encounter enemies in the future, I can at least assist you, Master. Do not overthink it. You performed admirably today. Wang Chuan praised. It is natural for an ordinary person to feel fear when facing martial artists. If you wish to keep the forged steel knife, that is acceptable. However, how to cultivate martial arts relies on your own efforts. Really? Thank you, Master. Rest assured, though I am not yet a near martial artist, I have always enjoyed practicing with knives since childhood, so I have some understanding of swordsmanship. Chun Ergo beamed with joy, then swiftly demonstrated with the forged steel knife, executing a series of quick, decisive cuts that produced a distinct whooshing sound, exuding a certain sharpness. Wang Chuan was taken aback. Basic swordsmanship? Chun Ergo had indeed mastered the fundamentals of swordsmanship, and he seemed quite adept at it. Quite intriguing. Wang Chuan smiled and remarked, I did not expect you, Ergo, to possess such skill. Well done. Diverse skills are never burdensome. Practice diligently. Yes, I will not disappoint you, Master. Chun Ergo was elated to receive the forged steel knife. Wang Chuan withdrew his gaze. Chun Ergo was his most capable subordinate in the armory of the Yulong gang. Despite being merely an ordinary individual, his character is commendable. in this life-and-death struggle. His unwavering loyalty is evident, showcasing that he is not one to cower in fear. Should he be nurtured into a potential warrior, he would undoubtedly serve as a valuable ally in the future. He even contemplated whether to impart the skill of archery to Ergo, aiding him in swiftly transcending to the realm of a warrior. With this thought in mind, the swift boat approached the dock. The two returned to the Yulong gang and headed to the armory. The Yulong gang had already received word. As soon as they entered the armory, they were met by Fei Zai, who rushed in to summon them to meet the leader. Wangchuan, not daring to delay, accepted the invitation to the leader's residence. This marked his inaugural visit to the abode of the highest authority within the Yulong gang. At the entrance stood two inner disciples as guards, while within the courtyard, two maidservants attended to matters. The butler, too, seemed to possess martial skills, evident from the calluses on his hands. Yang Feiyue sat at the table, savoring tea. Leader, the master of the armory, Wangchuan, has arrived. Come in. Yang Feiyue's voice resonated with strength and authority. Wangchuan was brought before Yang Feiyue, who greeted him with respect. I pay my respects to the leader. No need for formalities. Sit. Yang Feiyue replied with a warm smile. Hallmaster, he has returned with news from the carrier pigeon, detailing the ambush on the Shui Zhai of the New Tao gang. Despite our heavy losses, your timely intervention preserved our miners and vanquished the remnants of the New Tao gang, demonstrating your valor and strategic acumen. The leader flatters me. I merely seized the opportunity to launch a few surprise arrows. It was sheer luck, Wangchuan thought to himself. Wishing to avoid being reassigned to another hall and living a life akin to Lin Sun's, fraught with danger. Yang Feiyue nodded, stating, Hallmaster, he has examined the bodies of the two warriors. One had all his ribs fractured, and there were two distinct fractures on his skull, indicating he fell victim to a powerful strike from the martial art known as Ehu Quan. You must possess the strength of a warrior now. Wangchuan momentarily froze, realizing he had overlooked this detail. Such matters are not easily dismissed. Daytime spent writing, evenings in scrutiny. It felt reminiscent of his school days. Chapter 87. Promotion and salary increase. Yang Feiyue gazed at Wangchuan, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The last time I saw you, you were still at the threshold of a warrior. It seems you unexpectedly broke through to the warrior realm while practicing archery, lacking a warrior's guidance. You may be unaware of the intricacies involved, but I can comprehend your situation. Judging by your vitality and strength, you have indeed entered the ranks of warriors. As he spoke, his smile deepened and relaxed. This is excellent news. The addition of a warrior strengthens our gang's foundation. Moreover, your elimination of 6 remnants of the New Tao gang rids us of a significant threat. I shall reward you handsomely. Thank you, leader, Wangchuan replied, unable to find other words, and clasped his fists in gratitude. Yang Feiyue laughed heartily, asking, Speak, what reward do you desire? Weapons, martial texts, women, or gold? Do not hesitate to ask. The leader of the Yulong gang possessed considerable charisma. Wangchuan knew he could not recklessly make demands. He understood the leader was testing his discernment and composure. Thus, Wangchuan pondered and replied, in response to the leader, I have heard that these 6 individuals are wanted criminals, with a bounty on their heads. Moreover, Constable Liang has mentioned that he will soon deliver a reward of 400 taels of silver to me. That is the county's bounty, and it does not conflict with your generous reward, so please feel free to propose. Yang Feiyue smiled slightly, recognizing Wangchuan's intentions. Wangchuan felt a wave of relief and quickly added, Thank you for your kindness, leader. I wish to select a martial arts manual from the gang. Oh, Yang Feiyue replied, feigning surprise, yet maintaining an air of calm without a hint of disturbance. What type of martial arts manual do you require? Lightness skill, knife techniques, or something else? I seek a method of comprehensive training, Wangchuan answered. A method of comprehensive training? Yang Feiyue mused, indeed. Our Yulong gang possesses a method known as Yulongong, but it is notoriously demanding, with a steep entry barrier. Many have trained for long periods without gaining any proficiency, ultimately giving up. As for other techniques, they are quite difficult to obtain. Have you considered this? Is it solely the comprehensive training method you desire? I have made my decision. I wish for the Yulongong of our Yulong gang. I kindly request your approval, leader. Wangchuan had long learned from his elder brother Lin Sun about all the martial arts manuals held by the Yulong gang. Yulongong was indeed the only method for comprehensive training, primarily focused on enhancing physical attributes, allowing for a swift ascendance in rank. However, the path to mastering Yulongong was exceedingly arduous. Not only was the training difficult, but it also required the use of medicinal aids, demanding significant investment. Many potential warriors found the burden unbearable and ultimately faltered. Seeing Wangchuan's resolute attitude, Yang Feiyue did not dissuade him, sighing and nodding. Very well, since you insist on the Yulongong, I shall grant your request. Zhang, go fetch a copy of the Yulongong for him. Yes. Zhang soon returned with a martial arts manual. Thank you for your generosity, leader. As Wangchuan prepared to leave, Yang Feiyue called out. Wait a moment. The purpose of your visit today was not solely for the reward. There is another matter I wish to discuss and seek your opinion on. Yang Feiyue regarded Wangchuan with a mysterious smile, stating, among the remnants of the new Tao gang that you eliminated, the 2 warriors and 4 potential warriors have always been our key targets for capture and prevention. Their continued existence hindered our ability to fully excavate and control the Shuizhai. Now that these 6 have perished and the threat is removed, I intend to allocate a portion of our manpower to gain complete control over the Shuizhai. Wangchuan exhibited a look of surprise. But I am merely the master of the armory. I only know how to forge iron. Yang Feiyue chuckled, while Zhang, standing nearby, reminded him, Master, you are now a formal warrior. Yang Feiyue nodded slightly and continued, ever since the failure of last month's convoy operation, we have suffered significant losses, including several martial artists and a group of inner disciples. My strength has declined severely, and now, attempting to control the docks, shipping, and the water stronghold simultaneously is utterly unfeasible. The lingering threat of the remnants of the new Tao gang makes us even more cautious. Now that the hidden danger has been eliminated and there are no immediate threats in the vicinity, we can free up manpower to swiftly seize control of the water stronghold, thereby managing the iron mines and waterways in that area as well. In that moment, Yang Feiyue revealed his ambition like a formidable leader. He was unwilling to remain coiled up at the Huishui County docks, serving merely as the head of a small dock gang, with the opportunity to control the water stronghold, collect protection fees along the way, and expand into the iron and coal trades. He naturally wished to engage in these ventures. However, to establish control over the water stronghold, he needed to dispatch some martial artists there. Wangchuan felt a chill in his heart. Was Yang Feiyue deliberately arranging for himself to go to the water stronghold? He knew that the Zhanggue studio had already been contemplating a joint assault on the water stronghold once the head of the Lushan men from the prefectural government departed from Huishui County. Being dispatched to the water stronghold at this time was evidently not a favorable situation. Yet, Yang Feiyue remained unaware of these intricacies. Leaning slightly forward, he earnestly addressed Wangchuan. Once we secure the water stronghold, our focus for development will shift from the Huishui County docks to the stronghold. However, the docks are our foundation and cannot be abandoned. My plan is to personally oversee the water stronghold, while also assigning He Tangzhu and Lin Sun as elders to guard the stronghold. Here, we will promote Song Duozhu to Tangzhu, responsible for the hall and all inner matters, while you, Wangchuan, will concurrently manage the Tangzhu and the weaponry department. In addition to overseeing the weaponry, you will lead the outer disciples at the dock, handling the warehouse and dock operations. Yang Feiyue's explanation allowed Wangchuan to breathe a sigh of relief. Brother Lin Sun being assigned to the water stronghold was akin to a rat falling into a rice bin. Remaining at the docks, in the weaponry department, he could conveniently avoid the turmoil at the stronghold. Moreover, the Tangzhu's responsibility for the outer disciples' operations carried minimal risk. The true danger lay with the inner disciples tasked with escorting the ships, particularly the future Song Tangzhu. This task was manageable. Wangchuan immediately clasped his fists in acknowledgement, expressing, I am grateful for your trust, Tangzhu. I am willing to share your burdens. Yang Feiyue laughed heartily. Excellent. Young people are indeed prompt. Then it shall be settled. Tomorrow, we will convene a high-level meeting to officially announce the new appointments. You should also prepare by cultivating a few capable and astute subordinates to manage affairs in the hall. Go on. Yes. Wangchuan nodded and took his leave. Upon returning to the weaponry department, all the staff surrounded him. Boss is formidable. Boss, tell us about the situation at the water stronghold. They were astonished by the boss's prowess. News had already spread within the Yulong gang. Wangchuan understood that this was Yang Feiyue's intention. With such achievements, having taken down 2 martial artists and 4 aspiring ones, sitting at the helm of a hall would face no objections. Chapter 88. The Doc Tangzhu. The news of his imminent promotion to the position of Tangzhu in the Yulong gang could not be concealed. Wangchuan proactively contacted Yu Jiaodo offline to report this development. Yu Jiaodo appeared unfazed. In fact, Lin Sun has already informed me, he said over the phone. Yang Feiyue had dispatched messages to Lin Sun and He Tangzhu, commanding them to consolidate the water stronghold and construct defensive structures. Song Duozhu had also sent 2 ships of personnel to prepare for a bold display of strength at the stronghold. Since you have proven yourself as a martial artist, it is only natural that you have caught Yang Feiyue's eye, especially given the urgent need for manpower in the Yulong gang. Particularly now that a new hall has been established, you are bound to occupy an important position. Yu Jiaodo's tone was notably lighthearted. However, I did not anticipate that the Yulong gang would prepare to act so swiftly. Are we still determined to seize the water stronghold? Wangchuan expressed some concern. If we proceed, will Elder Lin Sun be hunted down? And what about me? I was recommended to join the Yulong gang by Elder Lin. Could I also be in danger? Given the stakes regarding his own safety, he could not afford to overlook anything. After all, Survival was paramount. Yu Jiaodo chuckled. The plan to attack the water stronghold has been cancelled. Since the Yulong gang has already entered the fray, we have lost the opportunity to strike first. Wangchuan was taken aback. Yu Jiaodo elaborated. Although the Yulong gang is merely a small faction, it is supported by the Chao gang, the foremost faction in the waterways, overseeing over 100 subsidiary gangs. To attack the water stronghold controlled by the Yulong gang would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, the government will inevitably intervene. And the only fate awaiting our 3 studios would be annihilation and being hunted down. Just 2 hours prior, the 3 major studios had simultaneously decided to abandon the plan, allowing Wangchuan to feel a wave of relief wash over him. So that's how it is. Thank you, Yu Jiaodo, for clarifying this. I will no longer worry and will return now. Wait, Yu Jiaodo called out to Wangchuan with a grin. Now that you have been promoted to Tangzhu of the Yulong gang, be sure to take good care of the gold-making team in the studio. The docks here are bustling with goods, with loading and unloading tasks involving players from various game studios. The Zhangwa studio has arranged for 15 colleagues at the Yulong gang docks, yielding daily profits of around 200 copper coins. Occasionally, there are night shifts, but players seldom encounter them. In the future, simply notifying me in advance will allow the studio's personnel to log in collectively, potentially doubling the profits. Yu Jiaodo indicated that. Should Wangchuan agree, the studio would consider raising his monthly salary from 10,000 to 50,000. Wangchuan immediately acquiesced, no problem. However, Yu Jiaodo, I still need to manage the weapons room and my manpower is insufficient. Could you arrange for someone clever and steady to help oversee the dock? Certainly. I will make the arrangements, Yu Jiaodo assured confidently. The next day, a high-level meeting of the Yulong gang was convened within the hall. The atmosphere was tense. Yang Feiyue announced 3 significant matters. The first was the relocation of the Yulong gang's foundation from the dock to the ruins of the Nudarobang water stronghold, establishing a new headquarters there. For the foreseeable future, half of the gang's disciples would be stationed at the new headquarters. Master He, Elder Lin Sun, and Elder Fang Kuei would all move to the headquarters, henceforth responsible for the security and collection of protection fees for the waters within a 50-mile radius. The second decision was to appoint the former Master Song Minshu as the new leader of the dock, taking over Master He's previous responsibilities, overseeing the security of all cargo ships in Huishui County and guarding the dock. Simultaneously, the head of the weapons room, Wangchuan, would succeed Master Song's former duties, becoming the leader of the dock sub-branch, coordinating the management of dock operations, and supervising all outer disciples of the dock. The final decision was to recruit more personnel. With the establishment of a new sub-branch, the gang's affairs had multiplied, creating a pressing need for additional manpower to supplement the strength of the various branches. The inner disciples at the dock had dwindled to 20 and needed to be expanded at least twofold. A portion of the outer disciples had been sent to the headquarters and also required rapid replenishment. Following the conclusion of the meeting, everyone sprang into action. Yang Feiyue led Lin Sun and others to the water stronghold to officially settle in. Master Song Minshu set up a table at the dock to begin recruiting. As the leader of the dock sub-branch, Wangchuan approached Master Song to inquire about management experiences. Master Song, having managed the dock sub-branch for a long time, was well-versed in its circumstances and imparted many details and precautions. Wangchuan, these outer disciples are quite set in their ways. As long as you act fairly and justly, they will naturally uphold the order and safety of the dock without causing trouble for you. Each month, they will voluntarily offer you some silver. Although it may not compare to the main hall, there is still some profit to be made here in the sub-branch. Master Song, recognizing that Wangchuan was now a formal martial artist who had defeated 6 remnants of the Nudarobang, treated him with respect and attentiveness, as they would be partners in the dock moving forward. As for the offerings, they are not of great consequence. What truly matters is how to attract outer disciples. There shouldn't be any remnants of the Nudarobang among them, right? Wangchuan continued to seek guidance. Master Song chuckled lightly. Where would so many remnants of the Nudarobang come from? Even if there are, they wouldn't infiltrate the outer ranks as laborers. We in the outer ranks do not access confidential matters, and in this world, who isn't working for a meal, you can confidently recruit. I will take care of everything. With Master Song's assurance, Wangchuan felt considerably more confident. He instructed Chun Ergu to set up a table at the dock to begin recruiting outer disciples. The outer disciples would receive a monthly base salary of 200 copper coins, with priority for work at the dock, which was somewhat attractive to those seeking labor there. Before long, a long line formed. The requirements for inner disciples were to meet 2 out of 3 criteria for outer disciples. As long as they were healthy and could hold a stone lock at arm's length for 10 seconds, they would pass. While in the midst of recruitment, he noticed 3 men approaching, standing nearby. The 3 wore cloth garments tied at their waists, the agreed-upon signal from Yu Jiaodo. These were members of the work team. Wangchuan understood immediately, waved to the 3, and called out, "You 3, come over here." "Greetings, master." The 3 approached respectfully. "What are your names?" I am Zhuo. This is Lu Huixiang, and he is Chen Ping, they replied succinctly. Today, there aren't many goods at the dock. You will stay here to help maintain order. Following Chun Ergu's instructions, I need to check on the weapons room. Yes, they responded in unison. Chun Ergu stood up, now having 3 more subordinates. Chapter 89. The pursuit of cultivation must not cease that day. The dock sub-branch successfully recruited over 40 outer disciples, bringing the total number of outer disciples to 90. This indicated that the sub-branch would need to disperse 18 taels of silver each month. Wangchuan had grasped the entirety of the responsibilities of the sub-branch leader. Each month, the sub-branch could extract 30% of the unloading fees from the cargo ships, as well as charge management fees for the dock, warehouses, and ships, yielding an estimated monthly profit of around 500 taels. However, half of this revenue had to be paid to the gang, namely to the leader Yang Feiyue. The remaining funds would see 50% allocated to the main hall, that is, to Song Minshu. Finally, after dispersing the outer disciples' base salaries, only then could any funds be pocketed. If all proceeded smoothly, one could expect to see dozens of taels of silver each month. During prosperous times, one might even earn upwards of 100 taels. Yet, if goods were damaged, or if outer disciples suffered casualties while executing their duties, one would need to provide compensation and consolation payments. Master Song Minshu, during a previous cargo escort mission, had suffered greatly due to the merciless attack on the cargo ship by the Nutuo Bang, resulting in the deaths of dozens of outer disciples. Consequently, he had to pay out hundreds of taels as compensation, not to mention covering all shipping fees. Wangchuan sighed in resignation. It seems that being the leader of the sub-branch requires diligent effort. If not managed well, it could easily become a liability. Fortunately, the perilous factors in this water area have been temporarily eradicated, and the progress at the water stronghold is stable, with brothers keeping watch, ensuring there are no dangers. Thus, he instructed Yu Jiaodou to have Zhuo Song, Chen Ping, and Lu Huixiang supervise the dock, while sending Chen Ergu back to monitor the armory. He then proceeded to the training ground to cultivate the skill of Chao Shangfei. The county office had already dispatched the bounty for his capture, amounting to a substantial 400 taels of silver. The 4 forged steel blades that Wangchuan had put up for sale had all been sold, netting him 60 taels of silver, making this month's earnings rather remarkable, with a total of 609 taels saved. To arm himself, he only submitted 109 taels to the workshop, intending to reserve the remaining funds for purchasing second-tier martial arts. Given the dangers posed by Ling Yu, which could threaten his reality, he decided against surrendering all the silver earned in the game. He aimed to retain it to enhance his strength. The Yulin Gong had been mastered at the entry level. Next, he needed to refine it to a level of proficiency, and once he improved Chao Shangfei, he could acquire 3 points in stamina and 2 points in agility. Adding the 4 reserved attribute points, he was quite close to becoming a first-tier martial artist, necessitating preparation for the purchase of second-tier martial arts. In the following days, the Yulong gang was exceedingly busy. The water stronghold continuously transported various materials and skilled laborers to construct defensive fortifications and establish new branches. Consequently, the dock received numerous assignments, leading to a notable increase in daily earnings for all. Particularly, the 15 outer disciples from the Zhangguo workshop, upon notification from Zhuo Song and Chen Ping, rushed online to assist in unloading cargo whenever a freight ship docked, effectively doubling their daily income and enjoying a rather prosperous life. Wangchuan maintained his rigorous training regimen, dedicating an hour to practice online, traversing the training ground, utilizing the Iron Man post and high walls to skillfully execute parkour maneuvers, gradually enhancing the experience of Chao Shangfei. Whenever fatigue or hunger struck, he swiftly replenished himself with meat buns before logging off to practice parkour in his room. To increase the challenge, he added various props to his living space, transforming it into a parkour arena, creating numerous obstacles that kept the robots locked outside, allowing him to only retrieve meals from the entrance. After 8 long days, he finally succeeded in upgrading Chao Shangfei. Ding! The system notification sounded. Chao Shangfei advanced from entry-level to proficiency, rewarding him with 2 agility points. The next stage of Chao Shangfei is to reach mastery. Wangchuan felt a surge of exhilaration as he moved with agility, leaping onto the high wall with a smile. He had finally leveled up. Summoning the attributes panel, he noted, Wangchuan, male, hunger level 7100, occupation, blacksmith, combat profession, martial artist, unranked, strength 81, attack 78, agility 89, defense 34, speed 17, stamina 83, health 110 110, spirit 8, not activated. Free attributes. For to allocate, certain martial arts have been folded. First tier martial art Chao Shangfei, proficient, next level mastery 0 300. First tier martial art Yulin Gong, entry level, next level minor achievement 0 100, 22 points in strength, 17 points in agility, 11 points in stamina. Wangchuan exhaled deeply, muttering to himself. At present, only Yulin Gong remains for cultivation, as all other techniques have reached proficiency or higher, leaving him at an impasse. It appears that overcoming the threshold of a first-tier martial artist cannot be achieved merely by accumulating techniques. Ultimately, one must refine at least one technique to mastery. Wangchuan calculated that even if he perfected Yulin Gong to proficiency, obtaining 3 stamina points would not suffice to attain the rank. It is no wonder that brother Lin Sun, who had been in the game for over 6 months longer than him, had yet to become a first-tier martial artist. Regardless, he resolved to focus on refining Yulin Gong. As a martial art of the Yulong gang, the gang was aware of its shortcuts to advancement, knowing how to rapidly elevate one's rank. However, despite this knowledge, the training remained exceedingly rigorous, with few able to endure. The practice of Yulin Gong was akin to self-harm. It required a minimum of 10 points in strength to engage in a full-force attack against the practitioner. The practitioner would then utilize Yulin Gong to withstand the opponent's blows. If one's strength was insufficient, there would be no training effect if one was too strong. Even a single heavy punch could inflict injury and blood loss on the practitioner. Often, it took a dozen or more attacks to yield any training progress. Several martial artists from the Yulong gang had suffered injuries during their training. It is said that 2 unfortunate souls sustained severe injuries to their lungs during practice, resulting in a significant loss of strength, ultimately leading them to descend to the level of A, and they perished in despair. Additionally, another individual, while recuperating from injuries, encountered an enemy and was slain. The remaining practitioners, without exception, found it challenging to endure the frequent injuries and recovery required by Yulin Gong, forcing them to abandon their training prematurely.